Lin Zhou is dead. This was the conclusion made by the doctor 10 minutes ago. At this moment, he was floating in the hospital room in the form of a wandering soul, watching his own body being covered with a white sheet, listening to the doctors and police making final remarks about his life. Lin Zhou, 37 years old, died of sudden cardiac arrest caused by a traffic accident. He has no relatives, can't reach any friends. His assets have all been donated to charity organizations according to his will. As for the funeral, let the charity organization take care of it all. Lin Zhou looked at all this, feeling infinite sadness in his heart. Since the age of 18, when Yun Ruoxi, whom he had liked for 6 years, rejected him, he never had love again. Later, his father also passed away, leaving Lin Zhou with no more relatives. Just when his career was finally taking off and he became one of the top entrepreneurs in Jiangcheng, he unexpectedly died in a car accident after a night of drinking. And now, not even one person was there to help organize his funeral. What a messed up life. Lin Zhou. Suddenly, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. Lin Zhou turned around and saw a woman rushing in unsteadily. The woman was very beautiful. Perhaps due to her haste, her hair was disheveled, one of her shoes missing, and her feet were bleeding. But she seemed oblivious to the pain, gripping her hands tightly, trembling, slowly moving towards Lin Zhou's body. Lin Zhou! She softly called out, tears silently streaming down her face. The woman kept her eyes wide open, letting the tears flow down her cheeks, her gaze never leaving the hospital bed. When she finally reached the bedside, her hands trembling, she uncovered the white sheet. Her body, which was already somewhat out of control, suddenly collapsed as if losing support. At that moment, Lin Zhou felt an overwhelming sadness in her presence. People are silent when they are sad. But who is this woman? Lin Zhou couldn't remember knowing her. The policeman, who had finally reacted, asked his question, "Who are you?" The woman slowly turned around, wiped her tears, forced herself to stand up, and managed to force a faint smile. "I am his lover." Lover. Lin Zhou was stunned once again. He had never been married in his life, so when did he have a lover? The woman didn't seem intent on explaining much, her voice tinged with pleading. "Can I help arrange his funeral?" Perhaps touched by her sincerity, after much consideration, the police officer nodded in agreement. "Yes, but our people will have to accompany as well." The woman covered her mouth, shedding more tears. Lin Zhou, floating in the air, was shocked. She wanted to arrange his funeral for him. Over the next 2 days, Lin Zhou followed behind the woman. He watched as she personally prepared his appearance at the funeral home, dressed him in handsome funeral attire, and then watched as he was cremated. He saw her standing in front of his tombstone, not speaking a word all day. He watched as she finished the funeral, and that night, in an empty rented room, she held her thin body, crying her heart out all night long. As dawn broke, he watched her pick up a wish bottle and calmly walk out of the rental room. Then, she arrived at a sparsely populated river bank. She opened the bottle. Lin Zhou saw inside the bottle were white rabbit milk candy wrappers. Why did these wrappers look so familiar? The woman couldn't hear his question. She tenderly touched the candy wrappers as if determined, stood up, raised her hands, letting them fall into the water. She was always smiling, but a painfully beautiful smile. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes. "Lin Zhou, do you already not remember me? I am Sunian Ku." Lin Zhou was shaken to the core. How could it be her? Not that he didn't remember Sunian Ku, but the Sunian Ku in his memories and the woman in front of him now, although weathered, still had an unmissable beauty and were like to different people. In their senior year of high school, Sunian Ku transferred to Jiangcheng Yizhong and became his deskmate. In Lin Zhou's memory, Sunian Ku was incredibly fragile, thin, always wearing old black-framed glasses with thick bangs, speaking softly and never daring to raise her voice, making her the acknowledged ugly duckling among the boys in their class. It was a world of difference compared to the princess-like school flower, Yun Ruoxi. At that time, Lin Zhou liked Yun Ruoxi. He knew Yun Ruoxi liked these milk candies, so he would bring them every day. Once, he made Yun Ruoxi angry, and she confiscated his candies. He casually handed them to his deskmate, Sunian Ku, whom he never wanted to look at. Unexpectedly, here she was now. She even claimed to be his lover. Xia liked him. "These candies, you gave them to me. Do you know? These little candies saved my life. Without you, I would have died a long time ago." I always thought, when I was strong enough, when I could catch up to your footsteps, I would confess my feelings to you and be with you. But how could you die? How could you not even give me a chance? Sunai Onku's voice was filled with sadness. As she spoke, she began to smile. But it's okay, I'm here to be with you. Realizing what she was about to do, Lin Zhou went crazy. He shouted hysterically, "No! Don't! Sunai Onku, no!" The woman couldn't hear his shouts, and she took a slow step forward, a tear falling from her eye corner. "Lin Zhou, in the next life, can you look at me more ... His head was beginning to ache. The glaring light made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Lin Zhou rubbed his eyes and heard the noisy shouts nearby. "Lin Zhou, what are you doing? Get down quickly, the flag-raising ceremony is about to start. If Zhang Bapi comes over, he'll definitely strip your skin." "Yun Ruoxi, why don't you persuade him?" "How can I persuade him? Didn't she just call your name? He's definitely coming with the roses to confess to you. Don't you know he likes you? Say something to make him come down." How do I know he wants to confess to me? What if he's just ... Amidst the tumult, there was a loud angry roar. "Lin Zhou, what are you doing? Get down!" This was Zhang Shuqi's voice. How was this possible? Zhang Shuqi, known as Zhang Bapi at Jiangcheng Yizhang, was their counselor and Lin Zhou's math teacher during his senior year. But Lin Zhou hadn't seen him since graduating high school. Was this a dream? Lin Zhou blinked in confusion and saw a sea of students below the stage. The closest to him was a chubby face, his high school buddy Liu Ximing. Lin Zhou distinctly remembered that Liu was almost 40 now. But he looked like a boy 17 or 18 years old now, his face still youthful. Beside Liu stood a familiar girl. Her hair was loose, wearing a school uniform skirt. Looking up at him, it was Yun Ruoxi. Further back stood Zhang Bapi, with a belly almost as big as a pregnant woman's, surrounded by a group of anxious teachers hurrying towards him. "Lin Zhou, if you don't come down, I'll call your dad." Lin Zhou looked down, holding a bouquet of bright roses, standing on the flag-raising platform. Was this the senior year 100 days oath ceremony? Had he been reborn? Lin Zhou subconsciously took a step forward and forcefully patted Liu Ximing on the shoulder. "Hey, Lin Zhou, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me?" Lin Zhou looked at him, his voice calm. "Does it hurt?" "Nonsense, want me to punch you to try it out? Come down quickly, save the confession for later. The college entrance exam is coming up. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Focus on graduating from high school first." He was truly reborn. Lin Zhou nearly burst out laughing to the sky. It was the year 2004, and Lin Zhou was a third-year high school student. In his previous life, on this day of the 100-day oath ceremony, he had made full preparations to confess to Yun Ruoxi. However, he was rejected in public. Also on this day, Sunai Onku transferred to their class. Lin Zhou became her seatmate. But 2 days later, due to poor academic performance at school, always falling behind, and often getting into fights and skipping classes to go online with classmates, he caused such a big misunderstanding. In an era where early romance was frowned upon, parents of third-year high school students jointly complained about him, saying that his presence was affecting their children's studies. The school forced him to resign. At the age of 18, Lin Zhou began a thug's life, but he still couldn't forget Yun Ruoxi. He often showed affection to her at the school gate, while Yun Ruoxi told him to consider confessing after graduation and then cut off contact with him after they graduated. Later, Lin Zhou, unwilling to accept the situation, followed her to the university campus and saw her with a rich second generation. Lin Zhou returned home dejected, feeling more disillusioned with society. It wasn't until his father passed away because of him that Lin Zhou finally woke up. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou silently cursed himself. "Idiot! For a woman who doesn't love me, I ruined my future, caused my family to fall apart, and missed out on a woman who loved me so much. What a lunatic!" One middle school is a key high school in Jiangcheng. Even if he fell behind, he could have still gotten into a vocational college. A college degree in 2004 was considered decent. Having stepped on the pitfalls of his past life, he absolutely couldn't step on them again this time. But the current situation was clearly very tricky. If what Liu Ximing just said was true, he had already called out Yun Ruoxi's name. Presumably, he wouldn't need to call out Everyone could guess that the next line would be the deafening "I like you." At this moment, a group of students who were more eager to watch the excitement and didn't care about his life or death was causing a commotion. "Confess. Confess quickly. Don't mind Jong Pappy. We'll block him for you." But Lin Zhou knew that he absolutely couldn't say the words that would ruin everything for him. Frustrated Jong Pappy shouted in anger, "Lin Zhou, why haven't you come down yet? Are you guys all stepping out on me?" Lin Zhou looked around and suddenly had an idea. He picked up a microphone he had grabbed from somewhere and coughed lightly at the lips. "Everyone, be quiet." The chattering classmates immediately quieted down. No one wanted to miss this exciting moment. Nervous Yun Ruoxi fidgeted with her fingers, too nervous to look at Lin Zhou. Was he really going to confess to her today? Although a few days ago, she casually mentioned in admiration about public confessions in campus love dramas. But she didn't expect Lin Zhou to actually dare to do it. What should she do? She wasn't ready to end her single life yet. Even though Lin Zhou was indeed not bad. But what if she meets someone better in the future? Student Yun Ruoxi. Lin Zhou's voice sounded through the microphone once again, reaching the ears of his classmates. Yun Ruoxi nervously raised her head. At this moment, she couldn't describe her feelings, a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Anticipating such romance, but anxious about how to reject Lin Zhou in public. Zhang Shuqi, who was standing behind Lin Zhou, was curious and tapped Lin Zhou's shoulder. "Bro Zhou, that rose, was it really for Zhang Shuqi?" He had thought it was meant for Yun Ruoxi, and he was sweating for Lin Zhou because of it. Could he have guessed wrong? Combo box styly app. Lin Zhou smiled. "So, this bouquet of flowers is for all the teachers, thanking them for their dedication to us over the years." The whole room was once again in an uproar. What? For the teachers? Although it doesn't seem like a problem, there's something strange about it. This kid's intentions. How can I not believe it? Zhang Shuqi, behind him, looked around at the puzzled faces of the teachers. Having finally passed off the hot potato, Lin Zhou nodded earnestly and said, "I understand, Teacher Zhang, I will." "All right then, hurry up and go downstairs. The oath ceremony must begin." "Okay." Lin Zhou turned around, his smile fading, and bowed deeply to Zhang Shuqi. After a lifetime of setbacks, this bow from Lin Zhou was sincere. Although he was often scolded by him, Zhang Shuqi was a really good teacher. Without waiting for Zhang Shuqi to react, he quickly turned and descended from the stage, walking back to his class and lining up with his classmates. An uncomfortable Zhang Shuqi, holding the rose, started admonishing everyone not to learn from Lin Zhou, but he didn't blame Lin Zhou at all. After a lot of chatter, the oath ceremony officially began. The students, led by Zhang Shuqi, made a solemn pledge. Liu Ximing, standing behind Lin Zhou, tapped Lin Zhou's shoulder curiously. "Bro Zhou, is that rose really meant for Zhang Shuqi?" He always thought it was meant for Yun Ruoxi, and thus, he sweated a lot for Lin Zhou. Could he have guessed wrong? The students' teams were mixed. To teams of boys and to teams of girls from each class. Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing were in class 2, and next to them happened to be the girls from class 3. And Yun Ruoxi was standing there. Hearing this, she stopped reciting the oath and turned her ear to listen to Lin Zhou's answer. This wasn't the first time Lin Zhou confessed to her, but it was the most peculiar one. Clearly, the flower was meant for herself, so how did it end up being for Zhang Pappy? Was this a makeshift plan by Lin Zhou? He must be afraid of being reprimanded by the teacher, hence the last-minute excuse. "Of course it's true. Can I lie in front of everyone?" With just one sentence, Lin Zhou shattered Yun Ruoxi's hopes. She couldn't believe it and turned her head to look at Lin Zhou. What did Lin Zhou mean? Was the flower really not for her? Did he not plan to confess to her today? How could that be? Since high school, Lin Zhou had confessed almost every month, and in senior year, it was almost once a week. The last confession was 2 weeks ago, and she thought he had prepared specifically for this oath-taking ceremony confession. How could he suddenly not confess? Liu Ximing also looked puzzled. He couldn't help but step forward and touch Lin Zhou's forehead with a swearing hand. "You're not feverish, are you? Get lost. If you want to be scolded, don't drag me into it." Lin Zhou jokingly scolded, and then came the sound of Zhang Pappy. "Hey, class 2, make your oath properly. Stop whispering, otherwise you will lose your class honor points." Liu Ximing quickly returned to his original position and followed to recite the oath. The 100 Days oath-taking ceremony ended in the passionate cheers of 1,000 students. Next, there was a 10-minute free activity time. After 10 minutes, it would be time for class. Lin Jo remembered that Suni Onku was brought to the classroom during this class and sat beside him. He turned and walked towards the classroom. A girl who had liked him for many years and was willing to die for him, he didn't want to miss her again. "Hey, Lin Jo, wait for me." Liu Shiming quickly caught up and hugged his neck, lowering his voice. "Yun Ruoxi is right behind. Walk slower." "Why walk slower?" Liu Shiming couldn't believe it and looked at Lin Jo. "Aren't you going to wait for her? You can walk together like this." This was what the previous Lin Jo often did. Every time he saw Yun Ruoxi nearby, he would find ways to coincidentally run into her. Even if she wasn't nearby, he would make an effort to be close by. As Lin Jo's best friend, Liu Shiming often covered for Lin Jo. Lin Jo shook his head. "No. But you did that before." "That was before, Fat Liu. We should go back to study." "Huh? You and Yun Ruoxi." Lin Jo slapped the back of his head. "Move." What Lin Jo didn't know was that, after he left, Yun Ruoxi watched his back and bit her lip. "Ruoxi, what's wrong?" "Oh, isn't that Lin Jo? Why didn't he wait for you?" Her best friendly Xiao Wan looked puzzled. It should be noted that in the past, Lin Jo had created many jokes to coincidentally run into Yun Ruoxi. His clumsy acting was ridiculous and made people cringe. It also became a topic of conversation after tea. Throughout senior year, everyone knew that Lin Jo liked Yun Ruoxi. "Nothing. Let's hurry back to the classroom and start class." Yun Ruoxi forced a smile and linked arms with Li Xiaowan. On the way back to the classroom, she intentionally glanced in Lin Jo's direction. He never turned back to look at her. Today's Lin Jo seemed a bit different. *** Lin Jo, what's going on? Did Yun Ruoxi make you angry? ***. As soon as Liu Shiming entered the classroom, he stuck to the seat next to Lin Jo. Lin Jo pushed him. "Don't sit. Get up." This seat was reserved for Suni Onku. What if she saw someone sitting there and didn't want to sit there anymore? After all, the matter of his rebirth had become true. Lin Jo was afraid of any accidents. Liu Shiming didn't listen to him at all and sat down. "Tell me what happened first. Do you need me to help you apologize to Yun Ruoxi?" Lin Jo gave him a disdainful look. "Liu Shiming, don't you think that I look like an animal chasing after Yun Ruoxi every day?" "Huh? What animal?" Lin Jo pretended to stick out his tongue. In this era, the term licking dog didn't exist yet. "Dog." Liu Shiming scratched his head, recalling Lin Jo's daily attentions. "It does seem like it indeed." "Yeah, so I don't plan to pursue Yun Ruoxi anymore, huh? I don't want to be a licking dog." This version of Lin Jo only wanted to be a dignified person, to have a sincere relationship and a happy family. This was his wish. "The term licking dog suits you well, Zhou. I approve." Liu Shiming raised his thumb. Seeing Lin Jo's murderous look, he quickly chuckled. "But Zhou, I might not understand what you're saying, but I think what you're saying makes sense. I support you, brother." "Thanks, but brother." Lin Jo sized him up. "I think you need to lose weight." At 18, Liu Shiming, 173 centimeters tall, was already 160 pounds, quite chubby. Liu Shiming was shocked. "What are you talking about? Losing weight is too hard. Why are you suddenly acting like my mom? I can't bear to give up cola, chips, ice cream. We're done." He quickly ran back to his seat, seemingly afraid that Lin Jo would really drag him into losing weight. Lin Jo. Ding ling ling. The bell rang for class. Lin Jo quickly sat up straight, then hesitated, grabbed a roll of paper from Liu Shiming's desk across the corridor, and meticulously wiped the desk and chair next to him. He was often disruptive and not paying attention in class. The teacher made Lin Jo sit alone at a desk at the back of the room without a partner. This was why Suni Onku was assigned to sit beside him. "Lin Jo, are you crazy?" Liu Shiming couldn't understand Lin Jo's behavior today, which seemed out of character more than once. "Quiet." The class teacher, Liu Qingyan, in a short down jacket and a midi skirt with high-heeled ankle boots, entered the classroom. There were expressions of disbelief among the students. Lin Jo also looked up. When he saw Liu Qingyan's appearance, he was also stunned. The usual Liu Qingyan always wore plain tops and jeans, never wearing makeup. Today, She even had lipstick on. In his past life, Lin Zhou seemed to be the one with the loudest reaction. But today, he quickly looked behind Liu Qingyan. There stood a girl who downplayed her existence, thin as a piece of paper. Just like when they first met in his previous life, she carried a gray patched bag, wore a school uniform a size too big for her, and nervously walked, hands twisted together, head down. She was very fair-skinned, but due to her thinness, she looked somewhat sickly. With large black-framed glasses and thick bangs covering most of her face, it was hard to make out her features. Su Nianku. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat, remembering that in his previous life, after she had organized his funeral, she curled up in a corner and sobbed heartbreakingly. In that moment, he longed to hold her in his arms. But at that time, Lin Zhou was just a wandering spirit. He couldn't do anything. And in the very end, she jumped into that swift river without any hesitation, despite his desperate calls trying to stop her. Lin Zhou felt a sharp pain in his chest. It had been too long since he had been cared for by someone so much. Lin Zhou even forgot that in this world there were such intense and sincere feelings, although he didn't know why she liked him so much. But now, he was only 17 and a half, with plenty of time to gradually understand. Today, we have a new transfer student in our class, this classmate next to me, named Su Nianku. Let's give her a round of applause. Liu Qingyan coughed lightly, pulling Lin Zhou's attention back. Come on, Su Nianku, introduce yourself. In his previous life, Lin Zhou probably hadn't paid attention to Su Nianku's self-introduction. He was too engrossed in seeing the change in Liu Qingyan. Although he didn't know why, this female teacher, who was said to be the next in line for the head teacher position after Zhang Shuqi, also known as one of the strongest duos in the school, suddenly changed her appearance, quite surprisingly. Later, Lin Zhou heard Liu Qingyan ask Su Nianku to sit next to him, and he jokingly whistled, earning him a scolding from Liu Qingyan. Now, he wanted to listen attentively. Su Nianku stood there in panic. She only managed to say one word before lowering her head deeply. Lin Zhou saw her hands, which were tightly intertwined, constantly adjusting the position of her thumbs. Was it fear? Thinking about it, although they had been desk mates for only 2 days in his previous life, Lin Zhou hardly heard Su Nianku speak a few words. She was very timid. The classmates next to her began to whisper, "What's going on? Why isn't she speaking?" Liu Qingyan also sensed something amiss. Su Nianku, what's wrong? Lin Zhou saw Su Nianku's petite body visibly shiver. He couldn't sit still anymore and stood up directly. Teacher Liu ... Liu Qingyan furrowed her brows and looked at Lin Zhou, saying, "Lin Zhou, what's going on?" She missed the morning swearing-in ceremony because of something she had to take care of. As soon as she arrived, she heard her colleagues talking about Lin Zhou's big blunder incident. Although Zhang Shuqi said not to blame him, Liu Qingyan had already received several phone calls from parents. They all complained about him disrupting discipline, engaging in early romance, and disturbing the students' determination to progress. Liu Qingyan didn't know how to handle the situation anymore and felt a headache coming on. The new student who had just arrived was a precious one who Lin Zhou must not bully. Liu Qingyan slightly turned to the side, as if protecting Su Nianku. The young girl took a step back, bowing her head even lower. Lin Zhou chuckled and looked at Liu Qingyan, nonchalantly saying, "Teacher Liu, you look really beautiful today." The classmates were stunned for a moment. This was followed by a burst of murmurs. What was Lin Zhou doing? Flirting with the female demon head? How dare he? Everyone was eagerly waiting for Lin Zhou to be kicked out of the classroom and punished. Is that so? Liu Qingyan blushed, quickly adjusting her glasses and lowering her head. Everyone, what's going on? Female demon head. Even if he wasn't to be punished, he should at least be scolded. Sensing that her emotions were off, Liu Qingyan quickly regained her composure and coldly said, "You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Her tone softened and considerably. Lin Zhou, having achieved his goal, continued, "I am speaking from the heart. Teacher Liu, you should dress up more every day. That way, you'll definitely find someone to marry." Liu Qingyan was 30 years old, still unmarried, and without a boyfriend. It was rumored that her parents were pressuring her to the point of breaking ties. Blushing, she heard the latter part and retorted, all right, Lin Zhou, stop babbling. I heard you gave flowers to the teachers today. That was good, but you can't fool around anymore. Many parents have complained about you. Zhang and I explained on your behalf, but remember, you need to study well. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to those parents. Of course, I will study hard and not disappoint you, teacher. Although you do look really beautiful today. It's already 5 minutes into the class. Shall we start discussing the topic? Liu Qingyan, flustered by the praise, nodded. All right, the topic. Everyone, take out your papers. Yes, Sunayancher, please sit next to Linzhou here for now. We'll change your seat during the assembly, Liu Qingyan instructed. Oh, sure. Sunayancher, who had been ignored for a while, finally escaped the situation. She hurried down from the platform towards the direction of Linzhou. There was only one empty seat in the class, and the teacher mentioned sitting next to Linzhou. Linzhou, sitting in his seat, unconsciously smirked as he watched her approach. The 18-year-old Sunayancher, surprisingly shy but adorable. He watched her cautiously move closer and then step back. Excuse me, is this? Yes, this is your seat from now on, Linzhou replied, flashing a friendly smile. Thank you, Sunayancher expressed her gratitude cautiously, taking her seat. She opened her worn-out book bag, carefully took out a stack of books, and arranged them neatly. Then, she retrieved her exercise book and fell silent. All right, everyone, take out yesterday's test papers, Liu Qingyan announced. Linzhou rummaged through his desk and finally brought out his test paper, full of red crosses, feeling somewhat regretful. The test paper had to be turned in 100 days later, and he wasn't sure if he could improve or whether Sunayancher would match his academic level for attending the same college. If not, how could he keep in touch with her? Lost in thought, Linzhou suddenly felt a weak gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed towards him. He turned around to see Sunayancher hastily retracting her gaze and looking down, pretending to write and draw on her blank paper. She didn't have yesterday's test paper? Oh right, they had 1 to 2 exams per week in their senior year. The papers reviewed today were from yesterday's test. She just transferred today, so not having a test paper was understandable. But from her expression, she seemed to want to borrow his, yet couldn't muster up the courage to ask. This girl was truly socially anxious. Reflecting on this, Linzhou looked at his test paper as well. Upon a glance, he found that the knowledge points Liu Qingyan had covered were clear in his mind and fully retained. Linzhou was surprised at how clear his mind felt. Could this be a rebirth gift? Following his curiosity, he continued reading the test paper, only to discover all his answers were wrong. He then fetched his Chinese textbook out of frustration. Sunayancher, noticing this, furrowed her brows. What was her new seatmate looking for? Why was he flipping through the book so randomly? What are you looking for? I want to look at the original text of this question. Sunayancher glanced at the question, then at the messy book in front of him, feeling a bit sorry for him. This poem is on page 103 of the second volume of the second year. Linzhou hastily tossed the first volume book into his desk and took out the second volume. Flipping to page 103, he indeed found the poem. Linzhou was amazed as he glanced at Sunayancher. This new seatmate was not ordinary. Sunayancher, feeling watched, quickly lowered her head and fell silent. Linzhou, unruffled, began reading the original text. After reading it once, he found that he had memorized most of the content. Seizing the opportunity, Linzhou perused the second passage. Now, the entire text was firmly imprinted in his mind. Linzhou was shocked on the spot. This was truly a tremendous rebirth perk. Such a fantastic tool for learning. It was like a learning artifact. Liu Shimin felt that Linzhou was acting a bit strange. Not only because of the morning flag-raising ceremony, where he inexplicably gave flowers to the teachers, but also because during this class, he not only praised Liu Qingyan in front of everyone, but also didn't say a word to him, either flipping through a book or staring at the textbook. This was a completely different Linzhou from usual. Before, during every class, Linzhou would spend half the time chatting with him across the hallway or passing notes when they couldn't chat, even though they often ended up arguing over silly things. But that was the normal Linzhou. And now, what was Linzhou up to? Suddenly changing his behavior, showing interest in someone like the thin and poorly dressed new desk partner? This was quite unusual. What was going on? Liu Shimin's mind was filled with questions. These questions persisted until after class, when he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. The reason being, as soon as class ended, Lin Zhou's new desk partner left. Liu Shimin had planned to call Lin Zhou to the restroom, but realized that Lin Zhou was not planning to pay any attention to him. Instead, he stood up and followed the new desk partner, the thin and poorly dressed one, towards the exit. As Lin Zhou's best friend, how could Liu Shimin not accompany him for such a life-changing event as going to the restroom during class? Lin Zhou. Liu Shimin hurried to catch up, reaching out and grabbing his shoulder. Lin Zhou didn't stop walking, asking, "What's up?" Following Lin Zhou's gaze, Liu Shimin saw the new desk partner. Liu Shimin was even more puzzled. He looked at the timid figure of Lin Zhou's new desk partner, who was discreetly heading towards the women's restroom. "Zhou, have you fallen for someone else?" After all, since the beginning of freshman year, Lin Zhou had declared that he would only marry Yun Ruoxi. But now, his attention didn't seem to be on Yun Ruoxi at all. Shouldn't he have been waiting at the class 3 door during break times to coincidentally run into Yun Ruoxi, instead of following the new desk partner? Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at Liu Shimin. "Watch your words. What do you mean fallen for someone else? I call it turning over a new leaf, stopping myself in time." Liu Shimin was shocked. He looked at Lin Zhou with an expression as if he had just seen a ghost. "Oh my god, are you seriously into Su classmates?" Lin Zhou didn't respond immediately. Seeing Su Nyanku's figure getting farther away, a thoughtful expression appeared on Lin Zhou's face. He realized that this reincarnation came with a significant drawback. Besides knowing that Su Nyanku had feelings for him, he knew nothing else about her. In his previous life, they were only desk partners for 2 days. Later, as a soul, he watched her do everything for him, even sacrificing herself. He never had the chance to truly know her. Lin Zhou regretted not trying to ask other classmates about the kind of person Su Nyanku was. Now, he was completely in the dark. So, he mechanically nodded without really listening to Liu Shimin's words. "Yeah." Liu Shimin felt like he was truly seeing a ghost, but isn't today the first time you've seen her? How did you develop feelings for her so quickly? Lin Zhou finally came back to his senses, looking at Liu Shimin as if he were an idiot. What's wrong with liking her? Of course, it's fine, but what about Yun Ruoxi? Fatty Liu, can't you understand plain words? Didn't I say this morning that I don't want to be a lapdog anymore? Are you serious? When Lin Zhou had said that before, Liu Shimin thought he was joking. After all, the previous Lin Zhou had gone to great lengths, including skipping classes and getting into fights, all for Yun Ruoxi. Just last night, he kept talking about giving Yun Ruoxi a huge surprise, ensuring she would never leave him. But Liu Shimin didn't expect that after one night and the honoring of the pledges ceremony, those promises turned into nothing. Was this the mythical scoundrel? Truly impressive. Of course, I'm serious. During their conversation, Lin Zhou glanced back into the crowd. Not finding Su Nyanku's figure, he sighed. "It's all your fault, losing track of your little desk partner." Liu Shimin, once again shocked, looked at Lin Zhou, taking a step back, murmuring in disbelief. "Are you possessed by a ghost? Are you still my Zhou? It was too absurd, even for love at first sight. How could he act like a pervert? Lin Zhou raised his hand, ready to hit Liu Shimin, but held himself back. "What did you say?" Liu Shimin yelped in pain from the hit, realizing his arm was about to break if he didn't change his tune. "I said, shall we do an all-nighter at the internet cafe this weekend?" "Zhou, it hurts, it hurts." Lin Zhou let go of Liu Shimin's shoulder. "No all-nighters. But last week, you said you'd play games with me. Stop it." "Then, what are you going to do?" "Zhou, I can't win without you." "Of course, we'll study hard with the little desk partner." Liu Shimin sneered at Lin Zhou. "From your mouth, those 2 words study hard sound so hollow, just like your body." Lin Zhou resisted the urge to kick Liu Shimin and adjusted his pants. "A competition. Forget it, Zhou. Are you really going to study? Who would want to join such a vulgar competition? He couldn't win anyway, yes. Then, what about me?" Lin Zhou once again put his arm around Liu Shimin's shoulder. "I heard you have a few brothers in a Zhang too." "Yeah, where don't I have a few brothers? They all call me Big Brother on the streets." "Come on, then help me with something." "What is it?" "Check up on Su Nyanku." Su Nyanku was a transfer student from a Zhang. But the college entrance exams were approaching, so why did she transfer to Yizhong now? Lin Zhou felt it was necessary to find out. Liu Shimin was shocked again. Although I'm familiar with them, wouldn't it be creepy if I investigated a girl? A game card. Lin Zhou put forward a condition. Liu Shimin's eyes lit up, thinking for a moment, then raised two fingers. 2 cards. Oh, then I'll find someone else. No, 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 I'll go. Just 1 card. Promise. Deal. Ruoxi, what are you doing here? When Li Xiaowan walked out of the classroom, she saw Yun Ruoxi standing near the back door of Class 3, close to the front door of Class 2. She frowned, a thought flashing through her mind. Are you waiting for Lin Zhou? This spot used to belong to a regular, Lin Zhou, who during break times, as long as he didn't have to go to the restroom or had other things to do, would stand here and purposely chat with other classmates. In reality, once Yun Ruoxi appeared, he would find an excuse to come over and talk to her. But now, why was Yun Ruoxi standing here? She used to hate passing through the back door because she felt boys' eyes were glued to her. She didn't like it. Why would I wait for Lin Zhou? She was just curious about what was going on with Lin Zhou, why he gave the roses that were originally meant for her to the teacher, and why he said those things on the stage. Her shoelaces were not even untied. What's even more curious was why Lin Zhou pretended not to see him after the swearing-in ceremony and just walked away without explaining. Yes, she just wanted an explanation. One class had already passed, Lin Zhou should give himself an explanation. She stood here just to make it more convenient for him to explain. She didn't wait for him. Seeing that Li Xiaowan obviously didn't believe her, Yun Ruoxi looked a bit flustered. I'm just too hot, standing here to catch some air. Catch air! Li Xiaowan glanced at the weather outside. It was just the beginning of the 2nd semester of the senior year. It was only February, and the temperature occasionally dropped below 0. It was unreasonably cold, and the weather forecast said that there might be snow in the following days. Catch air at this time? Yeah, it's stuffy in the class, don't you feel it? With 70 or 80 students in the class, it was indeed a bit stuffy. But it wasn't to the point of coming out to catch some air, right? Li Xiaowan noticed that Yun Ruoxi's ears were turning red from the cold. Ruoxi, forget it, I'm going to the restroom. Yun Ruoxi interrupted Li Xiaowan's words, quickly left. If she stayed any longer, she didn't know what nonsense she would end up saying. Li Xiaowan looked puzzled. What's wrong with Ruoxi? Yun Ruoxi lowered her head and mechanically walked towards the direction of the bathroom. Along the way, she seemed to have lost her soul. What was Lin Zhou doing? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard the voice of Liu Shiming. Zhouzhe, Yun Ruoxi. After losing his little desk mate, the two of them went to the restroom together. Because Liu Shiming happened to be next to Lin Zhou, he was forced to compare himself to Lin Zhou. Then, while cursing, he quickly pulled up his pants and left, heading towards the classroom. Unexpectedly, he met Yun Ruoxi on the way. Yun Ruoxi looked up and saw Liu Shiming standing next to Lin Zhou. She directly ignored Liu Shiming and happily called out, Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou restrained his smile. You guys chat, I'll go back to the classroom first. In this new life, he really didn't want to have any entanglement with Yun Ruoxi anymore. Yun Ruoxi was stunned in place. She looked at him with disbelief. Lin Zhou, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. But, Yun Ruoxi seemed a bit anxious. She wanted to say something, but Liu Shiming was still here. She didn't know how to speak. Seeing this, Liu Shiming tactfully spoke up, Bro Zhou, should I leave first? Lin Zhou stopped him. No need. Then he said to Yun Ruoxi, if you have something to say, just say it. Liu Shiming is not a stranger. Liu Shiming was very touched by the second half of his statement, but it was obviously not the right time for emotions. He raised his hand to cover his ears. I'm deaf. I can't hear anything. You guys talk. Seeing that Yun Ruoxi was still hesitating, Lin Zhou added, if you don't speak, we'll just leave. Yun Ruoxi quickly stopped him, her voice slightly agitated. Lin Zhou, aren't you going to give me an explanation? The roses you gave this morning were clearly supposed to be for me. Why did you give them to Zhang Shuqi? Lin Zhou looked at her bewildered. Were all the girls this self-centered nowadays? But coming from Yun Ruoxi, it wasn't surprising at all. She had always been like this, even in her past life. It was a pity that his past self couldn't see through her tricks. This proud and self-righteous schoolflower didn't really like him. She just liked the feeling of being liked by him. Who said I was giving them to you? Those were meant for all the teachers. Yun Ruoxi clearly didn't believe him. No way, you were going to confess to me, right? How did you know I was going to confess to you? Did I tell you in advance? You used to confess to me every week. It's been 2 weeks now. So what? So this time, you were going to confess to me, right? Listen, what kind of magical logic was this? Although in his last life, he was indeed going to confess, but now was a different time. Student Yun Ruoxi, it's better not to overthink things. You know I used to confess to you every week. Did you agree? Yes, I used to like you back then, but now I don't like you anymore. I don't want to confess anymore. I won't confess again in the future. Got it? From today on, you walk your sunny path, I'll walk my solitary bridge. Bye. After saying that, Lin Zhou grabbed the confused Liu Ximing and headed back to the classroom. Yun Ruoxi. She stood there in disbelief, her whole being unable to comprehend. What did Lin Zhou just say? Not like her anymore? Why did he suddenly stop liking her when he had liked her for nearly 6 years? Graduation was imminent. Why did he suddenly stop liking her? No, this couldn't be true. Lin Zhou must be retaliating against her because she had always rejected his confessions before. In that case, she would just leave him hanging for a few days. Let's see who gives in first. On the way back to the classroom, Liu Ximing silently gave a thumbs up. Zhou, impressive. In Jiangcheng First Middle School, no one had spoken of Yun Ruoxi in this way. Look at how flustered she looked, her face turning red with anger. Lin Zhou was truly different. Less talk. Next time you see Yun Ruoxi, don't call her out randomly. He was just asking for trouble. Okay, but Zhou, was what you said just now true? What did I say? That. Liu Ximing scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing that Lin Zhou wasn't interested in listening, he finally called out, it was about Liu Ximing is not a stranger. Lin Zhou gave him a disdainful look. He didn't expect this kid to remember that. Of course it was true. After all, after he was expelled in his previous life, only Liu Ximing had been good to him. After his father passed away, this kid had been there for him through the toughest times. Unfortunately, later on, this kid got into some trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up dead with no one to claim his body. In Lin Zhou's eyes, Liu Ximing was the best brother. But he couldn't let him hear these sentimental words. Lin Zhou intentionally teased him. This depends on how you perform. With that, he quickly rushed into the classroom. Zhou, you. Realizing he had been played, Liu Ximing wasn't even mad. Fine, I'll make sure to perform well. He hummed the tune as he walked back to the classroom. Since Zhou saw him as a brother, then his matters were his own. Liu Ximing made up his mind that for anything related to Lin Zhou, he would give it his all. So, as soon as he sat down, Liu Ximing pulled out the small pager he had hidden in his waistband for a long time. He decided to get in touch with his classmates from second middle school to strengthen their relationship. After Lin Zhou entered the classroom, he saw that his new desk mate had already taken his seat. He quickly made his way to his seat as well. It was a chemistry class for this period. Suni Anku looked confused as she watched her classmates take out their test papers, feeling a bit lost. When she saw Lin Zhou, she instinctively leaned back, shifting her body to the side. In her mind, all she could think about were the words she had overheard in the bathroom stalls just a while ago. Why did the teacher make that transfer student sit with Lin Zhou? She looked so pitiful, but Lin Zhou is a school bully. He has bullied several desk mates away. Yeah, I heard that he once threw bugs into a girl's neck. That's so evil. Exactly. Shouldn't we warn Suni Anku? Suni Anku's mind was in disarray. Was her new desk mate really that bad? But just last period, she had discreetly peeked at his test paper and even pointed out some content from the textbook to him. Discussing study materials with a school bully. Suni Anku shuddered. It made sense why her new desk mate followed right behind her as soon as they left the classroom. Could it be that he was going to bully her? Just as she was thinking, Suni Anku saw her new desk mate, who was already seated, pull out his chemistry test paper from his desk and look towards her. Want to look together? Suni Anku hesitated for a moment. She subconsciously shrank back. No, it's okay. Lin Zhou. What's wrong with the new desk mate? Why is she suddenly so timid after the last class? Do you have your test paper? No, I don't. Then why aren't you looking? The teacher is about to go over the questions. Sunyeon-ku fell silent. She definitely couldn't skip the class, and in the current situation, it seemed like looking at Lin-jo's test paper was the only option. Sunyeon-ku was at a loss for what to do. In the end, the determination to study well triumphed over fear. She cautiously moved closer to Lin-jo. "Thank you." But before she could even read a single word, Lin-jo quickly snatched back his test paper. "Well, you can look, but I have a condition." Sunyeon-ku was stunned. Didn't he just say they were going to look at it together? Was her new desk mate going to start playing tricks on her already? What should she do? In Zuk Nyonk's mind, countless scenes of being bullied quickly flashed by. She nervously closed her eyes. I'm not looking." "Theft." Lin-jo chuckled and handed her the white rabbit cream candies in his hand. "Help me throw these candies away. The trash can is over there by you." "Huh?" Zuk Nyonk exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Throw them away." "Just like that?" "Yeah, I brought too many today. Can't finish them all." Zuk Nyonk looked at Lin-jo in surprise. Realizing he indeed had no ulterior motives, she looked down at the candies. Unable to resist, she still reminded him, But these candies are all fine. Such a waste." Lin-jo was waiting for this line. In a previous life, he had given these cream candies to Zuk Nyonk today. Back then, his confession at the school assembly was rejected, and Yun Ruoxk ignored him the whole morning. Nobody wanted the candies in his pocket naturally. At that time, Lin-jo was feeling troubled and upset. Every time he touched the candies, he remembered Yun Ruoxk rejecting him. He simply took out the cream candies, prepared to throw them away. But as Lin-jo walked towards the trash can, he heard the first words Zuk Nyonk had ever said to him since they met. "Classmate, no, we can't waste them." Feeling hindered, Lin-jo directly threw the candies to her. "Then you take care of them." And then, he skipped class with Liu Shuming to surf the internet. So, he didn't know why these cream candies saved Zuk Nyonk's life. But since they saved her life, they were undoubtedly extremely important to her small desk partner. In this life, he didn't confess, wasn't rejected, and didn't want to get angry. Instead, he was in a very good mood. He could only find a reason to give her the candies. "Oh, then you eat them." "Neat, eat them." "Yeah, I don't want to eat them, and since you won't let me throw them, if you don't eat them, who will?" That reason was really good. Lin-jo even wanted to praise himself. "You can eat them tomorrow." Lin-jo quickly placed the exam papers between them, then sighed. There's still tomorrow. My dad makes me bring some every day, says it's to prevent hypoglycemia. But I really don't like eating white rabbit cream candies. How can I have hypoglycemia when I'm so strong? But I don't want to go against his wishes. If you don't eat them, just help me throw them away, right?" Zuk Nyonk carefully placed the candies in the desk, saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Convinced that she couldn't bear to waste them, Lin-jo achieved his goal and didn't bother her anymore. The teacher had already started the class. Lin-jo concentrated, listened carefully to the lesson, and realized that just like with the Chinese language, he could remember everything he went through once. Lin-jo couldn't help but smile. These rebirth benefits were indeed great. So this life, no matter what school Zuk Nyonk applied to, he should be able to get in. But Zuk Nyonk seemed a bit dim-witted. The new desk partner not only let her see the exam papers, but also gave her candies to eat. How could this be happening? The morning quickly passed. Before the dismissal bell even rang, Liu Shuming blew a whistle and signaled to Lin-jo to quickly pick up his lunchbox and prepare for a 100-meter sprint. It was time to eat. Lin-jo immediately understood. At the moment the teacher announced the end of class, he stood up. But as he took a few steps, he noticed that Zuk Nyonk hadn't moved. She didn't even show any intention of getting her lunch. She was just lowering her head and playing with her textbook. Lin-jo was taken aback. "Desk partner, aren't you going to eat?" Zuk Nyonk raised her head in surprise. "Oh, I'll eat later." "All right, I'll go first then." Lin-jo didn't pay much attention. After all, the desk partner seemed to be shy, speaking in a timid manner. She might not like going to get food when it's crowded, preferring to be alone. He thought maybe he could bring her along later when they got to know each other better. Following Liu Shuming's urging, Lin-jo left the classroom and headed straight for the cafeteria. As Yun Ruoxk and Ls Xiaowan came out of the classroom, they saw Lin Zhou and Liu Shuming. Yun Ruoxk completely forgot that she had vowed not to pay attention to Lin Zhou again. She subconsciously called out, "Lin Zhou, can you help me order too?" But it seemed like the young man in front of her didn't hear her. He walked even faster. Yun Ruoxk stood there with her lunchbox frozen in her hand. In the past, Lin Zhou would wait for her at the door without her having to call, bringing her food. Today, she couldn't even get his attention even when she called his name. Yun Ruoxk felt a lump in her throat, tears almost welling up. Ls Xiaowan was a bit worried. "Ruoxk, did you have a falling out with Lin Zhou?" Yun Ruoxk didn't answer, and a male voice came from behind her. "Ruoxk, can I help you order?" It was Lin Zhou's classmate Fan Yanhao. He was good at studying and had been secretly in love with Yun Ruoxk, but he never dared to express his feelings. In high school, dating was not allowed. It could lead to disciplinary action. Also, with Lin Zhou being so high-profile around Yun Ruoxk, he could only silently endure it. Today, seeing that Lin Zhou ignored Yun Ruoxk, he finally found an opportunity. Yun Ruoxk's face turned cold. She grabbed Ls Xiaowan and walked away, saying, "I'll order on my own." Fan Yanhao's face instantly showed embarrassment. In the cafeteria, because Lin Zhou and Liu Shuming were quick, they soon got their food. While eating, Lin Zhou took out a piece of paper from his pocket, looked at it, and puzzled Liu Shuming came closer. Finding it was a math test paper, his whole person was stunned. "Lin Zhou, what's this?" "Yeah, it's a math test paper." "I know it's a math test paper. My point is, why is it a math test paper?" "Study well, didn't I say?" Liu Shuming looked at Lin Zhou as if seeing a monster. The noodles he was about to eat fell out of his mouth. "Buddy, have you been possessed by something? Should I ask my mom to go to the temple to pray for you this weekend?" Lin Zhou gave Liu Shuming a disdainful look. "Enough with the nonsense. If you don't focus on studying, you won't even get into university." "If I don't get into university, then I won't." "What's the big deal about university anyway?" Lin Zhou thought back to the various attractive figures like slender waists and long legs, and model-like faces he saw in the university city in his previous life, solemnly nodding. University girls are quite something. Liu Shuming looked disdainful. "You've never even been. How do you know?" "Lin Zhgu. Are you into guys, buddy Liu?" "Nonsense. I'm as straight as can be." "That's good. Why are you asking about that? Weren't we talking about university girls?" Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, changing the topic. "How did the task I asked you to investigate go?" When it came to this, Liu Shuming became interested. "Oh, I'm telling you, buddy Lin, I actually got some information. Guess what?" Liu Shuming shook his head in amazement. "Say it quickly. If you don't, no card for you." All right, I'll say. This Zuk Nyonk, she's really pitiful. I heard from a classmate over there that Zuk Nyonk is the top student in their school, studies exceptionally well, but their family conditions are very difficult." "How difficult are her family conditions?" "They can't even afford tuition fees. Sometimes they can't even have a proper meal. And the teachers at Erzhong are very kind. They directly exempted her tuition fees. But this girl is a bit timid. You know, there are quite a few bullies like you in the school. Oh, not you. I mean, there are quite a few bullies in the school, and there are some campus bullying incidents happening. Zuk Nyonk is often bullied. Later, she couldn't take it and dropped out. The teachers couldn't do anything about those classmates who bullied her, and she couldn't be followed around by the teachers all the time. Although they wanted to let her go back to continue her studies, they feared that she would face further problems at school, so deliberately leaked the news of her dropping out to a teacher at Yaizhong, which was Zheng Bi. Zheng Bi valued talents, couldn't bear to see someone who studied so well drop out, so he, along with the girl demon Lu Kongyan, went to their house to persuade her and then brought her to Yaizhong, arranged her in our class. Lin Zhou listened, furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Poor student. Bullied. Indeed, her family lives in a remote mountain nest, the Su family village north of the county town. Do you know it? That treacherous mountain road. I was scared the one time I went there, and they say her parents have passed away. Her grandparents are taking care of her and her younger brother, who is in school. Not long ago, her grandfather went up the mountain to pick medicinal herbs to sell, but he ended up falling and breaking his leg. With their only source of income gone, she used this as an excuse to drop out of school. Oh no! Lin Zhou stood up abruptly and headed outside. Liu Shiming was startled. "Zhou, where are you going?" "Wait for me here. I'll be right back. Take your time eating." "All right." After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Zhou made his way to the classroom. It was lunchtime, and apart from a few students eating instant noodles, there weren't many people in the classroom. Lin Zhou approached the back door and peeked inside quietly. At a glance, he saw Su Nianku sitting there motionless. She still maintained the posture she had when she left school, as if she had never left. Her hands were diligently arranging something. Lin Zhou took a closer look and saw that they were several pieces of White Rabbit creamy candy. They were the ones he gave her that morning. Could it be that she was using them as her lunch? Thinking this, Lin Zhou saw Su Nianku stand up and try to walk out. But after a few steps, her legs went weak, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Thankfully, there was a table nearby. Her desk mate helped her lean against the table and sat in Lin Zhou's seat. She lightly tapped her head, probably trying to alleviate dizziness. Lin Zhou, who wanted to rush in, clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he finally understood that Su Nianku meant the candy saved her life. Her current state was obviously due to prolonged malnutrition and low blood sugar, and her thin figure must have been the result of this. Those candies were the most effective remedy for low blood sugar. Su Nianku must have endured days without eating due to a lack of money and being bullied, unwilling to talk or seek help from others, surviving on these few candies for several days. Realizing this, Lin Zhou's heart ached. He wanted to rush in and tell her not to treat herself this way. But Lin Zhou knew he couldn't. Su Nianku was stubborn. The fact that she was already suffering so much and still reluctant to accept Lin Zhou's candy showed that. It was only after Lin Zhou threatened to throw them away that she reluctantly accepted them. If he were to confront her directly, it would surely shatter her remaining dignity. For her, this would be a significant blow. It might even push her further away from him. But he couldn't stand seeing her so hungry. He had to come up with a solution. Lin Zhou clenched his hands again, turned around, and headed back to the cafeteria. Liu Shiming had finished eating and was now sitting with his legs crossed, picking his teeth. Seeing Lin Zhou return, he quickly stood up. "Zhou, hurry and eat. I'm done." Lin Zhou didn't speak. His expression was grim. After sitting down, his mind became a mess. Lin Zhou couldn't understand how miraculous fate was. Why did it allow a young girl to endure such hardships? He couldn't fathom how Su Nianku had walked this path in her past life. Perhaps, starting from those life-saving candies, she had him in her heart. But little did she know, he died. With her belief shattered, she jumped into the river out of despair. He once became a light in someone else's life. So in this life, he would make that light brighter. Lin Zhou lowered his head, forcefully scooping a few bites of rice, and began thinking about what to do next. He needed to focus on improving his grades to get into a good university, all the while secretly helping his desk mate earn some money. This way, he could help her escape from this dark phase of life. Liu Shiming sensed that something was amiss with Lin Zhou and asked worriedly, "Zhou, what's wrong?" Lin Zhou lifted his head and saw that Liu Shiming's plate still had half a serving of rice and leftovers. His expression darkened further. "Nothing, but we can't waste food." "Huh?" Liu Shiming looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what Lin Zhou meant. "I mean, eat all the rice in your lunchbox. You're not leaving until you finish." Liu Shiming burped, hesitating as he looked at the remaining food. "But Zhou, I'm full." "Even if you're full, you have to eat, or else why did you order so much?" "But Zhou, you said I should lose weight today. Eat first, then lose weight." Seeing that Lin Zhou wasn't joking and might explode at any moment, Liu Shiming reluctantly sat down and forcefully stuffed all the food into his stomach. He vowed to eat less in the future. Wasn't this torture? After finishing, Liu Shiming felt like his belly was about to burst. Seeing Lin Zhou's plate completely clean, Liu Shiming was baffled. "Zhou, what's going on?" Ignoring him, Lin Zhou stood up and walked to the cafeteria window. Liu Shiming watched in astonishment as Lin Zhou bought a chicken leg, a bread bun, and a box of milk. "Zhou, you're not full yet." Lin Zhou turned back, giving him a glance. "Fatty, do me a favor." "Huh?" Su Nianku had been sitting for quite some time. Gradually, her classmates started returning, and she began to feel less dizzy. Today was her first day at Yizhong. Although the teacher promised to waive her tuition fees and apply for financial aid, it would take several days to process. She had only 10 yuan her grandmother gave her before leaving. She didn't know how long it would last. So Sunyanku set a goal for herself. Until the financial aid came through, she would only eat 1 meal a day. She felt okay skipping lunch today, but she didn't anticipate having another hypoglycemic episode. Thankfully, she had the candies her desk mate had given her. Her desk mate said these candies could relieve low blood sugar. Sunyanku couldn't resist and had one, feeling significantly better. Although her desk mate seemed a bit wasteful, they didn't seem that bad. Sunyanku thought. When she first entered the classroom, Sunyanku noticed Lin Zhou sitting in the back row. He was tall, handsome, and stood out in the crowd with his unique hairstyle. However, based on her experiences, students as flamboyant as him usually didn't like her, often teasing her as the ugly duckling. So she had no intention of interacting with her desk mate. But during class, she encountered a problem. She didn't have an exam paper. She had to cautiously peek at her desk mate's paper. Seeing her desk mate continuously flipping through the books to study and taking notes, Sunyanku thought that Lin Zhou might appear unconventional, but indeed loved studying. However, when she overheard those words in the restroom, Sunyanku became fearful. Her intuition was correct. The new desk mate was indeed a troublesome student. Yet, this troublemaker went out of their way to offer her the exam paper and even gave her candies to eat. Sunyanku pinched the candy wrapper in her hand. The candy was sweet and delicious. The wrapper was pretty too. No one had shared snacks with her since she started school. These snacks could alleviate her low blood sugar, something she often experienced without anyone knowing. These candies had just saved her life. Sunyanku thought, what kind of person is this desk mate? Why are their actions so different from what others have said? They're completely unlike everyone else she's known before. Just then, Sunyanku heard Lin Zhou's voice at the door. Liu Fatty, I said I'm full. Why did you buy so much food? Look at this mess now. Am I afraid of not having enough to eat? But you swiped my meal card. Zhou, I'm sorry. I'll pay you back next time. Since no one is eating, why don't we just throw it away? As the two of them were talking, they arrived in front of Sunyanku. Sunyanku saw that Lin Zhou was holding a chicken leg, a bread roll, and a carton of milk. She furrowed her brows. Her stomach started growling, so Sunyanku quickly covered her stomach, afraid that someone would hear. She thought, endure a little longer, and she could go to the cafeteria for food in the evening. Suddenly, a magnified chicken leg appeared in front of her. Sunyanku was slightly startled. Looking up, she saw her classmate placing his food on her table, casually saying, Hey, can you throw these away for me too? Huh? You want to throw them away again? Yes, I can't eat them anyway. Sunyanku hesitated. She really wanted to advise him to save them for later. But how could these kids with good living conditions waste leftover food? Not knowing what to do, she heard her classmate say again, If you think it's a waste, then eat it for me. I really can't finish it. He let out a big burp, rubbing his stomach. Sunyanku was surprised and raised her head. No, I can't. What can't you do? Just help me out. Once my dad knows I keep throwing things away, he will beat me. But, before Sunyanku could finish, she saw Lin Zhou quickly open the packaging and stuff bread into her mouth. Stop hesitating, just eat. Sunyanku widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lin Zhou. Thanks, little desk buddy. Lin Zhou casually pinched her cheek, chuckling and retracting his hand. A pleasant fragrance wafted over, and Sunyanku hurriedly took the bread out of her mouth, realizing she couldn't refuse any more. The cool touch passed over her face, and her cheeks began to flush. Sunyanku quickly lowered her head, not wanting others to see her blushing. I should thank you instead. He gave her food and even said thank you. How can such a person be bad? Maybe others misunderstand him. She took a light bite of the bread, the aroma filling her taste buds, feeling a sense of satisfaction she had never experienced before. Remembering Lin Zhou calling her little desk buddy earlier, Sunyanku earnestly said, I'm Sunyanku. The nickname Little Desk Buddy was too affectionate for her taste. She wasn't used to it. Got it, Little Desk Buddy. Sunyanku shuddered. This person, maybe just let him call her that. She would slowly get used to it. Watching her eat seriously, Lin Zhou took out the exam papers he had looked at during lunch and immersed himself in studying. With only 100 days left until the college entrance exam, he had no time to waste and needed to make every second count. Nearby, Liu Ximing stared dumbfoundedly at the scene, completely shocked. Back in the cafeteria, Lin Zhou had asked him for help, and he was curious about what was so important. He never expected it to be a charade. And even more surprising, the act was performed for the new little desk buddy. Liu Ximing thought, Lin Zhou is finished. He had surely fallen into a trap this time. Nevertheless, Liu Ximing had decided to support him unconditionally. After all, that Yun Ruoxi wasn't worthy of his brother Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou finished reading the whole page, then turned and saw Su Nianku carefully putting away the chicken leg and milk, seemingly not intending to eat them. Lin Zhou was stunned. Could it be that she wanted to save them for later? How could that be? He had specifically bought nutritious food to help her out. Lin Zhou couldn't help but call out, "Little desk buddy?" Su Nianku, who was putting the chicken leg down, was startled. "Huh? Don't you like the chicken leg?" "Oh, no, it's good, it's good." "Then why aren't you eating?" Seeing Su Nianku hesitate, Lin Zhou said, "Hurry, eat." Su Nianku had to take out the chicken leg again and begin eating it bit by bit. Lin Zhou then opened the carton of milk next to Su Nianku. "Here, drink a little, be careful not to choke. Oh, and also, once you open the milk, you can't store it, it spoils easily." Su Nianku promptly took the milk, brought it to her lips, and drank it down with gulps. Such good things couldn't be wasted, right? Lin Zhou felt satisfied seeing her adorable puffed-up cheeks. He couldn't help but smile. He had to admit, the little desk buddy was quite charming. If only she gained a bit more weight and boosted her collagen, she would be even more striking than Yun Ruoxi. Thinking this, he raised the hand he had just playfully pinched her face and seriously examined it. Actually, her touch wasn't bad at all. Better take care of her more in the future. After relishing the different touch for a moment, Lin Zhou returned his focus to studying. He was currently facing a challenging question on the exam paper, having difficulty understanding it. Unlike language subjects, math required comprehension rather than rote memorization, and his foundation was weak. When Lin Zhou was at a loss, he heard the soft voice of his little desk buddy beside him, saying, "This question should be solved this way." She took out a pen and piece of paper, writing the answer intently. The unfinished milk was left on the side. Lin Zhou didn't rush her. Having been hungry for a long time, it was not good to eat too quickly. Watching his little desk buddy's side profile, he couldn't help but smile. Little did anyone know, beneath those thick bangs, what a breathtaking face she might have. Lin Zhou. Realizing Lin Zhou was looking at her, Su Nianku's face turned slightly red. "Are you watching me solve the question?" Yes, I'm watching." "You continue writing. I find your solutions easy to understand." Lin Zhou's gaze stayed fixed, staring in the direction of Su Nianku's face. Oh, Su Nianku's nerves settled slightly, and she continued to write attentively. Her handwriting was very delicate and her finger slender. She finished the challenging question in just 5 minutes. Lin Zhou couldn't help but marvel. A top student truly is capable. After completing the answer, Su Nianku handed the paper to Lin Zhou and softly said, "Take a look. If you don't understand, ask me." Since she had accepted Lin Zhou's food, she felt the need to do something in return. Lin Zhou nodded, taking the paper. "All right, you continue eating." At the moment their fingertips touched, a slight chill ran through Su Nianku's heart. She quickly withdrew her hand and lowered her head to fluster to look at Lin Zhou again. Her heart raced, feeling like she was going crazy. What was happening? Today, not only had her classmate pinched her face, but he had also touched her hand. Though not on purpose, she had never been touched by someone else before. Su Nianku wished she could find a hole to hide in. Lin Zhou wanted to laugh at her reaction. Su Nianku. The classroom's back door suddenly opened, breaking the awkward moment with the voice of Liu Qingyan. Lin Zhou curiously turned his head and saw her carrying a lunchbox, panting for breath. Was she here to bring food for the little desk buddy? It made sense. If Liu Qingyan knew Su Nianku's situation, she wouldn't leave her be. Lin Zhou paid her no mind and continued studying the questions. Seeing Su Nianku drinking milk, Liu Qingyan was stunned. Su Nianku was also surprised. She quickly set down the milk, standing awkwardly, Teacher Liu, come out. Suni Onku followed Liu Qingyan out, standing meekly in front of her. Liu Qingyan felt pity. I'm really sorry, I intended to bring you food, but I was in a meeting up until now. Teacher, I already ate. Suni Onku bowed even lower. I saw that. It's good you ate. Suni Onku, it should be like this, don't starve yourself. If you're short on money, remember to tell your teacher, I'll help you out. Suni Onku was both touched and surprised. Thank you, teacher. No problem. Also, about your desk mate today, if he bullies you, don't mind him. Come tell me, and I'll sort it out for you. I'll figure out a more suitable place for you during the afternoon. Maybe we can change your seat. Only that one spot has no one sitting. Linzhou isn't getting along with anyone. It's either noisy or fighting in class. Liu Qingyan hadn't decided who would be the best fit for him. Going out for a meeting right after the first class meant she hadn't yet figured out a suitable solution. Suni Onku's emotions wavered. No, there's no need, Teacher Liu. Not changing. Yeah, no need to switch. Linzhou is good. He didn't bully me. In the morning, he gave me some milk candy. He even listened attentively in class and was studying and reading his textbook during breaks. Maybe, teacher, do you have some misunderstanding about him? Suni Onku decided to speak positively on Linzhou's behalf. What Linzhou said, is it actually about that Linzhou? Liu Qingyan observed Suni Onku's expression and thought she didn't seem to be lying. This made her feel even more conflicted. After all, this was the first time she had heard Suni Onku speak so much. Suni Onku was always obedient and never contradicted anything she was told. Both Liu Qingyan and Zhang Shuken were worried that the young girl was too passive and had even discussed whether they should find her a kind-hearted, talkative student to sit next to, so she could experience true friendship with classmates. But such people were hard to find. For the time being, Liu Qingyan let her sit in the only available seat in the class. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a happy accident. Would sitting next to each other create some kind of chemistry between the two? Or had Linzhou really changed his ways? Thinking about Linzhou's behavior this morning, Liu Qingyan was skeptical, but nodded. Are you sure you don't want to change seats? Suni Onku nodded again. Okay then, if he bullies you, let me know, and I'll change your seat. Okay, thank you, teacher. Go ahead. Goodbye, teacher. Until Suni Onku entered the classroom, Liu Qingyan still couldn't process everything. But since the girl had made such a request, Liu Qingyan decided to observe for a while before making any further decisions. Suni Onku walked into the classroom and saw Linzhou staring at her. It had to be said that Linzhou was indeed good-looking except for his messy hair. As soon as Suni Onku's eyes fell on his hair, she quickly lowered her head. Linzhou noticed her reaction and touched his unruly hair, feeling somewhat speechless. He almost forgot that the punk hairstyle was all the rage now. In his past life, Linzhou was a trendsetter in fashion. So, despite being scolded by the teacher many times, he had never gotten a haircut. No wonder it felt like his deskmate always looked away when she saw him. She must have been scared by someone like him. Young and reckless teenagers were always arrogant and stubborn, priding themselves on being different. Of course, they also bullied obedient, honest students. Now that it wasn't after school yet, he couldn't get a haircut, so Linzhou just pressed his hair down a little. When his deskmate sat down, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind for a while. Deskmate, did the evil teacher say she would change your seat? This was something Liu Qingyan had said after arranging for Suni Onku to sit next to him this morning. Although in his past life, Suni Onku had still sat there when he was expelled, he wasn't sure if things would change in this life. Linzhou was a bit worried. If she really got moved, he would have to talk to Teacher Liu. He had just started building a tiny bit of rapport with his deskmate, and he didn't want to lose it. Suni Onku lifted her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered it again. No, I didn't change. Oh, Linzhou relaxed slightly, but quickly became concerned again. Did she say when she might change you? No, she won't change it. For some reason, hearing Linzhou speak made Suni Onku recall the scene of him pinching her cheek. She quickly reached for the milk, but then realized it was already finished. She awkwardly tucked the empty carton under her desk. But soon, she realized something. Did Linzhou ask this because he didn't want to sit next to her? After all, he could use two seats if he sat alone, something that every student dreamed of. If that was the case, would she be unnecessary? Sunyeon-ku thought for a moment and decided to ask him, "If you want to change, I..." Before she could finish, Lin-jo interrupted. "Then it's fine. No need to change." What? Sunyeon-ku looked up in surprise. Did that mean he also wanted to sit next to her? "I mean, there's no need to change. Sitting next to you is fine." "Don't you think so, deskmate?" Lin-jo's voice came again. Sunyeon-ku saw him speak with a slight smile on his lips. He seemed happy. For some reason, Sunyeon-ku smiled too. She nodded earnestly. Sitting next to him was really nice. When she didn't have a test, she could look at him. He also gave her candy and chicken legs. His smile was so beautiful, like a bright ray of light that lit up her entire morning and perhaps a long stretch of her high school life. By the way, deskmate, what were you just saying? If Lin-jo hadn't heard wrong, she had said, "If you want to change." Could it be that Sunyeon-ku thought he wanted to change seats? No, nothing. Sunyeon-ku quickly lowered her head, avoiding the topic. "Really nothing. I just asked if you could solve those math problems." "Yes, good." Seeing Sunyeon-ku unwilling to say more, Lin-jo didn't press her. At least now, his deskmate was willing to chat with him. And from the look of it, she didn't want to change seats, which was why Teacher Liu had given up on the idea. This was really good. The afternoon classes started soon. Lin-jo immersed himself back into his studies. Liu Shiming was about to go crazy from boredom. He kept turning his head to see when his best friend would have time to talk to him. But every time, he found Lin-jo either reading or whispering with his deskmate. Weren't they supposed to be brothers, close as hands and feet? How had he become the optional piece of clothing? Sighing, Liu Shiming turned his head away at the first break after class and laid down to sleep. Lin-jo had changed. He wouldn't even accompany him to the bathroom anymore. From then on, he was a lonely soul. The more Liu Shiming thought about it, the sadder he became. But then he realized something. Liu Shiming suddenly jumped up and looked at Lin-jo. Lin-jo, who had been scribbling on a piece of scratch paper, stopped writing and looked up. His test paper was already covered in dense notes and corrections. Liu Shiming was shocked. He even forgot what he was going to say, staring at Lin-jo's paper. Did you write all of this?" "Yes, you. Thinking about Lin-jo saying he would study, Liu Shiming suddenly realized Lin-jo hadn't been lying to him. Impressive, Lin-jo. Did this guy only stand up to express shock? He knew he was impressive without Liu Shiming needing to say anything. "What were you going to say?" "Oh, right." Liu Shiming finally remembered. "Did you do the homework assigned by Jong Boppy before the test?" Lin-jo was a bit confused. He had just returned to this life. Even in his past life, Lin-jo would never have done homework. Wait, no, he would copy it, but that wasn't the point right now. "What homework?" "Oh, it's this test paper. Correct the mistakes and rewrite the wrong problems." Lin-jo. If he didn't know Liu Shiming well, he would have suspected this guy was doing this on purpose. He had been looking at the paper for the whole noon break and already solved all the problems, but had no idea it was homework. This was, "I hope Jong Boppy forgets about it." But clearly, that wasn't going to happen. Even if Jong Boppy forgot, some of the academic elites wouldn't forget, like the math class representative, Fan Yuns. As soon as Jong Boppy entered the room, Fan Yuns stood up. "Teacher, there are still a few people who haven't turned in the homework from the other day." He had already handed in his homework to Jong Boppy's office after yesterday's test. He was just waiting for this class to start. Jong Boppy had a habit. If you didn't do your homework, you had to copy it 10 times outside the classroom. You couldn't eat until you finished. If it were before, Fan Yuns might not have cared, but today was different. He had been scolded by Yun Ruoxi for something related to Lin-jo. He couldn't let Lin-jo off the hook. Upon hearing these words, Lin-jo felt that something was amiss. His past life's Fan Yuns never got along with him. Despite liking Yun Ruoxi, he was afraid of being punished by the school for early love issues. He never dared to admit it openly and could only act sour and quirky in front of him all day long. At this moment, when he reminded Jong Shuki, it was clearly with ill intentions. It was as if he was deliberately targeting him. Liu Shiming next to him clearly saw through Fan Yun's intentions and cursed inwardly. Fan Yun's is despicable. Perhaps realizing his words were inappropriate, Liu Shiming quickly added, "Ah Zhou, I wasn't referring to your dog. He is a real dog." Lin Zhou, it's better if you don't explain. But it was too late to scold Liu Shiming. On the platform, Zhang Shuqi, who was laying out the test papers, spoke up. "Oh, who hasn't turned in their homework?" Those in the back, like Lin Zhou, Liu Shiming, SS's tilde. He knew. Lin Zhou. Zhang Shuqi adjusted his glasses. Today, his impression of Lin Zhou was indeed profound. For a moment, he didn't even hear the names of others. "Lin Zhou, have you completed your assignment?" "You haven't, have you? Go out and copy it 10 times at the door." Lin Zhou. He silently stood up, quickly pondering how to deal with this situation. The instigator, Fan Yun's, suddenly became excited looking at Lin Zhou. Today, he would vent for Yun Ruoxi. Yun Ruoxi was the goddess of their school, and she had a good relationship with their classmates. After class, someone would surely inform her about these matters. She would definitely be happy then. Liu Shiming gritted his teeth and muttered through his teeth so that only he and Lin Zhou could hear. "I'll definitely teach this damn dog a lesson sooner or later." Beside him, Sunyanku looked at Lin Zhou with confusion. Well, his desk mate didn't like to do homework. But is standing and copying 10 times too harsh of a punishment? Thinking this over, Sunyanku himself didn't know why, but he cautiously raised his hand. "Teacher." Lin Zhou was slightly surprised and looked at her. "Ha!" The little desk mate was actually speaking up. Zhang Shuqi's gaze also fell upon her, his tone becoming much gentler. "Student Sunyanku, what's the matter?" She was a good seedling. Besides being somewhat timid, her learning was excellent. She needed a bit of nurturing, as she was a guarantee for high school enrollment. Her family condition was also not good, and she was very sensitive. She needed to be carefully protected. Sunyanku weakly stood up. Perhaps because she wasn't used to being the center of attention, she held onto her clothes tightly. If you already know how to do those questions, do you still need to stand and copy? Learning new knowledge is more important. Sunyanku had just heard Liu Shiming and Lin Zhou's conversation and knew about the assignment's content. "We used to be like this." As she spoke, her head lowered even more. In the end, she still wasn't accustomed to standing out in these situations. She felt like everyone was watching her. Lin Zhou looked at her in shock and then smiled. The little desk mate was actually speaking up for him. It seemed that he was starting to have a place in her heart. Upon hearing this, Fan Yun's expression changed. "Teacher Zhang." But before he could finish, Zhang Shuqi nodded. "What you said also makes some sense." The college entrance examination, Gaokao, was approaching, and repeating the knowledge they already knew wouldn't be very useful for the students. It was better to acquire more knowledge. Moreover, Lin Zhou's performance today indicated that he might still have hope. Zhang Shuqi didn't want to give up on any student. "But Lin Zhou, have you completed these questions? Do you want to try then?" Sunyanku's soft voice could be heard by the whole class. "Maybe we should let him copy the questions." Realizing his mistake, Liu Shiming quickly winked at Sunyanku. Although Brother Zhou filled out the test paper, he only wrote it once. Brother Zhou's math grades are abysmal, often not even reaching 50 points. Even if he's amazing, he couldn't learn it all at once. Liu Shiming was very worried. He didn't want Lin Zhou to embarrass himself. "Brother Zhou, let's go. Let's copy the questions together." Just as Liu Shiming spoke, Fan Yunzi maliciously said, "Why not? Teacher, although Lin Zhou isn't good at studying, I think this new transfer student has a point. Let Lin Zhou give it a try. What if he knows how to do it?" Fan Yunzi was always very observant of people's words and expressions. By now, he had noticed that Zhang Shuqi's thoughts had changed. Initially, he was hesitant, feeling that the new transferee was helping Lin Zhou. But hearing Liu Shiming speak, Fan Yunzi was relieved. Yes, Lin Zhou's learning was so poor. Even if the test papers had been evaluated, he couldn't possibly know how to solve those questions. It would be good to let him make a fool of himself. In this way, Ruoxi would certainly be happier. Lin Zhou sighed silently. This person was truly no different from his past life. Zhang Shuqi adjusted his glasses. "Since everyone says so, come up and choose 2 questions. If you can solve them, you don't need to stand and copy. You can listen to the class in the classroom." Fan Yun's looked at Lin Zhou with even more malice. He was already prepared to watch a good show. Okay, Lin Zhou didn't hesitate, surprising Fan Yun's. However, he quickly self-hypnotized. That guy must be pretending. After all, Lin Zhou had always been arrogant and never took anything seriously. He would definitely cry later, crying while copying the questions. Ah, Brother Zhou. Liu Shiming was a bit worried. It's all right, Lin Zhou waved his hand casually. After Zhang Shuqi helped him choose the questions, Lin Zhou picked up a chalk and stood in front of the blackboard, pausing for a moment. He could indeed solve these two questions, and he could write down the answers immediately. But mathematics was a subject that required understanding and integration. Each question had many different solutions. If he copied the teacher's answers without any creativity, he wouldn't progress. Lin Zhou was thinking, could there be different ways to solve these questions? Below the podium, the students began whispering as he hesitated. Lin Zhou doesn't know how to solve them, right? Definitely. No idea why he's pretending. Just saying he doesn't know would be enough, wasting everyone's time. Suni Anku at the last round was full of worrying. What to do? She might have caused trouble for Lin Zhou. Liu Shiming also clenched his fists. It's over. Brother Zhou really can't solve it. It's all Fan Yun's fault. He deserves to die. Fan Yun was already laughing in his mind. He knew this would be the outcome. At this moment, he should add more fuel to the fire for Lin Zhou. Teacher, shall we just forget about it? It seems that the methods of the transfer student aren't suitable for Lin Zhou. Let him go copy the test papers. Zhang Shuqi sighed as well, about to speak. Then Lin Zhou began writing. He earnestly wrote the word solution. Zhang Shuqi's words got stuck in his throat. Fan Yun sneered. What's he pretending for? Anyone can write the word solution. He's just stalling for time. However, the next moment, Fan Yun saw Lin Zhou didn't stop after writing the word solution. Instead, he continued to write down the answers. Even more amazing is that Lin Zhou's answer seems to be completely different from what the teacher said. Other classmates also noticed. What's going on? Did he make a mistake in writing? Exactly, the teacher didn't say it like that. Fan Yun's deskmate Zhou Shanshan couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Fan Yun's, say something, make him explain. Fan Yun's didn't move. He stared fixedly at the blackboard, his face incredulous. Other people couldn't tell, but as the math class representative, Fan Yun's math grades had always been among the best. At a glance, he could see that although Lin Zhou's answer was different, the overall approach was completely correct. And it was even more clever than the correct answer. Easier to find the solution. This realization left Fan Yun unsure of how to react for a moment. Lin Zhou. When did he become so skilled? Seeing him not speaking, Zhou Shanshan decided to speak herself. Teacher. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Shuqi raised his hand to stop her. Lin Zhou's problem-solving approach seems novel. He needs to take another look. Under the podium, Liu Shiming, who completely couldn't understand, was worried, but no one accompanied him in his worrying. Feeling anxious, he only saw Suni Anku smiling. Liu Shiming tilted his body towards Suni Anku anxiously. Hey, classmate Su. Why are you laughing? Quickly think of a way to help Zhou Zhe. He's about to become a laughingstock. He won't become a laughingstock. Suni Anku's voice was soft, but her gaze never left the blackboard. But what if he's wrong? He's not wrong. He got everything right. Huh, really? Has Zhou Zhe really mastered everything? Are you serious, yes? Liu Shiming couldn't help swallowing nervously. If classmate Su was telling the truth, then Zhou Zhe is really amazing. After finishing the two questions, Lin Zhou turned around gracefully. Teacher, I'm done. Silence filled the room. By now, the answers had been revealed, and the classmates who had been questioning Lin Zhou earlier could now see that he had used a new method to solve the problems. None of them dared to speak. Ha ha! Zhang Shuqi chuckled in satisfaction. Well done, well done. Lin Zhou, you did great. Keep it up. You can go back now and listen to the lesson. Lin Zhou was very different today. Zhang Shuqi believed it must have been his discipline over the past few years that made him put away his playful nature. His learning had improved as a result. He was in an extremely good mood. At that moment, someone called out, Teacher, these two questions are easy. It's normal for him to solve them. Exactly, If he doesn't get to copy the homework because of this, then those of us who have copied before won't accept it. Unless he can solve the last question. In a math test paper, the most difficult is usually the last question. Among the 1,000 senior 3 students in the school, aside from the top 10, almost no one could solve it. This was putting Lin Zhou in a tough spot. Liu Shiming suddenly jumped up. "You guys are outrageous." Zhang Shuqi's face immediately turned cold. "Nonsense." Lin Zhou, on the other hand, calmly looked at those boisterous classmates, the most formidable of whom was Zhou Shanshan. Zhou Shanshan was brainless and proud of her big chest, with no redeeming qualities. She liked to play with Yun Ruoxi and took pride in it. She probably heard something from Fan Yun's. This girl was being used as a pawn and didn't even realize it, but kept jumping around like a fool. He gave a smile. Within Fan Yun's line of sight, he raised his middle finger and slowly pointed it downwards. Seeing Fan Yun's turn pale all of a sudden, Lin Zhou was satisfied and said with a smile, "It's okay. Teacher Zhang, I actually have some new ideas for this last question. Let me try it." "New ideas? Then write and show us." As a math teacher, Zhang Shuqi loved it when students brought in new problem-solving methods. The first 2 questions were indeed simple, so it was normal for Lin Zhou to get them right. Zhang Shuqi didn't comment much, but if he could get this question right too, that would truly be remarkable. Zhang Shuqi decided to give Lin Zhou a chance. Lin Zhou turned around, erased the answers to the previous 2 questions, and began working on the last question. This time, he didn't hesitate. After discussing with his desk mate during the break, he already had a new approach. He had been jotting down the answer on a piece of paper during the break, and he had already reached a conclusion. As someone who had reincarnated, Lin Zhou didn't like drawing attention to himself. Yet some troublemakers still wanted to cause trouble for him. So, he didn't hesitate to show them up. In the gaze of everyone's shock, Lin Zhou swiftly wrote and drew on the blackboard. Before long, the entire blackboard was filled. In a corner of the blackboard, Lin Zhou wrote a perfect sentence, concluding the question. When he turned around, he saw that Zhang Shuqi was completely stunned. "Teacher!" Zhang Shuqi, coming to his senses, started clapping. "Amazing! Absolutely amazing! Too amazing! The problem-solving approach, I didn't even think of it. Lin Zhou, who did you learn this from? I thought of it by myself. Absolutely fantastic! Lin Zhou, have you been hiding your skills? If you can maintain this level of performance, you might even get into a top-ranking university, so don't give up." "Okay." Zhang Shuqi's response sent Zhou Shanshan, who was ready to nitpick, into despair. Although she couldn't understand Lin Zhou's answer, being praised by Zhang Shuqi meant that he had definitely gotten it right. She glanced at Fan Yun's and didn't dare to say anything more. Fan Yun's was now completely silent. He was even thinking, luckily he had told Zhou Shanshan about the matter with Yun Ruoxi getting angry. Otherwise he would be the one losing face now. Where would he put his face as the math class representative and academic committee member? At this moment, Liu Shiming was completely shocked. He never expected Lin Zhou to really be able to solve it. "Classmate Su, can you pinch me to see if it's real?" Lin Zhou smoothly stepped down from the podium, escaping the punishment of copying the questions. But Liu Shiming wasn't so lucky. He really couldn't solve it. However, as he was leaving the classroom, he gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up with a wry smile, expressing his admiration for him. Lin Zhou ignored him. When he sat down, he noticed that his deskmate had subtly shifted away, as if afraid of touching him. But before Lin Zhou could sit down, he heard her voice, "You're really, really amazing." Lin Zhou couldn't help but smile. His deskmate was really cute. Suddenly, he had the urge to tease her. Lin Zhou intentionally moved closer to Suni Anku, lowering his voice, "Deskmate, huh? Thank you just now." Perhaps realizing he was getting closer, Sunai Anku's face slightly reddened. "No, you helped me too. If it wasn't for the sweets and food, she might have actually fainted today, or even lost her life." Suni Anku was filled with gratitude. Lin Zhou realized that sitting in the last row had a huge advantage. Any of his small movements here would go unnoticed. As long as he spoke quietly, he could pretty much do as he pleased. At this moment, no one knew what he was up to. He chuckled softly, "Can we help each other in the future?" "Sure, sure." Her voice lowered. Sunai Anku's head lowered even more. For some reason, she felt that Lin Zhou was getting closer to her. despite there being many other seats available. Why did he have to move closer to her? Could it be that there wasn't enough space for one seat? It made sense. She had taken up his adjacent seat. Lin Jo, who wasn't used to sitting in just one seat, was handling it normally. But this was too close. Suni Onku sniffed and caught a faint whiff of vanilla on her Deskmate. Smells nice. Realizing her emotions were off, Suni Onku hurriedly moved away. But as she shifted, Suni Onku suddenly felt a void beneath her buttocks. She was startled. Oh no! Is she about to sit on the floor? What to do now? Would she be laughed at? Suni Onku closed her eyes in despair. At that moment, she felt her arm being grabbed. Be careful! Lin Jo hadn't expected that Xiaodongzhu would be so clueless. Just joking with her, and she ended up sitting on air. What a little fool she was! Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught her. When her arm fell into his hand, Lin Jo felt a pang in his heart. This little arm was too thin. Xiaodongzhu was really too skinny. How long had she been hungry for? She would need to eat more in the future. Zun Neonku didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Jo. She carefully held onto the desk, then quickly pulled her hand away from Lin Jo's. "Thank you," she said softly, lowering her head and cautiously shifting to the side. After ensuring her balance, she stopped moving. Lin Jo noticed that Xiaodongzhu's half but was already outside the desk. One of her arms was also outside, while the other was placed on the table, trying to steady her almost falling body. Was she making space for herself? Did she think she didn't have enough space to sit, so she squeezed towards him? Realizing this, Lin Jo felt his heart being blocked. He shifted to the other side, indicating to Zun Neonku, "Come closer." "Huh." Zun Neonku raised her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered it again, saying, "Thank you." Although she moved closer, she was still far away from Lin Jo. Unable to voice any reproachful words, Lin Jo took out the test paper and put it in the middle of the table, asking, "Are you even listening in class?" Zun Neonku finally realized that she couldn't see the test paper from her position and shifted towards Lin Jo. Feeling she had taken up much space, she apologized softly. "I'm sorry." "No need to apologize," Lin Jo replied. "Huh. Zun Neonku, remember this, you don't need to apologize to me in the future. Also, you're my desk mate. This table belongs to both of us, half for you and half for me. No one should dominate it, including me, understand?" Zun Neonku covered her chest, feeling a strange emotion rising in her. Lin Jo's class ended with Zhang Shuqi's words. "Lin Jo, come to my office after class." Zhang Shuqi left, and the whole classroom buzzed with excitement. Many students crowded around Lin Jo, expressing their admiration. "Wow, Lin Jo, you were so amazing just now. You even did what Zhang scolded us for not being able to do. How did you do it? Teach me." I suddenly realized Lin Jo has become handsome. What's going on? Among them, Liu Shiming was the happiest. As soon as class ended, he rushed in from outside, wanting to shower Lin Jo with all the eloquent praises he had learned in his life. Like elegant and charming, handsome and graceful, everyone loves him, cars get flat tires in front of him, and so on. Praiseworthy until the end, Liu Shiming proudly exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being my biological brother." ... This guy was truly trying to praise himself. Lin Jo couldn't be bothered. However, among these people, there were also one or two dissenting voices, like Fan Yun's Hen Zhou Shanshan. Fan Yun sat in his seat without moving, but Lin Jo knew. He must be going crazy right now. He must want to come up and teach him a lesson, but his scholarly demeanor and pride wouldn't allow him. Lin Jo just laughed, finding the kids quite childish. He'd rather bear with it than retaliate against enemies. On the other hand, Zhou Shanshan couldn't sit still. She added fuel to the fire, saying, "Fan Yuns, don't worry. Lin Jo was just lucky. You compete with him in the next test. I bet you'll surpass him." "Lin Jo, what do you say? Dare to compete?" Lin Jo looked at her and asked, "In math?" Zhou Shanshan was stunned, immediately mocking, "Yes, math." Fan Yuns was the math class representative, and math was his strongest subject. He had always been top of the class, among the top 10 students in the grade. Zhou Shanshan initially wanted to give Lin Jo some leeway, but he volunteered. Before Lin Jo could respond, Fan Yun stood up in anger, sneered at Lin Jo, and sarcastically remarked, "He's up for it too," before storming out of the classroom. Seeing this, Liu Shiming was ready to go after Fan Yun's, but Lin Zhou stopped him. Liu Shiming was somewhat defiant. "Bro Zhou, don't stop me." Lin Zhou said, "I'm not stopping you, but fatty, if a dog bites you, do you bite back?" Liu Shiming asked, "Huh? What does that mean?" Someone shouted, "He called Fan Yun's a dog." Liu Shiming burst into laughter. Fan Yun's, on his way out, hesitated, clenched his fist, and walked away. Liu Shiming laughed even louder. Lin Zhou felt the whole building was shaking. To prevent accidents, he decided to wake up, to call out to Liu Shiming. "Fatty, have you finished copying the paper?" Not yet." "Then go copy it quickly, or Shappy Zhang will make you eat dinner." After school in the afternoon, Lin Zhou packed his textbooks and headed to Zhang Shuqi's office. He wondered why Zhang Shuqi suddenly wanted to see him. In a past life, Zhang Shuqi had also called him for a similar reason. However, that was because his bold confession in the morning had been reported. But this time, he didn't confess and even brought flowers to the teacher. Even if it was reported, he could clear it up, right? When he reached the office door, Lin Zhou overheard Zhang Shuqi and Liu Qingyan talking inside. "Director Zhang, I understand." "Well, that's right. You know those parents, very talkative. I received several calls today." "Okay. I won't dress like this in the future." "Sigh, Qingyan, I'm putting you in a difficult position." "No, it's my duty." The office door opened, and Liu Qingyan walked out with a grim look on her face. Her makeup had been washed off at some point. Although she was still wearing a long dress, she looked very solemn. Quite a contrast from her lively appearance in the morning. Seeing Lin Zhou, she forced a smile, which was more unpleasant than crying. "Here." Lin Zhou nodded. "Go in. Director Zhang is waiting for you." "All right." Liu Qingyan walked away, and Lin Zhou glanced back at her, then knocked on Zhang Shuqi's office door. Hearing Zhang Shuqi say, "Come in," he pushed the door and entered. "Teacher Zhang, were you talking to someone outside?" Zhang Shuqi was sitting behind the desk, correcting assignments. "No one, just Liu teacher." Although their class teacher was Liu Qingyan, Zhang Shuqi taught their class math. Occasionally, he would help with some class matters. "Oh, Liu teacher, she isn't easy either. Sit there and wait." "Wait for what?" Lin Zhou was puzzled. "Just sit there, and you'll see in a while." Lin Zhou had no choice but to sit on the sofa next to Zhang Shuqi. Despite living a second life, he still felt a bit awestruck when facing teachers, especially authoritative teachers like Zhang Shuqi. He would avoid challenging him whenever possible. After sitting for who knows how long, Lin Zhou started feeling tired. He stood up eagerly. "Teacher Zhang, if there's nothing else, can I go back now?" After all, he had to go back and check whether Xiaodongzhu had eaten on time. He couldn't just let her eat one piece of candy and be done with it. Zhang Shuqi checked the time and replied, "Why the rush? Look, they're here." "Who's here?" Lin Zhou turned and saw a familiar figure. The figure had not yet approached. Lin Zhou heard his incessant voice. "Teacher Zhang, I'm here." "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, my little troublemaker at home has caused you trouble again." "Teacher Zhang, I will discipline him well for you. Please don't expel him. At least let him finish high school before you do anything. Otherwise I won't be able to face my ancestors." Lin Changzheng. This man just past 40 had half of his hair already turned white. Perhaps out of anxiety, he was walking somewhat unsteadily. He even forgot to knock on the door, and pushed open the door to Zhang Shuqi's office directly, beginning to bow and apologize. "I'm sorry, really sorry, Teacher Zhang. Please forgive Lin Zhou. I promise there won't be a next time." Sitting down, Lin Zhou suddenly felt a pang in his nose. He held back and didn't let the tears fall. Almost instinctively, he stood up from the sofa. "Old Lin." Just one call, Lin Zhou quickly rushed to Lin Changzheng's front. It had been 20 years since they last met. In the previous life, when 18-year-old Lin Zhou realized that Yun Ruoxi had been deceiving him all along, he started living a decadent life of clubbing day and night. No matter how Lin Changzheng advised him, he wouldn't listen. That day, he went out to buy groceries and encountered Lin Zhou, who had just returned from the net cafe asking for money. Lin Changzheng was exasperated and had been chattering by his side all morning. Annoyed, Lin Zhou was very impatient and didn't even stop at red lights, trying to shake off Lin Changzheng. But just at that moment, a car came rushing towards them. Lin Changzheng dropped the vegetable basket and pushed him away. Later on, Lin Zhou watched as he fell in a pool of blood. He watched as he looked at him to confirm that he was okay, then closed his eyes forever. Lin Zhou's mind went blank. He squatted down and shouted with all his might, trying to bring Lin Changzheng back. But it was no use. Lin Changzheng was gone forever. Lin Zhou's world collapsed. From then on, he was filled with regret, started working hard to earn money, trying to fill the void in his heart. Countless nights, he dreamt of Lin Changzheng scolding him incessantly. He wanted to hug him, but only found emptiness. When he opened his eyes, he realized his pillow was wet at some point. His heart ached as well. Now, the figure from his dreams was truly standing in front of him. Lin Zhou's heart trembled slightly. "Brat, what are you doing here too? Hurry up and apologize to Teacher Zhang." Seeing Lin Changzheng just now, just like in the previous life, trying to gain the teacher's sympathy by scolding him. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Changzheng, who usually ignored him, came up and hugged him. "Old Lin, you're still alive. That's wonderful." Lin Changzheng was stunned. "What are you talking about, brat? Let go now." He felt somewhat uncomfortable being hugged like that, especially in front of Zhang Shuqi. After all, he was a strict teacher. It wasn't proper to be so casual. "Teacher Zhang, please don't mind. This brat suddenly acted insane. I will discipline him." Lin Zhou raised his head from Lin Changzheng's embrace, showing a smile. "Dad, you don't have to discipline me. I'm fine." "Huh? What did you call me?" Lin Zhou had always been cheeky. After all these years, except for when he needed money, he called him dad. "Are you out of money?" Lin Zhou looked at him moved. "No. Why would I be? I just want to tell you that I plan to study hard. You?" Lin Changzheng reached out and touched Lin Zhou's forehead in confusion. "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" After all, making his son study was harder than climbing the sky. Lin Changzheng didn't expect anything anymore. He just hoped that Lin Zhou would graduate from high school successfully. If possible, maybe even go to a college and find a job. "Ah, Dad." Lin Zhou was about to say something when Zhang Shuqi's laughter interrupted. All right, you two. Like you haven't seen each other in years. It's so touching." The last sentence, he lowered his voice, only audible to himself. "Lin Zhou, it wasn't my idea to have your dad come. Those confused parents kept calling him worrying about you. He came to see you." Lin Changzheng chuckled. "Isn't that being worried? After all, this wasn't the first time this kid had been summoned by the parents." Zhang Shuqi was helpless. Now do you believe it? The school really has no intention of expelling Lin Zhou. Those parents misunderstood. They thought he was dating early. "Look, his roses are over there. They were a gift for us teachers." Zhang Shuqi pointed to a corner where the roses had been sitting all day. "I wanted each teacher to take one, but they insisted that a bouquet was more beautiful. They all had to be placed here by me." "Old Lin Zhou is a good kid. I will explain to those parents. You can relax." Lin Changzheng couldn't believe it. Is that true? This was the first time he heard praise for Lin Zhou from a teacher. "Yes, of course it's true." "That's good then." He chuckled and patted Lin Zhou's shoulder. "Good kid, you did well this time. You didn't embarrass your old man." Naturally, Lin Zhou was also very proud. Zhang Shuqi couldn't help but remind them, "Lin Zhou, don't get cocky. Although you did well in class today, your foundation is not that great. I don't care how you learn those questions, as long as you continue to have this attitude towards learning. I'll say it again, getting into a top university won't be a problem, but you have to work hard." In his heart, Lin Zhou thought that his goal wasn't just to get into a top university. Even disregarding the ranks, he had this second chance at life. He had to make sure he made it to a top institution. But it was too early to say this now. He didn't want to scare them. "All right, I understand. Okay, enough. I need to get back to work. You two can stroll around campus and catch up." "Okay, goodbye, Teacher Zhang." Leaving the classroom office, Lin Changzheng mysteriously dragged Lin Zhou to a corner. "Brat, come on. What did Teacher Zhang mean by saying you did well today? What did you achieve today?" His proud look was as if Lin Zhou had earned the top spot. "I just got 2 questions right. That's amazing, huh?" Lin Zhou suspected that his dad was just blinded by his child's achievements. "Dad, it's nothing. I'm a student, it's what I should do. Well, I know, but I still think my son is amazing. If you got to right this time, next time you'll get 10, 100 right, and by the time of the college entrance exam, you'll definitely solve them all. Indeed, he wasn't wrong to think his child was remarkable. Dad, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go back to the classroom first. Wait, I got you food. Saying that, Lin Changzheng took out a lunchbox from his bag. It had stewed pork ribs and a box of rice inside. Here, eat more and replenish. Dad, we're not allowed to bring food to school. It's okay, I sneaked it in, didn't let your teachers know. Lin Zhou could only accept it. Lin Changzheng then pulled out a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket and handed them to Lin Zhou. Here, this is also your favorite. Lin Zhou often bought them, and old Lin mistakenly thought they were his favorite. Lin Zhou reluctantly took them. Dad, you seem like you want me to move in with you. Can I? Alright, Dad, I really have to go now. Okay, I brought some money for you. With that, Lin Changzheng handed him 100 yuan, then waved his hand, indicating Lin Zhou to leave. Lin Zhou took a few steps, then turned back. Old Lin, how about you find me a mom? Lin Zhou was scolded away by Lin Zhongzheng. When he walked into the classroom, he found that most of the classmates had not yet returned. Dinner time was slightly longer, and the school playground would also be opened. After a day of studying, most students would choose to go to the playground to relax. Of course, some would use the excuse of relaxing to secretly go on a date. In the back rows of the classroom, only Zun Nianku sat alone. On her left side, there was a book and a steamed bun. In her right hand, she held a steamed bun that had already been bitten into. Prices in 2004 were very cheap, even cheaper in school. 2 of these small buns cost 50 cents. Lin Zhou could eat 8 in one meal. But Zun Nianku only bought 2. Lin Zhou took a deep breath and walked over. Before Zun Nianku could react, he quickly approached, snatched the steamed bun from her hand, and took a bite. Zun Nianku was shocked and looked up, then froze. Lin Zhou was eating from the spot on the bun where she had bitten. Isn't this what they call an indirect kiss in TV dramas? Did she just indirectly kiss Lin Zhou? Oh my! Zun Nianku couldn't even think about why Lin Zhou wanted to snatch her steamed bun. She just felt her cheeks heating up and her head buzzing. Zun Nianku quickly lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. How could someone eat a steamed bun she had already taken a bite of? Deskmate, what's wrong? Lin Zhou saw her reaction, hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Deskmate blushed. Ha ha! Her fair skin was even more fragile, her small face flushed red like a half-ripe apple, particularly charming. Lin Zhou deliberately took another bite of the bun and teased her. Ha! Why is your face turning red? Zun Nianku lowered her head even further, almost burying her entire face on the table. At this moment, she could almost be certain that her new desk mate was teasing her. But she didn't know how to respond. After all, her new desk mate had been helping her all day today. A little teasing now and then was okay, right? No, I just. Stuttering for a while, Zun Nianku couldn't say a word. She took a deep breath and managed to regain some composure. She picked up another steamed bun next to her and handed it to Lin Zhou. Do you haven't eaten? If you want to eat a bun, I can give it to you. You don't have to snatch it. If it's not enough, I can go to the cafeteria to buy for you. Oh. Lin Zhou took it unceremoniously, saying, sorry, indeed I'm really hungry. I love the cafeteria buns, but you don't have to go buy them. I still have food. Lin Zhou placed his lunchbox on the table and quickly rummaged through his pockets for something. Zun Nianku nodded, okay? Although she was still hungry, Lin Zhou had helped her a lot today. If he liked it, let him have it. She could go hungry for one meal. Here, my treat. Suddenly, Lin Zhou's voice came from beside her. Zun Nianku, slightly stunned, raised her head and saw Lin Zhou magically handing her a lunchbox. Inside, there were half a box of rice and half a box of aromatic braised pork ribs. There was another exactly the same lunchbox in front of him. Zun Nianku couldn't help swallowing and quickly turned her head away to avoid looking at it. I don't want. No, can't waste it. I ate your bun, and now I'm not that hungry. This can't be finished, and if you don't eat it, it'll go to waste. My dad just sent this to me. Wasting it means getting scolded when I go back tonight. Are you trying to see me scolded? After Lin Zhou finished speaking, he directly stuffed the lunchbox into Sun Nyanku's hand, not giving her a chance to refuse. Hurry, eat. Sun Nyanku was a bit bewildered. She felt like her deskmate was being deliberate, but she couldn't come up with evidence. Seeing Lin Zhou ignore her and focus on eating the other half, she cautiously picked up a piece and took a bite. The pork ribs were tender and fragrant. The aroma touched her taste buds and she couldn't control herself. Sun Nyanku restrained her excitement and started eating earnestly. Hey, Zhou, what smells so good? Can I have some? I'm about to starve. Liu Shiming, who was copying exam papers at the window, smelled a delicious scent and hurried in. Seeing the scene between Lin Zhou and Sun Nyanku, he quickly stepped back. I'm not hungry at all. Just kidding with you guys. Haha, I haven't finished copying the exam. I'll continue. Why are today's papers so sour? Sun Nyanku was a bit perplexed. She pointed towards Liu Shiming. Isn't he also not eating? Shouldn't we let him eat? No need. He's on a diet. Seeing Sun Nyanku's disbelief, Lin Zhou explained. Look at how fat he is. It's bad for his health. His grandfather died from a cerebral hemorrhage because he was too fat. He needs to lose weight. This was true. Lin Zhou wasn't forcing Liu Shiming to lose weight, but because after graduating from high school, Liu Shiming had eaten even more recklessly. He eventually became 300 pounds. Although he didn't die from it, being overweight caused his relationships to falter, career setbacks, and constantly hitting roadblocks in life, leading to mental breakdown. Or else, when he died in his past life, Liu Shiming would surely come to help with the funeral. He wouldn't have ended up that miserable. Sun Nyanku hesitated. Oh, he does need to lose weight. As they finished eating, Lin Zhou went out to wash the dishes. He didn't see that on Fan Yun's deskmate seat, Zhou Shanshan was stunned, staring at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. When Lin Zhou went out, she couldn't wait to get up and went to the third class. Yun Ruoshi and Li Xiaowan had just finished eating and returned. Seeing her, Yun Ruoshi furrowed her brows. Zhou Shanshan, you came at the right time. I was just looking for you. I heard about the matter between Fan Yun's and Lin Zhou today. You tell Fan Yun's not to be so childish. My matter with Lin Zhou has nothing to do with him. Tell him not to trouble Lin Zhou again. During the meal, Yun Ruoshi had already listened to the entire process. She was very angry. Even if she wanted to cause trouble for Lin Zhou, she should be the one to do it. What is Fan Yun's? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Fan Yun's coming towards her with a bowl of rice. His face looked a bit unpleasant. Ruoshi. Oh, you're here. Saves Zhou Shanshan from repeating herself. Fan Yunza held her hand tightly, not daring to say a word. It was all because of Lin Zhou. This time, in the mock exam, he must make Lin Zhou look good. He didn't believe that someone who failed math could outperform him. After Yun Ruoshi finished speaking, she pulled Li Xiaowan to leave. Zhou Shanshan hurriedly stopped her. Ruoshi, wait. I'm not looking for you because of that. Zhou Shanshan recounted the situation of Lin Zhou and Sun Nyanku eating together. In the end, she came to a conclusion. I think Lin Zhou likes his new seatmate. What? After listening to Zhou Shanshan's words, Yun Ruoshi was shocked. She quickly walked towards the back door of the second class. No wonder Lin Zhou was acting so strange today, not even acknowledging him. She wanted to see who Lin Zhou's new seatmate was. Seeing this, Zhou Shanshan began adding fuel to the fire. Lin Zhou is too much. Ruoshi, you absolutely can't forgive him this time. Lin Zhou was finished, really finished this time. Yun Ruoshi would definitely not pay him any more attention. Let him show off in class. There, that's her. Zhou Shanshan pointed in the direction of Sun Nyanku, and Yun Ruoshi paused her steps. Ruoshi, why aren't you going? Yun Ruoshi smiled. That bean sprout. Is that her? Yes, it is. Do you think she's prettier than me? Definitely not. Then that's settled. Lin Zhou won't like her. Zhou Shanshan, who was ready for a show, was utterly confused. Huh? What was Yun Ruoshi saying? Lin Zhou has liked me since junior high, for 6 years. Why would he suddenly like a bean sprout? Zhou Shanshan, you must have misunderstood. Lin Zhou is doing this to provoke me. At the moment Yun Ruoshi saw Sun Nyanku, this idea came to her mind. She dressed so plainly and so frail. She wouldn't stand out in a crowd. How could she compare to her? How could Lin Zhou fall for such an average girl? Lin Zhou could only like her. But, enough with the buts. Do you two understand Lin Zhou? Like I do. He only likes beautiful girls, but this behavior of his is really childish. Next time, you don't have to tell me about such things. You've fallen into Lin Zhou's trap. He probably wants to use this method to make me submit. Zhou Shanshan and Li Xiaowan looked at each other. Although they felt Yun Ruo Ji's words were not entirely correct, as her close friends, they nodded, okay, understood. When Lin Zhou returned, Zhou Shanshan was still there. Lin Zhou completely ignored her and walked into the classroom. As he passed by Zhou Shanshan, he heard her say, "Childish, Lin Zhou, you're really childish," and then left with a disdainful look. Are all the girls who hang out with Yun Ruoshi sick? Lin Zhou shook his head and didn't pay her any mind. The evening study session passed quickly. When it was over, Lin Zhou called Liu Ximing to prepare to go home. Both of them were day students. It took about 20 minutes to walk from the school. As they left the school gate, Liu Ximing couldn't wait to grab Lin Zhou's arm. "Zhou, want to go to the internet cafe for some gaming? I'll treat you to instant noodles." He was starving from not having dinner. Not going. Huh. Then what are you going to do? Going home. Liu Ximing scratched his head. "Zhou, have you really become a top student? I'm having a hard time adjusting." Lin Zhou gave him a look. "I suggest you don't go either. Go back and review the homework you copied today. See if there are any points you don't understand. And don't eat instant noodles. You really need to lose weight." "Why? You want to be a homeless person?" "Oh no. Then listen to me. Lose weight." After Lin Zhou finished speaking, he patted Liu Ximing on the shoulder and was about to leave. Liu Ximing was a bit bewildered. Zhou was speaking very profoundly lately. If he doesn't lose weight, does he have to become homeless? Thinking of their disheveled appearance, covered in flies and incoherent, Liu Ximing shuddered. Maybe. Lose some weight. He looked up to see Lin Zhou already walking away. Liu Ximing suddenly realized, "Wait, Zhou, you owe me a game card. I'll recharge it for you after the college entrance exam." On the way home, they passed a street food stall. Lin Zhou was about to walk past when he noticed someone he knew. The person was holding a bottle of beer, seeming to want to drink it, but hesitated. After a moment, she sighed and placed the bottle on the side. Lin Zhou took a few steps and then turned back. "Teacher Liu." At some point, Liu Qingyan had put on lipstick again. She looked a bit better, but there was still a sense of desolation about her. Lin Zhou. Seeing Lin Zhou, she was startled and quickly hid the beer bottle behind her, afraid Lin Zhou would see it. I just haven't eaten tonight." Lin Zhou smiled. "Don't hide it, I saw it." Liu Qingyan felt a little embarrassed. "Well, I won't tell Principal Zhang. Rest assured." As per the school rules, teachers were not allowed to drink. Liu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Zhou sat down beside Liu Qingyan. "Happy birthday, Teacher Liu." Liu Qingyan was slightly surprised. You know? Just found out." Liu Qingyan seemed off today. Lin Zhou had also passed by the outstanding teacher's office notice board and seen Liu Qingyan's photo. Below the photo was her date of birth. The notice board hadn't been updated for a long time. Liu Qingyan had always been one of the best teachers at Yizhong, but no one paid attention. Lin Zhou, in his previous life, didn't know about this. Liu Qingyan lowered her head and smiled faintly. "Lin Zhou, you seem different today. No wonder Suni Onku didn't want to change seats. Do you think I've changed for the better or for the worse, teacher?" "Of course, for the better. It's good like this. If your academics can improve as well, then even better." I was just about to study hard." "Yes, keep it up. Teacher will support you." "Thank you." Liu Qingyan poured a glass and offered it to Lin Zhou. "Care for a drink?" "Teacher Liu, I'm not legal yet. I'll come of age after the college entrance exam." "Fair enough." Liu Qingyan took a sip herself, looking a bit dim. "Actually, my birthday isn't happy at all." She had put on makeup in the morning, only to be forced to go on a blind date and even miss the students' 100-day teacher's oath ceremony. Later, she was complained about by parents for not focusing on her job. Liu Qingyan didn't know how her life had turned out like this. "Teacher Liu, I think it's unnecessary to care about what others think." Liu Qingyan raised her head in surprise. Remembering Lin Zhou's words today, He made up his mind. Shulin, why don't we tell him? Upon hearing Lin Changzheng's words, Chen Shulin was stunned for a moment. Realizing what Lin Changzheng meant, she covered her lips and almost shed tears. But after a moment, she still shook her head and said, "No, Changzheng, have you forgotten Lin Zhou's temper? Even though he said today to find a mother for him, what if he was just testing you? What if he starts causing a scene after knowing about our affair? We are just trivial matters, but he's about to take the college entrance exam. We can't delay him." Lin Changzheng hesitated for a moment but nodded eventually. As Lin Zhou's father, Lin Changzheng had raised Lin Zhou single-handedly since he was born. He knew Lin Zhou all too well. This kid had been causing trouble since he was young, and as he grew up, he caused even more trouble. Today, when he heard the teachers praising Lin Zhou, Lin Changzheng already found it unbelievable. Never did he expect to hear Lin Zhou say that he wanted him to find a mother for him. At that moment, Lin Changzheng was particularly delighted. He and Chen Shulin had finally come together after much effort, and he had always wanted to find an opportunity to sort out these matters. But Chen Shulin was right. Lin Zhou was about to take the college entrance exam. Whenever Lin Changzheng mentioned finding a partner in the past, Lin Zhou would throw tantrums, even run away from home, and everywhere he went, he would say Lin Changzheng no longer wanted him. This statement today was definitely not normal. Chen Shulin handed the down jacket she had been holding to Lin Changzheng. "I am also a mother to this child, Changzheng. I understand you. Let's wait a little longer. Shulin, thank you. I'm sorry for everything. It's okay. I'll go back first, Watching Chen Shulin leave, Lin Changzheng sighed and decided to continue waiting for Lin Zhou. "Dad!" Lin Zhou's voice suddenly came, and Lin Changzheng instantly perked up. "Son, you're back. Come. Are you tired from studying? What should Dad cook for you?" Lin Zhou couldn't help but approach again and gently hugged him. "Dad, in the future, you don't have to wait for me at night. I can come back on my own." In his previous life, Lin Changzheng had always doted on Lin Zhou like this. Feeling invincible, he thought Lin Zhou would never leave, which allowed Lin Zhou to act recklessly. "No, you're my son. Who else should I wait for if not you? Don't you have someone else to wait for?" Lin Zhou chuckled and glanced in the direction Chen Shulin had left. Just now, coming out of the darkness, he saw Chen Shulin leaving. This woman, who had secretly dated Lin Changzheng for 2 years in the past, finally decided to go public, only to be forced to break up by the past life's Lin Zhou's insistence on death. She had never complained, and when she left, she even bought enough clothes for both Lin Changzheng and Lin Zhou for 2 years. Her gaze towards Lin Zhou was always gentle, as if she was looking at her own biological child. However, the past Lin Zhou was unappreciative, leaving Lin Changzheng to be lonely until death. No, who else can I wait for? Ha, didn't you say to help me find a mom? You brat, talking nonsense again. Where should I find one for you? It depends on your ability, old Lin. Can't you even find a woman? Since Lin Changzheng refused to admit, Lin Zhou decided to help him and speed up the process. How could I? Your old man is a handsome, charming, mature man. There are plenty of women for me. Fine, bring one back then. Lin Changzheng felt the conversation was going off track. It seemed like he was being mocked by his own son. How could this be? Fine, if you get into university, I'll find you a mom. Lin Changzheng blurted out. Lin Zhou raised his head, looked at him, and said, "Did you say that? No backing out." No backing out. Lin Zhou handed the lunchbox to Lin Changzheng, saying, "Okay, I'm going back to study now. Cook me some braised ribs, make more. I'll eat them tomorrow." The lunchbox was a thermos box. Lin Changzheng made it in the morning. Lin Zhou took it to school, and it was still hot by lunchtime. It was perfect for sharing with his seating partner. Although Lin Zhou didn't want Lin Changzheng to exert himself, he had realized that the best way for biological parents or grandparents to communicate was to be needed. Although they often nagged and grumbled, they would be very happy if you took what they prepared. Just like the prodigal sons who returned home would bring various luxury cars and filled the house with readily available potatoes and sweet potatoes from the city. Their parents would be very pleased. Lin Changzheng was also such a person. In his past life, Lin Zhou was annoyed by this, always feeling that Lin Changzheng was restraining his life. At this moment, seeing Lin Changzheng again, Lin Zhou realized how precious it was. "Weren't you not allowed to bring meals to school?" Lin Changzhang said as he happily hummed a song and went to the kitchen to prepare. "I brought it secretly." Lin Zhou returned to his room and started studying the math book he had brought back. Although he didn't care about what Zhou Shanshan and the others said, since he had decided to study, he needed to improve. This one kid, Fan Yun's, always rubbed him the wrong way, so he decided to make him his first target. He wanted to see if he could surpass him in the mock exams. By the time Lin Zhou finished studying, it was already midnight. He yawned and quickly fell asleep. Fortunately, at the age of 18, with the body of a Special Forces soldier, Lin Zhou got up early the next day and went to school on time. As soon as he entered the classroom, he handed a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket to Sunyanku. "Today's candy, help me out." But Sunyanku, who had been reading earnestly, looked up from his textbook. "You don't need to eat candy every day. I really can't deal with you if you don't eat." Sunyanku, she could only accept it silently. It was an English class for early reading, and the teacher assigned a passage for them to memorize. After placing the lunchbox in the desk, Lin Zhou picked up his textbook prepared to read. However, he quickly discovered a serious problem. He couldn't read. After dropping out in his past life, he never used English again, and even though he could remember the words now through his rebirth privileges, he didn't know how to pronounce them. Lin Zhou had to look to Sunyanku for help. "Seating partner." "Huh." Sunyanku, who was studying hard, raised her head from the textbook. Can you help me again?" "Can't." Lin Zhou. Well, the seating partner could refuse people. It seemed like he had dug a hole for himself. "No, seating partner, I'm not asking you to eat." "What is it for?" Sunyanku looked disbelieving, always feeling like Lin Zhou had some strange ideas. I can't read." Sunyanku. She seemed to find it hard to believe. "You can't read a single word." "Yeah." The two were silent again. Sunyanku recalled the red crosses on yesterday's test paper and felt that Lin Zhou wasn't joking, but was his math scores from yesterday something he learned last minute. Impressive! With this in mind, Sunyanku put down her textbook and pulled Lin Zhou's book over. "So, have you decided on which university to apply to?" As long as Lin Zhou knew where Xiaodongzhu was tested, he had a direction to strive toward. One day, he could hold her in his arms forever. Sunyanku's small body shuddered slightly. "University? I haven't thought about that." She pushed her glasses and her expression dimmed. She didn't know if she could afford to go to college. She heard that college tuition and living expenses were very expensive. There was no money left at home. Then start thinking about it from now on. Seeing her expression, Lin Zhou almost guessed her thoughts. "Now." "Yes, start from now. There are still 100 days. It's completely doable. But you will definitely go to college, trust me," Lin Zhou said firmly, and Sunyanku's heart was stirred. She suddenly began to yearn for college life. College? What is college like? Her relatives at home had not attended college either. College is very beautiful, but you will see many different people, can do many things you couldn't do before, and meet many friends. No one cares about what you wear or what you eat, and you can even fall in love. Lin Zhou recounted all the beauty of the college he knew from past life. Sunyanku's eyes brightened. "Is it really that good?" "Yes, so start thinking now, okay? I guarantee you will be able to go." For some reason, listening to Lin Zhou's words, Sunyanku felt a sense of relief. She nodded firmly, "Okay? She must go to college." "Lin Zhou, Sunyanku, what are you two doing?" Suddenly, the teacher's voice came from the podium. The two were stunned. Only now did they realize they had been chatting for too long and almost forgot they were still in class. The English teacher was named Wang Min. Her face at the moment was very unpleasant. "Have you finished memorizing the book?" Because of the loud voice, the classmates stopped and looked at them blankly. Liu Shiming, who had been sleeping, was directly awakened by the noise. He looked around dazedly. "What's going on? Did an earthquake happen?" Lin Zhou. He really didn't want to admit he knew this guy. Wang Min was already angry. "Liu Shiming, you stand up too. You three, have you finished memorizing the lesson?" Lin Zhou, "Finished." Sunyanku, Finished. Liu Shiming. He looked at Lin Zhou and then at the teacher. Finally, he tentatively said, Finished memorizing. Wang Min clearly didn't believe them. Finished. Have the three of you really finished memorizing? Suni Yanku was a transfer student who didn't know. But Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming she knew. It had only been 20 minutes of class, and they were chatting and sleeping. It was impossible for them to have finished memorizing the text so quickly, something that they couldn't generally accomplish in a whole morning. The classmates looked over. Some still uncomfortable with them had begun murmuring. Why did Lin Zhou get called up again? He must have disturbed his desk partner's learning. It sucks to be his desk partner. Fan Yun smirked. He was happy when Lin Zhou made a fool of himself. Seeing the three of them silent, Wang Min nodded. All right, since you have finished, recite it for me. Suni Yanku, start with you. Liu Shiming, wearing a very disheartened look. Lin Zhou came up with an idea to help Suni Yanku out of the challenging situation. Naturally fluent in talking with him, although she was timid, she had helped him stand up on the spur of the moment. Aware of her shaky posture, Lin Zhou understood that the situation was more complicated than he thought. Although she could answer him promptly, she was still timid. For someone who had always been self-conscious and timid, stepping back into the limelight was not that easy. It had to be done carefully. Teacher Wang, what is it? You want to recite first? Not really. Here's the thing, Teacher Wang. It seems wasteful to recite along one by one, considering the limited morning reading time. Can we do it this way? I and Liu Shiming recite the text, and let Suni Yanku write it down silently. In this way, by the time we finish reciting, she should have completed writing it as well. It won't delay each other. If you are worried, you can come over here to monitor this side. As Lin Zhou finished speaking, Suni Yanku suddenly looked up. Was Lin Zhou helping her out of this dilemma? Wang Min nodded in approval. All right, this text is divided into 3 sections. Lin Zhou, you recite the first section, Suni Yanku writes the second, and Liu Shiming, you recite the third. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Wait, teacher. Then I'll recite first. Lin Zhou closed the books of both himself and Suni Yanku, signaling her to sit down. He began to recite slowly. Finally relieved, Suni Yanku looked up and glanced at Lin Zhou. As if encouraged, she took a pen and paper out of her pencil case and began to write silently. Wang Min was already standing in front of the two, carefully observing. Lin Zhou's voice was smooth, very different from the Chinese accented English pronunciation of other students. His English pronunciation was extremely standard. Wang Min was somewhat surprised. Turning to Suni Yanku, her handwriting was delicate. When she wrote silently, her movements were fluid and uninterrupted. When Lin Zhou finished reciting, Wang Min's tense face gradually relaxed into a smile. Well done. Before the words were out, Suni Yanku had also finished writing. Holding the notebook Suni Yanku had handed over, Wang Min once again showed a pleased smile. This is also very good. Some students in the class were bewildered. How did Lin Zhou memorize English so quickly? Isn't this too exaggerated? Influencing desk partners' learning was promised. How come it feels like the desk partner is influencing them? Only Liu Shiming had a very unpleasant expression. It seemed like his wish to be the only one hurt was about to come true. Seeing Wang Min's gaze now on him, Liu Shiming took his English textbook and hopped to the empty seat behind. Teacher, don't bother. I can handle it on my own. On an early spring morning, the sky was still a bit dark at dawn. At 7 o'clock, when school ended, it was still gloomy outside. Liu Shiming urged Lin Zhou to hurry up and rush to eat. Lin Zhou's gaze landed on the girl sitting next to him. Yesterday, he had tricked the girl into eating 2 meals and a handful of candies, and today she was clearly smarter. How should he trick her into eating today? Lin Zhou. Suni Yanku suddenly spoke, catching Lin Zhou's attention. What's wrong? I have money today. Teacher Liu gave me 100 yuan this morning, so you don't have to give me food anymore. Teacher Liu. Yes, she said she will give me 100 yuan every month as financial support, and I will pay her back after the college entrance exam. Considering the meals Lin Zhou had treated her to, as well as her reaction today, Suni Yanku was almost certain. Lin Zhou was deliberately giving her food. Although she didn't know why, Suni Yanku knew this couldn't go on. So today, when Liu Qingyuan offered her money, Suni Yanku thought about it and accepted it as a loan. She promised to pay her back once she found a job. Teacher Liu is really kind. Lin Jo couldn't help muttering. With things being this way, how could he get close to the girl next to him? What did you say? I said Teacher Liu is really nice. Yeah, I'm also going to the cafeteria now. Afraid that Lin Jo wouldn't believe her, Sunyeon-ku stood up, took out her food container from the desk, and quickly left her seat. Lin Jo sighed helplessly. Fatty, let's go too. At the cafeteria, Lin Jo saw the girl going to window number 2. There weren't many people there. She ordered 2 buns, got a bowl of free corn porridge, and sat in a corner. Lin Jo thought for a moment, then grabbed Liu Shiming and went to window number 2. He bought 4 buns, 2 boiled eggs, a side dish, poured himself some free porridge, and then turned to leave. Behind him, a flustered Liu Shiming hurried after him. Bro Jo, wait for me. Seeing Lin Jo heading towards Sunyeon-ku's corner without hesitation, Liu Shiming was puzzled. Bro Jo, I have something I don't understand. Speak. You said you didn't want to be a lapdog, but now, you're treating the girl next to us better than you treated Yun Ruoxi back then? Liu Shiming's eyes were practically glued to her. That's not being a lapdog, huh? Then what is it? Lin Jo rolled his eyes. One-sided licking is being a lapdog. Mutual affection is true love. Although he didn't quite understand, Liu Shiming felt like Lin Jo's explanation made sense. Also, why did you get so much food? Can you finish it all? Aren't you trying to lose weight? Lin Jo ignored Liu Shiming and took 2 dough sticks out of his food tray. Bro Jo. That's mine. Lin Jo didn't pay attention to Liu Shiming, picked up his pace and walked faster. Liu Shiming looked at the remaining breakfast in his tray, hesitating whether to go back and buy more. But when he thought about the homeless people, he quickly dismissed the idea and followed Lin Jo. In the corner, Sunyeon-ku was earnestly eating her bun. Suddenly, she felt a shadow looming over her. Before she could look up, Lin Jo placed a boiled egg and a dough stick in her plate. The boss gave me extra food, let's eat together. Sunyeon-ku, why would the boss be so kind? Lin Jo, why didn't Liu Shiming come? And his meal seemed to be missing a lot. Liu Shiming, who was about to sit down, saw the food in Sunyeon-ku's plate and silently showed a disappointed expression. The boss gave me some extra, but I'm on a diet. Lin Jo gave a thumbs up to Liu Shiming. A true bro moment. Lin Jo then left Liu Shiming behind to approach Sunyeon-ku. After finishing their meal, Sunyeon-ku, blushing, hurriedly went back to the classroom. Since Liu Shiming was eating slowly, Lin Jo had to wait for him. According to Lin Jo, when food was scarce, you had to savor every bite, or you wouldn't appreciate the taste. Lin Jo could only silently admire his friend's unique brain circuit. When Liu Shiming finished eating, most people had already left the cafeteria. Lin Jo was ready to leave when he heard Yun Ruoxi call out to him. Lin Jo. Lin Jo turned around and saw Yun Ruoxi wearing a designer down jacket with a cute rabbit hat. Lin Jo's expression darkened. This hat was the gift he gave her on her birthday during their 2nd year of high school. Yun Ruoxi had never worn it before, but why was she wearing it today? What's up? You were just eating with a girl. Yun Ruoxi had seen Lin Jo as soon as she entered the cafeteria. She had wanted to call out to him to join her, but considering their recent disagreement, she decided to give him the cold shoulder for a few days. But she couldn't take her eyes off Lin Jo. When she saw him walking towards her with a food container, Yun Ruoxi was still considering. If Lin Jo apologized to her, maybe she could forgive him a little. Okay, that's decided. After all, Lin Jo had gone to act with another girl. She would give him a way out. Little did she know, when Lin Jo reached her, he didn't stop. He walked straight past her towards Sunyeon-ku. Yun Ruoxi was bewildered, turned her head, and saw Sunyeon-ku in the corner. Why didn't Lin Jo see her just now? No, he must have seen her. He was likely still acting. So even after finishing his meal, Yun Ruoxi didn't leave. She was waiting for Lin Jo. She waited until Lin Jo finished his meal and got up to leave. Then Yun Ruoxi couldn't hold back anymore. She called out to him. Before he could answer, she continued, "How could you do this? Lin Jo, you're so childish, huh?" Lin Jo was left dumbfounded by her sudden outburst. What did she mean by that? She thinks I ate with another girl to upset her. Dream on. If she continued like this, he wouldn't speak to her again. Without waiting for Lin Jo's response, Yun Ruoxi went on, If you keep on like this, I'll never speak to you again. Yunruoxi couldn't understand. Yesterday, Lin Zhou gave her roses meant for her to someone else and then said those heartless words. Why hadn't he apologized today? Didn't he get angry at her for turning him down so many times? He hadn't even confessed for the last time, right? What was Lin Zhou thinking? Did he want her to apologize first? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She was the most popular girl in school. How could one of her admirers make her yield first? Oh, that's great. Lin Zhou finally understood her meaning. Was this proud campus Belle imagining scenarios now? Did she think he was ignoring her to annoy her? If this were a different time, Lin Zhou wouldn't be able to stand seeing Yunruoxi in tears and would immediately go and comfort her. But now, he found it kind of ridiculous. But that was fine. This was the ending he wanted. This life, Lin Zhou only wanted to protect the people and things he cared about. Everything else didn't matter to him. Remember the words you said today. Don't forget. After saying this, Lin Zhou turned around, looking cool, and didn't pause. Yunruoxi, what's going on? What's with Lin Zhou's attitude? This is outrageous. She angrily took off her hat and threw it out. Then, with wide eyes and clenched lips, she stared at Lin Zhou. Turn back. Please turn back. I'll pick up the hat if you beg me. Lin Zhou, turn back. Yunruoxi repeated this silently in her heart for a long time, but as she watched Lin Zhou walk further away without a hint of turning back, she started to panic. Lin Zhou, you jerk. Beside her, Li Xiaowan, who had been eating with her, was a bit worried. Ruoxi, shall we forget about it? Let's go back to the classroom. She picked up Yunruoxi's food container, but after taking a few steps, she heard Yunruoxi say, wait, what's wrong? Li Xiaowan turned to see Yunruoxi crouching down carefully, picking up the hat she had just thrown. Li Xiaowan's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. The current Yunruoxi was different from before. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Lin Zhou? The second period in the morning is language class. Today, Liu Qingyan wore flesh-colored thick stockings. She paired knee-high boots with a super short skirt on the bottom half, and on the top half, she wore an even more eye-catching short-down jacket than yesterday. She let her hair down in long, large waves, complemented by perfectly placed red lips, exuding a stylish and charming vibe. She was even more attractive than the celebrities on boys' bedroom posters. As soon as she entered the classroom, her classmates began to make a commotion. Wow, Ms. Liu, you're too beautiful, aren't you? Seriously, if you dressed like this earlier, I would have scored 130 on my language test. Liu Qingyan placed her textbook on the podium, smiling as she looked down at the students. All right, then let's all score 130 and see if I dress like this every day from now on. It was clear that she was happier today than yesterday. Really? That's wonderful. Ms. Liu, without further ado, let's start the class now. I don't want to miss a second of learning opportunity. Haha, okay? Everyone, open your practice books. Today we'll go through the exercises. Lin Zhou, let your deskmate take a look at your book. I haven't given hers to her yet. The exercise books from Hong and Yizhong were different. The materials were carefully selected by the teachers at Yizhong for the students. Liu Qingyan promised to find a new set for Zunyanshu, but hadn't gathered them all yet. Sure, no problem. Lin Zhou noticed that when Liu Qingyan was talking, she intentionally glanced at him more. In her eyes, there was a hint of gratitude. Presumably, after last night, she had figured things out. It was good this way. Living with constraints was truly exhausting. Lin Zhou placed the textbooks between two seats. Seeing Zunyanshu still staring at the podium, seemingly in a daze, he hesitated. Deskmate, huh? What? Zunyanshu quickly averted her gaze and focused on the book. But her eyes occasionally glanced at Liu Qingyan, filled with admiration. Lin Zhou chuckled and asked, is Ms. Liu beautiful? Zunyanshu nodded vigorously. Do you want to be as pretty as her? Zunyanshu nodded again. Shortly after, realizing her response, she quickly shook her head. Oh, no, how could I be as pretty as Ms. Liu? They all said she was an ugly duckling. Lin Zhou, why not? In her past life, Zunyanshu, who helped him with his funeral arrangements, was even more beautiful than the current Liu Qingyan. Just eat well, and in a while, you'll be beautiful. Zunyanshu stared at Lin Zhou, puzzled. Could she become beautiful? Would that prevent her from being bullied? Really? Yes, really, so make sure to eat well. Zunyan-chu smiled, her eyes forming crescent moons. Okay. 5 minutes before the end of the class, Liu Qingyan stopped the lesson. She closed the textbook, looked around, and noticed that the students were indeed more focused in this lesson than before. Liu Qingyan then glanced in Lin Zhou's direction and saw him talking to Zunyan-chu. Zunyan-chu's eyes sparkled, and there was a hint of a smile on her face. Liu Qingyan was pleased. Classmates, the evaluation of this exam is almost done. After discussing with the teachers, we feel that forming study groups would be a more effective learning method. I suggest forming groups of 4. You can discuss and organize yourselves, and the study committee will tally the results before the end of the school day today. We're about to have a mock exam, and our class has always been among the top 5 in the 30 classes, but we've never ranked in the top 2. Let's work hard this time and aim for a better position. All right. The students cheered. As the study committee, Fan Yun stood up and made a proposal. Each group should consist of 2 good students paired with 2 not-so-good students. This way, everyone can progress faster. Yes, Fan Yun's idea is excellent. After Fan Yun's finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou felt he was up to no good. Just then, Fan Yun said, I heard that Zunyan-chu, our new transfer student, is a top student in Ershong and excels in academics. Everyone can team up with her to learn. This information was inquired privately by Fan Yun's yesterday. Lin Zhou had been the center of attention in math class, which unsettled Fan Yun's. Normally a poor student, how could he suddenly be so competent? Fan Yun's believed the issue must be related to Zunyan-chu. And true enough, upon investigation, Zunyan-chu was indeed academically talented. She must have shared the answers with him. This news stirred up the whole class. Really? No wonder he aced the English dictation last time. So, did Zunyan-chu teach Lin Zhou how to solve those difficult math problems? Lin Zhou. This guy was playing tricks again. Did he think by doing this, he could separate him and Zunyan-chu? It's laughable. He just didn't understand Zunyan-chu well enough. This little girl had liked him for a few candies in her past life. It must be the same in this life. Besides, she was so socially anxious. Since she came to the class, she hadn't spoken to anyone except him. How could she team up with someone else? All right, let's discuss this after class. Liu Qingyan promptly stopped the commotion and gave some instructions regarding the study groups. When the dismissal bell rang, she picked up her textbook and left. The classroom was in chaos. Many students ran to the back and surrounded Zunyan-chu. Zunyan-chu, would you like to study together? Zunyan-chu, team up with me. I'm in the top 10 of the class, and we can learn and exchange ideas together. Zunyan-chu, pick me. I'll treat you to snacks. Zunyan-chu was stunned. She had never been the center of attention like this before. She felt at a loss for words. Fan Yunza watched this scene, feeling elated. He approached Zunyan-chu with a friendly smile. Zunyan-chu, I'm Fan Yunz, the study committee member of our class, and have always been in the top 10. This time, I'll form an excellent group. Do you want to join me? I can help you with any knowledge you haven't learned. Although Zunyan-chu was a top student at Ershong, Fan Yunz didn't believe she was better academically than him from Yizhong. So, he extended an invitation to her. As soon as he spoke, the other students fell silent. Fan Yunz's words were not baseless. With his achievements, everyone would want to team up with him. After all, learning experiences were a valuable asset. If he helped Zunyan-chu, she would surely choose him. Zunyan-chu was even more at a loss. Though he excelled academically, she didn't quite like this person. Besides, she didn't feel the need to study with someone else. But she didn't know how to refuse. Unconsciously, she glanced at Lin Zhou. Without realizing it herself, Lin Zhou had become her lifesaver. At that moment, Lin Zhou also looked over, intending to say something, but he heard Liu Qingyan's call from the back door. Lin Zhou, come here for a moment. Lin Zhou could only smile helplessly and say, don't worry, Deskmate, just choose whoever you want in your heart. You don't have to consider others' opinions. Zunyan-chu nodded. She took a deep breath, faced the bustling classmates, forced a smile, and said, I've made up my mind. Fan, sorry. I want to team up with Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, who had reached the door, heard this and smiled lightly. What a good desk mate! In the classroom, Fan Yuns was dumbfounded. Have you made up your mind, Zunyan Chu? You might not know, but Lin Zhou consistently lags behind. Before he could finish, Zunyan Chu interrupted. I made up my mind, but I want to choose him. But he's not good at studying, and he's not a good person, often bullying girls. He even needed your help to solve those math problems. Otherwise, Teacher Zhang would have scolded him. Fan, I'll choose Lin Zhou. Fan Yuns was stunned, speechless. Is he some kind of two-timer? Emotionally, Yuan Ruoqi was angry because of Lin Zhou. Academically, Zunyan Chu chose Lin Zhou too. Why? Before he could make sense of it, he heard the girl in front softly say, also, there's a misunderstanding. Lin Zhou came up with the solutions to those math problems by himself, not me teaching him. Outside the classroom, Lin Zhou, who just turned 18, is already 1 meter 80 tall. Liu Qingyan, wearing high-heeled boots, is still half a head shorter than him. She stands opposite him, looking up. Nothing much. Just wanted to say thank you, she told him. Lin Zhou's words from yesterday made Liu Qingyan think a lot. After graduating from college, she had been a teacher for 8 years. Liu Qingyan had almost treated herself as a tool for teaching and educating. She set too many rules and restrictions for herself. For example, she had to dress properly, couldn't wear makeup, couldn't swear, drink, or smoke. She couldn't go to inappropriate places with bars and karaoke bars on the list, because these things would damage her image as a teacher and people would gossip. This was also what her parents and superiors expected of her. She wanted to be a qualified teacher. She had therefore given up too much. Her high school boyfriend left her later on because he found her too old-fashioned, not understanding fashion, not willing to move to a big city, and feeling she was too content with the status quo. Her classmates and colleagues said she was becoming more and more like Zhang Shuqi, stoic, cold, and fond of scolding people. They even gave her a nickname, calling her the female devil. It's no wonder she had been single all along. When she first heard this nickname, Liu Qingyan found a corner with no one around and cried. Since then, she had almost closed off her heart, not laughing, not talking. Every day was about disciplining students, focusing on their learning. She had become the most qualified teacher in the eyes of parents, truly embodying the female devil persona. However, no one knew that the Liu Qingyan from college was a very cheerful girl. She loved singing, painting, various fashion and beauty styles, and loved to travel. She also loved literature. She dreamed that one day, she could be like the heroes in books, wielding a sword and traveling the world. She had almost stopped smiling over the years. Yesterday was her birthday. Liu Qingyan, who spent half the night reminiscing, wanted to reminisce about the past. So she put on clothes she hadn't worn in a long time, and was forced to meet a blind date she didn't want to see. After finally ending it, she came to the school and was complained about by those parents who saw her. She chose to compromise. Liu Qingyan thought she would live like this for the rest of her life, in a mediocre existence. But then, she met Lin Zhou. His words might have seemed too radical and flippant to others, but to her, they were just right. That was exactly the way she wanted to be. We are all newcomers in life, so why change ourselves for others? So, Liu Qingyan decided to let go of the constraints and live well. As Lin Zhou said, achievements prove everything. What do other people's opinions matter? You're welcome, but I have to say, Ms. Liu, you look really good when dressed up. You should do your makeup more often in the future too. Of course, makeup would make Sunyanku even better. Lin Zhou didn't say this. Haha, if I didn't know you were my student, I would think you had ulterior motives. Liu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. How could I dare? I have to study hard and get into a good university. Liu Qingyan looked at Lin Zhou in surprise. Can you say such things now, Lin Zhou? Of course. I suddenly want to get into a good university now. When Lin Zhou said this, he saw Sunyanku walking out of the classroom door. She looked nervous when she spotted them. I need to go to the restroom. After saying that, she hurried off. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this scene, Liu Qingyan also laughed along. Well, that's a good idea. But Lin Zhou, if you want to get into a good university, you have to be reasonable. Lin Zhou knew Liu Qingyan had seen through him and didn't hide it. I know, Ms. Liu, don't worry. Okay, by the way, I heard you've been standing out in both math and English classes. Well done, Lin Zhou. I don't care why you suddenly started to love learning, but as long as you can improve your grades, I won't interfere. Okay, thank you, teacher. After finishing the conversation with Liu Qingyan, Lin Zhou returned to the classroom. This class had a 20-minute break. In just this short time, most of the classmates in the class had already formed their groups. Fan Yun's, holding a notebook, reluctantly stood in front of him. Lin Zhou, Sunion Ku wants to team up with you. Do you have any objections? No, I don't. Fan Yun's wrote down his name resentfully, almost puncturing the notebook. Lin Zhou could almost guess what he wanted to say. It would be along the lines of wait for me, Yun Ruoxi is mine. Even if you study well with Sunion Ku, it's useless. Lin Zhou felt a bit helpless. He stood up and patted Fan Yun's on the shoulder. Classmate, let me give you advice. Being a bootlicker won't get you anywhere. Women with 2 legs are everywhere. Fan Yun's coldly hummed, flicked his hand away. Shameless. With that, he turned and left in anger. Lin Zhou shook his head and sat down on his own. His desk partner hadn't returned yet, so he started to think about the changes after his rebirth. Sitting next to Sunion Ku, it seemed like she had good feelings towards him. Relationship matters couldn't be rushed, so Lin Zhou planned to take it slow. His academic performance was also gradually improving, and entering university was not a problem. Even old Lin's situation had started to progress slowly. Liu Ximing had started to lose weight, albeit not aggressively, but Lin Zhou believed things would gradually improve. Everything was moving in a positive direction, except for one thing, money. But now, he was still preparing for the college entrance exam, the busiest time in his life. Where could he get his first bucket of gold? Asking old Lin to invest, he would definitely think he was crazy. Borrowing from classmates was also not practical, as they were all as broke as him. Just then, Lin Zhou saw Liu Ximing approaching with a dejected face. It's over, Captain Zhou. What happened? No one wants to team up with me. All the spots are filled. Liu Ximing wasn't very good at studying either. Just now, he had checked the list with Fan Yun's and found that other than Lin Zhou and Sunion Ku, all the other groups were full. Lin Zhou's group had no one else chosen because of Lin Zhou. I'll reluctantly join your team, Captain Zhou. Save me. I didn't mean to disturb you. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. The class, including Sunion Ku, had a total of 72 students. With teams of 4, it would be exactly 18 groups. Liu Ximing was left out, so there should have been others left out as well. He looked around. Isn't there someone else? As he finished speaking, Lin Zhou saw a young girl approaching them. She was small, with a round baby face and dimples, always smiling. She wasn't tall, wearing a loose school uniform that didn't seem fitting for a high school student. Her smile had now turned into a worried frown. Trying to get closer to Lin Zhou's group, she seemed hesitant. She cautiously walked over to the only girl, Sunion Ku, tugging at her sleeve, looking up with a pitiful expression. Su, can you take me in? Sunion Ku, who had just returned from the restroom, instinctively pulled her hand back, quickly took a step back, with a look of unease and fear on her face. Quan Guoguo almost burst into tears. So you don't want to? What should I do? The nearby Liu Ximing was a bit confused. Guoguo, how did you end up without a group? That shouldn't happen. Guoguo is the girl's name. Her academic performance was average, not outstanding, but not bad either. Perhaps because of her natural smile, she had good interpersonal relationships. Lin Zhou was very curious why she was left without a group. Upon hearing this, Guoguo became even more despondent. I was in a rush just now and went to the restroom, but when I came back, everyone had already formed their groups and forgotten about me. Oh no, how could things turn out like this for me? Liu Ximing felt somewhat relieved. Compared to having no one wanting to be on his team, he thought Guoguo was obviously in a tougher situation. But Lin Zhou would definitely not let her into the group, as all these years, except for Yun Ruoxi, before meeting Sunion Ku, Lin Zhou had ignored any girl. Let's just forget it. Before Liu Ximing could finish his sentence, Lin Zhou said, Do you want to join our team? Qian Guoguo was slightly taken aback and somewhat incredulous. When she had just realized she was alone, she saw the names of Lin Zhou and Sunion Ku. However, Lin Zhou was a school bully who didn't like to interact with girls and enjoyed playing pranks. She was a bit scared and didn't dare to approach Lin Zhou, so she could only reluctantly turn to Sunyan-ku. Unexpectedly, Sunyan-ku was even more aloof. She directly pushed Qian Guoguo away. Qian Guoguo felt wronged and didn't know what to do for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Zhou to actually speak up. Although she had intended to refuse, the words somehow stuck in her throat. Wouldn't it be too unfortunate if she couldn't find a study group? Can I join? Of course. Our group is short on people. How about it, my desk mate? Sunyan-ku also reacted at this moment. She shyly accepted, all right? Even though she didn't like interacting with others, since Lin Zhou agreed, she agreed too. Lin Zhou then turned to Liu Shiming, who nodded along. If Zhou Zhe has spoken, I have no objection. Well then, it's settled. Welcome. Qian Guoguo quickly laughed carelessly. Heh, you guys are really great. Lin Zhou smiled as he watched the two of them walk away. The reason he accepted Qian Guoguo wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because Qian Guoguo came from a wealthy family with a surname similar to his. If Lin Zhou remembered correctly, this weekend, the Qian family was hosting an outdoor gathering event. It was a retiree social event attended by former leaders at all levels. The Qian family attached great importance to it. Unfortunately, the day turned out to be very cold with heavy snowfall. The elderly attendees, who were sensitive to the cold, ended up being very unhappy outdoors. Wasn't this a chance to make money? Lin Zhou didn't intend to let the opportunity slip by. Of course, that wasn't the only reason he took an interest in Qian Guoguo. Despite the Qian family being wealthy, Qian Guoguo wasn't raised to be as arrogant as Yun Ruoshi, a rich girl with a similar background. She was kind-hearted, carefree, and optimistic, completely different from Sunyan-ku. Perhaps her personality could help Sunyan-ku with her social anxiety. Lin Zhou wanted to give it a try. A desk mate should also have friends of their own. When Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo finished registering, Qian Guoguo had already forgotten about being rejected by Sunyan-ku earlier and approached her confidently. Thank you, Su student, she said. Sunyan-ku hesitated, wanting to refuse, but considering the current situation of the study group, she reluctantly acknowledged, but still moved aside cautiously. You should thank Lin Zhou too. At the mention of Lin Zhou, Qian Guoguo still felt a bit scared. Oh, thank you, Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming. It's okay, but Qian Guoguo, since we helped you out, we'd like to ask for a favor in return, Lin Zhou said. What? Is your family hosting an event this weekend? Could you bring me along? What event? Liu Shiming looked puzzled. Lin Zhou ignored him completely. I haven't seen that kind of scene before, and I'd like to check it out. Qian Guoguo pondered for a while, then nodded seriously. Sure, I'll go ask my dad, but you have to promise not to cause any trouble. No problem. At lunchtime, Lin Zhou stood in the cafeteria holding his box of pork rice, feeling a bit troubled. His desk mate had started eating on her own. If he appeared in front of her with this lunchbox, it would seem redundant. But she had already noticed that he brought his own food. Now getting food would be a bit awkward. Just as he was figuring out what to do, he saw Liu Shiming waving his arms frantically with a lunchbox in hand. Zhou Zhe, you weren't going to have lunch in the cafeteria? Lin Zhou was delighted and quickly handed his lunchbox to Liu Shiming, grabbing the rice bowl Liu Shiming had just purchased, saying, Take it, eat the meat, don't eat the rice. After all, the main course is the killer of obesity. Liu Shiming, oblivious to Lin Zhou's intentions, only saw the extra pork ribs in his hands. Hey, Zhou Zhe, you're truly my brother. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou had successfully sat opposite Sunyan-ku and shared a chicken leg from his plate with her. Sunyan-ku felt conflicted. Where's your pork rib? Taken by Liu Shiming, Lin Zhou replied confidently. He was so insistent on eating my ribs, I couldn't snatch them back. So I had to come to the cafeteria to eat. Sunyan-ku picked up the chicken leg hesitantly. But I can get full without eating this. I know that, but aren't we supposed to help each other? I like vegetables, and you like meat. It's perfect. Saying that, Lin Zhou picked a large cabbage leaf from Sunyan-ku's plate. Sunyan-ku looked at him for a moment, finding him eating with gusto, so she continued eating. However, Lin Zhou found himself lost in thought about whether he had been too deliberate these past few days. He needed to figure out a way to have a straightforward meal with his desk mate. Just as he was thinking, Lin Zhou saw Qian Guoguo approaching with her food. He suddenly had an idea. "Qian Guoguo," he said. Qian Guoguo's face lit up when she saw them. "Oh, come sit here," Lin Zhou gestured. Qian Guoguo hesitated for a moment, but remembering their current relationship, she walked over. "So, you guys are eating together?" Suni Anku lowered her head and didn't respond. Lin Zhou spoke. "Yes, Qian classmate, would you like to join us?" "Join in what?" "Eating." "Yes, now that we're in the same study group, we should study together and not waste meal times. Eating together allows us to study together. What do you think, Qian student?" It seemed to make sense, but also felt somewhat wrong. Qian Guoguo nodded cluelessly. "Indeed, but, all right then, since we all agree, let's quickly eat." Qian Guoguo, who had been unable to get a word in edgewise, was left dumbfounded. Could someone please tell her what had just happened? Why did she feel like she had been used as a tool? Qian Guoguo thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. In the end, she chose to give up. Evening self-study was the free review time for the third year of high school. Because they formed study groups, the class monitor suggested that each group could gather together for independent review. With a big yawn, Qian Guoguo, carrying her textbooks, went to the back row to find Lin Zhou and two others. Liu Ximing's desk mate joined another group. She sat on the vacant seat next to Liu Ximing and quickly fell asleep. Even though they were forced to eat together, Qian Guoguo still felt that no one could study together. After all, in this group, there were Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing. With these two poor students, even if Suni Anku wanted to study, he definitely couldn't motivate them. So she didn't care and just went through the motions. During this nap, Qian Guoguo slept for half an hour. She was awakened by the sound of writing like rustle. Opening her eyes, she saw Liu Ximing holding the exam paper and writing vigorously. The tip of the pen was almost breaking. Qian Guoguo was a little confused. "Liu Ximing, what are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm reviewing the exam paper." "But why are you studying?" Liu Ximing lazily slouched on the table, his tone full of angry helplessness. "Because Zhou is studying, and no one is paying attention to me." In fact, just at the end of the study session, Liu Ximing thought about playing with Lin Zhou. Unfortunately, Lin Zhou completely ignored him. Liu Ximing was bored and had to take out the exam paper to look at. Lin Zhou. Qian Guoguo looked at Lin Zhou again. She found that Lin Zhou had sheets filled with solution ideas on his desk, and he was seriously studying with Suni Anku, working on a problem she couldn't understand at all. Qian Guoguo. She thought she was mistaken and rubbed her eyes hard. After confirming the truth, she was stunned. Lin Zhou is studying too. Yes, that's not right. How did he start studying too? No, I have to go and see. Hey, don't go over. Liu Ximing quickly stopped her. There's something fishy. What? Haven't you noticed? The two of us look like two huge light bulbs now? Qian Guoguo. But doesn't Lin Zhou like Yun Ruoxi? Then do you think Yun Ruoxi is a good match for my brother Zhou? Qian Guoguo fell into contemplation. Yun Ruoxi is a top-tier beauty at school, even ranking in the top 10 academically. How couldn't she be the match for Lin Zhou? Did Liu Ximing get it all wrong? Qian Guoguo spent the week in a daze. Every meal, she would see Suni Anku, Liu Ximing, and Lin Zhou waiting for her. During group study time, she saw Lin Zhou and Suni Anku studying diligently while Liu Ximing was slacking off. The next day, Lin Zhou gave her and Liu Ximing a notebook. It contained a lot of study materials arranged neatly. He told them to study according to this. Qian Guoguo felt disheveled. She felt like she had become the least hard-working person in the group. So, she started studying along with them. She even ignored her tablemate when they called out to play, leading him to think she was going crazy. But Qian Guoguo felt that it wasn't her going crazy, but the whole group led by Lin Zhou. She even started to think that maybe the classmates were wrong about Lin Zhou solving math problems because of Suni Anku giving him the answers. Suni Anku never clarified herself. Lin Zhou's serious look might indicate that he had really mastered everything. Over the weekend, after a week of following their study routines, Qian Guoguo returned home feeling relieved. Finally, no more studying. School is exhausting. She felt almost completely drained. In the kitchen, Sun Yururu was wearing an apron, preparing food seriously. Upon hearing her voice, Sun Yururu happily walked out, saying, "Guoguo's back. Quick, Freshen up, we'll take you out tonight after dinner. No, Mom, I want to sleep. Huh? Sun Yururu was a bit bewildered. What's wrong? Guo, are you sick? No, it's just that I've been studying too much and didn't sleep well. Huh? Studying? My daughter knows how to study. Qian Guo turned over. Yes, the teacher made us form a study group, and our group is really hardworking. Sun Yururu and her husband had put in a lot of effort into Qian Guo's studies, but there had been no improvement. They were really worried. Hearing that their daughter was into studying, they were very happy. Sun Yururu also said, "Yes, Guo, study well." Thank them. Upon hearing this, Qian Guo quickly sat up. Dad, Mom, do you really want to thank them, yes? Can I bring them to the gathering this week? Qian Guo almost forgot about this. Fortunately, she remembered now. Otherwise, Lin Zhou would surely scold her. The gathering? No way, no way. Qian Yokai immediately refused. That's an elderly gathering. What are you kids going to do there? Qian Guo walked over and hugged Qian Yokai's neck, playfully saying, Dad, we're tired from studying and just want to relax with them. No one has met each other yet, so let's have some fun. We won't disturb you. Not allowed. This gathering is crucial, outsiders are not allowed, and you shouldn't cause any trouble. The gathering was attended by past-level leaders organized by Qian Yokai at great effort, not for profit, but for network building. If he could manage these old folks well, his business path would be smoother in the future. Qian Yokai couldn't afford any mishaps. Unable to convince her, Qian Guo felt a bit sad. Dad, I promised to take them out. Still not allowed. Pouting, Qian Guo turned to Sun Yururu and said, Mom, look at Dad. Sun Yururu couldn't withstand her daughter's coaxing. Holding up the ladle still in her hand, she said, Let them go, they've been studying with your daughter. Let them have some fun. Who knows, maybe the older folks might like children. If you don't agree, don't expect dinner tonight. Qian Yokai reluctantly agreed, adding, But daughter, you have to promise. You can go, but you must not cause trouble, just play alongside. Okay, thank you, Dad. Qian Guo hugged Qian Yokai happily and then quickly lay down on the couch and fell asleep. This child seems to be really serious about studying at school. On the weekend, Lin Zhou got up early. Seeing Lin Changzheng busy preparing breakfast, he walked over lazily. Dad, can I borrow some money? How much? 500. Lin Zhou's monthly allowance was only 200. It was enough for good meals. Why did he suddenly need 500? Lin Zhou, to do some small business. Lin Changzheng was startled. Business? No way. How old are you? Study should be your priority. Why venture into business? Don't mess around. Sigh. Lin Zhou sighed quietly. He knew Lin Changzheng wouldn't agree. He had to figure it out himself. He grabbed a dough stick and left. Lin Zhou, where are you going? Lin Changzheng, with half a bowl of porridge, chased after him, but Lin Zhou was already out of sight. Lin Changzheng was frustrated. This kid, is he going to cause trouble again? What should I do? Jiangnan small commodity market. Liu Shiming had been standing for half an hour. He was wearing a leather jacket covered with jingling accessories today, along with loose pants, a trendy explosion hairstyle, and hair wax. Leaning on the motorcycle, Liu Shiming struck what he thought was the most handsome pose. When he saw Lin Zhou, he flirtatiously tossed his head, then displayed a look of confusion. Huh? Zhou, why are you dressed so plain? Today, Lin Zhou was wearing a gray sweater with a white casual down jacket. His lower body had on loose light gray casual pants and sneakers, completely mismatching his messy hair. Lin Zhou scornfully glanced at Liu Shiming. What's with you? Aren't we going to the gathering? Aren't all the sexy goddesses there? How can you dress like a child? Today was the day the Qian family organized the gathering. Lin Zhou had initially invited Sunyan Ku, but she said she was busy and couldn't make it. Only the very enthusiastic Liu Shiming insisted, saying he would definitely go. Zhou, you're amazing. At that time, Lin Zhou didn't understand what amazing meant. But now he did. Liu Shiming's idea of the gathering was probably not a simple one. Just by looking at his showy outfit, it was clear. Lin Zhou was somewhat helpless, but too lazy to explain. He simply took over the motorcycle's driver's seat. Sit tight, we're off. All right, Zhou. Liu Shiming, excited, hadn't attended any gathering in his life. He heard that gatherings enabled one to hug beautiful ladies left and right, which excited him just thinking about it. 5 minutes later, seeing Lin Zhou stop at a not-so-large barbershop, Liu Shiming fell silent. "Zhou, are you getting a haircut? I know a place that does excellent iron perm. Just look at mine, and I guarantee you'll captivate all the ladies at the gathering." Lin Zhou ignored him and went into the barber shop. Lin Zhou chose this particular shop because it was new, and the barber seemed young. He probably wouldn't insist on trimming to current styles. Sitting down, the barber approached with a catalog. "Hello, what hairstyle would you like?" "I've got plenty of latest styles. Before he could finish, Lin Zhou interjected. "No, none of those. I want a cut based on my own idea." "Your own idea?" "Yes, like this, and then." Lin Zhou earnestly described to the barber for a while. "Do you understand?" The barber puzzled. "I understand, but are you sure about this style?" "Yes, let's begin." The barber nervously cleared his throat. "If it doesn't look good after, I won't blame you. Just do it." "All right." The barber took a deep breath. Amid Liu Shiming's persistent reminders, he embarked on this exploratory haircut journey. After half an hour, the haircut was finally completed. The barber stared in disbelief at his work. The explosion hairstyle had completely disappeared, replaced by a simple, wispy hair above the eyebrows. The scattered fringe slightly obscured his stylish face. His facial features became clearer, looking clean, sharp, and handsome. It was, without a doubt, the most handsome man the barber had seen since his shop opened. "This." Lin Zhou stood up too. He touched his hair and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Very satisfied. Indeed, modern hairstyle was the best. Who invented those non-mainstream styles that would make you nostalgic? "Looks good. Thanks, boss." "You're welcome." The boss awkwardly waved, inwardly feeling delighted. Lin Zhou turned to see Liu Shiming dozing off next to him. He had been calling out to stop Lin Zhou, but ended up falling asleep. Lin Zhou sighed and lightly tapped him. Liu Shiming startled awake with drool at his mouth. "Zhou, what happened? Is the haircut terrible? Do you want me to take you to my barber?" Liu Shiming's words were cut off as he saw Lin Zhou in disbelief. It took him a while to squeeze out, "Zhou, did you change?" Lin Zhou did not respond to Liu Shiming, instead saying, "Fatty, did you bring money?" "Hun, yes." Liu Shiming blankly fished out 100 yuan from his pocket. Lin Zhou took it, saying, "Thanks, I'll return tonight." He only had 100 yuan left from what Lin Changzheng gave him a few days ago. He had spent the rest on Yunruoxi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to borrow money earlier from Lin Changzheng. But with 300 yuan, he should be able to manage with some savings. Leaving the barber shop, Lin Zhou rode the motorcycle straight to the small commodity market. It was just after 9, and the gathering was scheduled for 10. The sky had darkened, signaling an impending snowfall. Time was running out. On the way, Liu Shiming's eyes never left Lin Zhou's figure. Despite his meticulous grooming and determination to be the standout today, Liu Shiming suddenly felt like he was no match for Lin Zhou's newfound aura. He had only changed his hairstyle and was wearing the simplest outfit a studious student typically would, but it made a stark difference. It wasn't until they entered a small shop that Liu Shiming realized, "Zhou, what are you up to? Where was the gathering they agreed on, and why was he going to such strange places?" Ignoring him, Lin Zhou walked over to a hand warmer and asked, "Boss, how much for this?" The boss, a middle-aged woman, looked at Lin Zhou differently as soon as he entered the room. "This one. 3 yuan each." After some contemplation, Lin Zhou said, "I'll take 100. Can you give me a discount?" The boss's eyes lit up upon hearing 100 pieces. 100. "I'll give you the wholesale price of 207. Deal for 100. "Hey, it's still a bit pricey. You see, we're students with limited budget. 205 doesn't sound great. How about 204? If you can meet that, I'll make future purchases from you." 204. "No, that's too low. I can't even cover costs at that price." Lin Zhou smiled at the boss. "Sister, look, it's almost the end of February, winter's nearly over, and a snowfall might occur only once more. If you don't sell these hot packs, they'll be left over till next winter. Who knows, by then, if stored too long, they might spoil. Isn't it better to sell them to me now? I'm buying so many, it'll help clear your inventory." The term sister made the boss ecstatic. She seriously considered Lin Zhou's suggestion and found it quite reasonable. Though the weather forecast hinted at more snow, based on past experiences, it was likely the final round. March would usher in spring, and winter items like hand warmers would be hard to sell. After a moment of thought, the boss nodded. "All right, you're right. Do come often to buy from me, handsome young man." "Sure, sister." Liu Shiming, on the side, was dumbfounded. Liu Shiming watched as Lin Zhou packed up 100 hand warmers, then paid and left. He hadn't quite reacted yet. "Zhou Jie, can we still haggle like this?" "What's wrong?" "This is called the art of negotiation. You don't understand." "Then can I bargain like this when I buy clothes tomorrow?" Liu Shiming seemed to have discovered a new world. "Lin Zhou, do you think it's possible that only good-looking people can call others sister to be effective?" Next, Lin Zhou took Liu Shiming with him to find a newly opened restaurant. They paid 30 yuan to use their big pot to boil hot water, and spent almost half an hour getting help to fill all the hot water bags. With a bewildered look in Liu Shiming's eyes, carrying these hot water bags, they headed to the singles event venue. Qian Shai Group Office. Qian Yokai was holding a meeting for this gathering, which had been going on for over an hour. It was almost 10 o'clock. Qian Yokai finally made a concluding statement. "The importance of this gathering must be clear to everyone. Please take it seriously." "Yes, boss." "All right. Meeting adjourned. Everyone go back to work." Everyone dispersed. A new assistant stood blankly next to Qian Yokai. "Boss, I still don't understand. It's just a gathering, and it's mostly elderly people. Why are there so many people here?" Qian Yokai stood up and walked to the window. "Haha, you don't understand, do you? Although it's a gathering, many of these elderly people, for various reasons, have lost their spouses." The assistant widened his eyes. "Are you saying they are here to find a partner?" Qian Yokai nodded. "Yes, as they get older, without a job, with no children around, they tend to feel lonely. This gathering is just an opportunity for them. Each time there is such a gathering, many people participate, and the organizers also benefit a lot from it. That's why I worked hard to secure this project that doesn't make money, to build good relationships with them, which is building good relationships with the superiors of half of Jiangcheng." "I see." The assistant suddenly realized and nodded. "All right, you go to the venue as well. My daughter will bring her classmates over later. Find someone to place them on the other side, away from the elderly." Even though he had promised his daughter, Qian Yokai felt it was inappropriate for a group of children to come over. "Yes, boss." Once things were arranged properly, Qian Yokai finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Wait, why is it snowing? Jiangcheng Times Square. The venue was lively. A group of elderly people were happily playing the small games prepared by the organizers. But a portion of them had huddled together, sitting on the side. "It's so cold. Looks like it's snowing." But what about this wonderful gathering? What about the organizers? When Qian Guoguo arrived, she saw this scene. She had been waiting outside for a while, not seeing Lin Zhou arrive, so she decided to come in and see. Hearing them say it was cold, she also raised her hands to warm them. It was indeed very cold. Was that Lin Zhou guy not coming? Should she just go back? As she stepped out of the venue, she saw a very handsome guy, leading Liu Shiming towards her. "Qian classmate, we're here," Lin Zhou said as he unloaded the hand warmers and set them on the ground. Qian Guoguo stared in shock. You're Lin Zhou." "Yes, it's me." Lin Zhou urged Liu Shiming to help move the hand warmers while Qian Guoguo was still in disbelief. "How did you change like this?" He was absolutely stunning. Even more handsome than the most handsome guy at their school. Qian Guoguo felt her heart beating a bit faster. "Let's not talk about that for now. Let's go in first. Qian Guoguo, come and help out." Snow had started falling, and the weather was even colder than before. Lin Zhou felt it was about time. Qian Guoguo walked over in a daze. "What is this?" "Hand warmers." "That's great, but why so many hand warmers?" "You'll see in a bit." Only Liu Shiming looked confused. Is this a gathering? Where were the beautiful girls they were promised? Meanwhile, Qian Yokai was in a frenzy. He rubbed his hands, pacing back and forth. "What's going on with you all? Didn't you check the weather forecast in advance?" "I'm sorry, boss, it was indeed our oversight. We didn't expect such a sudden drop in temperature and snow." They are already setting up the tents outside, but what? The weather outside is too cold. Those elderly people with some health issues can't handle it and are insisting on going back home. Can't we find an indoor venue? Boss, there are nearly 200 people. We can't find a large enough indoor space at short notice. Plus, those interactive games are also difficult to manage. What are we going to do then? Don't we have any heating equipment? We have already dispatched someone to quickly buy them. Useless. Qian Yokai was frustrated. In the last few moments, he had received several calls. It was the elderly attendees on site complaining about the cold, asking him to find a solution. What could he do now? Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly saw Qian Guoguo. She was holding a bunch of items, following some young people, walking towards the venue. Qian Yokai anxiously followed. Guoguo, what are you doing? It's so cold outside. Hurry back home. But Qian Guoguo didn't listen. She was completely captivated by Lin Zhou. Watching Lin Zhou take out the hand warmers and place them on the ground left Qian Guoguo dumbfounded. She nudged Liu Shiming next to her. What is Lin Zhou doing? I don't know. Probably trying to sell hand warmers. As they discussed, an elderly man wearing an old hat and holding a rose walked over, clapping his hands. Hey kids, what are you up to? We're selling hand warmers. Grandpa, want one? It's so cold today. Hand warmers? The old man's eyes lit up. He had been outside in the cold for a while and his hands were a bit stiff. But there's no hot water here. There is. I brought hot water with me. Try touching it. Lin Zhou picked up a hand warmer and handed it to the old man. The old man touched it and quickly pulled his hand back. Oh, not bad. Ready-made. How much for one? 10 yuan. The hand warmer cost less than 2.5 yuan to make. Even with water costs, it was not even 3 yuan. How could they sell it for 10 yuan? Only a fool would buy it, right? As expected, the old man spoke up. 10 yuan. That's expensive. Lin Zhou smiled. Grandpa, don't look at my hand warmers as expensive. These hand warmers are more effective than your rose. The old man looked puzzled. Really? Is that so? Yes, look at those grannies shivering from the cold. You take a hand warmer and give it to your favorite granny. On such a cold day, if it warms her heart. All right, I'll buy one. Quickly, don't get caught by those old busybodies. The old man quickly took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lin Zhou. Liu Shiming. There really are fools. After Lin Zhou gave the old man a hand warmer, the old man happily stood up and walked towards a lady with half-white hair, holding a rose. Zhao Lian, come and see what I bought for you. In the crowd, an elderly lady wearing a long-down jacket turned her head, her face lighting up. Oh, it's a hand warmer. She had been freezing here for 20 minutes, ready to leave. But the group of old men surrounding her kept talking to her, not letting her go. Wang Shulian was getting annoyed. Yes, quickly warm up. Holding this you won't feel cold anymore. Brother San, being able to buy hand warmers in a place like this, you're really nice. Of course, look at who your brother San is. Although getting older, my heart is just as young as a young person's. With this, you won't feel cold. Shall we go over there to play some games? Okay. Wang Shulian shyly lowered her head. Seizing the chance when nobody was looking, the old man gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up. The people around were stunned. Wang Shulian was considered a flower among this group of elderly people. Since her husband passed away 5 years ago, many people had been eyeing her. Just now, a group of people approached her to go sing, play chess, or dance, but she refused them all. Not a single person could win her heart. But today, she was captivated by a hand warmer. The old men seemed to have suddenly figured it out, instantly knowing how to capture the hearts of the elderly ladies. They rushed over one after another. Kid, I want one too. I'm buying one too. I want the pink one. I want blue. Flower likes blue. The whole scene was lively. Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo were originally dumbfounded, but were forcibly brought over by Lin Zhou to help out. Qian Yokai was also stunned. These are Guoguo's classmates. They brought Guoguo in just to sell hand warmers. Quite clever, they happened to catch the perfect timing. The teenager who just spoke was quite artful. Qian Yokai had a momentary thought that he was seeing a businessman around his age. But the situation was too chaotic. He didn't know if it would affect the social event. After some thought, Qian Yokai signaled for his assistant to come over and said a few words to him. The assistant nodded and walked over. Fellow students, Lin Zhou, Qian Guoguo, and Liu Shiming looked up. The assistant continued, our boss sent us to ask if you can package and sell us these hand warmers. We will distribute them to the elderly later, and I can offer you a bulk price. Guoguo, the boss said you should go back first, it's too cold outside. Qian Guoguo looked at Lin Zhou somewhat dazedly, as if she already saw Lin Zhou as the leader. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows. With just one glance, he saw through the assistant's intentions. He wanted to rush them away and wanted to buy their products at a low price. Although in his past life, he didn't care about this money, the present is different. He's very poor now. $100 is still money. So, Lin Zhou pointed to the group of elderly people surrounding him and said, you need to ask them if they're willing, right? With that said, the elderly people boiled over. How could that be? We have to personally buy to show our sincerity. Exactly, my flower can only use the hand warmer that I bought. Mr. Chan, you don't need to interfere. The young man was selling well. Why are you rushing him away? With such a good opportunity to flatter, once it turned into a unified distribution, they wouldn't be able to flatter the elderly ladies anymore, right? Hearing this, Qian Yokai instantly felt awkward. I didn't mean it that way. But his explanation was useless in the current situation. These old men were already irritable people, and at the moment, they didn't give him any good face. Qian Yokai was a bit flustered. At this moment, he heard Lin Zhou, who was selling hand warmers, saying with a smile, Mr. Qian didn't mean it that way. He's worried that if I sell them slowly, the hand warmers might cool down, and it wouldn't be good, so he wants to buy all of them to continue supplying hot water for you all. Please don't misunderstand. Qian Yokai's face lit up. He glanced in amazement at Lin Zhou, then quickly went down the steps. Yes, that's what I meant. That's easy. Now you let them go and prepare hot water. We'll buy the hand warmers ourselves. You just provide the hot water. Okay, Ziliu, hurry and find someone to heat up the water. Keep supplying until the social event ends. Sure, boss. I'll go now. It's hard to find temporary heating equipment or indoor venues, but it's simple to find somewhere to provide hot water. Any business near the square would do with some payment. Ziliu went to take care of it immediately. The whole place livened up again. Lin Zhou was busy selling his goods. Qian Yokai wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling relieved. He almost made a wrong judgment earlier. Thinking about it, he looked at the busy Lin Zhou again. This young man seems different from the other young men he knows. The words he just said clearly helped him out. Because of those words, he was about to be criticized, but now he's seen as a generous, enthusiastic host. The old men won the hearts of the elderly ladies, playing interactive games while complimenting the host. He's just a high school student. Is he really this talented? After an hour of work, all the hot water bags were sold out, totaling $1,000. Deducting the cost of $270, they netted $730. They also had to give money to Liu Shiming and Chan Guoguo. Can't let them help for free. Lin Zhou took the money, sat by the roadside, feeling lost. Making money at this speed is still too slow. He needs to think of a way. Meanwhile, Liu Shiming and Chan Guoguo were both stupefied. $730. We earned $730 in the morning. How incredible is that speed? My mom only earns $1,002 in a month. You earned almost half of my mom's monthly salary in half a day. Zhou, are you still human? Liu Shiming kept expressing his amazement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could earn so much money in one morning. He believes that no one would believe this story. Guoguo, do you think he's still human? Qian Guoguo shook her head, then nodded, looking confused. Although her family is wealthy, she never made a penny at Lin Zhou's age. Lin Zhou is really different. He not only knows how to study, looks handsome, but also knows how to make money. So talented. Guoguo. Liu Shiming couldn't help but call her out of her days. Qian Guoguo finally reacted and nodded vigorously. I think. All right, you to stop being so impressed. Lin Zhou took out $250 from the 1,000 and gave it to Liu Shiming. Your investment and wages. Then handed 50 to Chan Guoguo, your wages. In their bewildered state, he stood up and said, all right, Today's work is done. Everyone go enjoy their weekend on their own. I'll go first." After saying that, he left without looking back. Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming looked at each other holding the money. Liu Shiming, I don't think Yun Ruoxi is a good match for Lin Zhou anymore. The snow was light. For the elderly, it was indeed a bit cold. But for an 18-year-old like Lin Zhou, it was just right. After leaving the event venue, he went to the other side of the square where there was a small playground. Beside it was a bamboo forest. The snow was gently falling, creating a beautiful scene. It's been so long since he calmed down to watch the snow. Lin Zhou looked up with closed eyes, sincerely feeling it. For some reason, the image of his childhood desk mate suddenly appeared in his mind. She must look beautiful standing in the snow, right? With that thought, Lin Zhou became a bit stupefied. It seems that ever since he learned that Su Nianchu died for him because of her feelings, he wanted to share everything good he encountered with her. It's completely different from his previous feelings for Yun Ruoxi. There's no longer any caution or fear of rejection. It's just pure joy. It turns out, having a normal relationship brings so much happiness. Find some time to take the childhood desk mate to see the snow. Although it's not the first snow, as long as she's with him, any time can be the first snow. Thinking this, Lin Zhou turned around, ready to find the childhood desk mate. At the same time as this, on the other side of the square, a few people gathered for a study group. Fan Yun's, Zhou Shanshan, and 2 other classmates from the same group. Yun Ruoxi and Li Xiaowan were also present. Today, Yun Ruoxi listened to her best friend Zi Shanshan's words and came to the square to relax. Unexpectedly, she found that Fan Yun's was also there. Feeling a bit embarrassed to walk over directly, she grabbed Li Xiaowan and stayed. At this moment, Fan Yun's was speaking earnestly. The college entrance examination is extremely important. Since we have established a study group, we must work hard. We must study together every weekend in the future. Okay, no problem. Zi Shanshan, Wang Zikan, you to have slightly weaker foundations. If you work harder, even if you don't get into a first-tier university, you will definitely get into a second-tier university. Got it, Fan Jie. While Fan Yun's was speaking, he occasionally glanced at Yun Ruoxi. He has always been proud of his academic achievements. Now, as the leader of the study group, he is leading a group to study together. This kind of scene must be made known to Ruoxi. With this, maybe Ruoxi will give him a bit more attention. So, after Fan Yun's finished speaking, he gathered his courage and said, "Ruoxi, why don't you study with us? Let's progress together every weekend." Yun Ruoxi seemed not to have heard, looking up at the sky. "It's snowing." "Yes, probably the last snow of the year, right? Hey, what do you think Lin Zhou is up to?" "What?" Fan Yun's face changed slightly. "Why suddenly mention Lin Zhou?" "Ruoxi." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yun Ruoxi suddenly take a step forward, exclaiming in surprise, "Liu Shiming! Liu Shiming, how come you're here?" Fan Yun's was taken aback, turned his head, and saw Liu Shiming riding a motorcycle towards them. His expression darkened. It was hard enough to get Zi Shanshan to bring Yun Ruoxi out, and now he meets Liu Shiming? What bad luck! Liu Shiming didn't expect to meet Yun Ruoxi either. He stopped the motorcycle and nonchalantly propped it up with his foot. "You guys are here too. Hey, it's a great weekend, studying." Fan Yun's expression was not pleasant. "Of course, we must study. We are not as idle as you, right? Why are you alone? Where is Lin Zhou? Did he go somewhere again? At school, he looks like he loves studying, but on weekends, his true colors show, right?" In recent days, Fan Yun's found it very unbelievable that Lin Zhou's group was also studying. But now he understood. These underachievers were just putting on a show for others. Yun Ruoxi also looked curiously at Liu Shiming. Was Lin Zhou really not studying? Then why hasn't he come to find her? It's been a week. How come he hasn't shown up yet? The person who used to stick around her suddenly disappeared. Even though she decided to ignore Lin Zhou and wait for his apology, she felt like something was missing. This feeling became even stronger when she saw the snow. "Liu Shiming, what nonsense are you talking about? My bro Zhou already finished studying at school and is busy making money now. Where is everyone else like you slackers?" Not waiting for Fan Yun's to speak, Wang Zikan stood up beside him. "Making money? You mean Lin Zhou? Yes. Liu Shiming nodded. Ha. Liu Shiming, are you kidding me? Does Lin Zhou even know how to spell making money? Fan Zhe, listen to this, it's ridiculous. Wang Zikin wasn't as good at studying as Fan Yun's, but he joined the study group to learn more from Fan Yun's. He wanted to worship Fan Yun's every day. Liu Shiming was not pleased. Oh. What's your deal? My bro Joe earned $1,000 in the morning. Do you guys know how to earn $1,000? Can you? Fan Yun's? Fan Yun's, just a big talker. It's $1,000, not 10 or 100. Their monthly allowances are just $200. Even for Yun Ruoxi and Fan Yun's from wealthy families, it's only $300 to $400. How old is Lin Zhou? Not even 18, and he can earn $1,000 in half a day. They didn't believe it at all. Even Yun Ruoxi didn't believe it. Although her family was well off, earning $1,000 in half a day ... was just a joke. Liu Shiming, did Lin Zhou make you say this to me? Did he think by saying this, I would forgive him? What's wrong with him? In Yun Ruoxi's understanding, Lin Zhou must be trying to show how impressive he was. Then she would forgive him and be with him. Why is he still so childish? Even if he apologizes and tries to please me, he should have a better reason, right? Liu Shiming laughed in anger. He suddenly felt that Lin Zhou's decision to give up on Yun Ruoxi was so wise. Yun Ruoxi is pretty, but why is her mind so abnormal? But how can he explain it so they will believe it? His brojo is really amazing. Just when he didn't know what to do, he saw a familiar figure. Liu Shiming laughed. Oh, brojo, over here. Lin Zhou, who was about to leave the square, saw them and was taken aback. Fatty, what are you doing? Yun Ruoxi and her friends looked over as well. They were stunned. Several girls widened their eyes in surprise. Is that Lin Zhou? When did he become so handsome? Well, I mean... Shan realized she misspoke and wanted to correct herself, but it was too late. She could only lower her head and sneak a glance at Lin Zhou. After Li Xiaowan saw Lin Zhou, for some reason, she inadvertently looked at Yun Ruoxi. She wanted to see Ruoxi's reaction. Seeing Ruoxi also looking surprised, Li Xiaowan was satisfied. So Ruoxi can also be amazed by Lin Zhou. A few boys had different looks in their eyes, especially Fan Yun's. If looks could kill, he would have killed Lin Zhou several times by now. How did his hairstyle change like this? From being arrogant and hostile in the past, he had become a good student now. Why did he do this? Just to attract Yun Ruoxi's attention? It's really ridiculous. Lin Zhou, what are you doing? Dressing up like this, do you want Ruoxi to look at you more? Lin Zhou. Seeing Yun Ruoxi, who was shocked, laugh at this, Lin Zhou couldn't hold back. He interrupted her. Student Yun Ruoxi, do you remember what you said in the school cafeteria that day? Huh? I said. You said you were going to ignore me, and now your words don't count. Yun Ruoxi's expression changed. Lin Zhou, you. She was about to say that she would consider Lin Zhou properly after the college entrance exam, but why was he doing this? Why did he interrupt her? And bringing up that day. On that day, she said those things to him out of anger, right? Can't he see that? Don't be angry. Anger can easily lead to breast hyperplasia. It's not worth it. Yun Ruoxi's face turned red. Her eyes were full of grievance. But Lin Zhou completely ignored her and said those things lightly, then walked to Liu Shiming's side. What about you? Why aren't you going home when it's snowing? Liu Shiming, who was waiting to see the reactions of some dummies, smiled heartily. Isn't this waiting to give you a ride, brojo? Feeling more angry at being ignored, Fan Yun's turned his head and gestured to Wang Zikin. Wang Zikin got the hint. Lin Zhou, I heard you made $1,000 in the morning. You're amazing, right? Next time, should you have Liu Shiming prepare a draft in advance before acting like a big shot? Do you treat $1,000 like $10? Lin Zhou silently rolled his eyes in his mind and was about to ignore them. At this moment, he saw someone running towards him. Classmate, wait a moment. Oh, you made it hard for me to find you. Why did you walk so fast? Hung, isn't that Mr. Qian's assistant? Why is he here? Liu Shiming recognized the newcomer. The assistant quickly came to Lin Zhou's side, glanced at the other classmates around him, and asked in confusion, Classmate, do you have something urgent to attend to? Not really. What's the matter? Then can we have a word? Lin Zhou nodded, preparing to leave, when Wang Zikin called out, "What's wrong, Lin Zhou? Did you do something shady that should not be seen by others? Oh, I know how you got your money. No wonder you earned 1,000 in the morning," he said disdainfully, looking at Lin Zhou. "Lin Zhou, let's talk about it here then." The assistant looked at Wang Zikin in surprise, took out a stack of money from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Zhou. "It's like this. You just helped a great deal for our boss, and our boss wants to show gratitude by giving you a red envelope as a token of appreciation. I was worried you would leave quickly and not catch up with us, so I decided to skip the red envelope and give you cash directly." With that, he handed the stack of money to Lin Zhou. The group was shocked after hearing this, especially Fan Yun's, as a child from a wealthy family, could tell at a glance that the stack of money was worth at least 1,000. He had just signaled Wang Zikin, mocking Lin Zhou for not being able to earn 1,000 in the morning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhou had received 2,000. Fan Yun's felt like his face was being slapped hard. He frowned and remained silent. Wang Zikin wanted to say something more, but was stopped. Yun Ruoxi also seemed a bit lost. She had just thought Wang Zikin made sense. Now she thought Wang Zikin was a fool. She knew the moneyed assistant. Such a big company's assistant coming to thank Lin Zhou was surprising. Did Lin Zhou really earn money this morning and help such a big company? Yun Ruoxi looked at Lin Zhou in amazement, with some strange emotions in her eyes. Liu Shiming looked pleased watching this scene, feeling even happier than if he had done it himself. Ha! This group of brats should see how amazing his brother Zhou is. Among the group, Lin Zhou remained the most composed. As if the money had no appeal to him at all, he calmly shook his head. "No need, I just happened to stumble upon it. I received the reward I deserved. I can't accept this red envelope." Liu Shiming was shocked on the spot. "Zhou Zhe, that was 2,000 yuan. The assistant was also surprised, but with a hint of admiration. This was 2,000 yuan, a substantial amount for an 18-year-old student. He actually refused it directly. After a moment, the assistant nodded again. "Classmate, our boss also said that if you refuse to accept this money, he will host a banquet at Wangyu Building this noon as a token of gratitude. You can bring your classmates along." Wangyu Building? With that said, everyone was shocked again. That was a restaurant where one meal cost over 3,000 yuan. In the eyes of the students, it was an unattainable place. The Chan family wanted to invite a student to Wangyu Building for a meal? How big of a favor did Lin Zhou do for them? "All right then. Thank Mr. Chan for me. Okay, see you at Wangyu Building." The assistant glanced at the other classmates. Even though they seemed to be at odds, teenage emotions change quickly, so it wasn't clear if he would bring them along, especially since his relationship with that girl seemed quite special. Her eyes were practically glued to him. Maybe he should remind the boss to reserve more seats. At this point, besides Fan Yun's, the others were all deep in thought. The assistant had said Lin Zhou could bring classmates. They were all Lin Zhou's classmates and heard that statement. Would Lin Zhou bring them? It was Wangyu Building after all. They had never been to such a place before. But when they thought about their not-so-good relationship with Lin Zhou in school, they felt a bit down. Perhaps they should have befriended Lin Zhou more. But Yun Ruoxi was different. So, they all looked enviously at Yun Ruoxi. Zhou Shanshan even tugged at Yun Ruoxi's sleeve, signaling her to hitch a free meal. Feeling the gazes of the group, Yun Ruoxi raised her head proudly. She had been to Wangyu Building before, but if Lin Zhou wanted to take her again, she didn't mind going one more time. At that moment, she suddenly saw Lin Zhou not even looking at her, and he directly got on Liu Shiming's motorcycle, saying, "Liu Shiming, let's go." "Where are we going, Zhou Zhe?" "Of course, Wangyu Building." Yun Ruoxi. Why didn't Lin Zhou take her along? Didn't he know that if he took her, she might forgive him? What a great opportunity! And he only took Liu Shiming with him? At that moment, even Liu Shiming was a little pleasantly surprised. "Huh? Zhou Zhe, are you taking me with you?" "Of course, how can I go without you? I don't have a car. What about them? What does it have to do with me? Fan Zuez can treat them, right?" The group turned their eyes to Fan Yun's. Fan Yun's, who had no intention of treating them and didn't have much money, was stunned. But with Yun Ruoxi here, he had no choice. He could only say, "All right, today, I'll treat everyone to a big plate of chicken." The group. Suddenly, they all felt that Fan Yun's was stingy. Compared to Wangyu Building, what was a big plate of chicken anyway? Yun Ruoxi even coldly snorted and said, "I'm not eating," and then left with Li Xiaowan. Outside the entrance of Wangyu Building, Lin Zhou checked the time. It was already noon. It was still snowing. Lunch might be delayed, so he would have to find his little table in the afternoon. Liu Ximing looked a bit nervous, seeing the grand building he had never entered before. "Zhou, are we really going to eat here? Of course, if you want, we can eat at even better places in the future." "Really? Would I lie to you? Let's go, don't be so timid." "All right, Zhou, you really are like my brother." Lin Zhou's image grew taller in Liu Ximing's eyes. Inside Wangyu Building, Lin Zhou noticed that Mr. Qian had already arrived. Qian Guoguo was by his side. In front of them was a large table with many chairs placed around it. When Qian Guoguo saw them, she happily shouted, "Lin Zhou, Liu Ximing, over here." Qian Yokai seemed a bit surprised. "Just you two?" The assistant had previously mentioned that Lin Zhou had met a classmate at the square and needed a larger table. Thinking that boys of this age usually like to show off, he thought they might actually bring someone along. Although reluctant, Qian Yokai still arranged for a larger table. "Yes, what's wrong? Who else does Mr. Chan want to see?" No, Qian Yokai laughed heartily. "Xiaoyu, call the waiter and change to a private room." After changing to the private room, everyone sat down. Qian Yokai apologized. "Haha, Lin student, sorry. Originally, I wanted to thank you alone, but Guoguo insisted on coming. She said she wanted to thank you for paying her salary." Lin Zhou hadn't expected Qian Guoguo to be quite cute. To her, the 50 yuan was nothing worth mentioning. "Perhaps because we are classmates, she feels closer to me." "Haha, true. She also said she wanted to learn from you. I haven't seen Guoguo so eager to learn in a long time. Order whatever you like, it's on me." "Mr. Chan, you should order." For this meal, Qian Yokai ordered many expensive dishes, such as emperor crab and the like. Liu Ximing and Qian Guoguo were wide-eyed. "Wow, Dad, it looks so delicious." "Thank you, Uncle." Showered with compliments, Qian Yokai felt overjoyed. However, he noticed that Lin Zhou had been calm all this time, unlike the two classmates beside him who seemed completely different, seemingly accustomed to such food. He was a bit curious. "Lin Zhou, may I ask, are you and our Guoguo the same age?" Before Lin Zhou could respond, Qian Guoguo, with oily mouth from eating, raised her head and said, "Dad, I told you before, Lin Zhou is 17 and a half. Why are you still asking?" "Oh, right, I forgot. How forgetful of me." Qian Yokai slapped his head. Looking at Lin Zhou, he now had a bit of admiration in his eyes. Such composure at this age either meant he was pretending, or that he was truly extraordinary. After dinner, Liu Ximing needed to use the restroom. Qian Yokai called Qian Guoguo to accompany him. Although Qian Guoguo was reluctant, she still went with him. Qian Yokai poured a glass of water for Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou wanted to refuse, but Qian Yokai didn't give him a chance. "You deserve this glass of water. If it wasn't for you today, the gathering would have been ruined, and I would have suffered more losses. I offered you a red envelope, which you didn't want. Lin, I really don't know how to thank you. Since you can't drink alcohol, have a cup of tea instead." Whether Lin Zhou was intentional or not today, he deserved thanks. Just now, with Guoguo present, he couldn't lose face and had to drive Qian Guoguo away. Lin Zhou did not refuse either. He still wanted to make money in the future and couldn't leave Zhong City before the college entrance examination. People like Qian Yokai would be a good stepping stone. "Thank you, Mr. Chan." Lin Zhou raised his teacup. "If you have any trouble in the future, you can tell Guoguo, and I can unconditionally help you once. Thank you in advance, Mr. Chan." The promise was worth the 2,000 yuan red envelope Qian Yokai received. After a cup of tea, Qian Guoguo and Liu Ximing returned. They realized that the relationship between Lin Zhou and Qian Yokai was somewhat delicate. Qian Guoguo pouted. "Dad, what were you talking about with Lin Zhou?" "Nothing, just chatting." "Oh Dad, why are you being so secretive?" Satisfied with food and drink, Lin Zhou left with Liu Ximing while Qian Yokai received a phone call. After hanging up the phone, his expression soured. Qian Guoguo completely missed it and began to playfully act around Qian Yokai. "Dad, my classmate is amazing, right? Qian Yokai nodded. Indeed, he is amazing. But you should refrain from playing with him in the future, except for mandatory study groups. Qian Guoguo. The last snow in Zhang City fell for half an afternoon. When it lightened, the ground was already covered in a thick layer of snow. Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing took refuge in an internet cafe. After battling intensely for 300 rounds, Lin Zhou stood up. Liu Ximing loudly exclaimed with his headphones on, "Brother Zhou, one more round. Just one more. This time, I will surely beat you." Lin Zhou tossed the game card to Liu Ximing. "You play. I'm leaving." "What? Brother Zhou, please, take the card. One last round. You can't shave my head every time. Even in the next round, you will be bald. The snow is stopping. I have something to do." "What business do you have on a big weekend?" "To find a former desk mate. Hung Suni on Ku. It's so cold. Why are you going to see her?" "You wouldn't understand." Without responding to Liu Ximing, Lin Zhou left. The internet cafe was not far from the school. Sunai Onku's home was far away, as she was a boarder and spent weekends at school. In that era with no cell phones, Lin Zhou waited for her under the girls' dormitory building for a while. Finally, he got a classmate to help call Suni Onku. Suni Onku, upon hearing Lin Zhou was looking for her, hastily got out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran outside. After running for a while, she quickly turned back and picked up her bag before running out again. It was very cold outside, and Lin Zhou could catch a cold if he waited too long. Suni Onku hastened her pace. Zhang City belonged to a small city in the north. It was already the end of February. Although the snow was heavy, the ground temperature was relatively high, and the campus was bustling. There was little snow on the ground, and the surrounding greenery was capped in white, making it particularly beautiful. After Suni Onku came out, she didn't see Lin Zhou, but noticed a group of girls huddled a few meters away on the left. They seemed to be surrounding someone, chatting excitedly. "Wow, this boy is so handsome." "Yes, he's even more handsome than our school's heartthrob." "Ah, my heart flutters. I wonder if the handsome guy has a boyfriend." "Haha, why don't you go ask and find out?" "I dare not. The school doesn't allow early relationships." "So lame. Let me get his contact info." With so many people, Suni Onku couldn't see the boy being surrounded. But she was puzzled. How could Lin Zhou be considered handsome? Suni Onku earnestly tried to recall Lin Zhou's appearance in her mind. Except for his messy hair, she couldn't think of any boy who could look better than Lin Zhou. Therefore, she lost interest completely. Suni Onku looked around. Where was Lin Zhou? Didn't he say he was coming to find her? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly felt someone draping a coat over her. Suni Onku looked up and saw a teenage boy taller than her, smiling down at her. He was holding a corner of the down jacket and looked at her affectionately. The boy's hair was neat, and his whole face appeared cleaner. His long eyelashes and gentle eyes made him look very charming. Suni Onku saw such a clean and good-looking boy for the first time. He stood next to her, and if she bent her head slightly, she could touch him. Suni Onku was dumbfounded. She didn't know how long passed before she felt a light tap on her head. Laughter followed. "Deskmate, why are you so foolish? Going out without a coat, it's so cold." It dawned on Suni Onku that she had run out too quickly and forgotten her coat. The boy had just put his own coat on her. The coat faintly smelled of vanilla and carried the warmth unique to a boy. Because of this gesture, the boy was very close to her. She could even feel his faint breath on her face. Sunai Onku's head was buzzing. Whispers and murmurs from the surrounding crowd once again echoed. "Oh my, does he have a girlfriend now? Ah, he even put a coat on her. How warm. I want a boyfriend like him too." Suni Onku took a step back in a panic, her face turning as red as an apple. I don't need it. I'm not cold." As soon as she finished speaking, she shivered from the cold. Suni Onku. This is bad. I'm losing face. Indeed, above her head, laughter rang out once again. "Stop messing around. Put it on quickly. You'll catch a cold later. Don't mess around." How could he use such an intimate term? No, he can't use such an intimate term on her. Apart from her deceased parents, no one has ever spoken to her like this. Since they left, she had become an obedient and well-behaved child. Suni Onku felt as if her heart was scratched by a cat's claws, feeling uneasy from the itch. The young man was getting too close to her. Sunyeon-ku felt a blazing gaze burning her alive. Her head lowered further. I will go put on my coat, wait for me. She rushed out of Lin-jo's embrace. After taking a few steps, she realized something and turned back in a hurry. Here, this is for you. She handed the bag to Lin-jo and then ran off again. She didn't even realize that she was still wearing Lin-jo's down jacket on her shoulders. Huh, little desk mate. Watching the girl run away, Lin-jo felt like laughing. She's too easily embarrassed, isn't she? But she's really cute. As the cold wind blew, Lin-jo regained some clarity. He looked down at the pink bag she had thrown over. What's this? The scene was too sweet, and the classmates around couldn't bear it, so they had left on their own. Lin-jo slowly opened the bag. Inside, there was a gray and white scarf. Huh. Lin-jo took out the scarf and examined it carefully. A men's style? Was this a scarf given to him by the little desk mate? Such a finely knitted scarf could only be handmade. They weren't sold with this kind of detail. In other words, it was highly likely that the little desk mate hand-knitted this scarf for him. She said she had something to do over the weekend. Was it this? She actually spent a whole weekend knitting a scarf for him. Realizing this, Lin-jo suddenly started to smile. As he laughed, he covered his eyes. There was a sour sensation at the corners of his eyes. A sweet feeling rushed to his heart. For the first time, Lin-jo felt how wonderful it was to have someone care about him in this world. He could even imagine the girl sitting at the bedside, holding the newly bought yarn, slowly knitting the scarf. It's really sweet. Sunyeon-ku had no idea that, because of her scarf, Lin-jo was struck dumb, forgetting about the cold. Now, even her own mind had gone blank. She hurried back to the dormitory, leaning against the door, panting heavily. The scene with Lin-jo just now almost suffocated her. Sunyeon-ku didn't know what was happening to her, so she tried to calm herself down by patting her chest vigorously, trying to ease this inexplicable emotion. Huh, Sunyeon-ku? Why are you wearing a boy's coat? Her roommate's voice brought her back to reality. Sunyeon-ku only then realized that Lin-jo's clothes were still on her. She hastily pulled them off. I was just trying to explain, but not knowing where to start. Her roommate seemed dubious. Sunyeon-ku, do you have a boyfriend now? Absolutely not. Sunyeon-ku immediately refuted, her voice getting louder. But she didn't give her roommate a chance to ask further questions, putting on her coat and grabbing the black down jacket before leaving. Lin-jo was still outside. His jacket was in her hands. He would freeze without it. Realizing this, Sunyeon-ku hurried her pace. Once next to Lin-jo, she realized she was still nervous. But now, she couldn't care about that feeling anymore, because she saw Lin-jo standing there, holding the scarf and smiling at her. Sunyeon-ku quickly walked over and handed him the jacket. Put it on quickly. Why aren't you wearing the scarf? If you wore it, it would help fend off the cold a bit. It's fine, I'm not cold. How could you not be? Look, your face is turning red from the cold. Sunyeon-ku took the scarf and handed it to him. Lin-jo then took the jacket. After wearing it, Sunyeon-ku handed him the scarf. Put it on. Lin-jo didn't take the scarf, just gazing at her intently. Stared at for so long, Sunyeon-ku started to feel embarrassed again. You bought me a lot of meals and even give me candy every day. I didn't know what you needed, so I wanted to knit a scarf for you, thinking it could be useful if it snowed today. But I didn't finish it yesterday, and now, it seems the snow has already stopped. After saying this, Sunyeon-ku couldn't lift her head. She hesitantly held out the scarf. Lin-jo, do you want it? After waiting for a while, Sunyeon-ku realized Lin-jo hadn't taken the scarf. She became a bit flustered. Could it be that winter had passed, and Lin-jo didn't need a scarf anymore? In that case, her gift seemed a bit unnecessary. If you don't want it, I'll. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin-jo said, Who said I don't want it? Huh? Little desk mate, lift your head and give gifts. Lift your head to give people gifts. Sunyeon-ku raised her head in confusion. She saw the boy in front of her, his eyes shining brightly, full of warmth. She heard him say, Put it on me. Huh? Sunyeon-ku was dumbfounded, feeling like her brain wasn't working enough. For a moment, she couldn't react. Put it on me. You're supposed to give me a scarf, right? I'm really cold now. Can you help me put it on? Sunyanku instinctively wanted to refuse, but hesitated when the words reached her mouth. She never liked physical contact with people, let alone being too close to them. She even intentionally distanced herself from girls. She didn't know if she would be hurt, so she always chose to stay away. Therefore, she had never put a scarf on anyone. Such an intimate gesture was too difficult for her. But if the person in front of her was Lin Zhou, if it was Lin Zhou, it should be. Okay, right? After all, he was Lin Zhou. He was willing to give her candy, chicken leg buns, and encourage her to study well and go to university. Thinking about this, Sunyanku took a step forward slowly, moving towards Lin Zhou. The closer she got to Lin Zhou, the stronger Sunyanku's heartbeat became. She wanted to reach out and stop this uncontrollable feeling. But she knew she couldn't. Walking up to Lin Zhou, she saw him slightly bow. When he lowered his head, his face was even closer to hers. Sunyanku instinctively held her breath. You, don't get so close to me. She couldn't even breathe properly. This feeling was really strange. If you don't get close, how will you put the scarf on me? The boy's tone was playful, but Sunyanku had no reason to refuse. She quickly put the scarf around Lin Zhou's neck and then hurriedly stepped back. It felt like she had completed a daunting task, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Putting a scarf on Lin Zhou was more difficult than taking an exam, Sunyanku thought. Seeing her expression, Lin Zhou couldn't help but smile. Deskmate. Thank you. It's very warm. It's really warm. Lin Zhou had lived for 2 lifetimes and had seen many valuable gifts. Yet, he considered this scarf the most precious gift he had ever received. It was really warm, especially in the snowy season. Thinking about this, Lin Zhou chuckled and patted Sunyanku's head. Let's go. Where to? It's snowing. Let's go out for a walk, shall we? After a moment of thought, Sunyanku nodded. Okay. While the weather was cold, their hearts were warm. The weather was still chilly after the snow, with water dripping from the merchant stalls along the streets. There weren't many people on the Zhongcheng commercial street. Lin Zhou walked ahead, and Sunyanku followed not too far behind. Lin Zhou tried several times to walk beside her, but he noticed that whenever he slowed down, she would too. She seemed a bit hesitant. Lin Zhou didn't push it. They had just started getting to know each other, so he couldn't rush things. Losing her now would be a greater loss. Today could be considered their first date. At that moment, Sunyanku felt a bit nervous. She had never gone out for a stroll with a boy before. It felt strange. Also, Lin Zhou didn't seem to be buying anything. It was freezing outside, and she was shivering. Although she wanted to continue walking with Lin Zhou, she couldn't bear it. Sunyanku started to consider if she should find an excuse to go back to school. Maybe go indoors, but staying outside was not an option. She didn't notice that the boy in front of her suddenly stopped. With her head down, she bumped into him. Lin Zhou was a whole head taller than Sunyanku. As she bumped into him, her face met his back. Her nose felt a slight pain, and she softly exclaimed, only to hear the boy's light laughter. Oh no, he was making fun of himself again. Sunyanku quickly took a step back, wanting to apologize, but the words stuck in her throat. She saw Lin Zhou stop at a stall. On the stall were fluffy hats and warm scarves. Lin Zhou was holding a pink and white hat, looking at her. His lips formed a warm smile. Sunyanku's mind froze for a second. She didn't know how to resolve the awkward situation, but she had to. Almost subconsciously, she blurted out, Lin Zhou, do you want to buy this, yes? Lin Zhou looked at Sunyanku with amusement, her nose turning red, looking like a little rabbit. Try it on. Try it on. Sunyanku stared at him in confusion. Me? Yes, try it on. Lin Zhou had already put the hat in her hands. Sunyanku took it with a dazed expression. Why was he buying girls' items? Was he buying it for a girl he liked? Once that thought crossed her mind, Sunyanku felt uncomfortable. She didn't know where this discomfort came from, but she felt uneasy. Sniffling, she cautiously asked, I might be a bit thin. Maybe other girls would look better wearing it. Why don't you let someone? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zhou moved forward, took the hat, and directly placed it on her head. As his fingers touched her ear, it sent a shiver down her body, a strange sensation starting from her heart and spreading throughout her body. Her head went blank once again. What was Lin Zhou doing? How could he touch her ear so easily? Her face flushed hotly, her ears turning warm without leaving a trace. Lin Zhou saw her stunned expression and suddenly burst into laughter. Did his desk mate just become shy? But she couldn't help but admit that the hat looked really good on her. Sunyanku was naturally fair-skinned, and the pink and white hat complemented her skin beautifully. Coupled with her rosy cheeks, she looked too adorable to resist. Lin Zhou resisted the urge to take a bite and turned to pick up a matching ear warmer and scarf, putting it on her. After doing all this, Lin Zhou carefully observed. Yes, it fit perfectly. Boss. The boss sitting inside had already seen everything, but didn't want to interrupt them. Hearing the call, she cheerfully came out. Young man, you have a good eye. Your girlfriend looks great with it on. It's a perfect match with what you're wearing around your neck. Upon hearing this, Sunyanku, panicking, explained, I'm not his girlfriend. But before she could finish, she heard Lin Zhou laugh and say, Haha, I think so too. Sunyanku raised her head in shock, looking at Lin Zhou unbelievably. What did he think? Did he think they were a couple? That's why he kept stopping at different shops on the way and landed here. But why didn't he object? She clearly wasn't his girlfriend. It's the end of winter. I'll give you a discount, 50 yuan for a set. Come back to my shop next time. This young pair was like a live advertisement. By now, several young couples had gathered around, sneaking out for a date. Wow, it looks great. Boss, do you have more? Give me a set too. The boss's words brought Sunyanku back to reality. Too embarrassed to care, she hurriedly stopped Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, don't buy it. It's too expensive. But Lin Zhou had already taken out the money. It's all right. You knit scarves for me, and I'll buy the set for you. A perfect match. But I gave you the scarf before as a thank you for the food you gave me. Well, I'll keep giving you food in the future. If you feel uncomfortable, then knit me a matching hat and gloves. This way, they could wear couple items. But winter is almost over. Isn't there another winter next year? And if not, there's always the following one, and the one after that. A lifetime is long. There will always be a time to use them. Sunyanku listened, dumbfounded. The lifetime? How did they end up talking about a lifetime? Did Lin Zhou want to be with her forever? Wait, what was she thinking? How could it be a lifetime? They weren't a couple. Yes, a lifetime. Who knows about the future ... After shopping, Sunyanku still followed Lin Zhou obediently. People came and went on the road. Sunyanku used to hate this kind of noise. But today, she seemed not to notice those noises anymore. Her heart and eyes were full of the boy in front of her. After a while, she gathered the courage to stop him. Classmate Lin Zhou, why are you so nice to me? Since transferring to his desk, Sunyanku felt that her life seemed to be changing. And these changes mainly came from the new desk mate in front of her. Think about it. Why would someone she just met be so nice to her? Throughout her life, no classmate has ever been this nice to her. Sunyanku felt a bit scared. Lin Zhou saw the look in her eyes, expecting yet fearful. She was afraid. A person who locked herself away, afraid of others' touch and closeness. Although she was slowly accepting, she was still very cautious. If she was too aggressive, would the little girl run away? Thinking of this, Lin Zhou approached and gently rubbed her head. Because we are friends. Friends. Although she felt that the feeling he gave her was not as simple as a friend, Sunyanku still asked in confusion, are we friends now? Aren't we? I don't know. I never had friends before. The people who approached her either begged her to help with homework or tried to bully her. You have now. Lin Zhou helped her adjust her scarf. Me, Liu Shiming, Qian Guoguo, we are all your friends. All of you. But the feelings Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo gave her were completely different. Yes. Seeing Sunyanku's doubt, Lin Zhou continued, little desk mate, you don't mind being friends with us, right? Sunyanku quickly shook her head. No, I'm willing. Then, try to accept us, okay? But what do friends do? Friends can study together, eat together, play together, apply for universities together. Is that so good? Yeah, so don't resist us. Remember to come to us if you have any difficulties. We will all help you. Su Neonku listened seriously, and as she listened, she smiled. Friend. These two words are really good. As the sky gradually darkened, the two walked to the school together. At the school gate, they said goodbye, and Lin Zhou left. Su Neonku watched his figure, and couldn't help but call out to him, Lin Zhou, hum. Lin Zhou turned around and saw the girl with her hands in her coat pocket, saying earnestly, I'm very happy today. Good. I've decided on which university to apply for. What? I want to apply to Nanchuan University. Saying this, not one word tripped her up, incredibly fluent. Nanchuan University, located in the provincial capital of Nanchuan City in Jiangnan Province, is a prestigious institution second only to Tsinghua and Peking University, and not easy to get into. But looking at Su Neonku's expression, she seemed unafraid at all. Then he naturally felt unafraid too. After all, he had the benefit of rebirth. Good. Let's accompany her to apply together. After bidding farewell to Su Neonku again, Lin Zhou went window shopping at a nearby mall before heading straight home. At the Lin's house at this time, Lin Changzheng had been pacing anxiously in the house all day. How come this brat hasn't come back yet? It's getting dark. In the kitchen, Chen Shulin poked her head out. Don't worry, he should be back in the evening. Sigh, it's not that I'm worried, it's just that he said he was going to do business this morning. What kind of business can this kid do? He's caused enough trouble at school, and now he's starting outside. At least there are teachers at school to watch over him. But there's no one outside. Lin Changzheng had a headache just thinking about it. Maybe he really went to earn money. How is that possible? I just called the parents of that good friend of his, Liu Ximing. They said early in the morning, Liu Ximing rode his motorcycle in fancy clothes to find Lin Zhou, was just dragged back from an internet cafe, but Lin Zhou wasn't at the internet cafe either. That's strange. Where could he have gone? I don't know. Lin Changzheng squatted down in frustration. After a moment, he stood up again. All right, Shulin, don't rush. Go back and rest. I'll go find Lin Zhou. Okay, you go ahead. I'll leave after I finish frying these meatballs. Don't let him see me before you come back. Lin Changzheng sighed. Shulin, you've worked hard. Changing his shoes, Lin Changzheng quickly walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Zhou standing at the door. Dad, where are you going? Lin Changzheng was taken aback. What's with your hair? I got a haircut. Doesn't your son look handsome? Lin Zhou tried to walk past Lin Changzheng into the house. Just then, a loud bang came from the kitchen. Lin Changzheng was startled, realizing that Chen Shulin was still in the house. He hurriedly stopped Lin Zhou. Oh, Xiao Zhou, wait a minute. Lin Zhou. Dad, what's going on? You don't want me to come in. He glanced towards the kitchen direction and immediately understood what was going on. Ah, Dad, I just remembered I left something at Liu Ximing's place. I'll go get it. Be right back. Lin Changzheng let out a sigh of relief. Oh, how can you always be so scatterbrained? Go quickly and come back soon. When Lin Zhou left, Lin Changzheng turned quickly towards the kitchen. Shulin, what's up? Inside the kitchen, Chen Shulin had turned off the stove. She was a bit flustered. What should we do? Changzheng, what should we do? It's all my fault. I should have left just now. What nonsense are you talking about? Shulin, it's okay if he sees. I was planning to tell him anyway. Lin Changzheng nodded. No, the college entrance exam is really important. Changzheng, we can't act on impulse. Lin Changzheng could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Zhou just went to his classmate's house. Should I take you back? Okay. Chen Shulin nodded, packed up and headed downstairs. Lin Changzheng didn't have a car, so he had to ride an electric scooter. As the scooter came over, Lin Changzheng signaled for Chen Shulin to get on. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Dad, where are you going? Lin Changzheng's body stiffened, and Chen Shulin was equally frozen. Subconsciously, she jumped off Lin Changzheng's scooter and turned around, laughing awkwardly. Xiao Zhou's back. I came to find your dad for something. Big brother Lin, you don't need to take me. I can go on my own. Lin Changzheng also got off the scooter and looked shocked at Lin Zhou. Aren't you supposed to be at your classmate's place? I just remembered after coming down. I stuffed something in my pocket and it's not at Liu Ximing's. You rascal! Lin Changzheng nodded, stopping Chen Shulin, who was about to leave. In these 2 minutes, he had thought of countless versions of how to explain this to Lin Zhou. Since he was caught, there was no reason to hide anymore. Xiao Zhou, this is your Aunt Qin. Big brother Lin. Before he could finish, Qin Shulin interrupted him. Lin Changzheng saw Qin Shulin shaking her head, signaling him not to say anything. Lin Changzheng hesitated for a moment, then compromised. I asked her to come help me at home. Nothing else. Her home is quite far. I'll take her back. He hadn't even finished saying, but Lin Zhou said, Dad, what are you doing? It's already 7, time for dinner. Why not let Auntie stay and eat? Lin Zhou could see through the subtle movements between his dad and Qin Shulin. Just now in the upstairs, he had guessed that the noise was caused by Qin Shulin. So he chose to come downstairs. Chose to wait for Lin Changzheng in the dark. Since Lin Changzheng didn't want to be honest, then he might as well help him out. Lin Changzheng was stunned for a moment. Xiao Zhou, you. Qin Shulin also looked incredulous. For the past 2 years, she had been listening to Lin Changzheng talk about Lin Zhou all the time. She could almost deduce that this was a child who was hard to discipline and sensitive. Regarding the matter of remarrying Lin Changzheng, he would never accept it. But in these 2 days, not only did he mention finding a mother for Lin Changzheng, he now invited her to have dinner at home. Was he serious? Seeing the two standing still, Lin Zhou continued, Dad, what are you waiting for? I already smelled the fragrance. Is it fried meatballs? I love them the most. Let Auntie taste them too. Maybe Auntie loves them too. These meatballs Lin Zhou had been eating for 2 years in his past life. Almost every week. Later, after learning about Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin's relationship, he caused a scene. And never saw them again. It's clear that these meatballs were definitely made by Qin Shulin. Lin Changzheng finally reacted. Oh, right? Shulin, come on. Let's go upstairs and have dinner. We'll go back after eating, okay? Qin Shulin could only nod. Okay, thank you, thank you. Lin Zhou turned around and quickly ran upstairs. Downstairs, Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin looked at each other. Changzheng, what's wrong with Xiao Zhou? Should I go back first? I don't know, but he wants to eat meatballs. Shulin, if you leave, I won't be able to fry them. Enter the house. Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin still felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, Lin Changzheng really couldn't cook meatballs. But having Qin Shulin, who was a guest, go into the kitchen to cook in front of Lin Changzheng also seemed strange. How would he explain to his son that the meatballs he had been eating for 2 years were made by Aunt Qin's hands? As he was pondering this, Lin Changzheng keenly noticed the scarf around his son's neck. He had never seen this scarf before, and it didn't look like something he had bought. Lin Changzheng narrowed his eyes. Lin Zhou, where did you get this scarf from? Lin Zhou. At this moment, if Lin Changzheng were told that his son found a daughter-in-law for himself, would he get angry? Qin Shulin next to him noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange and didn't know what to do. Finally, she found a good excuse. Brother Lin, you and Zizhou chat first. I'll go cook, so Zizhou won't be hungry. However, before she could reach the door, she heard Lin Zhou shout, Dad, how could you let Auntie go to the kitchen to cook? You should go too. But Zizhou, your scarf, don't but, it's impolite. After pushing Lin Changzheng into the kitchen, Lin Zhou went back to his room. The room was warm with the heater on. Lin Zhou took off the scarf, twirled it around, and finally hung it by the bed. This way, he could wake up every day and see the gift from his desk mate. The feeling was simply wonderful to think about. What he didn't know was that Lin Changzheng in the kitchen was filled with worries. He was absent-minded. Qin Shulin noticed and asked worriedly, Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Lin Changzheng was silent for a moment, his face heavy. Shulin, do you think Lin Zhou won't cause trouble for any girl? A girl? Yes, the scarf on his neck looks like it was handmade by someone else. You mean this? Don't worry about it. Don't worry? Qin Shulin nodded. At his age, liking girls is normal. He's already 18. Besides, didn't you say he's been acting a bit differently lately? Could it be related to that girl? Lin Changzheng was enlightened by this. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? So, if you intervene, Zizhou will definitely rebel directly against you. Don't interfere. Maybe he really can improve and get into a good university. As parents, we just need to observe more and guide when needed and provide the right support. Lin Changzheng nodded. You're right, if Zizhou can change because of a girl, I accept this daughter-in-law. That's right. But Shulin, what about the two of us? The meal was quickly ready. Lin Zhou changed into lighter clothes and sat down to eat. The meatballs were delicious as always, and he couldn't help but eat a lot. But the other two at the table were very restrained, feeling as though they were meeting the parents for the first time. Qin Shulin nudged Lin Changzheng to say something. Lin Changzheng coughed lightly, not sure how to start. Lin Zhou, who was eating, lifted his head and took out a bag from under the table, handing it to Lin Changzheng. Oh, Dad, I bought this for you. A father in love was too awkward. If he didn't change the subject soon, these two probably wouldn't eat a single bite. What? Lin Changzheng opened the bag curiously and found an electric shaver. He was astonished. Where did you get this? I bought it. Bought it. Where did you get the money? Lin Changzheng recognized the shaver as the latest model from a certain brand. It was very functional, worked well, but was also very expensive, costing over 200. He remembered giving Lin Zhou $100 the last time. Even if his son hadn't spent a single cent of the pocket money he was given when school started, he couldn't afford such an expensive shaver. Thinking back to Lin Zhou's absence all day, Lin Changzheng was taken aback. Lin Zhou, are you? Qin Shulin, next to him, also rushed. Wait, Long Zheng, don't get upset. Zizhou, tell your dad where this shaver came from. He won't scold you, don't be afraid. Lin Zhou finally swallowed the bite of food in his mouth. He waved his hand, motioning for Lin Changzheng to sit down. Don't be agitated, Dad, I didn't steal it, I really bought it myself. Didn't I tell you this morning that I went to do business to earn money? Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin looked at each other. Where did you earn money? Times Square. Liu Ximing. And I. Lin Zhou recounted his experience of making money to Lin Changzheng, withholding the part where he declined the offered money. Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin looked at each other again. Just in one morning? Made 1,000, yes? That easy. It was a lucky break. I happened to bump into it, and Guoguo's my classmate, so I spoke nicely to his dad. Afraid Lin Changzheng wouldn't believe him, Lin Zhou took out the money in his pocket, completely ignoring Qin Shulin present. It's all here. After splitting with my classmate, I bought some things, and there's still over 400 left. Dad, do you want it? Lin Changzheng inspected the money, and was indeed over 400. Seeing Lin Zhou's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could his son have changed so much? Lin Changzheng nodded skeptically. You earned the money yourself. Keep it to yourself, don't give it to me. But Lin Zhou, you should prioritize your studies as the college entrance exam is coming soon. I know, you can rest assured. Have you thought about which university to apply to? South Chuan University. South Chuan. Lin Changzheng was surprised, and after a moment, he stood up and served Lin Zhou another bowl of rice. Son, stop messing around. Are you even considering South Chuan University? Let's be more practical. I'm not asking you to aim for a top university. I just hope you do your best and get into the best one you can. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded and didn't explain further to Lin Changzheng. After all, whatever he said now wouldn't be believed. Facts would speak louder in the future. Because of this incident, Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin finally started to eat, though they ate with trepidation. After the meal, seeing Lin Zhou go to his room to study, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zhou, who was already at the threshold of the door, let out a loud burp. By the way, Aunt Qin, your cooking is very tasty. Come to our house more often in the future, preferably every day since my dad's cooking is just too awful. Weren't you saying something else before? Lin Changzheng laughed and scolded. When Lin Zhou entered the house, Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin looked at each other, both feeling a bit perplexed. Brother Lin, Zizhou, is he really as bad as you usually say? He doesn't seem like it. I don't know either. I seem to really get to know my son today. Could it really be because of the female classmate who gave him the scarf? The weather at the end of February was ever changing. After the night of snowfall, the temperature began to rise. By the time he woke up the next day, most of the snow had melted away. Early in the morning, Liu Ximing rode his bike to find Lin Zhou to go to school together. It wasn't that he didn't want to ride his motorbike, it's just that the school regulations prohibited students from riding during school hours. On the way, Liu Shiming, sweating and panting, complained, "It's too tiring, sweating in the middle of winter." "Joe, aren't you hot?" "Hot." "Then why are you wearing a scarf? What's so special about this scarf?" "Let me see." He reached out his hand to grab the scarf. Lin Zhou quickly dodged to the side. "You can touch anything else, but not the scarf." "Why not?" Lin Zhou rearranged the scarf with a smile. "You wouldn't understand." Recently, there were many actions of Lin Zhou that he didn't understand, but Liu Shiming was carefree and didn't continue to inquire. "This area is all uphill. When will this school regulation be lifted? I miss my little motorcycle." Lin Zhou looked up at him. "Have you ever considered why the school doesn't allow motorbikes?" "Because a student had an accident riding one before." "Huh? How did you know? Tell me more." "Gossip." "I don't know. I'm guessing." "You can guess this." "Yes, a school didn't allow students to go to the riverbank once." "Can you guess why?" "Because someone drowned." "Smart." "There was another school that initially prohibited students from using the teacher's office as a toilet." "Can you guess why?" "This." Liu Shiming's expression was twisted. "And another school at first banned students from dating, but later changed it to not allowing dating at school. What do you think?" The conversation gradually veered off track. Liu Shiming felt that his worldview had been greatly shaken. Thankfully, the school arrived soon. After locking up his bike, Liu Shiming peeked over and grabbed Lin Zhou. "Bro, if you go into the school like this now, will you cause a sensation?" Morning study time was approaching, and the classroom was nearly full. The students were chattering animatedly about interesting things they'd encountered over the weekend, creating a lively atmosphere. As Lin Zhou walked in, the classroom suddenly fell silent. Someone blurted out, "Whoa, handsome guy. Wow, who is that? He's so good-looking. Hey, why does he look so much like Lin Zhou? No way, could it actually be Lin Zhou?" He's heading straight for Lin Zhou's seat. Liu Shiming, deliberately lagging a step behind, quickly caught up, grinning as he called out, "Zhou bro, wait up. Why are you walking so fast?" Lin Zhou saw through Liu's little antics, but chose not to expose him. His eyes fell on Suni Anku, who was seated at her desk. Today, her bangs seemed shorter, revealing her beautiful, bright eyes. At that moment, she was looking up at him, holding a pink and white scarf she had just taken off. The classroom erupted. "It really is Lin Zhou. Oh my god, how did we not notice how handsome he is before? This hairstyle suits him perfectly. From today, Lin Zhou is officially my new crush." Walking proudly, Liu Shiming basked in the compliments as if they were directed at him. *C. This is my Zhou bro. My brother is the most handsome guy in the world. Fan Yuns, who had already seen this version of Lin Zhou and was clearly unimpressed, stood up angrily. "Why is no one studying? Have you all memorized today's text already?" His roar finally brought the excited classmates back to order. As the bell for class rang, the students quieted down. The first morning study session was Chinese. With teacher Liu Qingyan absent, Fan Yuns assigned the class a text to memorize before diving into his own studies. Liu Shiming, after flipping through his book for a while, leaned over and whispered, "Zhou bro. What? Why doesn't your deskmate seem surprised at all?" From the moment they walked into the classroom, Liu Shiming had been watching Suni Anku's reaction. After all, Suni Anku was the person Lin Zhou liked. But to his shock, Suni Anku remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. She was already immersed in her studies. "Your deskmate?" "Yeah." Lin Zhou frowned. "Is that something you can call her, huh?" Realizing his mistake, Liu Shiming quickly corrected himself. "My bad, I mean Suni Anku." "But seriously, why isn't she surprised? Look at everyone else." Lin Zhou glanced at Suni Anku again and smiled. "Take a guess." As if he could guess. Liu Shiming was frustrated. Suni Anku overheard their conversation. Her heart skipped a beat, but she managed to raise her head after a moment. "It's okay, he can call me that." "No, you're my deskmate, and only mine," Lin Zhou declared possessively. His domineering tone made Suni Anku blush instantly. She quickly lowered her head and flipped through her book, pretending not to hear him. What does he mean by only his? She thought, flustered. I belong to myself. What is this guy even talking about? Seeing her blush, Lin Zhou smiled contentedly and returned to his studies, leaving Liu Shiming utterly baffled. Asterisk, what's going on? Why are they both smiling? Asterisk, he wondered. Realizing he wouldn't get an answer, Liu Shiming grew bored and rested his head on his desk, drifting off to sleep. Qingyan didn't show up for the entire class. When the bell rang for the break, Qian Guoguo came over, carrying her lunchbox, and eagerly linked arms with Su Neonku. Neonku, you won't believe how amazing Linzhou was yesterday. Su Neonku, caught off guard as she was placing her lunchbox into her drawer, instinctively tried to pull her arm away. She hesitated, but then saw Linzhou watching her. Remembering his words that they were friends and she shouldn't push people away, she relaxed slightly. She mustered her courage and awkwardly asked, "Really? What did he do?" Yes. Yesterday, at Times Square, Qian Guoguo launched into a dramatic retelling, embellishing every detail. Linzhou didn't stop her. Letting his deskmate know how great he was didn't sound too bad. As Su Neonku listened, her eyes sparkled with admiration. After chattering on for a while, Qian Guoguo finally concluded with, "See, isn't he incredible?" Su Neonku nodded. "Yes, really impressive. Next time, we should definitely tag along and learn from Linzhou." "Right, Neonku. You'll join us too?" "Okay." Qian Guoguo then noticed Su Neonku's scarf. "Hey, Neonku, why are you wearing a scarf? It's not that cold today, is it?" Su Neonku blushed. She wasn't sure why, but when she saw Linzhou put on his scarf earlier, she instinctively did the same. Wait, Linzhou, you're wearing one too." Qian Guoguo's voice trailed off as she looked between the two of them. Her eyes widened in realization. Asterisk, no way, asterisk. Just then, Liu Shiming, who had been pondering this mystery all morning, rushed over. "Guoguo, you noticed it too, right? What's up with those two? Aren't they hot?" Before he could finish, Qian Guoguo pinched him hard. "Ow. Why'd you pinch me?" Liu Shiming yelped. "Shut up, Liu Shiming. I'm starving. Let's get some food." Qian Guoguo dragged him toward the cafeteria. "But in no buts. Move it." As they left, Linzhou deliberately slowed his pace, walking alongside Su Neonku. Bringing Qian Guoguo along had proven to be a great decision. She was much more perceptive than Liu Shiming. "Deskmate, what do you feel like eating later?" Linzhou asked casually. "Huh?" Surrounded by curious onlookers, Su Neonku felt overwhelmed. She nervously adjusted her oversized uniform to hide her scarf. How about steamed buns again?" Linzhou noticed her shy behavior and chuckled. "Do you really like that place? For the past week, they've been going there every morning, noon, and night. Yes, they serve large portions, and the buns are big," she explained, blushing slightly. It was a cheap way to fill up. Linzhou hadn't expected such a reason. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he nodded. "All right, we'll go there." Meanwhile, at the cafeteria counter, Liu Shiming couldn't help but glance back. "Guoguo, why did you drag me here? My Jobro is still behind us." Qian Guoguo rolled her eyes dramatically. "Liu Shiming, are you dense? Can't you tell we're totally unnecessary right now? Huh? What? Are we? Think about it. What color is Su Neonku's scarf? Pink and white. Why? And Linzhou's? Blue and white. Wait, what's wrong with their scarves? Oh my god." Liu Shiming's eyes widened in shock as realization dawned. Those two are unbelievable. After finishing their meal, Linzhou handed his lunchbox to Liu Shiming, signaling for the three of them to head back to the classroom first. He then turned and walked towards window number 2 at the cafeteria. That was where Su Neonku had been eating for a week straight. Linzhou couldn't bear to watch Su Neonku eat so simply every day, and directly giving her food seemed to no longer work. Linzhou decided to start from the cafeteria. The boss was even fatter than Liu Shiming, busy tidying up the unsold dishes with his bare arms while humming a tune. Beside him, a happy auntie said, "Boss, it seems business is a bit better today, isn't it?" "Yeah, didn't a handsome young man come earlier? Many girls were buying because of him. I saw him too. That young lad is indeed good looking, but he's too young. Otherwise, I'd want to marry my daughter to him." "Ha ha. Who says no?" "Boss, should we figure out a way to get him to eat here more often? Is that okay?" The fat boss scratched his head. Since taking over this window at the cafeteria, he had been working hard to improve the dishes. Unfortunately, He had no talent for cooking, and the food he made always tasted bad. He had to rely on quantity to retain the few students who came. However, if things continued like this, he feared it wouldn't last long. Unexpectedly, today business had prospered quite a bit because of a student. Lin Zhou overheard this conversation as he arrived. He felt extremely helpless. Indeed, looks were a deadly skill in any era. In this way, handling things himself should be much simpler. "Boss, are you so happy?" The boss, in a good mood, heard a voice and turned around quickly. "Huh? What will you eat? I'll prepare it for you." "Huh? It's you." "Yes, it's me. Didn't you already eat?" "Yeah, I did." "Then why are you here?" "I came to see if you needed my help." "Ha ha." The boss laughed. "So you heard everything?" "Ha." The voices were so loud, it was hard not to hear. "So, what do you think?" "I can help." Lin Zhou wasn't polite and started peeling a tea egg from an unattended pot. Unconcerned, the boss joyfully said, "That's great." Before he finished speaking, Lin Zhou added, "But boss, even if I'm willing to eat here, it will only have a temporary effect. After all, everyone will soon get used to my presence. The taste of the food itself is the most important." The fat boss became frustrated again. "What you said is true. Are there no other ways?" "Alas, I guess I'm just not cut out for this job." Lin Zhou had already finished his egg and took a bite, saying, "It's not necessarily. Actually, students' demands aren't very high. As long as the food is slightly better, it will attract them. But making it slightly better is so difficult." The fat boss became more discouraged. Lin Zhou smiled and, having tasted many dishes in his life, he researched cooking afterward. With one taste, he could pinpoint the issue. Shocked, the fat boss looked at Lin Zhou. "You understand all this?" "Yes, I cook frequently." The boss was ecstatic. "What about other dishes? What problems do they have?" Lin Zhou teased. "Well, I get it. As long as your suggestions really improve my business, I'll pay you." Lin Zhou shook his head. "I don't want money. I just want you to do me a favor. As long as you're willing to help, I'll tell you the issues with the dishes every day after eating, and you can fix them the next day." "What kind of favor?" Lin Zhou gestured for the boss to come closer and whispered in his ear. The fat boss was shocked. "That's so simple." "Yep, it's that simple." "Deal." "Great." After the discussion, Lin Zhou asked the boss for a piece of paper, wrote down the issues with the dishes for the past 2 days, and grabbed an egg before leaving. The fat boss looked at the detailed improvements on the paper in his hand, smiling happily. "Lin, is that girl Suni Onku your girlfriend?" "Not yet." "Really?" "Ha ha, you went through such trouble to persuade me, all for her." Lin Zhou turned back and smiled. "It's not really a persuasion. It's a win-win situation. Also, although she's not yet, she will be soon." Coming out of the cafeteria, Lin Zhou had intended to go back directly to the classroom. However, in the corridor, he saw Teacher Liu Qingyan and Zhang Shuqi. "Teacher Liu, what are you doing? Aren't you overboard? How can you become more and more loose in dressing? Do you know what other teachers say behind your back?" "I know, Director Zhang, but this is my hobby. I like these things." "You like them? What's the use?" Sigh. "You were supposed to receive the Outstanding Teacher Assessment this year, and I also intended to train you to take over my position. If you continue like this, Director Zhang." Liu Qingyan interrupted. "Academic performance is the most important. As long as the grades of our class improve, it proves I'm not wrong, and it can shut them up, rightn't you?" Zhang Shuqi was frustrated and didn't know what to say. "Well, it's up to you. Now that our class has Suni Onku, the grades might improve a bit. But don't forget, Lin Zhou, Liu Shiming, and others are dragging down the average." Although Lin Zhou has been performing well these past 2 days, his foundation was really weak before, and it's not certain he will progress. "I understand, I'll push them." "Okay, good, you can go." Zhang Shuqi waved his hand, signaling for Liu Qingyan to leave. Liu Qingyan turned and saw Lin Zhou. She paused. "Lin Zhou, why? I thought my hair was too messy, so I cut it. Handsome, right? Not bad, hurry and go to class." Liu Qingyan nodded and smiled. "Yeah, Teacher Liu, are you okay?" Knowing that Lin Zhou had heard the conversation, Liu Qingyan shook her head. "I'm fine, don't pressure yourself too much. These things have nothing to do with you, and I've never been this happy these days." Okay. At this moment, Zhang Shuqi also approached. Seeing Lin Zhou, he was taken aback, but quickly snorted and continued forward. Although he had noticed Lin Zhou's changes in the past few days, the current Liu Qingyan was really annoying to him, and it seemed to have a connection with Lin Zhou. Thinking of this, Zhang Shuqi didn't want to be kind to Lin Zhou. Liu Qingyan could only say helplessly, "Director Zhang is like this, Lin Zhou, don't mind." "I won't. Why would I mind? I know Director Zhang is also doing it for our good." When he said that, Lin Zhou suddenly raised his voice, "But Principal Zhang, how do you know our class won't progress in this exam? Maybe we will have the best scores." Zhang Shuqi stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at him. "Top in the exam? Are you sure?" Of course. After all, he had finished reviewing the basic theories of mathematics in the past few days, and now all that was left was to integrate them with his desk partner. Although he hadn't finished studying the other subjects, he had covered a lot of material. In the past few days, Liu Shiming had also been studying, late into the night. Although he didn't have the advantage of rebirth like him, he should still be able to improve. Plus, there was Suni Onku. As long as others didn't drag them down, their class would definitely soar to the top this time. Alright, I'm not asking your class to be first, but if any of you can make it into the top 2 in the whole grade, you can wear whatever you want. I won't interfere anymore. If the results are not good, before Lin Zhou could speak, he heard Liu Qingyan say, "If the results are not good, I will resign and apologize myself." Zhang Shuqi took a deep breath, snorted coldly, and walked away. He was clearly quite upset. After he left, Lin Zhou looked at Liu Qingyan. "Teacher Liu, do you really trust us so much?" "It's not about trust, I just have a feeling that you all will do well. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Lin Zhou left, and Liu Qingyan stared at his back, lost in thought. This kid seemed to have grown up overnight. It wasn't time for class yet. Lin Zhou walked into the classroom and threw the eggs in his hand onto Suni Onku's desk. "Just received these from the boss, another gift?" "Yeah, he said I looked so handsome today that I attracted a lot of people to eat at his restaurant. Business was good, so he specially gave me an egg. I'm full, so you can have it." Suni Onku was speechless at this reason. She couldn't refute it. She had to admit, Lin Zhou did look quite handsome today. Many people in the cafeteria had their eyes on him. The line for food was very long today. "However, Lin Zhou, this is the last time I'll accept eggs from you. From now on, I'll buy my own." This was the only way she could refuse Lin Zhou. He always found ways to feed her. Suni Onku felt guilty. "Okay," Lin Zhou nodded as he took out his textbook. "Huh." Suni Onku was taken aback. Why was Lin Zhou being so agreeable today? Was he planning something else again? She needed to be cautious and not be fooled again. Suni Onku thought to herself, "Desk partner, focus on studying, don't look at me. I know I'm pretty, but studying is more important. The mock exam is coming up soon." She could only turn her head and continue studying. During lunchtime, the four of them went to the cafeteria again, but Quan Guoguo and Liu Shiming deliberately walked faster, causing them to arrive earlier. When Lin Zhou and Suni Onku arrived, they found the two of them looking puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhou asked curiously. Suni Onku also looked at them in confusion. Liu Shiming raised his finger and pointed in the opposite direction of window number 2. "Boat bro, so many people, huh?" Lin Zhou turned his head and saw that there were indeed many more people at window number 2 today. Many students who had finished their meals were murmuring, "Wow, why is the celery stir-fried pork at window number 2 so delicious today? The potato chicken nuggets are good too. Did they change chefs?" Quan Guoguo swallowed and said, "How delicious is it really? I have to go try it. Liu Shiming, let's go." The two of them quickly rushed into the crowd. Lin Zhou turned back and said to his desk partner, "Let's go too." "Okay." Suni Onku nodded and quickly walked ahead of Lin Zhou. Today, under no circumstances would she let Lin Zhou have any chance to buy her food. She had to beat him to the cafeteria. She would buy extra, more than she could eat, so that Lin Zhou wouldn't have a reason to feed her. Lin Zhou didn't stop her and simply stood behind her. When Suni Onku was getting her food, she mechanically recited the words she had prepared. "Boss, I'll have a serving of rice, a serving of shredded potatoes, 1 egg, 1 chicken leg. That should be enough, right?" Suni Onku felt sorry, but also guarded against Lin Zhou behind her. She couldn't let him pay for her meal. Even if it was expensive, she had to pay for it herself. She could leave some for the next meal if she couldn't finish it. "That'll be $1 in total," the boss said, which left Sunyeonku stunned. "Ah, $1. A serving of rice and shredded potatoes alone would be at least $1 too, and adding the egg and chicken leg, it should be at least $6. How was it only $1? "Boss, I also ordered an egg and a chicken leg," she said in disbelief. "I know, the egg and chicken leg are free." "What? The school has applied for financial aid for you. When you come eat here, the egg and chicken leg are free. Other items are charged for. Young lady, don't forget." After the chubby boss's words, he winked at Lin-jo and quickly served Sunyeonku her meal. These were the explanations he and Lin-jo had agreed upon today. The school wouldn't come to check anyway. If they did, they could say they wanted to help out needy students. Giving a free chicken leg and egg to someone had turned their business so good. The chubby boss was elated. He decided to offer Lin-jo a chicken leg later. "Is that true?" "Yes, hurry up. I have to serve food to the others waiting." "Oh, okay." Sunyeonku took her food and walked towards the table, still in disbelief. When Lin-jo came over after getting his food, Sunyeonku hadn't processed what had happened. She felt like this was somehow related to Lin-jo. Just as she was wondering how to ask him, she heard Lin-jo speak. "Our school's financial aid is pretty good. Desk partner, eat up, so you can study well after that." "Huh? What's wrong? Don't tell me you suspect that I conspired with the cafeteria?" "Desk partner, even though I made some money, I can't afford to buy you chicken legs and eggs every day. It was definitely arranged by Jongbai Pai and Teacher Liu with the school. You can eat without worries, focus on your exams, and getting into a good university will be a way to repay them." Sunyeonku still couldn't believe it. "Is that true?" "Yes, trust me." Sunyeonku finally nodded in disbelief. Only Liu Shiming and Kwon Guoguo looked bewildered. Why didn't they have chicken legs? In early March, the weather gradually became hotter. The roadside winter jasmines seemed to be unaffected by the heavy snow, blooming vigorously. One sunny morning, Lin-jo ushered in the mock exam. The mock exam followed the format of the college entrance examination. Those who performed well would have the priority to be admitted by universities. Teachers paid special attention to this, and they had already prepared the exam hall with their classmates yesterday. In the morning, Lin-jo got up early and bid farewell to his father. "Dad, I'm leaving." You brat. Today is the mock exam. Do your best." "Don't worry. I will definitely come back with good results today." "Enough. Just don't come in last. My old heart can't take it." Liu Shiming was already waiting for him at the street corner. Unlike Lin-jo, he looked worried. "Boat bro, how come I'm usually fine, but I feel nervous during exams? That means there's still hope for you." Liu Shiming clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "I was 11th from the bottom last time. My dad said if I drop this time, he'll break my leg." "Your dad is right. Good buddy, boat bro. Why don't you have any sympathy? You were 5th from the bottom last time. This time, how well do you plan to do?" "Top 30 in the class." Lin-jo estimated a rank for himself. But Liu Shiming was shocked. "Damn, boat bro, are you planning to cheat? Even without cheating, you wouldn't dare to boast like this." Although Lin-jo had been studying hard these past few days, his usual grades were still there. So Liu Shiming always thought that Lin-jo's recent performance was just to impress Sunyeonku. Even if he did study seriously, he wouldn't score that much higher. At best, it would be similar to his own. He didn't expect this kid to be so shameless. "Ha ha!" Lin-jo also laughed. Right now, he truly was cheating. He just didn't dare to say it explicitly yet because time was running out. But top 30 should be achievable, right? When they arrived at the classroom, all the classmates were already seated. Liu Qingyan stood on the podium to cheer everyone up. "Fellow classmates, the study groups have been ongoing for almost 2 weeks now. This upcoming exam is the time to test your progress. Don't hold back. Show your true abilities." After saying this, Liu Qingyan looked towards Lin-jo and Sunyeonku. "Lin-jo, Sunyeonku, do you both have confidence, yes?" "Yes, we do." Fan Yuns, who was not called out, looked disdainfully at Lin-jo. This guy seemed to have stolen all the attention recently. He couldn't match Lin Zhou in looks or in doing business, but he was determined to be better than Lin Zhou in studies. Teacher, rest assured, this time I will definitely lead second class to progress and show you a first place. As for Lin Zhou, as long as you don't place last in the exam. Some students caught the tension in the air, and someone shouted, "Oh, Lin Zhou and Fan Yun's are also competing in math scores. Wonder who will win." Of course, it will be Fan Yun's, no question about it. His math scores are always in the top 5 of the entire school. Lin Zhou couldn't be bothered with such pointless comparisons and turned to Suni Onku. "Deskmate, let's go, it's exam time." Suni Onku, who was packing her stationery, lifted her head. "But we're not in the same classroom. I'm sitting with Qian Guoguo." "It's okay, I'll walk you two over," Lin Zhou said. "Walk." Suni Onku raised her head and saw Lin Zhou looking straight at her. His gaze was full of intensity. The surrounding classmates were all buzzing with discussions, some about looks, some about the competition between him and Fan Yun's. But Lin Zhou seemed oblivious to it all. His gaze made Suni Onku suddenly feel a flutter in her chest, completely out of control. For some reason, her face began to flush. Suni Onku picked up her stationery box, barely looking at Lin Zhou, and hurried towards Qian Guoguo. "No need, I know the way." Qian Guoguo, who was about to come find her, was surprised. "Huh? Suni Onku, is this your first time looking for me? Aren't you afraid of me?" Suni Onku was a bit scared, but standing next to Lin Zhou was even more eye-catching. She chose the former. "Not afraid, we are friends." "Ha ha, yes, we are friends. Hurry, let's go take the exam together." Qian Guoguo casually hooked arms with Suni Onku. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the third class, Fan Yun's excitedly called out to Yun Ruoxi, "Ruoxi, we're in the same exam room, let's go together." Yun Ruoxi, wearing a white shirt today, with her hair tied up high, gave off a feeling of an innocent teenage girl, attracting some curious glances. She held the exam materials and frowned. "How did you know we're in the same exam room?" It's because Zhou Shanshan told you, right? Why is she so free?" Fan Yunza heard this and didn't get upset. He quickly took a step back. "It's okay. If you don't want to go with me, you go ahead. I'll protect you from behind." Just then, Yun Ruoxi suddenly smiled brightly. "Lin Zhou, are you going to the exam too? It seems like we're in the same room." Since Lin Zhou changed his hairstyle and became more handsome, he had almost become the school's focus. But he had never come to find her. Yun Ruoxi felt uneasy in her heart. Since the last oath ceremony, Lin Zhou had been avoiding her every time they met. He must be angry, trying to attract her attention with such a trick. Although she didn't want to admit it, Lin Zhou succeeded. Yun Ruoxi decided to give Lin Zhou a chance. In today's exam, they were assigned to the same room. Yun Ruoxi knew this was an opportunity. She dressed up a bit, changed her hairstyle, just to wait for Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou had said she looked best with her hair tied up. She thought, as long as she appeared like this in front of Lin Zhou, he would definitely run up to her as before, happy to go to the exam together. Just at that moment, Lin Zhou, with a smile on his face, didn't even look at her and walked past her with Liu Shiming by his side. He didn't even spare her a glance. At that moment, Yun Ruoxi felt extremely wronged, tears swirling in her eyes. "Lin Zhou, you jerk." Beside her, Fan Yun's was a bit angry. "Ruoxi, forget about Lin Zhou. He's just trash. I'll accompany you." "What right do you have to talk about Lin Zhou like that?" Yun Ruoxi looked at Fan Yun's angrily. "It's all because of you. You were doing fine betting with Lin Zhou. Now that he knows how to study, he completely ignores me. Are you happy now?" After saying this, Yun Ruoxi turned around and ran away quickly. Fan Yun's was left standing there in shock. Unbeknownst to both of them, Lin Zhou's gaze was fixed on Suni Onku in front of him. The once timid desk mate was now chatting and laughing with Qian Guoguo. Progress indeed. Liu Shiming patted Lin Zhou's shoulder. "Shoujie, I didn't expect you to really let go of Yun Ruoxi. It's good. I also think Suni Onku is 100 times stronger than Yun Ruoxi, even though she's not as pretty as Yun Ruoxi, but we can't just judge by appearances." "Who said she's not as pretty as Yun Ruoxi? Huh? You think she's prettier than Yun Ruoxi? You don't understand." A little later on, Suni Onku would definitely outshine Yun Ruoxi, but Liu Shiming was unaware of this fact. He looked at Lin Zhou in front of him with a puzzled expression. Is beauty really in the eye of the beholder? Further ahead, Qian Guoguo realized that Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing had been following them. She deliberately slowed her pace and pulled Sunyanku, who was looking down. Sunyanku, what's up? Take a look at Lin Zhou. What about Lin Zhou? Sunyanku turned around in confusion and saw Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing not far behind them. Why is he? Yes, why is he following us all the time? Sunyanku, do you think it's because of you? Because of me? Yes, because of you. Haven't you noticed Lin Zhou has been looking at you, Mom? He has, really. Sunyanku's heart skipped a beat. Looking at her, Lin Zhou seemed to be genuinely smiling at her. His presence had attracted many girls around them. There were occasional whispers and pointing towards her back. Do you think Lin Zhou likes you? Qian Guoguo's gossiping heart began to rise. She had always silently observed with Liu Ximing before, never asking the main person herself. Sunyanku was usually very timid and she was afraid of startling her. But today's Sunyanku seemed different. She had taken the initiative to talk to her, so asking her shouldn't be a problem, right? Sunyanku raised her head in surprise. Sunyanku lifted her head in shock, waving her hands nervously, her voice trembling. No, it's not possible. How could it be? Qiangwo, stop talking nonsense. We have an exam to take. Let's go faster. No, wait. Not getting an answer, Qiangwo felt somewhat dissatisfied. Sunyanku, really nothing? You didn't feel anything? No, nothing. But I feel, Lin Zhou has always cared a lot about you. Sunyanku's body stiffened. That's because we're friends. Lin Zhou had said, they were friends. It's normal for friends to care about each other, right? Friends don't care that much. Look at me. I'm your friend too. Do we interact the same way as you and Lin Zhou? Is that scarf of yours a gift from Lin Zhou? Did he ever give me or Liu Ximing one? Hearing this, Sunyanku was at a loss again. She looked at Qiangwo blankly. No, not the same, is it? Not the same. Qiangwo nodded seriously. No, that's not possible. You must have misunderstood. It's the same. Sunyanku explained anxiously. But inside, her thoughts were all over the place. Like, how could it be? She's so plain looking. How could Lin Zhou like her? Lin Zhou must be, definitely, only you wouldn't notice it. Qiangwo laughed and pulled Sunyanku along. Okay, let's not think about this for now. We have the exam today. Can't think too much. Sunyanku nodded vigorously. Even at the exam room entrance, she was still in a daze. Is Lin Zhou really different toward her? Already seated in the exam hall, Sunyanku felt her head was spinning. The air in the room seemed tense. Sunyanku decided to step out for some fresh air. In this state, she wouldn't be able to take the exam. Thinking this, she stood up, lowered her head, and walked out. The exam room entrance was not crowded. A student who had just come from the restroom, fearing lateness, was running towards the entrance. Sunyanku, still looking down, didn't see him. As Lin Zhou passed by, he happened to witness the scene. Swiftly, he handed his stationery bag to Liu Ximing, took a step forward, and just before Sunyanku was about to collide, he pulled her towards him. Bewildered, Sunyanku felt a strong force impending. The next moment, she was embraced in a warm chest. Above her head, a familiar voice said, "Be careful. What are you daydreaming about?" The male student who was about to bump into her was also frantically apologizing. Sorry, classmate, are you okay? Once again, Sunyanku was stunned. She seemed to have plunged into Lin Zhou's embrace. The familiar scent of vanilla between her nostrils, the rhythmic sound of the boy's heartbeat near her ear. His arm was still on her shoulder. Did he just hug her? God? Oh my God! Sunyanku felt her head bursting again. Her heartbeat was almost unmanageable. She gawked at Lin Zhou, forgetting to react. The male student opposite, a bit concerned, said, "Classmate?" "She's fine, just a bit scared," Lin Zhou replied with a smile, seeing her stiffened in his arms. "Oh, okay. Can I go now?" The male student wanted to help Sunyanku recover, but observing Lin Zhou's and her interactions, he swallowed back his words and left. In the corridor, only Sunyanku and Lin Zhou remained. Seeing the girl in his arms was still motionless, Lin Zhou jokingly asked, "How long do I have to keep holding you, dear classmate?" The exam is starting soon. Ah! Realizing, Sunyeon-ku quickly jumped out from Lin Zhou's embrace. She nervously scanned the surroundings, her face turning crimson instantly. Damn it! What had she done just now? How could she zone out at that moment? Sunyeon-ku wished she could disappear into thin air. Head down, she dared not look at Lin Zhou again. I just... Trying to explain something, but feeling it was all futile. In a hurry, Sunyeon-ku blurted out, I just came to see if you were following me or not. Lin Zhou couldn't help laughing. His deskmate was indeed adorable. What should he do? He felt like hugging her a bit longer. It dawned on Sunyeon-ku what she had said and barely stopped herself from biting her tongue. What had she just said? She must be losing it. Sunyeon-ku, not good with words, directly turned her head and headed towards the exam room. I'll go in for the exam now. Wait! Lin Zhou called out to her. Sunyeon-ku halted, nervously freezing in place. What's wrong? Deskmate, focus on the exam, don't get distracted. Okay. Sunyeon-ku nodded, but her mind was still in disarray. You made a bet with Fan Yun's. If I score better than him in math this time, can you agree to a condition? What? Sunyeon-ku raised her head, puzzled. She saw Lin Zhou getting closer step by step. Startled, Sunyeon-ku took a step back. To her surprise, Lin Zhou raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair. By then, don't cut your bangs yourself. He had been curious before about his deskmate's thick and unattractive bangs, and now understood that she must be reluctant to spend money on a haircut, hence why she cut them herself. Haircutting skills are also a talent. If you lack it, you end up with all sorts of bangs. Sunyeon-ku opened her eyes wide in disbelief. What? What kind of condition was that? If she didn't cut it, who would? It's too long and obstructs her view. By then, I'll figure something out for you. The exam is about to start. Go inside. This sealed attractiveness by the bangs needed to be released. After saying this, Lin Zhou turned and headed to the adjacent classroom. It struck Sunyeon-ku at that moment Lin Zhou had followed her because his exam room was next to hers. What had she said just now? Sunyeon-ku wished she could vanish into thin air. The classroom was a bit chaotic. When Lin Zhou walked to the door, he overheard a commotion inside. Wow, Yun Ruoxi! Fan Yun's! What kind of exam room is this? To top 10 academic elites in the whole grade. Yes, they say Fan Yun's even likes Yun Ruoxi. Haha, if we talk about who likes Yun Ruoxi the most, it's not that guy from class 3, that one. Oh right, Lin Zhou. The one with the explosion haircut, he's been chasing Yun Ruoxi for a year. Oh come on, that academic underachiever has been rejected by Yun Ruoxi hundreds of times, she would never like him. Lin Zhou was about to enter the room, thinking these people are really gossipy. He walked inside helplessly. The tide immediately turned towards him. Wow, hot guy. Who is this? So handsome. He's even more handsome than Fan Yun's. Suddenly I feel like this person can totally match up with the goddess Yun Ruoxi. Although Lin Zhou's reputation has been significant these past few days, the school has many students, and there are still many who do not know him. He ignored these people and looked toward his seat. At that moment, he was speechless. It turns out, Yun Ruoxi was sitting right behind his seat. Fan Yun's was sitting across 2 corridors from them. This damn seating arrangement is so dramatic. Lin Zhou shook his head in disbelief and walked over in silence. When she saw him, Yun Ruoxi happily stood up. Lin Zhou, why are you so late? The test is about to start. This caused an uproar in the whole classroom. What? Lin Zhou? This person is Lin Zhou. Wait, why is the campus belle being so nice to Lin Zhou? She actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Zhou. Only Fan Yun's face looked unpleasant. Yun Ruoxi and Fan Yun's had come from the other side of the teaching building stairs and did not see Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing. Lin Zhou finished speaking and ignored her, sitting at his seat. Seeing this, Yun Ruoxi began feeling aggrieved again. Just as she wondered what else she could say to Lin Zhou, she saw Liu Ximing walking from the back row towards Lin Zhou and handed him his stationery bag. Zhou, what should I do? I am a bit worried. Why don't you sit in front of me, so I can copy from you? Are you asking someone counting 11th to copy from someone counting 5th? Oh, right. Liu Ximing was at a loss for words and walked back to his seat feeling dejected. Yun Ruoshi finally found an opportunity to start conversation again. She shouted to Lin Zhou, if you don't know how to do it, you can ask me, and I'll let you copy. Thank you. Lin Zhou was speechless. There are people who would rather have others copy their answers. Is this person hoping for his own poor performance? You're welcome. Yun Ruoshi was overjoyed that Lin Zhou finally paid attention to her, not picking up on his sarcasm. Lin Zhou ... He simply ignored them, closed his eyes to rest, and decided to face the test in the best condition possible. The first test was supposed to be a Chinese exam in the morning, but there were some issues with the papers, so the city decided to do the math test first. When Lin Zhou received his test paper, he was in the zone. All his math knowledge came to the forefront, and after writing his name, he began to earnestly answer the questions. The test lasted 2.5 hours, but Lin Zhou found that he had only used 1.5 hours to finish it. After checking it over and finding no issues, Lin Zhou stood up and handed in his paper. With the extra hour saved, he could review other subjects. Lately, he had been focusing on math, neglecting other subjects. To be well prepared is half the victory. When he stood up, the whole classroom was shocked. Fan Yun's, who was still working on the problems, sneered inwardly. Handing in the paper so early, Lin Zhou must not have written much. Did he think he could surpass him with such results? Dream on. Just behind Lin Zhou, Yun Ruoshi was also starting to feel anxious. She quietly reminded, Lin Zhou, what are you doing? If you can't answer it, you can ... quiet. The invigilator, Liu Qua, interrupted Yun Ruoshi. After looking at Lin Zhou, he was also somewhat speechless. This student, why didn't she write more questions? Although this is not the college entrance examination, it is still important. As a math teacher, today's test paper compared to previous year's difficulty was at the level of the college entrance examination. Without 2 hours, it was impossible to finish. This student had handed in his paper after just 1.5 hours. It was obvious that he hadn't written sincerely. Although he didn't particularly like this kind of student, as a teacher, he felt it was necessary to remind him. At the back row, Liu Shiming made eye contact with Lin Zhou, though Lin Zhou didn't see it. I've finished, teacher. During the college entrance exam, can't you hand in the paper early? Lin Zhou said helplessly. Finished? Liu Qua was shocked. He stood up directly and walked towards Lin Zhou. All done, yes. Lin Zhou handed the test paper to Liu Qua. You can take a look. Liu Qua took the test paper doubtfully. After looking through it, he was completely stunned. The first question, correct. The second question, correct. Even the last big question, he had written it correctly. And the answer was very detailed. Who is this student? How could he be so good? Teacher, can I go now? Liu Qua mechanically nodded. Yes, you can. Thank you, teacher. Lin Zhou packed his stationery, got up and left. The students in the classroom were shocked again. He finished it. No way. He must have randomly filled it in. The invigilator teacher must have made a mistake. Fan Yun's thought like so. After all, as one of the top 5 students in the year level for math, he had just finished the third to last major question. This year's math test was particularly difficult. He didn't believe Lin Zhou could finish it so quickly. But it was different for Yun Ruoshi. Just as the teacher picked up Lin Zhou's test paper, she saw some of the answers Lin Zhou wrote. Amazingly, all of them were correct. She had originally planned to let Lin Zhou copy her answers, but now it seemed she was really foolish. Thinking about this, Yun Ruoshi angrily lowered her head and stared at the questions. Liu Qua had already taken Lin Zhou's test paper to the podium. He was stunned when he saw the name on it. Lin Zhou. Wasn't he the problematic student in Zhang Shuqi's class? He had been last in math for so long. How could, at the same time, in the teacher's office, Liu Qingyan was writing lesson plans. There were specialized teachers in charge of the Chinese exam papers. Since she didn't oversee exams, she planned to work on her teaching schedule. As she wrote, she heard discussions outside the door. What? Didn't Teacher Liu say if their class did not rank first in the entire grade, she would resign? Oh really? But isn't that bad? Last time, their class average was 5th in the whole grade, but behind the first place by over 20 points. Lately, there has been this quiet problem girl transferred to their class, along with many underperforming students. Because of the fear that Sun Neonku wouldn't dare to speak and other reasons, only Principal Zhang Shuqi and Liu Qingyan knew about her good academic performance. They were afraid that disturbing Neonku would cause her to lose her abilities. If she resigns, that's perfect. Her recent behavior is ruining the reputation of our school. Resigning would be even better. Liu Qingyan's hand paused as she wrote. The door opened. Two teachers walked in chatting. When they saw Liu Qingyan, the usually harsh Sun Minghua teacher quickly put on a smile. Teacher Liu, are you here? Yes. Liu Qingyan nodded. Teacher Sun placed her lesson plan beside her. Teacher Liu, aren't you worried? This test affects your future. We've worked hard as teachers, and although we might not be willing, we've all worked hard to enter. How can you just play around like this? Liu Qingyan put down her pen. I understand. Understanding, what's the use? This test also selects participants for the math competition at the end of the month. If you fool around like this, your class might not have anyone selected. Liu Qingyan raised her head to speak. Just then, a teacher rushed in from outside. Just 1.5 hours, but 2 students have already handed in their papers, and the invigilator teacher said their answers are correct. What? 2 of them? Both answers are correct. How is this possible? Sun Minghua couldn't believe her eyes. The incoming teacher's surname is Zhou, responsible for maintaining discipline in the examination hall this time. He patrols around to ensure that no teachers are dozing off or students are cheating. While he was strolling around, he saw 2 students coming out of the classroom. 1 boy and 1 girl, and their classes are adjacent. As the discipline teacher, he cannot control whether the students submit their papers, but he still felt it was too early. So, taking advantage of his duty, he entered their examination room for a look. What he saw left him stunned. Even after leaving the examination room, he was still puzzled. Therefore, he decided to share this news with the teachers in the office. To his surprise, they didn't believe him at all. Mr. Zhou was a bit angry, saying, I am today's discipline teacher. Can I be wrong? Sun Minghua and the other teacher exchanged glances. After a while, Sun Minghua smiled and said, that must be Zhao Haiyang and Yun Ruoxi, right? In the last math exam, they were first and second in the entire grade, scoring over 140 marks. The teacher next to her also chimed in, yes, Sun. Isn't Zhao Haiyang from your class? I didn't expect the students in your class to be so talented. Sun Minghua proudly looked at Liu Qingyan and said, of course, in these few days, I made him catch up on his studies. Before Liu Qingyan could speak, the teacher next to him spoke up. But, those 2 students seem to be from class 2, and that girl, she seems to be a new transfer student. How could it be someone from Liu Qingyan's class? Sun Minghua clearly didn't believe it. After a moment of silence, she finally found a breakthrough. Could it be Fan Yun's? Liu, don't you manage your student Fan Yun's? Isn't it good to study hard and be proud? Submitting so early, does he really think he can score full marks? And what about that girl from your class? What's going on with her? Don't you educate her about the school exam discipline? Liu Qingyan was too lazy to talk to them, so she picked up her lesson plans and left the room. She needed to see who submitted the paper early. The girl was Su Neonku. She had no doubts about that. Su Neonku must have finished the questions. But the boy, did Fan Yunza have a habit of submitting early? At this moment, Lin Zhou and Su Neonku had already met up. He didn't expect Su Neonku to submit the paper early. They looked at each other, and Lin Zhou spoke first. Deskmate, how was the exam? Pretty good. Those questions were quite easy. Su Neonku trailed off as she lowered her head. Although Lin Zhou was a bit distracted before the exam due to some reasons, once the exam started, Su Neonku immediately focused and finished it in one go. Finding it a bit boring, she decided to submit her paper early, thinking of avoiding Lin Zhou to return to the classroom sooner. However, as soon as she stepped out, she saw Lin Zhou. At that moment, Lin Zhou burst into laughter. Easy. If other classmates hear you say that, they'd be furious. His improved understanding due to the reincarnation privilege made the question seem simple to him. If it had been before, without a doubt, he wouldn't recognize any of those questions. He never expected his desk mate to find it easy. Probably that's what makes a top student. Hearing this, Su Neonku looked up in confusion, raised her hand and pointed towards the examination room. Then, should I go back to double-check the questions? Haha, Lin Zhou chuckled again. Forget it, otherwise, the teacher might suspect you of cheating. Let's go, we should review for the next subject. We have an English exam in the afternoon, right? Alright, Suni Onku nodded. They went to the temporary study room together. At that moment, Liu Qingyan also arrived. Seeing Lin Zhou, she furrowed her brows slightly. Lin Zhou. Liu, why are you here? Did you submit your paper? Liu Qingyan couldn't believe it was Lin Zhou who submitted early. Yes, Lin Zhou nodded. Liu Qingyan was a bit perplexed. She looked at Lin Zhou and then at Suni Onku, sensing something unsettling. Did you finish the exam? Lin Zhou nodded again. Yes. Are you lying to me? Absolutely not. Even though Mr. Zhou had already spoken, Liu Qingyan found it hard to believe. Lin Zhou, do you remember what I told you? I won't interfere as long as you don't mess around. I didn't mess around. If you don't believe me, you can check my paper. Alright, you both go review for now. But Lin Zhou, if you don't do well this time, my previous words won't count. Previously, Liu Qingyan had stated that as long as Lin Zhou studied well, she wouldn't interfere. Though not explicitly mentioned, Lin Zhou understood she meant about Suni Onku and him. Understood. Thank you, Liu. Liu Qingyan stared deeply at them before leaving. Suni Onku looked a bit worried. Lin Zhou, did Liu say she won't interfere with us? It's nothing. Let's review for now. He couldn't reveal the truth to his desk mate, or she might be scared off. At 11:30 in the morning, the math exam ended. The invigilator Zhang Shuqi collected the answer sheets and quickly took them back to the office. Half an hour ago, he heard about Lin Zhou and Suni Onku. Zhang Shuqi felt completely confused. He automatically assumed that Suni Onku submitting early was all because of Lin Zhou. This guy not only submitted early himself, but also led Suni Onku in this misbehavior. It was just too much. After setting down the answer sheets, Zhang Shuqi called for Liu Qingyan. Liu, do you understand the seriousness of this situation? I entrusted Suni Onku to you because I believed you can trust her. She is a good seedling, but she also requires help. I warned you before about seeding her with Lin Zhou, but you said they would have different chemistry. Yes, Lin Zhou has improved, but now, he's leading Suni Onku to misbehave. This can't go on. After this exam, we must separate them. If you don't say it, I'll go find Lin Zhou myself. I can give him extra lessons privately, but he can't distract Suni Onku. Zhang Shuqi lectured in the office for nearly half an hour before finally stopping. He took a sip of water, feeling like he had not clarified enough. Since Liu Qingyan showed no reaction and just stood there listening passively, Zhang Shuqi was frustrated. Liu, are you even listening? If both of them don't perform well, your professional career is done. Liu Qingyan finally looked up and said, the exam results aren't out yet, don't rush. They have been solving questions for over an hour. We don't need to wait for the results. Don't kid yourself. Just as Zhang Shuqi finished his sentence, the phone on the table started ringing. He was taken aback. The exam room is calling me now. What could it be at this hour? The so-called grading room is set up collectively by all the high schools in Jiangzhou City. For large-scale exams like the practice test, there are specific grading teachers. These teachers do not participate in invigilating the exams. After the exams are completed, the test papers are quickly sent to them. By the second day after the practice test, all the grades will be out. This not only does not delay the assessments, but also allows for identifying students' weaknesses more quickly for the next stage of review. During the math test in the morning, they had lunch and waited for the exams to end before starting work directly. By now, it had been over half an hour, and many test papers should have already been graded. Could there be a problem with our test papers? Zhang Shuqi couldn't care less about being angry and quickly answered the phone. He put it on speakerphone. So, Liu Qingyan also followed Zhang Shuqi and heard the teacher on the other end exclaiming, Director Zhang, there's actually someone in your school who scored full marks. It's truly incredible. Our teachers just finished grading your test papers and we are discussing it. Full marks? Zhang Shuqi was utterly shocked. Yes, and not just one, but two. It's the first time I've seen a school have to perfect scores. Zhang Shuqi thought he misheard and excitedly put down his cup. Who? Which student? Fan Yun's or Zhao Haiyang? He didn't expect anything from Suni Onku and Lin Zhou, but Fan Yun's was, after all, his student. Even though the hope was slim, Zhang Shuqi wasn't willing to give up. It's neither. Then who? At this moment, Lin Zhou was studying vocabulary with Suni Ku. Although he had been studying English these past few days, he hadn't dedicated too much effort to it. There were still many things he didn't know. As he watched, he sighed. The exams in the afternoon and tomorrow shouldn't be that easy. After the practice test, he still had to strategize for other subjects. Suni Ku, who had been sitting next to him all along, heard this sigh and became worried. She hadn't seen Lin Zhou sigh before. Was the psychological pressure too much for him? After thinking for a while, Suni Ku stood up. Lin Zhou, how about we go for a walk? It's the best way to relieve pre-exam stress. Lin Zhou turned to look at her. Suni Ku quickly lowered her head. Relaxing a bit can help you perform well in the exam. Lin Zhou smiled. Was his desk companion starting to care about him? He stood up. Sure, let's take our textbooks with us. Maybe we can memorize a few more words after a walk. After a quick walk, we can go grab something to eat. Okay, Suni Ku nodded. The two of them left the study room. The exams had ended, and Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming returned dejected. Liu Shiming had originally planned to complain to Lin Zhou, but Qian Guoguo pulled him away. The campus of Erzhong was not small, surrounded by a rubber track outside the walls. The area without teaching buildings was full of lush trees, already budding. The winter jasmine on the wall had also bloomed. In 2004, Jiangcheng County had not yet been polluted by heavy industries, and the air was fresh and comfortable. With Suni Ku by his side, everything felt even better. Even though they had just finished exams, Lin Zhou felt more relaxed than ever before. With his hands behind his back, he closed his eyes slightly facing the sun. I wish we could walk like this forever. What? Suni Ku lagged behind, hearing his murmur. She looked up in confusion at Lin Zhou. It's nothing, desk companion, don't forget what you promised me. Lin Zhou said and gently pushed aside her bangs. Don't cut your bangs. At the moment her forehead was revealed, Lin Zhou was completely stunned. His desk companion was so beautiful. Her eyes were big and lively. With a bit more flesh on her face due to these past 2 weeks of nourishment, her tender collagen almost seemed to be squeezed out. Right now, perhaps due to nervousness, her face visibly turned red, making him want to kiss her even more. Lin Zhou resisted the urge to kiss her, and with his other hand, gently removed her black-framed glasses. Without the glasses, the girl's face was fully revealed. As Lin Zhou stared, he lost track of time. I mean, if we could walk like this forever, it would be great. Suni Ku was completely dazed. The moment Lin Zhou's hand touched her hair, she began to feel nervous. Later on, as his face drew closer, he seemed to be examining her seriously. And even later, he recklessly took off her glasses. But Suni Ku had no idea how to react. Every time this happened, her mind would be in chaos. When he spoke, she could even feel his breath. Forever. Did he really want to walk like this forever? But forever is so long. How could he be so sure? Lin Zhou. When she wanted to say something, Suni Ku suddenly heard a shout not far away. Lin Zhou. Are you Lin Zhou? Suni Ku quickly put her glasses back on and frantically adjusted her bangs to cover half her face. After doing all that, she nervously took a step back. Someone's calling you. Lin Zhou chuckled. I know, desk companion, don't worry. I won't hurt you. After comforting Suni Ku, Lin Zhou turned to look at the person calling him. It was the security guard, Lao Su. Unknowingly, they had already reached the school gate. It's me. Lao Su pointed in the direction of the school gate. Someone's looking for you. Lin Zhou turned his head and saw Chen Shulin standing at the gate. She was holding two enormous food containers and waving at him. Xiao Zhou, over here. Since the last time Chen Shulin had dinner at their place, she almost went to Lin's house every day to cook delicious dishes for Lin Zhou and Lin Chengzheng. Lin Zhou was quite content with this situation. However, he didn't expect Chen Shulin to visit the school today. Auntie, why are you here? Lin Zhou walked over and noticed Suni Ku hadn't moved. He called out to her. This is my aunt, my dad's girlfriend. Huh? What? What do you mean? Just what you're thinking. She might become my future stepmother. Come and meet her together. But Suni Ku was feeling conflicted. Future stepmother. Did that mean she would be Lin Zhou's guardian? Was he planning to introduce her to his family? Before she could dwell on it further, she heard Qin Shulin calling out, "Hey, little girl, you're Lin Zhou's classmate, right? Come over here. I've brought lots of delicious food for you guys." Qin Shulin didn't hear Lin Zhou and Su Nyanku's whispered words and had no idea that, in Lin Zhou's mind, she was already his future stepmother. At this moment, she was a bit nervous. Today was supposed to be Lin Changzhang's visit to deliver some food treats for the kids after the exams. But Qin Shulin had boldly taken on this task. Her interactions with Lin Zhou in these past few days had made Qin Shulin feel particularly comfortable. She felt like this kid was her own child, even more considerate than her rebellious biological child. She thought that living together with Lin Changzheng in the future would require her to establish good relations with Lin Zhou. Qin Shulin nodded. "Yes, I brought a lot. One person can't finish it all. Xiao Zhou, call your classmate over." Lin Zhou looked at Su Nyanku with a smile. "See, I told you my family prepared more food for me. Let's go, Auntie is calling you." Su Nyanku could only nod and carefully followed Lin Zhou over. Qin Shulin took out lunchboxes from the bag while chattering away. "This is braised pork. Your dad said you love it." Lin Zhou reached out to take it, but Qin Shulin patted his hand and handed the lunchbox to Su Nyanku. "Here, girl, take it." Su Nyanku was slightly surprised. For me?" "Yes, for you. You're too thin." "Don't worry, I brought enough for both of you to eat." Su Nyanku looked a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Lin Zhou. "But, no buts, give me your book." Lin Zhou directly took the materials from Su Nyanku's hand. "Take the lunch." Su Nyanku could only reach out to take it. Qin Shulin was a bit puzzled. "Isn't today a test day? Why are you carrying textbooks? So many, isn't it noticeable? Just eat here. I'll wait for you to finish, then I'll take the lunchboxes back to wash them." Lin Zhou looked puzzled. "Auntie, should we eat together? I've already eaten." Lin Zhou and Su Nyanku glanced at each other and sat on a stone bench next to the gate. They ate seriously. Today's meal was delicious. Su Nyanku ate a lot, which made Qin Shulin happy. "Xiao Zhou, your dad would be so happy if he knew how you are now." "Well, you better tell him." "Ha ha, I will." Suddenly, Qin Shulin felt that there was less distance between her and Lin Zhou. As she was leaving, she heard Lin Zhou say, "By the way, Auntie, my dad actually smokes secretly. Can you talk to him about it?" Qin Shulin was stunned. "Smoking? I thought he didn't smoke." "That's just a lie. Check under his bed when you get home." "Okay." Qin Shulin left in a hurry. Lin Zhou found it amusing. Su Nyanku was a bit bewildered. "Lin Zhou, won't this harm your dad?" "No, it's for his own good. Smoking is harmful." But, Auntie hasn't entered your house yet. She's just your stepmother." "It's okay. She will enter eventually. To me, a stepmother and a biological mother are no different as long as she treats dad well." Su Nyanku looked at Lin Zhou in a daze. She knew many children from single-parent families who wished their parents would not find a new partner and just dote on them. They were extremely sensitive, either crying or causing trouble. But looking at Lin Zhou, he seemed to genuinely like it. And from Auntie's attitude, it seemed as though she had also taken Lin Zhou as her own son. This kind of atmosphere was really nice. "Deskmate, hurry up. Let's go back and sleep a bit before the next exam." Su Nyanku smiled and quickly caught up. "Okay." 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin's home. Lin Changzheng had been pacing outside the house for a while. Since Qin Shulin left, he was very worried. Although Lin Zhou had accepted Qin Shulin cooking in their house, the two were still not very familiar. Lin Changzheng couldn't guarantee if Lin Zhou would show disrespect to Qin Shulin. When he saw Qin Shulin coming back, he hurried to meet her. "Shulin, everything okay?" Qin Shulin's face looked bad. Lin Changzheng was alarmed. "Did that kid bully you?" "Wait, I'll go talk to him." "Ha! You stop. He didn't bully me." "Ah! Is it that the girl he knows isn't good enough?" "Not really. That girl is fine. She seems gentle and even studies with Lin Zhou. Big brother Lin, you will like her." "Well, that's good." Lin Changzheng breathed a sigh of relief. A few seconds later, he became tense again. "So why do you look unhappy?" Qin Shulin took a deep breath, ignored Lin Changzheng, turned around and went straight to the master bedroom. "Lin Changzheng, Shulin, what are you doing? Lin Changzhang's face turned green. He saw Chen Shulin swiftly take out a few packs of cigarettes from under the bed. You, how did you know? Lin Zhou told me. Didn't you say you don't smoke? Lin Zhou, that rascal's son. No, Shulin, listen to me. The subsequent exam. Indeed, it was not as easy as Lin Zhou thought it would be. He didn't turn in the papers early this time, and he answered each subject very seriously. It may not be as good as math, but in Lin Zhou's eyes, progress was inevitable. The day after the exam. It was the day the first mock exam results were announced. Early in the morning, the teacher's office became lively. Liu Qingyan was dressed in a floral long skirt with high heels, her hair neatly tied up, exuding the flavor of a mature woman. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Next to her, Sun Minghua tugged at her few strands of hair, a hint of sourness in her eyes. Oh, Miss Liu, why are you still dressed like this? The results are coming out today. I know. Liu Qingyan walked to her desk, turned on the computer. The results of each subject had just come out. The overall results would be out in 5 minutes. She wanted to see what surprises Lin Zhou and Su Nianku had brought her. Sun Minghua obviously didn't know Liu Qingyan's thoughts. She hadn't had a chance to look at the results yet, so she didn't know everyone's scores. But she didn't believe that Liu Qingyan's class could be in the top 2. After all, there was still a big gap between their class and the top classes. Last time, even the class she taught did not do well. Miss Liu, aren't you worried about really resigning? At this moment, Zhou, who was in charge of discipline during the exam, rushed in and excitedly said, I heard that our school had students who scored full marks in math. Sun Minghua was astonished. Really? Who are they? Someone nearby agreed. Could it really be Zhao Haiyang? Miss Sun, your class 5 should take the first place this time, right? Sun Minghua was very happy. If he really scores full marks, it won't be in vain that I taught him. This kid is naturally smart and has a gift for math. Unlike some students who only know to leave the exam hall early. Sun Minghua had already inquired privately. The students who left the exam hall early were Lin Zhou and Su Nianku from class 2. One was a poor student, the other had problems. Even if the invigilator said they answered correctly, so what? The examiner couldn't possibly finish marking their papers in just that moment. The two of them couldn't possibly score full marks. Miss Liu, get ready to resign. Sun Minghua's words had just fallen when Zhou, who was already sitting at the computer, shouted, Oh my, both of them are in Miss Liu's class. Sun Minghua was shocked again. What did you say? The results for the whole grade are out. Ah, the first in the grade is also in Miss Liu's class. How is that possible? Sun Minghua ran to Zhou's side in shock and looked at the computer screen. On that day, Lin Zhou arrived at the classroom early, handed the candies he brought to Su Nianku, and waited for the arrival of the teacher. To be honest, he also wanted to know how many points he scored. The classmates were all discussing anxiously. This exam was so difficult, I couldn't even answer the questions. Yeah, especially math. Those questions that came up, I've never seen them before. I think I'm going to fail. What should I do? At this moment, Wang Zikin rushed in from outside, looking excited. Fail? No way. I heard that someone in our school got a perfect score on this exam. Just passing by the teacher's office, he overheard the teacher's conversation, but didn't listen carefully enough to know that there were 2 perfect scores this time. What? A perfect score? Who? I don't know, but I heard that the perfect score is in our class. Besides me, who else could it be? Lin Zhou received sympathetic looks from his classmates. Fan Yun's also looked over with a smile. Ah, just a perfect score, no need to be so surprised. Actually, this math exam wasn't that difficult. Wow, not difficult. A top student is indeed a top student. Fan Yun's was very pleased with everyone's reaction. At this moment, Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo worriedly approached Lin Zhou, trying to console him. Zhou, don't mind him, he's just a show-off. Qian Guoguo added, Yes, Lin Zhou, even though we can't pass the exam compared to him, we are more handsome than him. Lin Zhou remained silent, just considering it as them trying to console themselves. Su Nianku, his desk mate, raised her head and looked at Lin Zhou seriously. Lin Zhou said, Desk mate, you don't think I can't beat Fan Yun's, right? Su Nianku shook her head. No, I believe in you. Lin Zhou replied, That's good. As long as his desk mate believed in him, it didn't matter what others thought. Fan Yun's, seeing that Lin Zhou didn't dare to meet his eyes, intentionally said, "Zhou, if you work a bit harder, you might pass too. Don't turn in your paper early next time. It's a loss." Lin Zhou was puzzled. This guy really loves to play around. He was about to speak when Zhang Shuqi burst into the classroom holding the exam papers. The students immediately quieted down, waiting for Zhang Shuqi to speak. Zhang Shuqi playfully put the exam papers on the podium and rubbed his hands together. He deliberately glanced in the direction of Lin Zhou and Sunyan Ku. "Students, the results of the mock exam are out." Before he could finish speaking, the eager students started clamoring. "Zhang teacher, announce the results quickly." "Oh my, who got the perfect score?" Hearing this, Zhang Shuqi decided not to tease them and directly smiled. "Haha, since you are also anxious, I'll cut to the chase. Zhou Shanshan, 92 points. Wang Zikan, 88 points. This won't do. If you fail next time, call your parents." Liu Shiming, 95 points. What? Liu Shiming was shocked himself. 95 points? Did he hear correctly? He actually passed the math exam. Huh, you passed. That's a big improvement. Keep it up. Qian Guoguo, 101 points. Huh, you improved so much too. Looks like your study group is doing well. Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming exchanged glances, both unbelievably stepping up to the podium. Seeing fewer and fewer exam papers in Zhang Shuqi's hands, Fan Yun's became more confident. Besides him and Sunyan Ku, all the other classmates' papers had been distributed. This meant he must be the one with the perfect score. After all, although Sunyan Ku was a top student, she was from the second high school. Second high students generally didn't perform well academically. Han Yun's. Hearing his name, Fan Yun stood up abruptly. "Teacher, here. 142 points. Not bad, not bad." With this remark, Fan Yun's was completely stunned. "What? 142 points? Yes, it's also the fourth in the class." Fan Yun's, well done. Come up and get your exam paper. Reluctantly, Fan Yun's walked up to the podium and the classroom erupted. What? Fan Yun's? He also got a perfect score. Fan Yun's got a perfect score? So, we have to perfect scores in our class. Am I still dreaming? Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo, who hadn't yet left the podium, were also dumbfounded. Wow, Zhou is amazing. They finally understood the meaning behind Lin Zhou's frequent remarks. Study hard. It turns out that serious effort really pays off. Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming made a silent resolution to never slack off again. Fan Yun's face paled. What's going on? How could Lin Zhou also have a perfect score? Teacher, is there an issue with Lin Zhou's exam score this time? Fan Yun's clearly remembered that Lin Zhou had scored just over 50 points in math last time. How could he have a perfect score in just a few days? Zhang Shuqi said, I know you suspect Lin Zhou of cheating, but Yun Ruoxi, who sat behind him, only scored 144 points. So who did he cheat from? Whose paper could he copy to get a perfect score? With this statement, everyone was stunned. That's right. You can copy other scores, but how could you copy a perfect score? Fan Yun's wanted to suggest it was Sunyan Ku, but then realized they were in different exam halls. Disheartened, he sat back down, looking crestfallen. Lin Zhou and Sunyan Ku exchanged glances and walked up to the podium together. Zhang Shuqi happily handed their exam papers to them and looked satisfied. Don't leave yet. Come on. Share with everyone the experience of getting a perfect score. The college entrance exam is coming soon. Let everyone learn. Student Sunyan Ku, you go first. Sunyan Ku held her exam paper and hesitated. Zhang Shuqi realized that Sunyan Ku was not good at speaking, so he shifted his focus to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, your improvement is quite significant. You go ahead. Lin Zhou took the exam paper and glanced around. Honestly, he was somewhat moved. In his previous life, he had never experienced this honor. Unexpectedly, getting a perfect score felt pretty good. Finally, his gaze settled on Sunyan Ku. I can improve, and a lot of it was thanks to my desk mate. He wanted to say more, but feared the girl might misunderstand him and distance herself. Your desk mate? Yeah, didn't Teacher Liu arrange a study group for us? We often study together, and Sunyan Ku has taught me a lot. As they say, Teamwork makes the dream work. Teacher's office. Sun Minghua widened her eyes in disbelief. Not only did the first place belong to Class 2 this time, but the overall scores of Class 2 also improved by a whole 30 points compared to the last exam, placing them first among the 30 classes in the high school. The two students who handed in their papers early did exceptionally well. How is this possible? Sun Minghua repeated twice, unable to make sense of it. Liu Qingyan stood up happily, stretching lazily, and said, "Ms. Sun, it looks like I don't need to resign after all." She picked up the report cards and walked out. Even though it was a math class, she felt it was necessary to let everyone know their total scores. Surely Mr. Zhang wouldn't mind. As she walked towards the classroom door, she heard the cheers of her classmates. She also saw Su Nianku and Lin Zhou standing on the platform. Wow, what a thing to say. Ha ha, Lin Zhou, are you confessing your feelings? Oh my, Su Nianku is blushing. Such commotion. But Zhang Shuqi was not angry at all, standing by and watching them cheerfully. Liu Qingyan knocked on the door with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, can I have a few minutes of your time?" Zhang Shuqi was delighted to see Liu Qingyan. "Sure, no problem at all. Ms. Liu, come in. Take as much time as you need." With decades of teaching experience, this was the first time he had such outstanding students. 2 perfect math scores. If this got out, his resume would receive another boost. The joy he felt almost made his head spin. And all this was thanks to Liu Qingyan's decision to have Lin Zhou and Su Nianku sit together. Today, Zhang Shuqi's gaze towards Liu Qingyan had softened significantly. When Liu Qingyan went up to the stage, he couldn't help but compliment her. "Ms. Liu, you look nice in that outfit today. Keep dressing like this in the future." The students below the podium immediately began to whisper, "Mr. Zhang, you're not enforcing the school rules today. First time for everything. Ha ha. Ms. Liu looks really pretty today. I'll dress like this tomorrow." Zhang Shuqi rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? Stop fooling around. Ms. Liu can dress like this, but you can't." "Why not? Why? If you all get perfect scores, then I agree." The girls were instantly discouraged. It wasn't easy to score perfectly. The boys, however, couldn't take their eyes off Liu Qingyan. Fan Yun's was no exception. However, he kept glancing at Lin Zhou from time to time. This person was really drawing attention today. But it would only be for a while, as Ms. Liu was supposed to announce the total scores. He couldn't believe that the two of them could still be at the top. Being first in the class was a must, and he was only 8 points behind in math, which was doable. Up on the platform, when Lin Zhou saw Su Nianku entering, he turned his head and smiled. "Ms. Liu, shall we go down first?" But they had to come back up later. "No, let's stay for now." Lin Zhou reluctantly stood beside Su Nianku, trying to shield her. When Su Nianku, with her head down, didn't know what to do, she heard a very light voice next to her saying, "Deskmate, don't worry. Stand behind me." Su Nianku quickly and discreetly moved back. Lin Zhou almost reached her front before stopping. Looking ahead, he raised his head, and she saw his back. At that moment, Su Nianku suddenly felt a sense of security. It turned out that she didn't have to be afraid like this. Liu Qingyan's voice had started. "You should know why I'm here, right?" "Yes, to announce the total scores. This time, the first place in our class is." Taking a deep breath, Liu Qingyan opened the papers in her hand. Everyone in the audience held their breath. Fan Yun sat up excitedly. At that moment, they heard Liu Qingyan say, "Forget it, you can see for yourselves." Handing over the report cards to the first student at the door. "Everyone, Ms. Liu, you're becoming more mischievous. Quick, quick, who is the first place?" Fan Yun's. "No, it's not." The short student sitting in the first row held the report card in shock. It's Su Nianku." "What? Oh my gosh. How is that possible?" Su Nianku transferred from second high school. The students could no longer wait for the report cards to be passed on. They quickly rushed to the first row. Zhang Shuqi, who had originally been standing at the door, was now pushed aside. Fan Yun's was on the brink of desperation. He couldn't even make his way in and couldn't believe he lost his first place. Suddenly, an excited voice emerged from the crowd. "Su Nianku, Math, 150 points, English, 145 points, Science, 282 points, Language, 139 points, total, 716 points, first in the entire grade. The students exclaimed in shock, "Unbelievable! Incredible! What a genius!" Fan Yun's his second this time. Liu Shiming, outside the crowd, impatiently shouted, "Where's Lin Zhou? Lin Zhou! Look for my brojo! Oh, here it is, Lin Zhou!" Math 150 points, Language 108 points, Science 213 points, English 98 points, total 569 points, 22nd in the class. Wow, he actually made it into the top 30. Liu Shiming, completely shocked, sat down and admired Lin Zhou. Qian Guoguo was also astounded. "Liu Shiming, I just casually formed a group. Aren't we now a group of top students?" "Seems like it." At that moment, both of them didn't know how to describe their feelings. But it seemed being left out wasn't such a bad thing. Fan Yun slumped into his seat. He lost the first place. Even though he surpassed Lin Zhou had improved by 50 places. Now no one would see Fan Yun's achievements, they would only praise Lin Zhou. The girls had now set their sights on Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou is amazing. He looks better now, and his grades have improved too. "Lin Zhou, can I study with you?" On the podium, Lin Zhou stood protectively in front of Su Nianku. "Sorry, I already have a study buddy. The people in our group are great. I don't want to change for now." Disappointed, the girls left. Some boys attempted to approach Su Nianku, but Lin Zhou blocked them. Watching this scene at the door, Zhang Shuqi nudged Liu Qingyan. "Ms. Liu, are you brave enough to let the classroom get so chaotic during class time?" Liu Qingyan couldn't help but smile. "Didn't you tacitly approve of this?" "Haha, yeah, I never thought that one day, as the head teacher, I would be standing here watching them make a scene. It's good, the study atmosphere will be better this way." Lin Zhou's progress and Su Nianku's results will allow them to see the difference and follow suit. I hope so. However, we must cultivate these two good seeds well. The study group must not be broken up. Liu Qingyan, surprised, glanced at Zhang Shuqi. "But, before the exam, you told me to transfer Su Nianku." As the classroom gradually quieted down, Liu Qingyan walked to the podium. "All right, everyone should have seen their grades. Please return to your seats, or students from other classes might think we are disassembling the classroom." "Haha, Teacher Liu, can we really disassemble it?" a mischievous student called out, drawing a sidelong glance from Liu Qingyan. The male student quickly stopped talking and sheepishly returned to his seat. Liu Qingyan also stood on the podium and said, "Overall, our class has made significant progress this time. The class average ranked first in the grade, and Su Nianku also achieved great results, ranking first in the whole grade, which is excellent." The biggest improvement was undoubtedly the Lin Zhou group, with all three members, aside from Su Nianku, showing significant progress. After class, you can go and ask them how they study. All right, let's give Su Nianku and Lin Zhou a round of applause for their achievements. And for ourselves too. The classroom immediately filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Liu Qingyan turned and looked behind Lin Zhou. Su Nianku was staring blankly at Lin Zhou's figure, as if she regarded him as her guardian. She laughed and called out, "Su Nianku!" "Ha!" Su Nianku, coming back to her senses, nervously lowered her head. Liu Qingyan chuckled and said, "Don't just focus on helping Lin Zhou with math. Pay attention to your other subjects, especially English. You almost failed." In Liu Qingyan's view, Lin Zhou must have improved in his studies because of Su Nianku. She recalled a saying she had heard during her school days, "There will always be someone who appears in your life, changing your perception and helping you improve." Liu Qingyan used to think it was just a fairy tale aimed at young girls. But now, she believed that some people were indeed that fortunate. "Oh, okay," Su Nianku hurriedly nodded. Liu Qingyan said a few more words before letting Lin Zhou and Su Nianku step down from the podium. During this whole time, Su Nianku closely followed behind Lin Zhou, completely oblivious to Fan Yun's calling for her. Next was Zhang Shuqi's time for a feedback session. However, today, Zhang Shuqi seemed uninterested in reviewing the test papers. He talked at length, praising Lin Zhou and urging everyone to study hard and improve like him. After class, Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo quickly approached Lin Zhou and Su Nianku to express their admiration. "Bro Zhou, you're amazing. Su Nianku, you're awesome too." Qian Guoguo's eyes were sparkling. Su Nianku looked up and said, "What? Oh, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, both of you are our study idols. But Linjo, how did you suddenly make such progress in your studies? Teach me too. Liu Shiming also eagerly looked over. Linjo smiled at them and said, you want to improve too? Of course, who wouldn't want to get into a good university? Let's start today by memorizing all the notes I prepared for you. Okay, no problem. However, you need to triple the amount of notes you memorize. Also, starting today, our group will have an extra hour of tutoring after school, and you can choose the time and location. Suddenly regretful. What to do now? The day passed by joyfully for everyone. After dinner, Linjo was called by Liu Shiming to the restroom. Sunyeonku and Chan Guoguo returned to the classroom together. Now, Sunyeonku could joke and converse with Chan Guoguo. After taking today's study notes from Sunyeonku, Chan Guoguo reluctantly returned to her seat to start studying. Fan Yuns, who had been conflicted all day, finally found an opportunity. He stood up and called out to Sunyeonku, who hadn't sat down yet. Sunyeonku. Sunyeonku hesitated. Fan fellow classmate. What's up? I see you're wearing glasses and sitting at the back. Can you see the board clearly? Wang Zikin wants to switch seats with you. Wang Zikin was puzzled by the sudden cue. Hot fan. Fan bro. Being unsure of Fan Yun's seriousness, he nodded. Yeah, I want to switch seats with you. Is that okay? Fan Yuns was seated in the third row, while Wang Zikin was in the fourth row behind Fan Yuns. Although they couldn't be in the same study group as Sunyeonku anymore, Fan Yuns planned to take advantage of the geographic proximity. He wanted to know how Sunyeonku excelled in her studies. Besides, Linjo mentioned that his academic progress was entirely due to Sunyeonku. So if Sunyeonku was moved, wouldn't he lose the chance to continue improving? Sunyeonku looked up in surprise, unable to believe it, and said to Fan Yuns, switch seats. Yes, it's a bit closer here, and you can see the board clearly, which is more conducive to learning. But I don't need to see the board. I understand everything the teacher says. Fan Yuns, annoyed, he turned back and sat down. Linjo and Liu Shiming, just entering the room, witnessed the scene. Liu Shiming was amazed. Little classmate. Oh, I mean, Su's student, Linjo. Su's student is good at acting. She knows she's upsetting Fan Yuns, right? I don't know if she's upsetting him, but I know I'm happy now. Linjo chuckled and returned to his seat. Liu Shiming was left speechless. He felt like he had been outsmarted, wondering what was happening. After the last study session, Chan Guoguo collected her notebooks, secretly signaling to Liu Shiming, and tiptoed out of the room. She didn't want to attend extra tutoring in the middle of the night, but it didn't feel right to skip it alone, so she had to bring Liu Shiming along. However, before they could leave the door, she heard Liu Shiming ignoring her intent and shouting, Chan Guoguo, where are you going? Extra tutoring. Then she felt the inquiring looks from Sunyeonku and Linjo. Chan Guoguo. She could only look at Liu Shiming resentfully and grit her teeth. I was going to the bathroom. Never mind, I'll attend the tutoring first. Linjo nodded. Chan Guoguo reluctantly approached the three of them. Where are we going for tutoring? The study room. Before she could say anything, Linjo handed her another notebook. Finish this one together with today's, and you're not allowed to go home until you're done. It was almost as if he was even stricter than a capitalist. Reluctantly picking up the notebook, she walked out. Before reaching the study hall, she noticed Linjo walking with Sunyeonku towards the school's study pavilion. Chan Guoguo wondered, where are they going? We've covered all the subjects given by you. We're going to the lakeside to study English, Linjo explained. Chan Guoguo was still processing this information as they walked far away. They aren't secretly meeting up, are they? The so-called Study God Pavilion is actually just a regular pavilion. It is located next to the school playground. It got its name because there was a classmate who was particularly fond of studying. Every morning, he would wake up an hour early to study here. In the end, he achieved the highest score in the provincial college entrance examination and was sought after by major universities for admission. To commemorate this, the school specially gave it a resounding name. They even cleared out an area and built many similar small pavilions around it. The pavilions are not very big, but they are enough for students to study. Many scenic trees were planted, along with lawns and fresh flowers. It was almost like a sacred place. The campus was beautified, earning the title of the most beautiful high school in the city. The school encourages students to come here to study during their free time, hoping that one day it will create another legend. After that study god, the school has not produced another top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. Before the college entrance examination, some students who want to achieve good results still come here to pray. Of course, in the morning, there are indeed students studying here, and it continues in the evening. However, many students also come here to secretly meet up. Although the school installed streetlights, the trees have grown so much that they almost block out the lights. Behind the trees, it has become a romantic meeting place. The lights on the path dim on and off. Suni Onku had just transferred to this school and had not been here before. As she walked further and further into the secluded area, she became a bit curious. Lin Jo, where are we going? Lin Jo turned around, and when he saw her, he couldn't help but smile lightly. To sell our little desk mate. Ah, Suni Onku exclaimed softly, then lowered her head and murmured, well, let's go then. Hung, aren't you scared? Suni Onku mustered up her courage, looked up at him, and said very seriously, I know you won't sell me. Ha ha, this girl is really cute. She is bold enough to talk to him, though she dare not speak too much to others, and is unwilling to interact. She might be timid, but she can still share jokes in these situations. Over there is a pavilion. Let's study English there. Haven't you promised Teacher Liu to give me extra English tutoring? We also need to focus on the listening part. I can hardly understand it, and I need you to help me. Your pronunciation is very standard. Read it to me. Lin Jo also reviewed some vocabulary. They had decided to attend the same school, so they couldn't waste any time. Though he had improved in the mock exams, he was still missing more than 100 points compared to her score. Okay. After a while, they finally arrived at the pavilion and the lights. It was very quiet, with occasional sounds of insects. Suni Onku looked around, and it seemed like there were no other students today. It meant that it was just her and Lin Jo here. Realizing this, she felt a little bolder. As they approached the pavilion, Suni Onku said, Lin Jo, this place is like my home. Huh? How so? There are no people, just trees and the darkness, so quiet, occasionally you can hear frogs calling. They accompany me. And the insects chirping, very soothing, it makes you feel at peace. All along, it was them and my little brother who accompanied me as I grew up. Suni Onku spoke a lot in one go. She seemed to have completely relaxed. The city is too noisy. There are too many students, many luxurious things that I can't afford, and people who would bully me. They say, Suni Onku, you study too well. I still don't understand. Is it wrong to study well? As she spoke, Suni Onku then realized that she had never shared these thoughts with someone before. Today was different for some reason. She felt unlike herself. Suni Onku lowered her head, wanting to apologize, but she held back. Lin Jo, do you find me annoying? Kids from the city usually do not like to listen to these kinds of stories. The joys and sorrows of people are not always shared. Lin Jo, who had been listening to her, shook his head. He walked to her side, their shadows overlapping. No, not annoying at all. I really enjoy listening. Enjoy? Yes, you're willing to share this with me, which means you see me as a friend, desk mate. I'm happy. Suni Onku stared at Lin Jo in amazement. In the light, his face wasn't clear, but she could feel that he was not lying. He genuinely liked to listen. Suni Onku smiled as she looked at him. I'm happy too. Let's go, let's study. Okay. They ran happily towards the pavilion. While running, Suni Onku suddenly stopped. Oh, Lin Jo, there are people over there. At that moment, Lin Jo saw inside a slightly smaller pavilion. A boy was hurriedly getting up and blocking the view of a girl. Then he stared at them fiercely. Obviously, they had interrupted something intimate between them. The boy's mouth was swollen. Suni Onku looked puzzled. Huh, this student. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Jo grabbed her arm. Desk mate, hurry, don't waste time. Suni Onku could only stumble forward. She heard the angry voice of the girl behind them. It's all your fault. I didn't know there would actually be people coming here to study. They finally reached the pavilion, and Lin Jo stopped. Suni Onku, who had been running fast, was slightly out of breath. She looked at Lin Jo strangely. Lin Zhou, weren't they here to study? I don't know, maybe, right? But that boy's mouth is swollen. Why didn't you let me alert them? It's okay, maybe. He ate some spicy snacks. But, let's stop. It's nearly been an hour. All right, finally leaving behind numerous confusions, Lin Zhou opened the textbook. After some flipping, he found an article and handed it to Suni Onku. Let's start from here. You read, I'll just listen without looking. If I miss something or don't understand, I'll let you know, and you can read it again. I'll think carefully. It was indeed a good way to study. Suni Onku nodded. Got it. She took the textbook, then listened carefully. Okay. It was an essay about family and love. It talked about the love stories between parents and children. As Suni Onku read, her voice was clear and soothing. Lin Zhou, listening intently, got lost in it. He couldn't help but glance at Suni Onku's profile. She was always so focused and confident when she studied. This side of her was really lovely. After some time, he heard Suni Onku say, Lin Zhou, are you listening? I am. But, she felt him looking at her. She wanted to remind him, but didn't know how to. Suni Onku could only swallow back her words. But what? Lin Zhou didn't give her a chance, deliberately asking. Suni Onku hesitated, unsure how to respond. She remembered what Qian Guoguo said before the exam. Suni Onku's face visibly reddened. She lowered her head and nervously said, Let's not waste time. This article is about to finish. Okay. Lin Zhou didn't tease her further. Suni Onku took a deep breath and started reading again. 2 minutes later, Lin Zhou interrupted her again. Wait, let me hear that sentence you just read clearly. Read it again. Huh? Which one? Just read the previous section again. Oh, all right. Suni Onku nodded and went back to the beginning of the section. Yet, as she saw the first sentence, she froze. Written in the textbook was, I love you. Lam Zhou. Sunayanshu couldn't believe it as he called out to him. These 3 words, regardless of which one, were very common words and sounded quite simple. In this passage, it was the child's words to the parents before entering school after saying goodbye. Connecting with the context, there was no problem reading it, so Sunayanshu initially didn't pay much attention. But just taking it out to read alone, even Sunayanshu, who was slow, knew the meaning of this sentence. Lam Zhou, was it intentional? Huh? What's wrong? Is this passage difficult? No wonder I didn't hear clearly just now. His tone was very sincere, and there was no hint of mockery in his eyes. Could it be that he misunderstood him? Did he really not hear clearly? Thinking about Lam Zhou's messy English grades, Sunayanshu understood. Perhaps he really had misunderstood him. Lam Zhou was clearly here to study. Not difficult, I'll read it for you. Okay, you read, I'll listen carefully. Lam Zhou closed his eyes. Sunayanshu focused his gaze on the textbook. Although he had decided to read, for some reason, his heart was still in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed this strange feeling. Opening her lips, Sunayanshu tried to steady her breath. She said, Iloveo. After reading this sentence, Sunayanshu felt her heartbeat quicken. She even dared not look at Lam Zhou's reaction, quickly moving on to the next sentence. Sunayanshu didn't see it, but when she read this sentence, Lam Zhou's hands slightly clenched, a faint smile on his lips. Life is truly miraculous, letting him wander through life, thinking it was full of regrets. Never did he expect to have a chance to make amends. Iloveo. Me too. Sunayanshu, did you hear that? In the self-study room, Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming were seriously focused on their studies. It must be said that the notes Lin Zhou wrote were very useful. As long as they concentrated, they could learn a lot of knowledge. While they were studying, Liu Shiming noticed a book placed in front of him. Curious, he looked up and saw Yun Ruoxi and Li Ziwen behind her. Liu Shiming, where's Lin Zhou? Again. Liu Shiming furrowed his brows. Why had Yun, the beauty of the school, been looking for Zhou Zhe so often recently? She hadn't been like this before. Just as he was about to answer, Liu Shiming was interrupted by Qian Guoguo beside him. Lin Zhou isn't here, huh? Why did that sound so off? Didn't you guys form a study group? You two are studying here. Why isn't he here? Yun Ruoxi was starting to get angry. Today, after Lin Zhou's grades were announced, she quickly heard about it. As the top student in class 3 and the first in the grade, Yun Ruoshi had always had enough confidence in her own grades. During exams, she even thought of letting Lin Zhou copy her answers. Even though later, when Lin Zhou handed in his paper, she found out he had answered many questions correctly, Yun Ruoshi never expected Lin Zhou to score full marks in math. Now, he was unexpectedly so outstanding. Yun Ruoshi found it increasingly unbelievable. Because Class 2 had such good grades, their class teacher also requested Class 3 to follow suit and set up study groups for extra revision after school. After making inquiries, Yun Ruoshi found out that Lin Zhou had brought his study group to this self-study room. She immediately brought her study group members over. Unexpectedly, she was met with disappointment. It's normal for him not to be here, right? Lin Zhou studies so well. What we study, he must have already learned. Why would he mix with us? Qian Guo disdainfully glanced at Yun Ruoshi. She had heard about what happened at the square from Liu Shiming. Liu Shiming was magnanimous and didn't mind, but Qian Guo could see through Yun Ruoshi's intentions at a glance. This person, arrogance is truly frightening. Compared to their classmates Sunai and Chu, who is not good at studying, she is far behind. How could she match up with Lin Zhou? Now, when Yun Ruoshi approached, she could almost guess her purpose. She wouldn't give her a chance. Lin Zhou and Sunai and Chu were willing to help her with her studies even though she wasn't good, so she had to clear the way for them. Then where did he go? I don't know. Yun Ruoshi was at a loss for words. She looked around and realized that not only was Lin Zhou missing, his ordinary tablemate was also not there. It was said that Lin Zhou studied well because of his tablemate. Thinking about this, Yun Ruoshi felt uncomfortable. What about the other person in your group? Of course, they went to study with Lin Zhou. What? They, together. Of course, we are a group. Yun, if you have nothing to do, find a seat yourself and don't waste our study time. Liu Shiming and I are not good at studying. We can't waste time. After saying that, Qian Guo ignored her. She signaled Liu Shiming to concentrate, and they both focused on their books. Yun Ruoshi's face darkened. She was pulled back to her seat by Li Ziwen. As she sat down, she still had a look of anger. Li Ziwen was a bit worried. Since the military training event, she had seen Yun Ruoshi being disappointed several times. Lin Zhou no longer seemed to be pursuing Yun Ruoshi. After a while, Li Ziwen couldn't help but say, "Ruoshi, let it go, okay? The few of us studying together doesn't necessarily mean we're worse off than Lin Zhou and them. What is Lin Zhou trying to do to annoy me?" Li Ziwen was a bit confused. Yun Ruoshi was on a different wavelength. He clearly doesn't like his tablemate, so why is he hanging out with him every day? If he came to me, I could help him study too. How come he's not coming to me even though I offered to let him copy my answers on the exam day? Li Ziwen was completely stunned. She couldn't help but remind her best friend, Ruoshi, but Sunai and Chu is top of the entire grade. So what? Lin Zhou doesn't like her. How do you know Lin Zhou doesn't like her? She's so mediocre, besides being good at studying. Does she have any other qualities? Li Ziwen fell silent again, realizing she couldn't understand Yun Ruoshi's thought process. If someone is average-looking, does that mean they don't deserve to be liked? Should all the people in the world revolve around someone like her who is supposed to be a beauty? In her eyes, what are the other girls? Or maybe she just can't let go of Lin Zhou. She just hasn't realized it. Watching Yun Ruoshi on the verge of tears, Li Ziwen couldn't help but say, "Ruoshi, if you actually like Lin Zhou, you can tell him. He used to like you so much. Maybe he will." How could I like Lin Zhou? No, I don't like him at all. I absolutely don't like him. Only if he comes to me. I can't go to him. Ruoshi, if you keep this up, you'll completely lose Lin Zhou. How is that possible? I don't believe it. He liked me so much. He has liked me for 3 years. He definitely won't. The topic ended once again, and Li Ziwen decided to ignore Yun Ruoshi. She focused on her book. But during this self-study session, Yun Ruoshi didn't absorb a single word. After school, she took her books, quickly made her way to the school gate, tittied herself up, practiced the smile that a campus beauty should have, and stood there. She was waiting for Lin Zhou. Throughout the whole night, Sunayan's face was flushed red, but she still diligently finished reading the text. After self-study ended, she quickly put away her textbooks, didn't dare look Lin Zhou in the eye, and hurriedly ran outside the pavilion. She felt suffocated if she stayed with Lin Zhou any longer. I'm sleepy, I'll go back to the dormitory first. By the time Lin Zhou looked up, she had already run far away. Little deskmate, wait for me to escort you. No need, I know the way. Lin Zhou shook his head helplessly. Little deskmate was so disobedient. What to do? After packing up his things, Lin Zhou walked out with a smile. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw Yun Ruoxi beside him. She was wearing the school uniform and showed off her long legs in flesh-colored stockings with high heels on her feet. Her lips were slightly red from lipstick, standing under the streetlight looking dazzling. But Lin Zhou didn't notice her charm because he was stopped by Yun Ruoxi. Got a minute? Not really. I heard you got first place in math and your overall grades improved a lot, but I haven't said congratulations yet. Thank you. Lin Zhou nodded politely, about to leave. Lin Zhou, I also got first in our class. My total score is 100 points higher than yours. Shall we study together? This time, she sounded more sincere. The two of us can definitely make greater progress. Lin Zhou hesitated for a moment and then waved his hand confidently. Not interested, I'm busy. Yun, beautiful lady, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Lin Zhou, wait. Yun Ruoxi urged, walking a few steps forward trying to catch up with Lin Zhou. But because she wasn't used to high heels, she stumbled and sat down on the ground after just 2 steps. The pain in her bare feet was piercing, and Yun Ruoxi couldn't help but shout, Lin Zhou, I twisted my foot. She was injured. Surely Lin Zhou would turn back, right? He definitely would, right? But Yun Ruoxi saw Lin Zhou's steps not slowing down, quickly disappearing under the dim streetlight. This time, the tears she had held back all night finally overflowed. Not long after, Li Xiaowan walked over. She helped Yun Ruoxi up, and they left. When Lin Zhou returned home, it was already late at night. However, the house was brightly lit. Laughter from Lin Zhongrang could be heard now and then. Make more, Lin Zhou loves eating. You seem very happy. Of course, I'm ecstatic. Zizhou ranked 21st in the class this time, and even got full marks in math. Those scores are enough to get into a key university from last year. Shulin, you know how happy I am. Zizhou has never achieved such good results before. Alright, I'll make a few more dishes. You stay happy here for a while. Zizhou should be back soon. Good, Without a doubt, it was the school that informed Lao Lin of his own grades. Lin Zhou had never seen his father so happy before. He walked over somewhat helplessly, greeted by the aroma of the food. 6 dishes were already set on the table. In the kitchen, Qin Shulin was still busy, and Lin Zhongrang was helping out. Lin Zhou was stunned. There were only 3 of them supposed to eat. Dad, what are you doing? Don't make so much, we can't finish it. Oh, our soon-to-be university student is back. Sit down quickly. Lin Zhongrang quickly pulled out a chair for Lin Zhou and took his school bag off his shoulder. Gesturing for Lin Zhou to sit down, he brought over a plate of cut fruits. Here, have some first, it'll be ready soon. In the kitchen, Qin Shulin smiled and said, Zizhou is back. Your dad is being crazy, don't pay him any heed. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He felt like an emperor with this treatment. Indeed, not very normal. What are you saying, kid? Nah, forget it, I won't scold you. Today you're the boss, Lin Zhongrang stretched Lin Zhou's school bag. Go and play for a while, I'll help Auntie make dinner. Okay. Knowing that he couldn't refuse, Lin Zhou reluctantly accepted. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were ready. Lin Zhongrang happily served the food on the table. Zizhou, come and eat. Lin Zhou sat down at the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. Today's dishes were undeniably delicious. But after a few bites, Lin Zhou put down his chopsticks. Lin Zhongrang and Qin Shulin looked at him puzzled. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Is it because I put too much chili? It's all my fault. No, it's delicious. Lin Zhou quickly waved his hand. It's just too late now. It's not good to eat too much at night. It's not good for your health. Look at me. I'm just so happy. I forgot about this. Then eat less. Qin Shulin also said, Your dad, he has been smiling all day, didn't go to work, and took a day off just to make you something delicious. I couldn't stop him, even if I tried. Ha ha, Auntie, you have to change these bad habits of mine. He used to get up in the middle of the night to eat noodles. Alright, I'll try my best. The two bantered back and forth, and Lin Zhongrang on the side looked helpless. Zijo, I'm your real dad, and you're teasing me like this. I think it's great. Ha ha ha, big brother Lin. How about we don't eat either? Let's save it for tomorrow. I agree. Ha! Dad, Aunt, please pack it up for me, and let me share it with my classmates at school. Huh? You have an ulterior motive. Finally, a table full of dishes was packed for Linzhou. Outside the window at night, the occasional sounds of cicadas could be heard. Inside the house, there was laughter. Linzhou felt warm inside. After dinner, Lin Zhongrang got up to prepare to take Qin Shulin home. Linzhou wanted to suggest that Auntie stay, but he felt it was inappropriate to say so. After some thought, he stopped them. Auntie, yes? When we have weekend meals, bring little Tia over, okay? Little Tian's full name is Qin Yushin, Qin Shulin's daughter, who turned 15 today and was a high school freshman. In his past life, Linzhou remembered her as a rebellious child particularly unhappy with herself. She was covered in thorns, but adored Qin Shulin. Because Qin Shulin liked Lin Zhongrang, she also liked Lin Zhongrang, and consequently held a lot of animosity towards Linzhou, the only one who opposed her. This life, their goals were aligned. Linzhou thought they could become allies. Qin Shulin and Lin Zhongrang looked at each other. Perhaps not. It's okay, Shulin, bring her over. I quite like that child. Let's have a nice meal as a family. Okay. Before they left, Lin Zhongrang called to Linzhou. Oh, I got you a gift as a reward for this exam. It's in your room. Linzhou was suspicious. He quickly pushed open the door of his room. Linzhou pushed open the door to his room and saw a monitor on his desk. On the floor was the computer tower, with the network cable already connected. Did Lin Changzheng buy a computer for himself? Linzhou rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit emotional. This was the gift he had been wanting since he started high school. Back then, he had just started exploring the internet, becoming addicted to games and crying non-stop for a week. But Lin Changzheng disagreed. He knew Linzhou's temper. Without a computer, he would often stay out late to go online. With a computer, that wouldn't be necessary. So he promised Linzhou that if he could rank in the top 40 of the class, he would buy it for him. To Linzhou, this was like a huge dilemma, even worse than being killed. So, he had a big argument with Lin Changzheng over this, not speaking to him for 2 months. Since then, Dad stopped calling him. Now, he had forgotten about this small matter from his past life, but Lin Changzheng still remembered. This computer probably cost Lin Changzheng at least 3 months' worth of salary. Linzhou sighed, threw his backpack on the bed, and turned on the computer. After browsing for a while and feeling bored, he opened QQ. After a moment, he remembered his QQ password. Since the rise of WeChat in his past life, he hadn't used QQ anymore. Now, looking at this interface, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. At this time, the QQ interface was very simple, with no fancy options, and the friends list was very clear. Linzhou found that his friends list consisted mostly of middle school and high school classmates. Except for Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo, he didn't know the others well. He hadn't added Sunai Onku's QQ yet. Wait, did Xiaodongshu have a QQ account? Good students in this era would not go online, as they thought it was the beginning of going astray. So, they didn't have QQ accounts. Thinking about this, Linzhou quickly clicked on registration. Not needing a phone number, he quickly registered a QQ account with an 8-digit number. After some thought, he quickly typed in a nickname, Lovenian. After that, Linzhou clicked on search, entered his own QQ number, added it, and completed the process. Then, he created a new group, Unique, and added himself to it, feeling satisfied. Linzhou stretched lazily, preparing to go to bed. At this moment, he saw his QQ profile picture flashing. Who messaged him? Linzhou quickly opened it and saw a chat box from Yun Ruoxi. Linzhou, what are you doing? This message was sandwiched among dozens of messages, all sent by himself. Yun Ruoxi, are you there? Yun Ruoxi, should I buy you bubble tea tomorrow? What flavor do you like? Yun Ruoxi, it's going to rain tomorrow. remember to bring an umbrella. Yun Ruoxi, why did you leave without waiting for me today? I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I was late after class. Going through these messages, Yun Ruoxi didn't reply to a single one. Annoying. Suck up. Linjo couldn't help but curse. Linjo, why aren't you replying? Perhaps noticing his lack of response, Yun Ruoxi sent another message. Linjo furrowed his brows. What did this person want? For some reason, whenever Linjo saw the name Yun Ruoxi, he would feel irritated. This woman had ruined half of his past life. Although he willingly participated in that matter, it was his fault. But living this life again, he really didn't want any contact with her. Thinking about it, Linjo quickly operated the mouse, moved to Yun Ruoxi's profile picture, right-clicked, deleted. The whole process was swift. After completing these actions, Linjo shut down the computer and comfortably threw himself onto the bed. It was time to sleep. Tomorrow, he had to meet Xiaodongshu. At this moment, in a high-end residential area, Yun Ruoxi, wearing a pink nightgown, sat in front of the computer. Her feet were smeared with medicinal wine. Still feeling a bit sore. She wanted to go online to distract herself, but the more she tried to distract herself, the more uncomfortable she felt. Yun Ruoxi felt like she was going crazy. Her mind was full of Linjo. Linjo aced the exam. Linjo ignored her. Linjo studied with other girls. Linjo bought gifts for himself. Linjo said, Yun Ruoxi, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Linjo waited at the school gate every day and rushed up to her when he saw her. Yun Ruoxi, shall I walk you home? Linjo handed her white rabbit candy. Yun Ruoxi, these are all for you. I prepare them for you every day. The more she thought about it, the more Yun Ruoxi felt a pain in her chest. Why was it like this? Why did it have to be like this? She couldn't give up and decided to try to find Linjo again. So, Yun Ruoxi quickly sent a message to Linjo. Every time she messaged him before, he would reply instantly. Yun Ruoxi thought it would be the same this time. But after waiting for a while, she didn't receive a response from Linjo. She had no choice but to send another message. Unfortunately, it led to a long silence again. Yun Ruoxi suddenly found the chat box particularly annoying. She angrily picked up the keyboard, slammed it on the table, and started typing forcefully. The keyboard clacked, and she finished her words. Linjo, say something. Just as she clicked to send, she received a red exclamation mark. What? What's going on? Yun Ruoxi panicked and typed many more words. But all she got was the same prompt. Yun Ruoxi didn't know what to do. She quickly looked for Li Xiaowan. Xiaowan, my QQ account is broken. What do you mean broken? I sent many messages to Linjo, but they didn't go through. What else could it be if it's not broken? But you sent me messages just fine. Yun Ruoxi was stunned. Really? Why are my messages going through to you, but not to Linjo? Let me try again. Xiaowan, it still doesn't work. The messages won't go through. Show me your error message. Yun Ruoxi took a screenshot and sent it to Li Xiaowan. After a while, she received a reply from Li Xiaowan. Ruoxi, I think Linjo deleted you. Deleted? Why? How could he delete me? Why did he delete me? How dare he delete me? Yun Ruoxi typed many words in anger. In the end, she deleted them all. She held her body, curled up in her chair, and started crying. Was she really going to lose Linjo? The weekend arrived quickly. Liu Ximing immediately started buzzing with excitement after school. Linjo, where should we meet for the class gathering tomorrow? Gathering? Don't you know, Captain Joe? We've been talking about it in our class group all along. It's to celebrate the first mock exam proposed by the class monitor, to relax a bit. We'll have dinner first, then go singing? Oh, I'm not going. Busy. Linjo straightforwardly refused. He was still busy making money. All right, it's fine. Remembering Linjo's behavior last weekend, Liu Ximing didn't force him. What about you, Ms. Suitme? Suni Onku, who was called out, raised her head. I don't have a QQ account, haven't received any messages, so I won't go either. Perhaps the classmates wouldn't want her there anyway. Huh? Captain Joe has something to do. What about you? Suni Onku looked down, sounding nervous. I have something too. As she was named, Linjo suddenly leaned in towards her. Is it to knit me a hat and gloves? Sunai on Ku's face turned visibly red. She shook in panic and blurted out subconsciously, "It's not like that at all. How did this guy guess so accurately?" She hadn't even gone to buy yarn yet. "Ha ha!" Lin Jo chuckled, taking out a beautiful knitting bag from the desk and stuffing it into her arms. "Here, it's all prepared for you. Enjoy knitting." With people bustling around, the yarn inside the bag was almost spilling out. Sunyeon-ku quickly used a book to cover the bag and said, "Got it." Beside her, Liu Shiming looked puzzled. "What's going on? What are you guys talking about? I can't understand a single word." Just then, Qian Guoguo hurried over, interrupting Liu Shiming's confusion. "You guys haven't left yet? That's great." She quickly took out a large bag of snacks from her backpack and handed out a small pack to each person. "I improved a lot in this exam, and my mom asked me to thank you all. Here, take it, no need to be polite." When handing it to Sunyeon-ku, she noticed Sunyeon-ku staring blankly at her, not taking it. Qian Guoguo felt a bit anxious and turned to hand the snacks to Lin Jo instead, saying, "Here, give this to Sunyeon-ku." After distributing the snacks, she pulled Liu Shiming out of the classroom. Lin Jo also handed Sunyeon-ku the snacks that were meant for her, saying, "Deskmate, Qian Guoguo will give it to you next time. Just take it. She really considers us friends, following us to study every day. If you don't take hers, she will feel bad. Just have some of what you have later and give it to her." Sunyeon-ku stared blankly at Lin Jo. She simply wasn't used to eating food given by others. But could it really cause trouble to others like this? What he said seemed to make sense. She nodded, "All right. Good. You're so obedient." Lin Jo then took out a candy and gave it to Sunyeon-ku, saying, "Take it, it's for today." After Sunyeon-ku took it, he ruffled her hair and said, "I'll take you out to play on Saturday afternoon. Now go, it's the end of school." Sunyeon-ku was surprised. "Where are we going?" "You'll see when the time comes." The gathering was on Sunday at noon. Lin Jo called Liu Shiming out early on Saturday and also asked for the 250 yuan he had borrowed last week. After the experience last week, Liu Shiming happily handed over the money to Lin Jo and patted the back seat of his motorbike, saying, "Jojae, my little motorbike is at your service. Where are we going?" "Stop flattering. Come on, let's go to the fruit market." Over the next period of time, Liu Shiming watched as Lin Jo went to the fruit market, spent 500 yuan on various fruits using his smooth talk, then went to the agricultural market to buy dried grapes, taro balls, coconut, assorted yogurts, and also bought 2 large bags of balloons and a bunch of disposable lunchboxes at extremely low prices. Finally, with all these items, he arrived at the snack street in Times Square and rented a stand with a refrigerated cabinet that was almost not doing any business. After setting everything up, Lin Jo began cutting the fruits. Liu Shiming looked puzzled. "Jojae, what are you doing?" "Making fruit mix." "Huh? What's that?" Lin Jo looked up and smiled at Liu Shiming. Yes, at that time, there was no fruit mix in Jiangcheng County. This was the result of his observation over the past few days. With limited money and time, he couldn't do big business. But earning some money was still possible. You'll see soon. After cutting various fruits, Lin Jo picked a few, put them in lunchboxes, added yogurt, dried grapes, and taro balls, then handed a lunchbox to Liu Shiming. "Try it." Liu Shiming, shocked, took the box. Can I eat this?" The yogurt Lin Jo added was a gray-black color with dragon fruit and grapes inside. The color was indescribable. This strange way of eating was something Liu Shiming had never seen before. "It won't kill you." Lin Jo directly took the spoon from Liu Shiming's hand, scooped a bit, and fed it to Liu Shiming. Initially, he wanted to resist instinctively, but was unsuccessful. A moment later, he widened his eyes in shock. "Wow, this is so delicious." The sweet and sour taste, the fragrance of the yogurt combined with the fruits and dried grapes, it was truly amazing. Liu Shiming quickly finished the portion. As he was savoring the taste, he saw Lin Jo handing him a pack of balloons. "Here." "What for?" "To blow up balloons, of course. After you finish the fruit mix, you have to pay. I know you don't have money, so just pay with labor." Although he mumbled about his money being taken or borrowed, Liu Shiming didn't refuse. He cheerfully accepted Lin Jo's terms. Lin Jo walked to the adjacent advertising store, quickly printed a sign, "Lin's Fruit Mix, buy one get one free," buy more get more. After everything was set up, Liu Shiming had already blown up over 20 balloons. Lin Zhou tied them all together, hung them in front of his stand, clapped his hands satisfactorily. Well, it looks good. Let's start selling. The fruits in 04 were not expensive. Apples, oranges were only a yuan per jin. Bananas and dragon fruits were a bit pricier. Lin Zhou priced the fruit mix at 7 yuan per jin, and the cost of one balloon was only a dime, ensuring a profit. There weren't many places to hang out in Jiangcheng County. Times Square counted as one, surrounded by a huge shopping mall. There were also many children's favorite games on the square, like carousels and bumper cars. It was an excellent place for walking kids around. People in the county worked all week, so they would bring their kids here on the weekends to relax. Therefore, setting up a stand here meant business wouldn't be bad. As Lin Zhou had expected, many people arrived at the square by noon. Because of the balloons, they quickly caught the attention of kids. "Mom, I want that, the balloon." A group of mothers walked over curiously. "What is this being sold?" "Young man, how much are your balloons?" "Balloons are not for sale, they are free. Buy a fruit mix, get a balloon for free." "Fruit mix? What's that?" The inquiring mothers lowered their heads and saw the colorful fruits in the refrigerated cabinet. One mother, who didn't eat breakfast that morning, started salivating. "It's selling fruits. Why are they all cut up? So consider it." Lin Zhou smiled. "It's fruit mix. I have ready-made ones here. You can try it for free." Lin Zhou handed over a box of original flavor yogurt fruit mix. The yogurt on the fruits, with raisins and blueberries, immediately caught the mother's attention. "Wow, it looks so fragrant." She picked up the disposable spoon Lin Zhou provided and took a bite. Immediately amazed, she exclaimed, "Ma'am, delicious, so delicious. How much is this?" "Priced per jin, 7 yuan per jin." 7 yuan. Can I choose not to have the bananas? I don't like them. You can choose not to have bananas. There are so many varieties. You can choose whatever you like. The mother's eyes lit up. I can do that. All right, I'll take one. Lin Zhou handed over the box, and the mother started choosing. After picking, she handed the box back to Lin Zhou. Soon, a fruit mix was made. The mother carried the box, eating it with relish. The child also got a balloon, happily not closing their mouth. After the first sale went well and received good reviews, other mothers followed suit, rushing forward. "I want one." "Me too." "I want two. My child loves them too." Lin Zhou's stand quickly formed a long line. Liu Shiming watched in shock as Lin Zhou kept receiving money, his eyes wide open. "Wow! Is money this easy to earn? Won't this surprise my parents? Zhou, you're amazing!" By the end of the day, all the fruits were sold out, totaling to 1,540 yuan. After deducting the cost of 800 yuan and 100 yuan for Liu Shiming's work, Lin Zhou netted a profit of 1,640 yuan. Not only Liu Shiming, even the landlord who rented the stand to Lin Zhou was shocked. Originally doing other businesses, she thought it wasn't going well and felt it was due to the location, being in a corner of the square with few people passing by, so she decided to rent it out. At first, she looked down on Lin Zhou's stand. After all, he was just a high school student. What could he achieve? But she didn't expect his business to be so successful. The landlord kept rubbing her hands, trying to get closer to Lin Zhou for some insights. The next morning, Lin Zhou took 800 yuan and went to buy fruits, then hired a truck to transport them to his stand. Due to the popularity gained the previous day, the business was even better. By midday, most of the fruits had been sold. Approaching 12 o'clock, Liu Shiming, watching Lin Zhou busy, couldn't help but remind him, "Zhou, you're really not going to the luncheon? It's right by the square, just around the corner." Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at Liu Shiming. "Do you think I have time to go? It seems like I really don't." Liu Shiming didn't deny this point. "You go by yourself. I need to go find my desk partner after I finish my work." He promised to go out with her, so he had to fulfill it. After a busy week, it was time to give himself a break in the afternoon. "All right, I'm going, Zhou. Let me know if you need anything. I'll come help after I finish singing in the afternoon." Liu Shiming was still like a child, with more desire to play than to earn money. After Liu Shiming left, Lin Zhou looked around. He noticed the boss was still lingering beside him. Lin Zhou turned to her. You're the boss, right? Oh, yes. Yes, young man, I'm Liu Li. Liu Li was over 30 years old and already a mother of 2 children. At this moment, looking at Lin Zhou, she inexplicably felt a bit bashful. Well, Sister Liu, I see you've been watching here. Are you interested in what I'm doing? Exposed, Liu Li felt even more embarrassed. People like them, who were in small businesses, were most afraid of others knowing their secrets. Since she rented the stall to Lin Zhou, the stall temporarily belonged to him. It was embarrassing to be caught watching someone else do business. Do you want to learn? Huh? Liu Li was a bit stunned. Learn? I can learn. Well, I think you know I'm a student. Today is Sunday, and I have to go to school in the afternoon. I'm in the 3rd year of high school, very busy, so I don't have time to keep watching the stall here. If you want to learn, I can teach you. That's great, but there's a condition. Liu Li's smile stiffened on her face. What condition? Well, since you don't seem to have any other business, why don't you work for me? Hop work. Liu Li was a bit dumbfounded. Yes, work. The salary is 2,000 basic salary plus 5% commission. So, if you sell 1,000 in a day, you get 50, and your salary for a month will be 3,500. If you sell 2,000 a day, your salary will be 5,000. How does that sound to you? Lin Zhou had been considering this since yesterday. He had to go to school, so he definitely didn't have time to manage it. But this fruit stall still seemed to make some money. After all, it was a new type of snack for the people in Jiangcheng. In this era, the salary in the county town was still around 1,200. Liu Li, having a stall here, would only earn about 1,500 a month. She didn't expect Lin Zhou to offer such a high salary. But Liu Li was still a bit hesitant when she saw the business Lin Zhou had today. She wanted to do it herself, but she wasn't sure if she could succeed. I will be going to university in a few months, and I can let you take full responsibility for the stall here when the time comes. In a few months, many people would surely imitate. By then, it wouldn't be as profitable anymore, so it was time to make a move. Seeing Liu Li hesitating, Lin Zhou added, "If you're not interested, I'll find someone else." He believed that many people would be willing to take this job. The wages were considered high in the county town. Hearing this, Liu Li didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Okay, I agree. In the following days, Lin Zhou taught Liu Li while selling fruit salad. What he didn't know was that at this moment, in the Wangxing Hotel around the corner of the square, there was a lively atmosphere. Fan Yun's was in the midst of an exciting speech. Fellow students, the good results this time are all thanks to everyone's effort together. For today's event, I have invited the class champion from the next class, Yun Ruoxi, who is willing to share her study experience with us. While we are having fun, let's also listen attentively. I hope everyone can get good grades in the next exam. After all, it was a science class with more boys. When they saw Yun Ruoxi, their eyes lit up. Great! Study committee member, you're amazing. I will definitely communicate with the school flower later. Fan Yun's was extremely pleased with the praise. He turned around, looking happily at Yun Ruoxi. Ruoxi. Yun Ruoxi's gaze had been fixed on the doorway position. She was looking for Lin Zhou. Today, she agreed to participate in the gathering for the sake of seeing Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou had deleted her contact. This had been weighing on Yun Ruoxi's mind all this time, making her very upset. She wanted to ask Lin Zhou why. She had already forgiven him. Lin Zhou isn't here. Yun Ruoxi's tone was somewhat cold. Fan Yun's nodded. It seems like it. Ruoxi, I really don't know why he's not participating in the gathering. Look, the atmosphere here is so lively, yet he's unwilling to join. Let's not bother about him. Yun Ruoxi didn't pay attention to what Fan Yun's was saying at all. Lin Zhou wasn't there, and Lin Zhou's desk partner wasn't there either. She was feeling a bit annoyed. Especially after seeing the oily looks from the boys, she felt even more annoyed. Yun Ruoxi stood up directly. I suddenly have something to do, so I'll leave first. Fan Yun's expression dimmed, and he quickly looked towards Zhou Shanshan. Zhou Shanshan stood up to intercept Yun Ruoxi's path. Ruoxi, don't leave yet. Why stay here? After thinking for a while, Zhou Shanshan finally came up with a suitable reason. I just heard that someone is selling a special fruit salad over there. It's doing very well, especially loved by girls. I haven't tried it. Shall we go buy some to eat? Fruit salad. Yun Ruoxi hadn't heard of this name before, but found it quite interesting. Yes, it's not expensive at all. I heard a large box is only 7 or 8 yuan. Do you want to eat? Shall we go together? I want to eat. Me too. The classmates raised their hands one after another. Then let's go together. Just as they were about to leave, they saw several girls from the next class heading towards another compartment from outside the door. They all had worried expressions. Can't buy it at all, simply impossible. The line goes all the way to the river. Why are so many people eating this? Who knows? It looks very delicious though. With this setup, they must be selling hundreds of servings in a day, around 8 yuan per serving. My goodness, how much money is that? Zhou Shanshan, what about the fruit salad on the square? Yes, are you also going? Don't go, you can't buy it under half an hour. Such a long time? That's an understatement, but the boss over there is quite handsome. This guy. I'll have to get his WeChat next time. Alright then. Zhou Shanshan didn't pay attention to the second half of the phrase from the girl behind, as she had seen Lin Zhou with a new haircut and felt that no girl could match up to him. She looked somewhat dejected. What should we do now? Ruoxi, classmates, why don't we go buy other snacks? Before anyone could respond, Liu Shiming rushed in. Oh, what are you all going to do with so many people? Buy fruit salad. If you want to eat, you can go find my brother Zhou. Who are you looking for? Lin Zhou. Zhou Shanshan paused. Behind her, Wang Zikan smiled directly. We are going to have fruit mix. Why do we need Lin Zhou? Haven't you heard that there are a lot of people there? We can't even get anything. Can he get it? Why does Lin Zhou have so many eyes? Why does everyone think highly of him? Zhou Shanshan also smiled, although Lin Zhou is handsome. Liu Shiming, don't exaggerate. You guys better not overdo it, okay? That fruit mix stand, it's opened by my brother Zhou. What? How come? Lin Zhou opened it. Can Lin Zhou do this? Is he bragging? Here we go again. Liu Shiming, can't you just be yourself? Fan Yun's and others laughed. Yun Ruoxi clearly didn't believe it. Liu Shiming, that's a business earning thousands a day. How could it be opened by Lin Zhou? I tell you guys the truth, and you still don't believe it. What my brother said is right. You don't need to join this gathering. After saying that, Liu Shiming waved his hand. I'm going to help my brother. Who wants to eat can come with me. I guarantee you can eat. Zhou Shanshan and others didn't move. I'll go. Qian Guoguo raised her hand first. I will go help Lin Zhou. Anyone else? Others didn't believe, but Qian Guoguo did. Something so popular, they must try it. Classmates looked at each other and finally a few people gathered. Is it really opened by Lin Zhou? If it's not him, you can kick my head like a football. Liu Shiming was very confident. A few people nodded. Alright, I'll go. I heard about this fruit mix yesterday. Haven't tried it yet. Really want to taste it. Me too. Count me in. Soon, behind Liu Shiming, gathered more than a dozen people. Anyone else? If no, then let's go. Liu Shiming turned away proudly, even gave Fan Yun's a big eye roll. As they left, the remaining people whispered among themselves. The way Liu Shiming acts seems like he's not bluffing, right? Could it really be Lin Zhou? Well, you never know. Should we go check it out? All right. A group cautiously followed. Fan Yun's wanted to stop them, but so Yun Ruoxi also following. He had to go too. When they reached the square, from afar, they could see the huge crowd around one stand, much more than at other stands. Business seems good. Oh, Zhou-chan, your mother used to set up a stand here. I remember your family's business was good too. How much money could this crowd bring in? At least 1,000. Wow, if it's really Lin Zhou, impressive. At this moment, Liu Shiming was walking ahead with a smug smile, feeling more satisfied with each step. It felt so good to watch his brother's surprise. Little did he know that upon reaching the stand, he found out that it wasn't Lin Zhou working there, but the original owner. Liu Shiming was stunned. Where's my brother? Hold on, let me ask. Wang Zikan and others burst into laughter. Liu Shiming, here you go again, talking big without facts. Clearly, this is an ante. Where did Lin Zhou come from? Did he suddenly transform? Classmates, let's just go back. Following Liu Shiming won't get us any fruit mix. Lin Zhou, who just returned from the restroom, stood behind the crowd and saw this scene. feeling puzzled. Weren't his classmates supposed to be having lunch? How did they end up here? Just then, he noticed Liu Shiming explaining earnestly, I said it's Lin Zhou, so it's Lin Zhou. Maybe he's busy right now. Why are you all making a racket here? Fan Yan's and Wang Zikin shook their heads and prepared to leave with the people behind them. They also called Yun Ruoshi, who looked disappointed and had to follow suit. Oh, don't go. You really can eat the fruit mix, trust me. What a character. Is Liu Shiming bragging again? Seems like there's a risk of eating crow. Lin Zhou shook his head in resignation, swiftly moved behind them, and walked towards the stand. Although he didn't like to show off, he couldn't stand his brother embarrassing himself. Otherwise, wouldn't that be unfair to him? Some people in the crowd had already spotted him. Isn't that Lin Zhou? It really is Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou paid them no mind. He went to the stand, picked up a grape, and put it in his mouth before turning to Liu Li beside him. Li, yeah. How's it going? Have you learned it? Liu Li, busy at work, beamed with joy. Boss, you're back. Don't worry, I've learned it. Though a bit slow, I've got the hang of it. Liu Li, used to running stalls, had a loud voice. Her words were heard by everyone. They all stood there with jaws dropped. Boss who? Lin Zhou is the boss? This lady calls Lin Zhou boss? So, Liu Shiming wasn't lying. This stand is indeed Lin Zhou's. Liu Shiming was already grinning from ear to ear. Haha, Brojo, you finally came back. Where did you go just now? To pee. Haha, your timing to pee is impeccable. Lin Zhou swallowed the grape and didn't want to discuss it further with Liu Shiming. He turned to the delighted Qian Guoguo. Want to have fruit mix? Yes. Lin Zhou casually picked up a portion from Liu Li's side and handed it to Qian Guoguo. Here. Qian Guoguo took it happily. Thanks, Boss Lin. Other classmates also eagerly waited. Boss Lin. What about ours? Wait, Liu Shiming will get yours ready in a bit, but you have to pay. As for those on the side, you. Line up yourselves. Lin Zhou pointed to Fan Yan's and the few behind him. Their faces turned green. They quietly moved back, trying to blend in with Liu Shiming's group. After all, the fruit mix looked really appetizing, and they didn't want to miss out because of Fan Yan's. Yun Ruoshi found herself in the same dilemma. She stared at Lin Zhou in disbelief. Lin Zhou, what about mine? He had already given it to Qian Guoguo. How could he overlook her? Get in line, didn't I say it to you? Yun Ruoshi was on the verge of tears. Fan Yun's tugged at her sleeve. Let it go, Yun Ruoshi, let's go. No, I want the fruit mix. Yun Ruoshi stood her ground stubbornly. Fan Yun's quickly relented. Fine, wait here, I'll get it for you. He glanced at Lin Zhou, seeing he didn't call out to him, so Fan Yun silently joined the line at the back. Lin Zhou then instructed Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo with some tasks and informed Liu Li to charge the rest of the people. He took out a light pink box, selected the freshest fruits, cut them, made a plate of well-prepared fruit mix with extra toppings, squeezed yogurt into a heart shape on top, lifted it, and prepared to leave. Liu Li, watching, chuckled. Boss, made this for your girlfriend. Lin Zhou smiled, said nothing, and then turned and left. But her intention was obvious. Liu Lila laughed heartily and said, young girls these days love to eat this. Boss, I'm sure your date will be a success this time. The classmates in the class looked confused. Lin Zhou is dating? With who? Wow, this is so explosive. Just enjoy your fruit salad. So many delicious things, can't keep your mouth shut. Liu Shiming handed a fruit salad to stop the gossip. Yun Ruoxi stood behind the crowd, tightly clasping her hands together. Lin Zhou, dating? How is that possible? No, absolutely not. Lin Zhou likes her so much. How could she be dating someone else? At the girls' dormitory of No. 1 middle school, Wang Zhaoqing from room 200 to notice that Suni Anku did not go out or sleep in late all day. She was sitting in bed, busy with something. Wang Zhaoqing was too sleepy. Every time she tried to look, drowsiness defeated her and she fell back asleep. It wasn't until the afternoon that she woke up slowly. She was woken up by hunger. She hurriedly got out of bed, went to the cafeteria to buy food and came back, only to find Suni Anku still busy. Was she knitting gloves? Isn't it already March? The spring flowers were blooming. Don't we need gloves anymore? Wang Zhaoqing tilted her head and thought for a while. Suddenly, She remembered that on a previous weekend, Suni Onku was sitting in bed knitting a similar scarf. It seemed to be men's style. But that scarf disappeared that Sunday afternoon. Why was she busy again now? Wang Zhaoqing's mind conjured up a strange scene. She quickly moved closer to Suni Onku. Suni Onku, are you already with a boyfriend? Normally, when discussing such questions in the dorm, Suni Onku would blush and avoid the conversation. But today, she seemed unresponsive. Lost in thought maybe? After confirming that she was indeed lost in thought, Wang Zhaoqing's eyes fell on the gloves. The gloves looked quite big. They were indeed men's style. Hey? She suddenly spoke beside Suni Onku's ear. Suni Onku was startled for a moment. She quickly stuffed the needle and thread into the quilt, saying, Ziqing, what are you doing? What am I doing? Su, aren't I supposed to ask you? This, for your boyfriend. Suni Onku quickly retorted, but her face was visibly red. She lowered her head, seemingly trying to convince herself, I don't have a boyfriend. Then who is it for? For my younger brother. Suni Onku had a younger brother, and everyone in the dorm knew about it. She was usually quiet, and nobody bothered her. Wang Zhaoqing nodded skeptically. Oh, for your brother. Didn't you knit a scarf for him before? Thinking about the scarf she gave to Lin Zhou, who seemed to be wearing it to school. But it seemed that Wang Zhaoqing was not aware of this. She mechanically nodded. Yeah? Oh well, I thought there was some gossip. Disappointed, Wang Zhaoqing handed Suni Onku a bag of bread, saying, Here, I see you've been busy and have no time to eat. I happened to buy too much, so share some with you. Suni Onku instinctively wanted to refuse. But remembering Lin Zhou's words, she eventually nodded, thank you. After receiving it, she became conflicted again. What should she give Wang Zhaoqing to eat? She picked up a piece of bread, touched her stomach, feeling hungry. Taking a light bite, Suni Onku looked at Wang Zhaoqing. Ziqing, what do you like to eat? Me? Well, I like everything. I should eat everything. Everything? Isn't that basically saying nothing? Oh, then, is there anything delicious lately? Suni Onku decided to change the question. Lin Zhou said that friends should return what they eat from others. She didn't want to just pick something random to give back. Recently, let me think. After some serious thought, Wang Zhaoqing excitedly said, Oh, I remember. I overheard classmates in the cafeteria saying that a new fruit salad stall opened on the square. It's quite delicious and also unique. Fruit salad? What's that? I don't know either. Wang Zhaoqing shook her head. I was planning to go to the square in the afternoon to check it out, but they said it's too crowded. I can't even get in line. I'll have to wait until next week. Oh. Suni Onku nodded, then took out a small notebook hidden under her pillow. Opening to the first page, she wrote a sentence. 1. Wang Zhaoqing likes fruit salad. 2. Qian Guoguo likes cake. 3. Liu Ximing likes drumsticks. After writing two words, Suni Onku suddenly froze. What does Lin Zhou like to eat? It seems he loves everything and loves nothing at the same time. He always finds various reasons to give her delicious things, saying he doesn't like them. But he always finishes everything on his plate. Does he really like it? Suni Onku suddenly felt guilty. Lin Zhou was so good to her, and she didn't even know this small detail. She decided to observe Lin Zhou more in the future. Suni Onku made up her mind and then picked up a pen to cross out that line. Turning to the next page, she wrote a few words, LZ. Let this whole page be for Lin Zhou. She would slowly discover Lin Zhou's preferences. After finishing writing, Suni Onku checked the time and realized that it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Zhou said he would take her out to play in the afternoon. But where was he? Why hadn't he come yet? She suddenly felt like going out to play. Just as she was thinking, Suni Onku suddenly heard someone outside the dormitory shouting, Is Suni Onku here in this dorm? Someone is looking for her. Suni Onku quickly got up, put on her shoes, and ran out. When she reached the door, she realized she had forgotten to wear a coat again. So she turned back and put on her coat. This time, she couldn't afford to make a fool of herself. Wang Zhaoqing on the bed looked stunned, watching Suni Onku's movements, feeling a bit lost. Is the person who is looking for Suni Onku male or female? Male, and quite handsome. Women, always saying they don't have boyfriends. Wang Zhaoqing angrily took a bite of bread, suddenly feeling the bread had gone sour. As Sun Yanku approached the door, she saw Lin Zhou standing not far away. He was holding a big, pink box, looking particularly handsome. He was smiling at her. There were several other girls gathered around him. Sun Yanku slowed her pace, feeling a bit sour inside. "Little desk mate, what are you daydreaming about? Come over." Upon Lin Zhou's shout, the girls around immediately looked over. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Hey, handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Zhou nodded, "Yes, so I'm sorry." "Oh, okay." The girls left disappointed. But Sun Yanku was shocked and raised her head in disbelief. She couldn't believe what Lin Zhou just said. Could that girlfriend be her? How could he say such things in public? She wasn't his girlfriend. A soft laughter came from above. "Those girls were bothering me too much. Little desk mate, just helped me out earlier." Sun Yanku slightly raised her head, like this. "Yeah, what else did you think?" Lin Zhou seriously looked at Sun Yanku. After she gained a bit of weight, her skin had improved a lot. With a touch of light pink on her cheeks, she looked even prettier than the box in his hand. Sun Yanku nervously didn't know where to look. "I didn't think anything." "Ha." Lin Zhou laughed. "Did you go out today?" "No, but..." Sun Yanku lowered her head, "But the gloves and hat aren't finished knitting yet. I'm a bit slow and clumsy." "It's alright, you won't need them this winter anyway, no rush." Lin Zhou handed the light pink box in his hand to Sun Yanku. Sun Yanku took it with a puzzled look. "For me, yes. Thank you." The girl lowered her head again, seeming too shy to look at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou humorously looked at her. "Aren't you going to open and see it?" "Should I open it now?" "Yes." Sun Yanku happily opened the lid and instantly smelled the fragrance of yogurt and fruit. She looked at Lin Zhou in shock. "Fruit salad. You know about it?" Lin Zhou was somewhat surprised. His little desk mate hadn't gone out at lunch today, right? "Yes, I heard Wang Zhaoqing in the dormitory mentioning it. Many people in the school know." "I see." The word spread quite well. With that, this business could be sustained for a while. When those imitators showed up, he probably would have earned enough. "How? Is it heart-shaped?" Even though the yogurt on top was a mess, she could still vaguely see the shape. "If it's heart-shaped, wouldn't it be a gift for a girlfriend?" Lin Zhou ... "Oh, they're all like this here. It's just a style. Eat up, and then I'll take you out to play." Lin Zhou casually made up an excuse. Sun Yanku hesitated. She picked up a spoon, prepared to dig in, but as she reached the edge of the box, she stopped. "Wait for me." After saying that, Sun Yanku hurriedly ran back to the dormitory. "Hey, little desk mate, slow down, and don't fall," Lin Zhou yelled. At the same time, in the dormitory, after Wang Zhaoqing finished her toast, she found herself still hungry. Suddenly, she thought of the appearance of the fruit salad described by the people in the restaurant. Wang Zhaoqing's mouth started watering. She really wanted to eat fruit salad. Too much. Very much. But obviously, she couldn't have it right now. Wang Zhaoqing stood up again, planning to go downstairs and buy an apple to munch on, just to suffice for now, or else it would be too unbearable. However, before she could get off the bed, she saw Sun Yanku rushing in quickly, handing her something. "For you." "What is it?" Wang Zhaoqing asked, and then caught a whiff of the fragrance of yogurt and fruit. "Is this fruit salad?" Sun Yanku nodded seriously. "Yes." "For me to eat?" Wang Zhaoqing was somewhat incredulous. "Yes." Sun Yanku nodded again. Wang Zhaoqing took it in a daze. "Sun Yanku, why are you giving me something to eat now? And this fruit salad looks like a token of affection." It's not a token of affection. Lin Zhou happened to buy it on the way." Lin Zhou. Wang Zhaoqing seemed to have caught on to something momentous. Their dorm room 202 was a mixed-class dorm. Wang Zhaoqing was in class 6. But Lin Zhou, she had heard of him. Wasn't he the handsome underachiever who had recently become popular? Sun Yanku's boyfriend was Lin Zhou? Oh my god! If this guess was true, this was a groundbreaking news. Sun Yanku didn't know that Lin Zhou was the boss of the fruit salad shop. She thought Lin Zhou bought this fruit salad. At that moment, she looked at Wang Zhaoqing with anticipation, because you shared your toast with me, I wanted to give you something delicious. Just like that. Yes, Lin Zhou said. That's how friends should treat each other. Wang Zhaoqing laughed. Lin Zhou's words were so impactful. Sun Yanku, who didn't talk much, had already started considering her a friend. But maybe this was good. With just a packet of toast, she not only gained a friend, but also got to eat a fresh fruit salad. She was overjoyed. She had made Wang Zhaoqing her friend. Okay then, I won't be polite. You hurry up and go out for your date. I don't have a date. Stop making things up. Okay, no date, but you better go out and hang out with Lin Zhou soon, right? Sun Yanku lowered her head and quickly ran off. Wang Zhaoqing ate happily. Not only did she eat fruit salad, but she also had a whole watermelon. With this in mind, this Lin Zhou seemed quite nice indeed. When Lin Zhou saw Sun Yanku return empty-handed, he was taken aback. Where's the fruit salad? I gave it to Wang Zhaoqing. Lin Zhou was stunned. His little desk mate did take his words to heart. But things seemed a bit off. She seemed to have misunderstood. But he thought she was just trying hard to make friends. Sacrificing a handmade fruit salad, it's worth it. After comforting himself, Lin Zhou patted Sun Yanku's hair. Her bangs seemed a bit longer again, but this time, she didn't cut them. Let's go out. Let's go have fun. Okay. Sun Yanku followed behind Lin Zhou hesitantly. Although she didn't know where they were going, she was still happy. However, when she saw Lin Zhou preparing to enter the internet cafe, she froze. Lin Zhou, are we going to the internet cafe? Yeah, what's wrong? Here, this place. Sun Yanku wanted to say that only bad kids would hang out there. But Lin Zhou was clearly not a bad kid. She found herself unable to say it. It's okay, come on. Didn't you say you don't have a QQ account? I'll help you apply for one. How can I add you to the class group chat if you don't come to the internet cafe? Sun Yanku stared blankly. Did Lin Zhou really remember what she said that day? Don't be dumbfounded, let's go. Learning should be a mix of work and relaxation, or you'll get too tired. The internet cafes of this era weren't too strict about checking ID cards. Lin Zhou brought Sun Yanku in, set up to computers, and then sat in a corner. Throughout the whole process, Sun Yanku was tense. It wasn't until Lin Zhou turned on the computer that she cautiously sat down. Lin Zhou logged into his QQ account first. Then he came over to Sun Yanku and started to teach her. See, you log into QQ here. You can join groups. I'll later add you to the class group. Here's your account and password. Log in and check it out. With anxious feelings, Sun Yanku entered her account and password. Once she logged in, she saw her QQ nickname, L. She stared for a moment and then looked at Lin Zhou. His QQ account was X. Some modifications were made here. Originally Lin Zhou's name was Love, but upon reflection, let's give them a couple name. Hehe, thanks for the support. The next chapter will be slightly delayed. These names are so strange, aren't they? Sun Yanku looked at them for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Lin Zhou, did you come up with this nickname for the penguin randomly? Oh, I just typed it randomly, and yours is random too. Can it be changed? I can't. Lin Zhou said confidently, without a hint of embarrassment or hesitation. Can you? Sun Yanku was at a loss. I can't either. Then let's not change it for now. Okay. Sun Yanku weakly nodded. Lin Zhou looked at her innocent side profile with amusement, feeling joyful inside. It's easy to fool my little classmate. I sent you a message, check it out. Lin Zhou said, opening Sun Yanku's chat box and sending an emoji. Sun Yanku saw her penguin flashing in the lower right corner of the computer screen. In the penguin list, there was another one named Wei also blinking. She clicked on it and saw the message Lin Zhou sent. I received it. Okay, that's how it's used. I will add you to the group now. Alright. Lin Zhou opened the class group and added Sun Yanku. Then he began to teach her how to use the group. Sun Yanku listened attentively. After learning everything, she looked at Lin Zhou curiously. Why is the group named Wei? Just typed it randomly, won't change it. Oh, Sun Yanku nodded. So Lin Zhou also doesn't know how to do many things. That's okay. She learned well, and teach him later. Sun Yanku didn't see that in Lin Zhou's list, the group belonging to her was named G. The only one. Each other's only one. An hour passed quickly. Sun Yanku had learned almost everything, and they both left the computer. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. Sunyeon-ku was considering whether to go back to school. At that moment, she heard Lin-jo saying, "Deskmate, help me choose a gift." "What gift?" "Tonight, Chin Auntie's daughter, who will be my future sister, is coming over for dinner. It's our first meeting, as her brother. I should give her a gift. But I'm not good at picking gifts." "Sure." Sunyeon-ku couldn't argue with this reason. She had eaten the food Chin Shulin had sent before, and had a good impression of her. Her daughter should be great too, right? As they reached the entrance of the pedestrian street, Lin-jo saw Liu Shiming and Chian Guoguo. The two were each carrying 2 portions of fruit salad, leisurely strolling around. Seeing them, Liu Shiming happily ran over. "Jojie, classmate Su, are you here too?" "Yes, where are you guys going?" "Heading home. I've sent all our classmates off at the square. It was tiring. I need to go take a break." "And this is?" Lin-jo pointed to the fruit salad in Liu Shiming's arms. "I'm hungry. Tomorrow school starts. Might as well eat more today." "All right." Lin-jo brazenly took one from Liu Shiming's hands. "All right, you guys go back. I'll take this." Watching Lin-jo take his own fruit salad and give it to Sunyeon-ku, Liu Shiming felt a bit regretful. "Hey Jojie, you need to lose weight. This is too sweet." "Deskmate, you have it. You're too skinny." Liu Shiming had to walk away awkwardly. As he walked, he kept muttering to himself, why didn't he take it from Chian Guoguo? Chian Guoguo patted his back. "Am I as fat as you?" "Well, that's true. But hadn't he lost 10 pounds recently?" Sunyeon-ku looked at the fruit salad in her hand, feeling stunned. "Lin-jo, is this okay?" "There's nothing wrong with it. Liu Shiming not losing weight is bad for his health. Go ahead and eat." Sunyeon-ku had to accept it, and she thought about buying a chicken drumstick for Liu Shiming when they had dinner the next day. They say chicken drumsticks are all lean meat and won't make you gain weight. Why is this box white? It was pink when Lin-jo gave it to her this morning. Oh, maybe they changed batches. Open and taste it. Sunyeon-ku carefully opened the box and was surprised to find heart-shaped yogurt inside. "Lin-jo, this isn't heart-shaped." "There are many styles. The shop owner probably changed it temporarily." "Is that so?" Sunyeon-ku felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint it. "That's right. Do you think I can deceive you, Deskmate? Go ahead and eat." Sunyeon-ku hesitated but nodded, scooped a spoonful, and ate it seriously. Sweet and sour, with a hint of milkiness. "Is it good?" "It's delicious." Sunyeon-ku nodded vigorously. It was so delicious, better than any fruit she had ever tasted. "As long as you like it." Lin-jo smiled at her. After she took a few more bites, Lin-jo couldn't help but chuckle. Sunyeon-ku looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" A voice nearby brought Sunyeon-ku back to reality. She quickly buried her head lower. She couldn't believe what she had just done. That was Lin-jo's hand. Slightly rough, with patterns. "Deskmate, what are you thinking about?" She hurriedly raised her head. "Let's go." "All right, let's go." Lin-jo followed behind Sunyeon-ku calmly. Watching her nervously walk ahead, there was a strange feeling of déjà vu. People were bustling on the pedestrian street. Lin-jo and Sunyeon-ku strolled around, thinking about what to buy. Suddenly, Sunyeon-ku stopped in front of a stall selling hair accessories. The stall was filled with various hair clips, each cuter than the last. Sunyeon-ku's gaze was fixed on a strawberry hair clip, in light pink, looking very cute. "Do you want to buy it?" Lin-jo's voice came from beside her. Sunyeon-ku quickly shook her head. "No, no. The hair clip cost you on. Too expensive." "Lin-jo, let's go." "All right, let's go." Lin-jo nodded. But his actions were a bit faster than Sunyeon-ku. As she turned around, he quickly gestured to the vendor, placed the money next to the hair clip, picked it up, and put it in his pocket. 10 minutes later, Sunyeon-ku stood in front of the stall selling large cloth dolls. Lin-jo walked up beside her, and also stopped. Both of them looked at the half-height thug bunny hanging in the middle at the same time, and almost simultaneously said, "This one." After speaking, they both burst into laughter. The boss saw them happily, and welcomed them, his smile beaming. "Young lady has a good eye. This bunny is of excellent quality, and cute. It's the best seller in my shop, and it's not expensive. It's only 45 today. Let him buy it for you." He gestured towards Lin-jo. Sunyeon-ku almost instinctively waved her hand, saying, "Huh? No, not for me, for his sister." Sister. The boss looked at Lin-jo in confusion. This kid looked decent, and the little girl seemed honest. Is he not going to be taken advantage of? At their age, they like to call anyone a sister. The boss cautiously approached Sunyeon-ku. Not a biological sister, right? Not biological. Sunyeon-ku replied sincerely. He knew it. The boss purposely pulled Sunyeon-ku to the side. Young lady, can't let him have a sister, you know, huh? Why? Sunyeon-ku was a bit confused. What's wrong if Lin-jo has a sister? Isn't it normal? Being fickle, having a girlfriend but still needing a sister? Girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Sunyeon-ku didn't realize it at first. Seeing this, Lin-jo chuckled and took the thug bunny from the boss's hand, saying, "Alright, boss, 30 each, we want to. Deal or not?" Finally getting back to business, the boss withdrew from his gossipy mind. Okay, 65 for 2, deal or we'll leave. They have many over there. After saying that, he handed over 100 to the boss. After receiving the thug bunnies, Lin-jo quickly handed one to Sunyeon-ku, saying, "Here, for you. For me. Consider it a reward for accompanying me shopping today. I'll give the other one to my sister. But, Lin-jo, no buts, otherwise I won't take you out next time." Sunyeon-ku had no choice but to keep silent. The boss, preparing to give Lin-jo change, overheard this conversation and was astonished. He looked at Lin-jo oddly, full of incredulity. Could good looks be a license to do whatever one pleases? Not only buying gifts for another girl in front of his girlfriend, but also threatening his girlfriend? Just by saying "I won't take you out," he could control people. This is too much, right? Nowadays, girls are so silly. Hey, young lady. He tried to remind Sunyeon-ku, but saw his $35 quickly grabbed by someone. Thanks, boss. Let's go, my colleague. Let's go. Hey, you can't bully honest girl. Haha, understood. This kind of luck isn't common to everyone, right, boss? Sunyeon-ku, you should be more wary. But, he didn't bully me. The boss sighed silently as he watched the two leave, shaking his head. People these days, declining moral standards. After buying the thug bunnies, Lin-jo and Sunyeon-ku walked towards the school. Upon reaching the school gate, Sunyeon-ku lowered her head and told Lin-jo, "You should go back now. It's almost time for dinner. It's not good to be late for your first meeting with your sister." Okay. Then I'll go in, Sunyeon-ku hugged the thug bunny tightly, bit her lip, turned, and quickly walked towards the school. At that moment, she heard Lin-jo calling out, "Classmate." Huh? Sunyeon-ku turned back, puzzled, only to see Lin-jo raising his hand, quickly pushing her bangs to the side, and then putting something on her head. She stared in disbelief. It was a pink strawberry hairpin. "When did you buy this?" "Just now. I passed by and bought it." "But, don't move." Lin-jo quickly stopped Sunyeon-ku from taking off the hairpin. He stared at Sunyeon-ku in a daze. Sunyeon-ku, today, was wearing a white dress with a school uniform jacket. Her forehead, now exposed as her bangs were moved, was clean, and below it, her long eyelashes fluttered. Lin-jo couldn't help it. He took off her glasses. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt a sense of first love. Indeed, such a classmate was incredibly good-looking. Sunyeon-ku, realizing Lin-jo had been staring at her, subconsciously touched her face. "What's wrong? Is there dirt on my face?" "Classmate, you have no idea how much of a heartthrob you are," Lin-jo replied, taking off the hairpin quickly, then rearranging Sunyeon-ku's bangs and putting it back on. But this time, he didn't push her bangs aside. Finally, he put her glasses back on. "From now on, wear it like this. WY. The purpose of a hairpin is to put your hair up, right? It looks nice like this, trust me. With this, no one will see his beautiful classmate, right? Some things should be enjoyed just for oneself. Alright, I should go." "Yeah, go inside." Sunyeon-ku held the thug bunny tightly, blushing, and quickly ran towards the school gate. Lin-jo didn't see her face turn red again. As Sunyeon-ku turned the corner out of Lin-jo's view, she found a lonely wall to lean on. Her heart was pounding non-stop. Trying to calm herself with the bunny, it didn't work. What should she do? Why does her heart race uncontrollably every time Lin Jo gets close? Today, he even gave her gifts. A thug bunny and a strawberry hairpin. Those were things she had been eyeing for a long time but couldn't bring herself to buy. Sunyeon-ku absent-mindedly lifted her hand, took off the hairpin, examined the patterns on it carefully, then, unconsciously, brought it to her lips and kissed it. As she realized what she did, she hastily stuffed the hairpin back into her pocket, trying to steady her emotions. But after a while, she hesitated. The hairpin was small and could be concealed. But what about the thug bunny? Should she boldly walk back to the dormitory holding it? Wouldn't she become a laughingstock among her friends? Almost instinctively, Sunyeon-ku took off her jacket. She quickly wrapped the thug bunny in her school uniform, tied a knot, and walked towards the dormitory. At the same time, in dorm room 202, Wang Zhaoqing was in a daze. After eating the fruit salad Sunyeon-ku had given her, she couldn't stop savoring it. It was so delicious. No, she must buy it next week. Since she had Sunyeon-ku's fruit today, she should invite this new friend out next week to treat her. But Sunyeon-ku hadn't returned all afternoon. Do dates really take this long? Wang Zhaoqing was getting bored and wondering what to do when she saw Sunyeon-ku enter carrying a huge bag. No, a school uniform. Wang Zhaoqing looked puzzled. Hey? Sunyeon-ku, what are you carrying? Oh, no, it's nothing. Sunyeon-ku quickly hid the school uniform behind her. If it's nothing, why did you hide it so securely? No way, let me see. Wang Zhaoqing jumped off the bed and tried to grab Sunyeon-ku's clothes. Sunyeon-ku panicked and hugged the clothes to her chest, saying, "Truly, it's nothing. There's nothing here." Okay, since you're so scared, shall we go to the cafeteria for a meal later? I'll wait for you. All right, wait for me while I tidy up. Sunyeon-ku nodded as she was about to put the school uniform back on the bed. At that moment, Wang Zhaoqing suddenly rushed forward when Sunyeon-ku wasn't expecting it and snatched the school uniform from her. And in the next moment, a huge rogue bunny was revealed. Wang Zhaoqing exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's the rogue bunny. Is this the gift Lin Jo gave you?" Zhaoqing, you, don't worry. I won't say anything. I'm just curious. Haha, Sunyeon-ku, it seems like you're really in love. By the time Lin Jo returned, it was almost 6 o'clock. Lin Changzheng and Chen Shulin were cooking in the kitchen. Outside the kitchen, there was another person squatting and carefully picking vegetables. Qin Yushin. Today, she was wearing a black windbreaker sports top with gray sweatpants and sneakers. Her hair was cut short, very distinctive. In fact, Qin Yushin looked a lot like Chen Shulin, with delicate features. If she grew her hair long and dressed up, she may not be as stunning as the charming Sunyeon-ku, but she would definitely be eye-catching. Comparable to Yun Ruoxi. However, she preferred dressing in masculine clothes. According to Qin Shulin, she had been like this since she was a child. Qin Changzheng was dissatisfied with Qin Shulin in his previous life, almost glaring at her every time they met. And every time he acted arrogantly with Qin Yushin, it was also because of Qin Shulin. She wanted to protect Qin Shulin. At 15, the young girl once fought ferociously with herself, who was a head taller, and ended up getting defeated. But she didn't shed a tear. When she stood up, she even muttered fiercely, "Lin Jo, why are you so childish? My mom and your dad are truly in love. If you want what's best for them, then let them be together." Lin Jo didn't understand at that time, but ultimately drove them away in anger. But looking back now, he found this girl cute and pitiful. For her mother, she had hidden almost all of her own preferences. Just as he was thinking about how to greet her, he noticed the young girl had also seen him. This should be their first meeting in this lifetime. With a curious look in her eyes, she especially lit up when she saw the rogue bunny in Lin Jo's hands. Lin Jo even felt that if there were no one around, she would definitely rush up and hug the soft bunny right away. But she didn't, and her expression soon shifted to alertness. "You are Lin Jo. What are you saying? I am your big brother." Lin Jo casually placed the rogue bunny on the table. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushin squinted her eyes, showing a look of disdain. "Big brother, I heard you're a troublemaker at school, fighting every day, ranking at the bottom in exams. I don't have a brother like that." Qin Yushin, a high school freshman at Zhongyi, had intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Lin Zhou once she found out about her mom's relationship with Lin Changzheng. She even sneakily watched him from afar. She remembered when she saw him last time, Lin Zhou was quite rowdy with his blonde hair flying about. How did he suddenly clean up so well? Although he had changed his appearance, Qin Yushin's impression of Lin Zhou wasn't good. You probably didn't hear the whole story. Just this time, your performance on the last exam was slightly better, right? Tell me, how much did you cheat? I didn't cheat, TSK. Qin Yushin picked up a green vegetable again. Do you expect me to believe that? Lin Zhou knew this girl must have dug up information about him in advance. He had nothing to explain, so he crouched down with her to pick vegetables. Believe it or not, you'll know in the next exam, right? I can cheat once, but can I cheat twice? That makes sense. I'll look forward to the next time. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded. Qin Yushin didn't expect Lin Zhou to get so close to her. She subconsciously shifted back towards the kitchen door. Lin Zhou also moved closer to her, which startled Qin Yushin. What are you doing? I'm just picking vegetables. You moved the bag so far away. How can I reach it? Qin Yushin realized that she had indeed pulled the bag closer when she stepped back earlier. She had to push the bag forward again. Don't get too close to me. I know you don't agree with Uncle Lin and my mom's affairs. I don't know why my mom brought me here for dinner, but I warn you. Qin Yushin was about to speak when Chen Shulin poked her head out of the kitchen and interrupted. The chapter isn't finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. Lin Zhou handed Qin Yutia a short stool, signaling her to sit down. He then said, how should one speak to their brother? One should be polite, understand? Qin Yutia remained silent. Just as she was about to get angry, Lin Zhou continued, furthermore, what motive could I possibly have? My motive is the same as yours. What do you mean by the same? Don't you want your mom and my dad to live happily together? So do I. What's wrong? Any issue? No issues. But I have an issue, Tia. Don't you think that my dad and your mom's biggest concern is us too? In other words, we are almost the main connection in their relationship. Because of us, they are cautious and can't even date properly. Don't you think we should do something about it? Qin Yutian's head was buzzing. She even forgot to dwell on why Lin Zhou could casually call her by her nickname. But you don't agree? Who said I don't agree? I heard. Those are just rumors. Haven't you heard seeing is believing? Qin Yutia felt dizzy by Lin Zhou's words. She looked at Lin Zhou in shock. What do you want to do in the end? I just want to discuss with you, see if there's any way to improve their relationship. My college entrance exam is in 2 months. After the exam, let's have them plan the wedding, all right? What? Qin Yutia was shocked. She stood up, her voice even louder. Lin Zhou hastily gestured for her to sit down, saying, don't get too excited. Lower your voice, or else they'll think we are arguing. You. Qin Yutia was at a loss on how to respond. She felt that the Lin Zhou in front of her was not acting normal. In order to deal with Lin Zhou, she had started to plan. But unexpectedly, right from the start, her plan went awry. The Lin Zhou in front of her seemed completely different from the one in her plan. Zhou, are the green beans ready? Lin Changzheng's voice came from the kitchen. They're ready. Lin Zhou picked up the green beans and stood up. Seeing Qin Yutian's confusion, he added, think about my suggestion carefully. Lin Zhou, don't try any tricks. Qin Yutia was clearly skeptical after a moment of thought. Lin Zhou didn't mind. He patted Qin Yutian's shoulder. Actually, your mom is right. It's better for a girl to act like a girl. Have you considered that if you behave more like a girl in front of your mom, you two wouldn't argue? You clearly like those things. There's no need to hide your interests in front of your family. Once your mom and my dad get married, you can leave this household to me and my dad. You can just be a carefree girl. Isn't that good? Touched by his words, Qin Yutia felt flustered. Who said I like those things? I don't like them at all. Lin Zhou didn't expose her. He quickly took the green beans to the kitchen. The meal was soon ready. Lin Zhou went back to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. He looked cheerful and happy. Qin Yutia felt useless beside him. She suddenly felt as though they were a family of 3, and she was the extra one. But logically speaking, Lin Zhou was the one who seemed more like an outsider. How did things turn out this way? No, She needed to observe Lin Zhou more closely. As soon as Qin Shulan walked in, she noticed the rogue bunny on the table. Curiously, she asked, "What's this?" "Zhou, did you buy this?" "Yes, I bought it for my sister." He gestured towards Qin Yutia, who was looking at him in bewilderment. "For me?" "Yes, first time we meet, here's a gift for you." Qin Yutian's expression was a bit grim. Qin Shulan knew her daughter's temper. She only liked things boys liked, such as Ultraman toys. She despised girly toys and found them distasteful. Now Lin Zhou had bought this girly toy for her daughter? Just a moment ago, Qin Shulan thought Lin Zhou bought it for his girlfriend. How will they handle this situation? They couldn't afford to anger Qin Yutia in this rare gathering. She was about to put away the bunny when Lin Chongjung was faster. He took the bunny and quickly said, "Zhou, sister doesn't like this. Let's go exchange it together. I forgot to tell you, we'll buy something else for sister later." Lin Zhou saw that Qin Yutia didn't move, but she seemed flustered. He chuckled, "Really don't like it?" Lin Chongjung nodded, "Indeed doesn't like it." Qin Shulan had already informed him about Qin Yutian's preferences. Today was all his fault. How could he forget such an important detail? "All right, we'll just have to return it then." "Sister, what do you like?" "Ultraman." "I'll buy it for you later, but the store where I bought this bunny is too far. Exchanging it won't be convenient. It didn't cost much. Let's just throw it away." Lin Zhou walked towards the door with the bunny. Qin Shulan and Lin Chongjung were startled and almost walked towards Lin Zhou. But soon enough, they saw a figure rushing towards them. It was Qin Yutia. She was faster, grabbing the bunny. "Don't throw it." Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, the girl looked embarrassed. "It'll be a waste to throw it, since it's already bought. I'll reluctantly keep it, but don't buy these for me next time." She emphatically added, "It's so ugly." Without showing any emotion, she took the bunny and discreetly placed it in her backpack. But this action did not escape Lin Zhou's notice. He walked to the dining table as if he hadn't seen, gesturing to everyone, "Let's eat. We're all finally gathered together as a family." "Yes, let's eat. Tia, come and eat." When Qin Yutia sat down at the dining table, she saw Lin Zhou serving rice to everyone. One bowl for Uncle Lin, one for Mom, and the third bowl, handed to her. He smiled at her like a big brother, saying, "What are you spacing out for? Sit down and eat." Qin Yutia then sat bewildered. During the meal, the other three conversed joyfully, but Qin Yutia remained silent and unhappy, not uttering a word. She felt like things were taking an unexpected turn. After finishing the meal, Qin Yutia volunteered to wash the dishes, wanting some peace and quiet. While washing, her eyes fell on the bunny unconsciously. "It's really so cute. How adorable. It's her favorite thing." She had liked it for years, but never bought it. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she felt that such things were too childish. She had to protect her mother and be the head of the household, shielding her mother. Such delicate things she couldn't possess. People would see through her. Lost in her thoughts, she heard a voice near her ear. "How do you like it? Really like it, right? Brother can buy it for you more often in the future." Qin Yushin quickly turned her face away, looking displeased. "I don't like it at all. I don't need you to buy it for me." But for some reason, there was a slight flutter in her heart. Someone actually bought her a doll. This feeling was so strange. "Haha, it looks like you've admitted that I'm your brother." "Who said that?" Qin Yushin became anxious and lifted her head, staring angrily at Lin Zhou. But his pretty face looked exceptionally cute. "Then why didn't you argue just now?" Qin Yushin remembered the sentence Lin Zhou said earlier, "Brother bought it for you." It seemed she completely ignored it. How could this happen? She felt like she was played by Lin Zhou. Excessive. HMPH, you're not my brother. Qin Yushin glared angrily at Lin Zhou. "Just because you bought me a thug rabbit doesn't mean I'll listen to you. Lin Zhou, my mom likes your dad, so she tolerates you guys with a filter, but I won't." Seeing she still didn't believe him, Lin Zhou let out a sigh silently. He took the chopsticks from Qin Yushin's hands and began washing them. At that moment, Qin Shulan, who was about to take Lin Changzheng out for a walk, walked over to the living room, saying worriedly, "Why don't I take Zhao Ocean back home? Lin Jie, we can go out for a walk tomorrow." These two always argue when together, and she was genuinely worried. "No need. Before Lin Changzheng could speak, Lin Zhou rejected. You to go have fun. Zhao Ocean and I will bond as siblings, right? Zhao Ocean. Qin Yushan didn't expect Lin Zhou to actually create opportunities for Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin. Although she wanted to leave, she thought of her mom and Lin Shushu, so she nodded. Yes, mom, uncle, you to go ahead. We won't fight. This. Qin Shulin felt awkward. Seeing his son insistent, Lin Changzheng held on to Qin Shulin. Forget it, Shulin. Let the kids resolve it themselves. Perhaps without the two of us, their relationship could improve. Let's go out for a walk. Qin Shulin could only nod. If there's anything, Xiao Zhou, remember to call us. Okay. Zhao Ocean, don't bully your brother. Understood a mom. I really didn't bully him. Watching the two leave, Lin Zhou continued to wash the dishes. Qin Yushan found herself at a loss with nothing to do in the living room. Was it because it was the first time she met Lin Zhou, or was it just awkward? She tried to distract herself and heard Lin Zhou calling. Can you help me? Help with what? Qin Yushan turned and saw Lin Zhou extending his arm. Was he asking her to roll up his sleeves? Can't you do it yourself? How can I do it like this? Qin Yushan realized Lin Zhou's hands were full of foam. Reluctantly, she approached Lin Zhou and rolled up his sleeves for him. After finishing, she quickly ran to the living room, deciding not to speak to Lin Zhou. And he didn't pay attention to her either. Qin Yushan sat in the living room for a while, feeling bored. Her eyes never left the thug rabbit, but since Lin Zhou was there, she couldn't play with it. It was too awkward. Her mind was restless. After 3 minutes, Qin Yushan couldn't resist. She noticed Lin Zhou started washing pots, so she cautiously went to the thug rabbit and lightly poked it. It felt soft and comfortable. She wanted to hug it. Thinking so, she glanced at Lin Zhou, who wasn't looking, so she decided to give it a quick hug. Excitedly, Qin Yushan opened her arms, ready to hug the thug rabbit, when she heard Lin Zhou's voice behind her. What are you doing, Zhao Ocean? I thought you didn't like it. Qin Yushan. She awkwardly raised her hand and scratched her head, then changed to scratching her back. I never liked it. I was just thinking if I throw it away, would it take up the trash can space? Lin Zhou didn't say anything and changed the subject instead. Regarding my suggestion earlier, have you considered it? I didn't even consider it. Why not? Who knows if you're planning something tricky? According to Qin Yushan's understanding of Lin Zhou, he would only be nice if he wanted her and her mom out. How could he suddenly be so kind? She wasn't a child that could be bought with a simple gift. Sigh. Lin Zhou sighed again. It seemed building trust with this girl would take time. Luckily, he wasn't in a hurry. It was awkward for the two of them alone in the room. Lin Zhou decided to bring up another topic. Does your mom have any activities recently? Huh? Why are you asking? Help me gather some information about what projects we could help your mom with. Theft. Qin Yushan scoffed, meddling in unnecessary matters. But observing Lin Zhou's actions, it seemed like he genuinely wanted to set up Lin Shushu with her mom. She couldn't help but speak up. Next weekend, my mom is participating in the unit organization square dance competition. Square dance competition. I'll have my dad go cheer for Auntie. After Lin Zhou casually mentioned it, he suddenly froze. Wait. Next weekend. What date? Are you stupid? Today is March 11th, so next weekend's the 18th. Qin Yushan rolled her eyes. March 18th? After muttering to himself, Lin Zhou suddenly got up in a rush, grabbing a calendar from the table and checking. March 18th. March 18th. Oh no. Qin Yushan rolled her eyes once more. Lin Zhou, why are you acting so strange? What's wrong with March 18th? Isn't it just a regular weekend? Lin Zhou was anxiously muttering. Can you please not let Aunt Qin participate in the competition? Qin Yushan was stunned. I knew you had ill intentions, but Lin Zhou, what do you mean by stopping my mom from participating in the competition? Even before entering your home, do you want to restrict my mom's freedom? Let me tell you, my mom is going to marry Lin Shushu, not you. No, that's not what I meant. My point is. Lin Zhou thought for a moment, not knowing how to explain. Just moments ago, he suddenly remembered that on this day, in a past life, they had met several times. Lin Zhou and Qin Yushan caused a big scene, leading to the breakup of Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin. Then, Qin Shulin participated in a square dance competition, where the stage wasn't stable. During their performance, with so many people around, the stage collapsed directly. At that moment, Qin Shulin was dancing. She was wearing high heels and fell from the stage, a beam hitting her leg. Though she had surgery and treatment afterward, she ended up limping, unable to fully recover. This incident left Lin Changzheng guilt-ridden for a long time, tears welling up whenever he thought of it. If she participates in the square dance competition, your mom will get hurt. Do you want to see your mom hurt? How did you know my mom would get hurt? Lin Zhou, are you crazy? That's something that will happen next week, right? Even if you don't like my mom, you don't need to curse her, right? You make me so angry. I'm going to find my mom and take her home. From now on, we won't come to your house when you're there, Qin Yushin said, turning to leave. Lin Zhou quickly grabbed her arm. Qin Yushin. It was the first time Lin Zhou called her so seriously after meeting her. Qin Yushin was about to shake off Lin Zhou's hand, but found his face a bit cold. That cold feeling, not the composure they should have at their age, made her forget how to react for a moment. What's wrong? You can mess around with other things, but not this matter. Tell your mom not to participate in the square dance competition next weekend. But, no buts, for the sake of your mom and my dad, I don't want any accidents to happen. Qin Yushin realized that Lin Zhou was commanding her and instantly became furious. This boy, only 2.5 years older than herself, dared to speak to her like this. Based on what? He was bullying them as orphans and a widow. The more Qin Yushin thought about it, the angrier she became. How dare you curse my mom? Lin Zhou, you're asking for it. Before Lin Zhou could react, Qin Yushin quickly pushed him away and then grabbed his hand, biting down on his arm. Feeling the pain, Lin Zhou instinctively pushed her head. At that moment, the door opened. Qin Shulin and Lin Changzheng walked in talking and laughing. Upon seeing the two of them, Qin Shulin was surprised. Xiao Ocean, Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Lin Zhou quickly let go of his hand, and Qin Yushin also hurriedly looked up, her face tense. Oh no, she promised her mom not to fight anymore. Last time they fought, her mom cried all night because of it. What should she do? She was just a child, and Qin Yushin was panicking. At that moment, Lin Changzheng also realized what was happening. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Qin Yushin behind him. Lin Zhou, you little brat, didn't you say not to bully your sister? Seeing Lin Zhou being scolded, Qin Yushin became even more anxious. Although Lin Zhou had just been talking nonsense, she was the one who started it. In this situation, no matter how she explained, her mom would probably side with Lin Zhou and get angry. What should she do? Qin Yushin looked at Lin Zhou anxiously and blinked hard at him. Let's make up. Please. I was wrong. Can we settle this privately? Lin Zhou also saw Qin Yushin, and the way she looked at that moment was like a child who knew she had done something wrong, but didn't want her parents to find out. But thinking about it, Qin Yushin really was a child. If she could understand the importance of the situation now, that bite might not have been in vain. Lin Zhou signaled with his eyes to Qin Yushin. Qin Yushin quickly got the signal, nodding immediately to show that she would obey. Lin Zhou was finally satisfied. He withdrew his hand and said, "It's okay, Dad. Tia and I were just playing around. We didn't fight." Qin Yushin also quickly spoke up. "That's right, Uncle Lin, Mom, we didn't fight, we were just playing around." Lin Changzheng and Qin Shulin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought something had happened to you too. Tiantian, let's go home. I'll send you off. Lin Changzheng picked up the car keys and Qin Shulin started packing her bag to go out. Lin Zhou picked up the thug rabbit next to him and walked over to Qin Yushin. When she reached out to take it, he whispered, "Remember my words, don't forget them." Qin Yushin stuck out her tongue. "Humph, like I can remember." "Well, Mom, let's go." Qin Yushin quickly took the thug rabbit, not giving Lin Zhou a chance to talk. "Lin Zhou, this girl is really mischievous." After the three of them left, Lin Zhou finally extended his arm and saw the bite marks. Although there was no blood, it really hurt. Was she born in the year of the dog? But today, even facing Qin Yushin, he felt like they were already a family. It didn't feel too bad. Lin Changzheng dropped off Qin Shulin and Qin Yushin at the entrance of the community before stopping the car. Seeing the two of them enter the community, Lin Changzheng felt a bit worried. "Tiantian, Qin Yushin, who had been absent-minded all the way, turned to him. "What's wrong, Uncle Lin? Did Xiaozhou really not bully you? If he did, you must tell me. I'll deal with him for you." Chen Shulin also added, "Yes, Xiaozhou is so good. How could he bully Zhao Ocean? I know Zhao Ocean. If she doesn't bully Xiaozhou, that's already good. Lin, you can rest assured. Hurry back, it's getting late." "All right then." Lin Changzheng walked away, leaving the mother and daughter to walk back home one after the other. Chen Shulin's eyes were a bit cold. "Qin Yushin, yes. Did you bite Lin Zhou just now?" In fact, as soon as they entered the house, Chen Shulin saw it. She was angry and wanted to scold Qin Yushin, but Lin Changzheng beat her to it. Later, with Lin Zhou not saying anything either, she decided not to blame Qin Yushin. "As the child grows up, give them some face, Mom." Qin Yushin lowered her head, looking aggrieved. Xiaozhou was the mature and stable one. How could he talk nonsense? "It's you. Next time if you dare to bully your brother, Mom will be angry. Got it?" "I got it." Qin Yushin's head drooped even more. "And about this thug rabbit, I know you don't like it. You can't throw it away. Put it in the living room when you get back. I'll keep an eye on it so you don't secretly toss it away." Qin Yushin suddenly raised her head. "But Mom, no buts, listen to me." "All right." Qin Yushin could only stay silent. She had planned to put the thug rabbit in the house when she got back and cuddle it while her mom wasn't paying attention. But now, it seemed impossible. Back home, under Chen Shulin's watchful eye, Qin Yushin reluctantly placed the thug rabbit on the living room sofa. As she walked into the house, Qin Yushin sighed deeply. The moment she closed the door, she couldn't help but look back at the thug rabbit. She never expected her first doll to be bought by Lin Zhou. But how did Lin Zhou, who her mom didn't even know about, find out? Was he really that mysterious? Could he read minds? No, absolutely not. This guy must be playing tricks. Early the next morning, Lin Zhou went to class. At noon, the second class ended. Lin Zhou, Sunyanku, and Fan Yuns were called into Zhang Shuqi's office together. When they entered, Lin Zhou realized there were 6 or 7 other students from different classes. Yun Ruoxi was also among them. Today, Yun Ruoxi's hair was down, her bangs held back with a hairband, and she looked even more delicate in her blue and white school uniform. Fan Yuns was immediately drawn to her. "Ruoxi, you're here too." However, Yun Ruoxi completely ignored Fan Yuns and only had eyes for Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou had come in with Sunyanku. These past few days, Yun Ruoxi had been hearing rumors about Lin Zhou's love life. They were whispering that Lin Zhou's crush was actually his new deskmate. Yun Ruoxi had hardly paid any attention to Sunyanku before. But at this moment, as they walked toward her, she carefully appraised her. Wearing a faded school uniform, thick bangs covered her face, along with glasses that obscured her features. But Lin Zhou beside her looked exceptionally radiant. With just one glance, it was impossible to look away. Yun Ruoxi became even more certain of her thoughts. How could someone like Lin Zhou be interested in an ugly duckling? They must have misunderstood. Even though Lin Zhou and Sunyanku ate together and studied together, it was probably because they were in a study group, sat together, and needed to socialize. There was no way it could be romantic. Only someone like her, the school flower, deserved someone like Lin Zhou, the school grass. "Everyone's here? Come in, have a seat." Zhang Shuqi arranged some seats for them. The others all sat down without hesitation. Lin Zhou quickly pulled Sunyanku forward to help. "Teacher Zhang, we can move the chairs ourselves." "Haha, you little rascal, you become much more polite," Zhang Shuqi said, in a good mood because of Lin Zhou's flattery. "It's all thanks to good teachings by the teacher." Lin Zhou's compliments made Zhang Shuqi very pleased. All right, stop flattery. I called you all here today to inform you that the provincial mathematics competition is about to begin. This competition is for selecting representatives for the national competition next month. If you perform well in the national competition, you may have the opportunity to be directly recommended by various universities. If all 10 of you rank in the top 10 in the simulation exam, the school will focus on nurturing you. In this competition, 4 out of the 10 of you will be chosen to participate. We will provide training to select the top 4 to represent the school. Do you all have any questions? Everyone shook their heads quickly, no questions. But Lin Zhou hesitated. "I have a question," Sunyeonku said, seeing Lin Zhou's hesitation. If he didn't answer, she wouldn't either. Jang Shuki was shocked. Lin Zhou, what's your question? Are you afraid? Actually, you weren't supposed to be included in this round. Your math grades only qualified you this time because of our strong recommendation. It's okay if you don't do well. Consider it a learning experience. I'm not afraid, it's just that I don't have time. Jang Shuki furrowed his brows. No time? What are you busy with? Lin Zhou replied, earning money. This answer made everyone burst into laughter. Fan Yun's face showed disdain. Lin Zhou, can you stop joking around? Is earning money more important than exams? Lin Zhou affirmed, of course. Teacher, do you hear this? Lin Zhou continued calmly. Fan Yun's, may I ask, what's the purpose of your exams? To get good grades, of course. And the purpose of getting good grades? To get into a good college. And the purpose of going to college? To get a good job. Fan Yun's suddenly felt unsettled. Lin Zhou asked, and what's the purpose of a job? Isn't it to make money? So what's wrong with me earning money now? Fan Yun's was speechless. He felt they were not on the same wavelength at all. However, Yun Ruoxi was gazing at Lin Zhou intently. When did Lin Zhou become so profound in his insights? Not only profound, but also extremely self-assured. It was like talking to a completely different person compared to the one who used to nod along to their conversations. Sunyeonku also turned to look at Lin Zhou, saying, I think Lin Zhou is right. Maybe I should. Stop. What are you two talking about? Jang Shuki was almost speechless. It was rare to have two outstanding students in the school for mathematical competitions. The fact that they both didn't want to participate was disheartening. Who would bring glory to the school in that case? Who says making money and taking exams can't go together? First prize gets 5,000. Second prize 3,000. Third prize 2,000. Will you participate? Oh, teacher, why didn't you say that earlier? Classmate, let's join. Okay, Sunyeonku's eyes lit up. The thought of earning that much money could provide delicious food for her little brother and grandparents. It would also help with her brother's tuition, and if they won more, she wouldn't have to worry about university fees. How wonderful! She wanted to participate. Lin Zhou saw Sunyeonku's expression and smiled. He had actually overheard Jang Shuki discussing the prize money for the competition earlier when passing by the teacher's office, but hadn't confirmed the exact amounts due to his indecision. So, he deliberately provoked Jang Shuki just now. He was certain Jang Shuki wouldn't want them to miss out. Once Jang Shuki made a decision, it was as good as the school making a decision. It also gave his classmate hope for the future. Initially, Lin Zhou had intended to give her the money directly, but after spending time with her, he knew that method wouldn't work. This way, it worked out perfectly. You two, hurry to class. Tonight, after the last class, we will have training. Alright, Lin Zhou led Sunyeonku away happily. Fan Yun's walked to Yun Ruoxi, who had been staring at Lin Zhou's back the whole time, and said, Ruoxi, rest assured, Lin Zhou definitely doesn't stand a chance in this competition. With his poor grades, how could he excel in a competition? Yun Ruoxi raised her head. Once you score 150 points, then talk. Fan Yun's. Just as Lin Zhou and Sunyeonku had left for class, they saw Chin Yushin standing at the classroom door for class 2. She was wearing a men's hoodie today, and her petite figure didn't quite fill it out. She was holding a lunchbox, swaying back and forth at the class door. When she saw Lin Zhou, her eyes lit up, but quickly turned disdainful. Lin Zhou, you really are in a relationship. TSK, always fooling around at school instead of studying. I don't know how my mom saw something good in you. Lin Zhou. Chin Yushin was forced by Chin Shulin to bring lunchboxes to Lin Zhou. When she received 3 lunchboxes, she was surprised and asked who the third one was for, besides herself and Lin Zhou. Chin Shulin's answer was that both were for Lin Zhou. For most of the morning, Chin Yushin was confused. 2 lunchboxes, Lin Zhou could only eat one, so who was the other one for? With this doubt in mind, she rushed to the door of class 32 of grade 12 as soon as class ended. But Lin Zhou was not there. They said he had been called away with his desk mate. And someone heard that she came to find Lin Zhou and said next to her intentionally or unintentionally, Hey, do you know that Lin Zhou is in a relationship? Are you sending a love lunchbox to Lin Zhou? Girl, don't cause trouble. Focus on your studies. That kind of scum is not worth it. At first, Chin Yushin didn't believe it. Lin Zhou. In a relationship? Look at him. Who would be attracted to him besides being handsome? It's said that he chased after the campus beauty of Yunda for several years with no success. To fake. But later, Chin Yushin felt more and more uneasy. 2 lunchboxes for Lin Zhou. Could it be true that Lin Zhou is in a relationship? Does even mom know that Lin Zhou is dating? Intentional. Could it be that Uncle Lin and mom don't care that Lin Zhou is in a relationship? How is that possible? Chin Yushin was so confused that she walked to laps in the corridor and finally saw Lin Zhou walking with a girl toward her. The girl's figure was completely hidden by the baggy school uniform, and her bangs covered most of her face. She looked like a good and honest girl who excelled in her studies. But as they walked together, Lin Zhou and the girl chatted and laughed, looking very happy. This surprised Chin Yushin. Lin Zhou, really in a relationship? TSK. At this age, not focusing on studies, and still early dating. No wonder he dressed like a fashion disaster. Chin Yushin despised Lin Zhou even more. She quickly approached, not even wanting to look at Lin Zhou, and placed the lunchbox in her hand by the window with disdain. This is from my mom, don't choke on it. And this other one should be for your girlfriend, you figure it out yourself. After she finished speaking, she looked sympathetically at Sunyeon-ku. Young lady, why are your eyes blind at such a young age? What? Sunyeon-ku was a bit puzzled. This seemed to be directed at her. But isn't she fine? Lin Zhou next to her laughed. This girl was really a rebellious teenager with an attitude. He probably understood Chin Yushin's message. Aunt Chin must have sent her to find him. The girl was full of resentment. She could probably go feed some evil spirits. What's wrong? Did you get scolded by your mom? When Chin Yushin heard this, she instantly got angry. And you're the cause of it all, aren't you? Are you satisfied now? Lin Zhou then explained to Sunyeon-ku, she's my sister, Chin Yushin. Who's your sister? Chin Yushin was relentless. Sunyeon-ku nodded blankly, probably understanding what was going on, and she pointed to the classroom. Should I go in first? No need, it'll be quick, Lin Zhou said, picking up the lunchbox from Sunyeon-ku and handing it to her. Then he walked up to Chin Yushin and tapped her head. Don't you want to get along peacefully with mom and get scolded less? Don't you want to communicate? I do want to. Chin Yushin's eyes lit up, but soon she realized that this shouldn't be her reaction when seeing Lin Zhou. She pretended to be cold again. It's your business. Lin Zhou didn't mind. Rebellious young girls are actually easy to deal with. Just make them admire you, and they'll comply. You need to learn to communicate, you know? Tell your mom what you like and don't like. Your mom loves you. If you tell her, she will definitely do it, instead of just keeping those things inside. This way, you and your mom will only grow further apart. Little girls like you can be more playful with your mom. I don't want to be playful. Chin Yushin snapped. I'm not a little girl. Lin Zhou, mind your own business, okay? With your poor grades, dating someone, copying in exams to get a good score. What's the use? Still not getting into university? I heard the senior high school math competition is about to start. The school is already selecting students. If you do well, you can get a direct recommendation, but you don't even qualify. What are you showing off for? Just as he was about to say something, Lin Zhou suddenly heard a cold voice behind him. Lin Zhou, just because you're attending math training for the competition doesn't mean you can get close to Yun Ruoxi. I'm telling you, it's impossible. The one speaking was Fan Yun's. He had intended to come to class with Yun Ruoxi, but she refused. He was full of anger along the way, his mind full of what Yun Ruoxi had said. Take a test score of 150 first. So much so that Fan Yuns didn't even pay attention to Lin Zhou and Chin Yushin's conversation. Seeing Lin Zhou, he couldn't contain his anger. Little did he know that as soon as he finished speaking, the girl in front of Lin Zhou, the girl. No, it should be a girl. The girl was looking at him in shock. What did you just say? Lin Zhou couldn't help but burst into laughter. Thanks, Fan Yuns. Fan Yuns was a bit confused. Lin Zhou, are you sick? Thanking him even after being scolded? He must be seriously ill. He disdainfully entered the classroom. After Fan Yuns left, Chin Yushin focused her gaze on Lin Zhou. The student just now didn't seem to like Lin Zhou much. But he said that Lin Zhou was going to attend math competition training? You were selected. Probably. so you don't need to worry about Big Brother. I can handle it. You take care of yourself first, and your mom, did you tell her about what I discussed with you? Out Chin Yushin couldn't believe it. She was completely speechless. The teachers at school must be blind. After saying this, she also reminded Sunyeon-ku, sister, be careful. Then she ignored Lin-jo and strode angrily towards the stairs. They were on the 5th floor of the high school. Just a few steps in, Chin Yushin heard Lin-jo's voice. Hey, sweetie, if Big Brother does well in the math competition, will you agree to Big Brother's suggestion? We'll talk about it later. Chin Yushin didn't look back. Lin-jo shook his head helplessly. He took a lunchbox from Sunyeon-ku. Let's go. Finish learning today's lessons early. I have training tonight. Sunyeon-ku was also a bit dazed. What did my younger sister mean for me to be careful about? Oh, nothing. Don't mind her. But, no buts. The class is starting soon. Let's go. But I still have a lunchbox here. It's for you. Isn't it for your girlfriend? Don't I have a girlfriend? Kindly take on the difficult task as my classmate. Sunyeon-ku felt something was off, but the bell had already rung for class, so she couldn't ask anymore, and just placed the lunchbox on her desk and sat down obediently. This lesson is a physics class. The physics teacher is explaining the handouts, and Lin-jo is listening attentively. These days, he has found that he has also been listening pretty well to physics and chemistry. He is confident that he will be able to score well on the next exam, but he still needs to reinforce his understanding a bit. But Liu Shiming is different. For him, physics class is like listening to heavenly scriptures, completely incomprehensible. Mechanics, electricity, and everything combined together. It's just baffling. Not understanding, he can only find something else to do. He nudged Lin-jo and quietly asked, Jojae, who was that little girl waiting for you at the door after the last class? My sister. Tisk, you already have your little deskmate. Why do you still need your sister? How about this, Jojae, since I'm your brother, why not introduce me to your sister? After class, he also saw Chin Yushin. Although she was dressed as a boy, her face was really good looking. Apart from looking a bit younger, it didn't matter, he could wait. Just as Liu Shiming finished speaking, he heard Lin-jo chuckle softly. Huh, Jojae, why are you laughing? Aren't you afraid I'll tell your little deskmate about your sister? Sunyeon-ku, who was nearby, also overheard the conversation. She turned her head and replied seriously, I know she's your sister. Liu Shiming, so classmate, has Jojae brainwashed you? This is also fine. Let me tell you, you have Jojae introduce his sister to me, and I'll look out for Jojae in the future. Sunyeon-ku blushed slightly and lowered her head. No need for that. Just as Liu Shiming was about to continue, Lin-jo suddenly said, Teacher, this question Liu Shiming said he knows how to solve. Huh? When Liu Shiming spoke, he was leaning forward. They were sitting in the back row, and the physics teacher Jo Ping had a severe nearsightedness, so when he was standing at the lectern, he couldn't see them clearly at all. That's why Liu Shiming dared to be so audacious. But now, things seemed off. Before Liu Shiming could straighten up, he felt the whole class's gaze on him. Jo Ping, from the podium, was glaring at him with a ruler in his hand. All right, Liu Shiming, please come and answer this question. Liu Shiming. What question? He stood up nervously, looking bewildered. In the end, he had to seek help from Lin-jo, who had always helped him out of such situations before. But this time, no matter how much he gestured, Lin-jo didn't even look at him. Liu Shiming became even more confused. He called out to Lin-jo twice, but Lin-jo still didn't hear him. Jo Ping also noticed something was wrong. He pushed up his thick glasses. Liu Shiming, do you know what my question is? Teacher, Jo Ping put down the chalk in his hand. All right, go and stand in the back. Liu Shiming, dejectedly holding his textbook, walked to the back, passing by Lin-jo. He couldn't help but look at Lin-jo with confusion. Jojae, are you not helping me? It's not that I'm not helping you. I also don't know what the teacher is talking about. Liu Shiming, still doubtful, said, all right. Just as he said that, Jo Ping spoke again. Lin-jo, come and answer. Liu Shiming was amused. Jojae, come quickly. Let's be punished for standing together as good brothers. Lin-jo gave him a strange look, then earnestly looked towards the podium. Teacher, the answer to this question is. Hearing his fluent response, Liu Shiming was completely stunned. In the end, even Zhou Ping couldn't help but praise. Lin Zhou answered well. Liu Shiming, look at Lin Zhou, sitting in the back row just like you. Look how he listens. How do you listen? Write this question 10 times and give it to me after school. What happened to not knowing what the teacher was talking about? Zhou Zhe, are you doing this on purpose? Liu Shiming felt like crying without tears. The last period of the afternoon was a physical education class. The physical education teacher for the senior 3 students had been getting sick frequently, so even though the class hadn't been cancelled, it was held less than once a month. This time was no exception. As soon as the class started, Liu Qingyan announced a self-study session. Zhang Shuqi even came in and called Lin Zhou, Su Nianku, and Fan Yuns to leave. By the time they arrived at the training camp for the competition, Lin Zhou found that the others were already there. Zhang Shuqi immediately said, since the last period is not very important for everyone, I've called you here to conduct a pre-training test. I need to assess your skills and carry out targeted training. All right, find a seat for yourselves. The classmates found their seats in groups. Fan Yuns looked happily towards Yun Ruoxi. After the math competition was set for today, he had already started planning. This was such a good opportunity. He could definitely use it to build a relationship with Yun Ruoxi and let her know about the good aspects of himself. So, he must sit next to Yun Ruoxi. He knew the importance of taking advantage of opportunities when they present themselves. Ruoxi, before he could finish speaking, he saw that Yun Ruoxi seemed not to notice him and went straight to sit beside Lin Zhou instead. Lin Zhou, let's sit together. Fan Yuns suddenly felt stifled in his heart. Lin Zhou, again. This is just too much. He was about to say something to criticize Lin Zhou, but Lin Zhou directly waved his hand. It's okay. I'll go sit over there. Fan Yuns, what's going on with Lin Zhou, rejecting Yun Ruoxi again? Isn't this a great opportunity he's missing out on? Is he out of his mind? Just as he was pondering this, Fan Yuns saw Lin Zhou calling Su Nianku, little Deskmate, come over here. Fan Yuns suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder. He smiled lightly, stood up, and said, Teacher Zhang, I think it's inappropriate to sit randomly like this. Zhang Shuqi, who was getting ready to roll her hair, looked up. What's inappropriate? Everyone is sitting too close to each other. It's easy for cheating to happen. If someone copies, it would compromise the fairness of the test. His words almost sparked anger among the others. Fan Yuns, who are you accusing of cheating? What's wrong with you? Do you think we look like cheaters? Fan Yuns wasn't bothered. He said, I know none of you would cheat, but some people are different. He glanced at Lin Zhou. The group began to whisper among themselves. Yeah, Lin Zhou suddenly becomes so good at studying. There must be something wrong. I agree. He's sitting so close to Su Nianku. There must be something fishy. Lin Zhou remained calm. He stood up and said, then let's sit apart, as per Fan Yuns' suggestion. Little Deskmate, I'll go sit over there. He said the second part quietly. Only Su Nianku could hear it. Su Nianku nodded, okay? Lin Zhou took his stationery box and moved to the farthest corner from Su Nianku, settled down. Then everyone found their new seats. Fan Yuns wiped his chair and tried to please Yun Ruoxi. Ruoxi, sit here. Yun Ruoxi gave him a cold look and walked straight to sit behind Lin Zhou. She had just sat down when she saw Lin Zhou casually pick up his stationery box. Oh, there's water on this stool. I'll go sit by the door. Yun Ruoxi. She stood up and glanced at Lin Zhou's stool. There was no water on it at all. Did Lin Zhou just not want to sit with her? Yun Ruoxi was unwilling to accept this and stood up again, ready to follow Lin Zhou. At this moment, Zhang Shuqi spoke up. All right, stop switching around. Sit down quickly, or we won't have enough time. Yun Ruoxi had no choice but to sit down angrily. Fan Yuns observed everything. He looked at Yun Ruoxi, then at Lin Zhou, and suddenly felt somewhat defeated. But it didn't matter. This time, Su Nianku wasn't by his side. Fan Yuns didn't believe Lin Zhou could still perform well. When the exam papers were handed out, Lin Zhou turned back to look in the direction of Su Nianku. The student at the adjacent desk was focused and didn't seem to notice their actions at all. He was still thinking whether the student at the adjacent desk would be jealous or angry. Now it seemed that he had overthought it. It's better this way. This means the student at the adjacent desk should always be happy. He just needed to pay more attention and keep his distance from them. The exam began. The classroom quickly filled with the sound of rustling papers. Lin Zhou also looked at the exam paper. As he scrutinized it, he was dumbfounded. The questions on this exam paper were completely different from what he was used to seeing. Due to the short time available, even with the bonus of his rebirth, he could only integrate the knowledge from the textbook. The college entrance examination was a piece of cake. However, the questions in the mathematical competition seemed completely off the charts. This difficulty, he couldn't quite grasp it. Lin Zhou scratched his head, suddenly realizing that his knowledge was still too limited. As he glanced at the others, he noticed that most students were frowning in distress. Sun Yanku, on the other hand, seemed undisturbed. She was writing seriously, truly deserving of the title of academic powerhouse. Lin Zhou murmured to himself and began to study earnestly. After the exam, Zhang Shuqi collected the papers. All right, everyone, go have a meal first. I'll go to grade the papers. We'll announce the results of everyone's exam during tonight's training session. So soon? The group was puzzled. We have to be quick. We're about to have another exam soon. Where do we have time to waste on you? Everyone nodded and left. Along the way, everyone was filled with anxiety. After the meal, everyone attended to classes independently and then proceeded to the training room. Zhang Shuqi also walked in with a worried expression. Everyone, the exam results are not very ideal. Only one person scored above 130, but don't be discouraged. After all, it's the first time dealing with Olympiad problems. Let's hand out the papers now. Everyone check your own status carefully. We will summarize in a while and then proceed with targeted training. Just as he finished speaking, everyone's heart sank. Of the 10 students in the last simulation exam, all scored above 140. However, now there was only one person above 130. Who was it? Yun Ruoxi, 123 points. Fan Yun's, 115 points. Zhao Haiyang, 123 points. As the results were read out, everyone's anxiety increased. All of them scored below 130. Fan Yun's looked towards Lin Zhou even more intently. Could it be this guy? Sun Yanku, 150 points. Zhang Shuqi's voice echoed once again, finally relieving Fan Yun's. It wasn't Lin Zhou, which was good. But it seemed that Lin Zhou also scored below 130 now. Without Sun Yanku, he really couldn't make it. Gasps of disbelief filled the air around. Another 150 points. With such difficult questions, getting 150 points was amazing. Although everyone knew that Sun Yanku had scored full marks before, it was just hearsay. Witnessing it personally brought a completely different feeling. Admiration could be seen in everyone's eyes. As the exam papers were almost distributed, when it came to the last one, Zhang Shuqi took out Lin Zhou's paper. Lin Zhou, 98 points. As this score was announced, everyone's attention turned to Lin Zhou again. What? Full marks in the previous exam, and now only 98 points, barely passing? How was this possible? After the papers were collected, Zhang Shuqi sighed. The results are indeed unsatisfactory, especially for Lin Zhou, but it's all right, there's still a chance. I'll go get a cup of water first, you can discuss among yourselves, we'll start discussing problems shortly. After Zhang Shuqi left, several people quickly surrounded Sun Yanku to admire the learning goddess's performance. They picked up Sun Yanku's paper and marveled silently. Some even wanted to sit next to Sun Yanku to improve their learning efficiency. Fan Yun's burst into laughter. Lin Zhou, what's up with you? Without Sun Yanku, is this all you've got? Yun Ruoxi, who hadn't gone to Sun Yanku, also looked at Lin Zhou in surprise. The disparity in their scores was too great. Lin Zhou helplessly said, the competition hasn't started yet. Why rush? Shouldn't you save your biting remarks for the final outcome, or you? Fan Yun's face turned ashen with anger. You still want to participate with this score? Who says I can't? Although he didn't perform well in this exam, Lin Zhou discovered his shortcomings. He had relied too much on the effects of rebirth, forgetting that there were many things beyond his control. But it wasn't too late. Remembering things instantly was a great advantage. With over half a month left until the exam, he had enough confidence to improve his scores. He had actually studied these questions after dinner and found them not as difficult as they seemed. It just required technique. What he lacked now was skills and experience. It seemed like he would have to do a lot of practice in the future. Haha, do you really believe that? Lin Zhou was about to speak when he felt someone tug at his sleeve. Then, he saw Sun Yanku push through the crowd and stand next to him determinedly. I believe in him. I'll help him catch up on lessons. In that moment, Lin Zhou suddenly smiled. See, Fan Yuns, I have a full scorer to help me with the lessons, do you? Fan Yuns, this guy is shameless. He wanted to have one, but after attempting several times to study with Sun Yanku, she refused. Fan Yunza was still not discouraged. He decided to wake up Sun Yanku. Su classmate, this is a math competition. You can win awards. Aren't you short of money? Study with us, win a prize, and I'll give you my prize money. This was a big temptation. He believed Sun Yanku couldn't resist. Sun Yanku was taken aback, then suddenly raised her head. She looked directly at Fan Yuns, her voice firmer than ever. No need, I'll earn the prize money myself. In the exam, I'll take it myself. I believe I can win a prize. Lin Zhou, let's go, study. Okay. Lin Zhou chuckled, glanced at Fan Yuns, and followed Sun Yanku. It seemed his desk mate had gotten used to sitting in the back row. Yun Ruoxi, who didn't go to Sun Yanku, looked puzzled as she watched Lin Zhou leave. The significant difference in scores was hard to ignore. Lin Zhou had no choice but to say, the competition hasn't even started yet. Why the rush? Shouldn't you save your biting remarks for the final outcome, or you? A look of anger crossed Fan Yuns' face. You want to participate with this score as well? Who says I can't? While his performance in this exam was lacking, Lin Zhou did find his weak points. He had been too reliant on the benefits of rebirth, forgetting that there were many things beyond his control. But it wasn't too late. After all, he could remember things instantly. With more than half a month until the exam, he had enough faith to improve his scores. He had actually studied these questions after dinner, and found them not as challenging as they appeared. It was all about technique. What he currently lacked was experience and skill. It seemed he would need to practice extensively in the future. Haha, do you actually believe that? Just as Lin Zhou was about to respond, he felt his sleeve being tugged. Looking up, he saw Sun Yanku pushing through the crowd to stand by his side without hesitation. I trust him. I will help him catch up on his lessons. In that moment, Lin Zhou suddenly smiled. You see, Fan Yuns, I have someone with full marks to help me study. Do you have that? Fan Yuns, this guy truly has no shame. He wanted someone like that too, but after trying several times to study with Sun Yanku, she had adamantly refused. Fan Yuns didn't give up. He decided to approach Sun Yanku. Su, this is a math competition that offers prizes. Aren't you in need of money? Study together with us, win a prize, and I will give you my prize money. With such a tempting offer, he was confident Sun Yanku wouldn't resist. Sun Yanku was momentarily stunned, then raised her head resolutely. She gazed at Fan Yuns intently, her voice more decisive than ever. That won't be necessary. I will earn the prize money myself. In the exam, I will go have it myself. I believe I can win a prize. Lin Zhou, let's go study. All right. Lin Zhou chuckled and glanced at Fan Yuns before following Sun Yanku. It appeared his desk partner was getting used to sitting in the back row. Yun Ruoxi, who had not sought out Sun Yanku, looked surprised as she watched Lin Zhou depart. The stark contrast in their scores was causing quite a stir. Fan Yuns stood there dumbfounded until someone patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, Old Fan, it seems in terms of flirting with girls, you are far below Lin Zhou. When Zhang Shuqi returned, everyone was already seated. He took a sip of water, walked up to the platform, scanned the surroundings, and finally landed on Lin Zhou, furrowing his brows. Lin Zhou, come sit in the front. Your test scores were so poor this time. Sitting in the front can help you listen more. All right. Lin Zhou picked up his test paper and walked to the front. As he stood up, Sun Yanku also stood up. Zhang Shuqi quickly said, Sun Yanku, you don't have to. Sit wherever you like. As a participant who had full scores in the math competition, Zhang Shuqi knew she didn't like socializing and thought she preferred sitting in the last row, so he let her choose. Sun Yanku didn't stop walking. Teacher Zhang, I think the last row is a bit too far. I can't see very well, she said, even pointing to her glasses. Fan Yuns, Who was the one refusing to change seats with Prince Chen earlier because of being able to see clearly? How come Sunyanku has also learned to lie without batting an eyelid? She must have learned bad habits from following Lin Zhou. Zhang Shuqi was unaware of these details and quickly said, "All right, then you can also sit in the front." At this point, everyone showed hopeful eyes. Some even deliberately cleared a spot next to them and said, "Sunyanku, sit here, it's closer." "Sunyanku, my spot has a good view. You can sit here, okay?" Fan Yun snorted, "Stop calling out, it's useless." But the others didn't listen to him at all. "How do you know it's useless?" Sunyanku dryly smiled at them. After apologizing, she followed Lin Zhou and stopped at the third row. After Lin Zhou sat down in his chosen spot, Sunyanku placed her test paper next to him. Lin Zhou looked at her amusingly, shifted one seat over, and gestured to Sunyanku, "Sit down." Only then did Sunyanku happily sit down. The classmates around showed disappointed faces. Fan Yun sneered, "I told you, it's useless, you still don't believe it." The classmates looked upset, but cheered up upon seeing Fan Yun's and said, Fan Yun's, it seems like you've had setbacks before too. After all, you were both a top student and class monitor. How come you suddenly can't keep up with Lin Zhou? Not only does Sunyanku not want to sit with you, but even Yun Ruoxi also doesn't want to talk to you. Bloody hell! Fan Yun's hands suddenly tightened. Next was Zhang Shuqi's teaching time. The Olympiad math class had increased in difficulty. Although they answered some questions correctly, after Zhang Shuqi's explanation, they also learned other knowledge. Everyone listened particularly attentively during this class. Before class ended, Zhang Shuqi handed out several sets of test papers to each student. These are competition questions from these years. Study them when you go home. If you don't understand, ask me after class. The students took the test papers and left yawning. Lin Zhou also packed up his stationery and stopped Zhang Shuqi before he left. "Teacher Zhang." "What's up, Lin Zhou? Did you not understand something?" "No, I understood everything." "Then go home, study the test papers well, and if you need extra help, just come directly to me." Lin Zhou nodded. "I know, Teacher Zhang. I just wanted to ask you if there are any other test banks for this subject. I want to practice more." "Practice more." Zhang Shuqi stopped his movements, looking at Lin Zhou with surprise. This young man seemed to know how to study properly. For such a student, he naturally felt pleased. "Well, wait a minute, I'll give them to you tomorrow morning." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Zhang." Right after Lin Zhou finished speaking, Fan Yun sarcastically said, "Lin Zhou, even if you get those test banks, can you understand them?" After that, Fan Yun saw Sunyanku standing behind Lin Zhou and in front of Zhang Shuqi. "Teacher Zhang, I want a copy too." "What do you need that for?" "You don't need to practice, keep your current level." "I want to help Lin Zhou." Zhang Shuqi suddenly remembered the great progress Lin Zhou had made recently was closely related to Sunyanku. It would be good to have her help. "All right, I'll give you one too." "Thank you, teacher." With a great mood, Sunyanku followed Lin Zhou. Fan Yun's, wanting to curse his heart. Fan Yun's clenched his fist angrily. Zhang Shuqi enthusiastically fulfilled the test bank requests of 4 people in a row. He was extremely happy. Nowadays, students are becoming more knowledgeable about studying. These for students who are so eager to learn. 3 of them are in his class. It seems that his teaching level is getting better. Zhang Shuqi couldn't help but hum a tune as he walked. This time's math competition seemed promising for first high school. Lin Zhou escorted Sunyanku back to the dormitory and then went home himself. On the way, he saw Liu Shiming focused on writing under the school gate lights. Lin Zhou was a bit puzzled. "Liu Shiming, what are you doing here?" Liu Shiming raised his head from the heavy stone bench, tears nearly streaming down his face. "What do you think, Zhou Zhe?" Lin Zhou glanced down and saw a physics teacher's test paper. "You haven't copied it all yet?" "Yeah, Teacher Zhou wants it by tomorrow morning, so I can only wait for you to copy while I wait. Do you know how to do these questions?" "I know them. I know them all. I can nearly memorize them all." "That's good. What about today's notes? Have you finished reading them?" Liu Shiming's expression became tangled. He chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Zhou Zhe, today, it's because of you, and I got punished to copy. Study them when you get back tonight. I'll check tomorrow morning. Ah, Zhou, do you even have any humanity? Liu Shiming turned green. But quickly, he returned to a pious appearance. You can rest assured, Zhou, I am a good student who loves learning. I will definitely complete the task. If I can't finish tonight, I won't sleep, I swear. Is he going mad? Lin Zhou turned around and saw Qin Yushin standing behind him. He slapped Liu Shiming's head. You better be telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, I guarantee it. Liu Shiming was about to swear. Passing by, Qin Yushin sneered, Lin Zhou, you're really violent. He's my brother, doesn't listen. What can I do? You think you're in a gang? Not brother. Qin Yushin rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Curious, Lin Zhou asked, why are you leaving school at this hour? In their first year of high school, they should be finishing classes 2 hours earlier than this. Qin Yushin tightened her fists, looking a bit flustered. Mind your own business. She wouldn't tell Lin Zhou that she found out he was able to participate in the math competition. Feeling the pressure instantly, she decided to study by herself after school. She had to work as hard as Lin Zhou. This way, her mom wouldn't nag her anymore. Who knew they were still needing extra lessons at this hour? What surprised Qin Yushin even more was that Lin Zhou seemed to be helping his classmates with their studies. Although that classmate of his was a bit annoying. But, is Lin Zhou really such a kind-hearted person? Qin Yushin still couldn't believe it. I'm your older brother. I don't care who you are. Qin Yushin cut in, turned around, and walked away. When did I admit it? You. Wait, I'll walk you home. It was already 10:30. A young girl walking alone at night is not safe. I said you don't need to worry about me. I know the way home. Qin Yushin stubbornly turned around and walked towards home. Is she really a little sister? Liu Shiming leaned over, looking puzzled. Definitely. But, isn't your dad just you as a child? Can't I have a stepmother? Liu Shiming was left speechless. He looked at Lin Zhou in amazement. Did your dad find you a stepmother? And brought a stepsister too? Your understanding is probably correct. After digesting this matter briefly, Liu Shiming began to worrying again. Zhou, are you alright? Normally, at this point, Lin Zhou should be furious, ready to go home and confront his father on this matter. How come he looks so calm? Do I look like I have a problem? Lin Zhou handed the textbook to Liu Shiming. I probably won't have time to study today. Take it back to your home. Bring it back to me tomorrow morning. Where are you going? I'm taking my sister home. Do you really see her as your sister? Of course. Liu Shiming was shocked once again. Zhou, you seem to have really changed. People always change. Let's go. Lin Zhou swiftly left. Qin Yushin walked quickly. In no time, she reached the intersection she had to pass to get home. Usually well lit, the small path was now dark because it was so late. Qin Yushin had never returned home at this hour. Being a child, she felt a bit scared. If she had known she wasn't studying at school, and she wasn't taking any exams, what was she arguing with Lin Zhou for? Qin Yushin turned her head and looked around. Not a single person was in sight. That unreliable Lin Zhou had just said he would walk her home. Unbelievable. Oh well, it's up to her. After all, she was going to be a strong woman. Qin Yushin, with determination, plunged into the darkness with her textbook in hand. The path was a kilometer long, lined with towering trees on both sides. As she walked, a sudden gust of wind blew, causing her to hunch her neck. Somehow, a scene from a horror movie she had seen a few days ago flashed into her mind. It was exactly like this. A high school student walking alone in the dark night, a ghost suddenly appearing behind her, and then abducted her. Thinking about this, Qin Yushin felt her heart racing even more. She nervously closed her eyes, trying to push away the unease. Still muttering to herself, "It's all right, Qin Yushin, you're a strong woman." How can a strong woman be afraid of ghosts? Absolutely not. Evil spirit, go away. Evil spirit, go away. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from her left backside. Qin Yushin was startled. She couldn't control her body's trembling, almost screaming. She wanted to turn back, but dared not. She could only continue walking forward, quickly, almost getting out. At that moment, Qin Yushin suddenly felt her clothes being tugged at her neckline. The scene from the horror movie came to life. Qin Yushin felt like she was going crazy. Bah! She couldn't stop herself from screaming. Not long after, she heard a faint laughter from above her head. "Tia tia. Huh. Was that Lin Zhou's voice?" Qin Yushin opened her eyes abruptly and did indeed see Lin Zhou riding a bike, looking at her with a smile. "What's with the scream? It was just a rat. It's gone now." "Qin Yushin, why are you here?" "Of course, I'm here to walk you home. A brother keeps his promise." "But I went back to school to borrow a bike. It's faster this way. Don't you want to make Aunt Qin less worried?" Qin Yushin was speechless. Remembering her frightened behavior earlier, she wanted to hide in a hole. Qin Yushin took a step back, struggling to explain awkwardly, "I was just kidding around. I'm not scared of rats." "Sure, you're not scared of rats. I'm serious." "Okay, I believe you. Your face clearly says you don't believe me, right?" Qin Yushin was a bit annoyed, coldly humming, "Who asked you to walk me home, Leo?" "In that case, I'll leave on my own," Lin Zhou said, riding away. Qin Yushin, wait. You wait." After circling back, Lin Zhou rode back. "What's the matter?" The fearless girl, I thought you were on the way, so why not give me a ride?" "Haha, get on the bike." Lin Zhou didn't bother teasing her anymore. After all, she was still a young girl. No matter how mature or masculine she seemed, deep down, she was still a girl. And a very filial girl at that. Qin Yushin hesitantly got on the bike. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Qin Yushin felt much more at ease. Watching Lin Zhou's figure, she suddenly felt a bit dreamy. She didn't expect Lin Zhou to really act like a brother and walk her home. It was quite miraculous. If she had a real older brother, would he do the same? Just as she was thinking about it, Lin Zhou said, "Don't come home so late in the future." Qin Yushin's rebellious spirit rose again. "It's none of your business. Don't let me meddle." "Then let me guess why you came home so late today. Is it because you heard that I might participate in the math competition, felt discouraged, and wanted to try harder?" "It's not." Being hit at the sore spot, Qin Yushin instinctively retorted. "Who cares about your grades, ranking last in the test?" "No, how did you know I ranked last high?" Qin Yushin was at a loss for words. She wouldn't admit that she specifically found out, but she still felt proud. After all, she had qualified for the competition. "I won't tell you." "All right. I study hard not because of you." "Then because of whom?" "Of course, because of the study god." Qin Yushin decided to fabricate an excuse. "Study god? Who's that?" "Suni Anku." Cough. Lin Zhou almost burst into laughter. "Who are you talking about?" "I said Suni Anku. Isn't she in your class?" "Don't you know?" "I definitely know her, but how did she become the school genius?" "Isn't being number one in the whole city already the school genius?" "She's a girl, in the science class, number one in the whole city, beating so many boys." "How amazing! She's my idol now. A role model for my studying." Qin Yushin spoke proudly of Suni Anku. Lin Zhou quietly swallowed some saliva, chuckled, and said, "Sweet, you don't actually know Suni Anku, right? Otherwise, Suni Anku was standing by his side yesterday. She even mistook her for his girlfriend, but the girl had no reaction at all." "That's right, I don't know her, so what? I'll have the chance to get to know her." "What's wrong? I can introduce you to her. I know her well." "Come on, how would the school genius be familiar with you, a below-average student?" "She's not blind. You don't need to get close to her through me. And besides, my academic performance isn't good enough now. I don't deserve to stand beside the school genius. I need to make her my goal. When I become outstanding enough, I will get to know her on my own. I'm not like you, so incompetent." Lin Zhou didn't know what to say for a moment. He decided to change the subject. "Have you figured out how to communicate with your mom when you get back?" "I don't want to communicate with her. My mom doesn't need to deal with my troubles, she just needs to live well. I'll work hard to make her live well." "Well, have you ever thought that after communicating, your mom might be happier? You wouldn't get scolded either." "I haven't thought about it." Lin Zhou sighed silently. As he was riding a bicycle, time passed quickly. The journey that would normally take 20 minutes was completed in less than 10 minutes at the entrance of the neighborhood. After Qin Yushin hopped off the bike, not far away she heard Chen Shulin's worried voice, "Xiao Zhou, sweet, is that you?" Surprised that her mom was still not home at such a late hour, Qin Yushin suddenly felt guilty. A scolding was probably inevitable. She meekly answered, "Yes, it's me, Mom." Chin Shulin, who had been waiting all night, breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she tensed up again. Hurrying forward, she coldly grabbed hold of Chin Yushin. "Why are you coming back so late? Where did you go? Did you go out with your boys again?" Nervously, Chin Yushin shrank her head. But the expected scolding did not come. When Chin Yushin looked up, she saw Lin Zhou blocking Chin Shulin. "Auntie, Sweet didn't hang out with anyone. She has been studying at school." Chin Yushin glanced at Lin Zhou, signaling him not to meddle. But Lin Zhou never listened to her. The stubborn little girl could have avoided this scolding. She was inspired by the school genius today and decided to study harder, so she was a little late. With such a positive attitude towards learning, how could you scold her? "I think you're still standing here because you are worried about Sweet, right?" Chin Shulin was taken aback. She withdrew her hand, a hint of guilt evident on her face. "Is that so?" She had been waiting for Chin Yushin for 2 hours. This girl had never made Chin Shulin worrying before, but ever since she cut her hair and started hanging out with some strange boys, trouble had begun. As a girl, coming home late like this today made Chin Shulin anxious. She couldn't contain herself earlier, and now, after hearing Lin Zhou's words, she felt restless. Chin Yushin didn't expect Chin Shulin to stop her action. She had been prepared for the scolding. She looked surprised at Lin Zhou, then nodded. "Yes, Mom, the school genius at our school is truly amazing, ranking first in the whole city." Yes, it was because of the school genius. Definitely not because of Lin Zhou. "Why didn't you say that earlier? Remember to call me next time if you come back late." "Coming back so late, I was so worried about you." Chin Shulin's voice softened, occasionally tinged with a hint of tears. She raised her hand and gently rubbed Chin Yushin's head. This affectionate gesture made Chin Yushin's nose tingle. She had been trying so hard to grow up, to become stronger, and then protect her mom in her own way. But now, she suddenly felt like her mom was protecting her more. Rubbing her nose, she said, "I know, Mom. Next time I'll come back earlier." "Okay." After finishing talking with Chin Yushin, Chin Shulin turned to Lin Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, thank you for bringing Sweet back. Why don't you stay for the night? Auntie made some late-night snacks." "No need, Auntie. Seeing your concern, old Lin must be waiting for me at the door. If I don't go back now, I might get scolded." Chin Shulin had to agree. Children will always be the apple of their parents' eyes, no matter how old they get. "Okay, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll pack it for Sweet to bring it to you." "Then, how about some fried meatballs?" Lin Zhou was unambiguous. But this request caught Chin Shulin off guard. You knew? The meatballs were supposed to be for Lin Changzheng, letting him think she made them. Lin Zhou smiled. "My dad can't make them taste that way." Puzzled, Chin Shulin looked at Lin Zhou. After a moment, she started to smile too. "You have indeed grown up and become thoughtful. Well, I won't let you stay any longer then. Take care on your way back." Lin Zhou nodded and turned to leave. However, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. "By the way, Auntie, there is something Sweet probably hasn't told you. This weekend, don't attend the square dance contest, right? It's best not to let your teammates go either." Chin Shulin was stunned. "Why?" Chin Yushin instinctively jumped out from behind Chin Shulin. "Lin Zhou, you're talking nonsense again." "Mom, don't believe him. How does he know? It's a week away. You've been working so hard. Don't just give up like that and leave other aunties hanging ... Chin Shulin extended her hand to stop Chin Yushin. She looked at Lin Zhou seriously. "What will happen that day?" Lin Zhou nodded. "There might be a problem with the stage at the square dance competition. I passed by there before and always felt it was unsafe. So, I hope you don't go there. It's not worth getting injured for a competition." Lin Zhou was earnest when speaking, not at all like he was making things up. After a moment of silence, Chin Shulin nodded. "Okay, I understand." Only then did Lin Zhou bid farewell and leave. "Mom, you are biased. Why do you believe everything Lin Zhou says?" Chin Yushin was resentful. Helplessly, Chin Shulin looked at her. "What's wrong with you? Xiao Zhou helped you and even brought you back. Why don't you show gratitude?" "Well, I think he has ulterior motives. Actually, I could have come back on my own, but he insisted on sending me back." Chin Yushin felt guilty when saying this, but she just couldn't trust Lin Zhou's stories. Alright, I cooked some dishes and made some pastries for you. It's so late, you must be hungry, right? Go back and eat. I know my boundaries. Since Qin Yushin couldn't argue with Qin Shulin, she gave up. However, she suddenly remembered Lin Zhou saying about communicating with her mom, expressing what she likes and dislikes, telling Qin Shulin everything. If she did that, she wouldn't get scolded next time. Thinking about Lin Zhou's actions and Qin Shulin's reactions, Qin Yushin hesitantly spoke up. Mom, I don't want to eat pastries. I want to eat rice. Qin Shulin, who was going upstairs, looked at Qin Yushin with surprise. Weren't you the type who would eat anything your mom cooked before? That was before, but today, I just feel like having rice. I'm hungry. Qin Yushin's voice carried a hint of a spoiled tone, and she couldn't help but pat her own little belly. Indeed, she was hungry. Even she didn't realize it. She seemed to be following Lin Zhou's advice step by step. Qin Shulin's heart was full of joy. Her daughter knew to stick to her mom. How nice. Alright, whatever you want to eat, Mom will cook for you. You go back to rest in your room. I'll call you when it's ready. Okay. The door opened. As soon as Qin Yushin entered the room, she saw the rascal rabbit on the couch. Subconsciously, she wanted to reach out and touch it, but halfway through, she quickly stopped and went into the room on her own. Taking off her men's clothing, Qin Yushin casually picked up a sports tank top to use as pajamas. But after a second thought, she inexplicably went to the closet. Opening the small locked door that she had never touched before, she pulled out a set of little girl's pajamas with a bear pattern. After trying it on for a while, Qin Yushin suddenly realized something was wrong. How did she end up wearing little girl's clothes? No. She quickly threw the clothes on the bed and covered herself with a blanket. She then picked up the men's tank top, put it on casually, and lay on the bed waiting for the meal. 20 minutes later, the meal was ready. After Qin Shulin served it, she came to Qin Yushin's door and gently knocked. Zitia, time to eat. After calling for a while with no response, Qin Shulin gently pushed the door open. She saw Qin Yushin lying on the bed, eyes closed, with a thick book covering her face. Qin Shulin sighed, walked over with a face full of tenderness, moved the book away, then carefully pulled the blanket out from underneath her and covered her. Qin Yushin seemed to feel it. In her dream, she murmured, Mom. Qin Shulin quickly stopped, tapping Qin Yushin gently. If you're tired, just sleep. I'll keep the food warm, and you can eat when you wake up hungry. Qin Yushin didn't open her eyes, humming again. Qin Shulin was slightly surprised, but then smiled. This is truly a good daughter, knows how to be spoiled, to murmur, and be soft. After watching Qin Yushin for a while, Qin Shulin stood up, ready to turn off the light and leave. Just then, she noticed a warm yellow piece of clothing under the covers. What's this? Qin Shulin subconsciously walked over, pulled out the clothing, and was stunned. Wasn't this the women's pajamas she had bought for Tia 2 years ago? At that time, she had grumbled about it, and even threatened to throw it in the trash. Qin Shulin was angry, and ignored her. She truly thought that the clothes were long gone, so how could they be here? And they looked like new, preserved extremely well. She looked at the sleeping Qin Yushin in surprise, then put the clothes back in their original place as if she hadn't seen them, and left the room. Lin Zhou went straight to studying when he returned home. The test papers given by Zhang Shuqi were all very difficult, and there were some points he couldn't understand. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng bought himself a computer. With all the knowledge at his fingertips, he slowly figured things out with his invincible skills. Once he started, Lin Zhou lost track of time. When he realized it, it was already 1 in the morning. Luckily, his body, like that of an 18-year-old special soldier, wasn't afraid. The next day, he arrived at school promptly at 6 o'clock. After the morning reading, Lin Zhou took out his lunchbox, ready to go eat with his tablemate Qian Guoguo and Liu Ximing. But he was stopped by the labor committee member Zhang Jinhong. Lin Zhou, it's your group's turn for duty today. Don't play tricks, finish eating and clean up properly. Oh, Wang Liuan in your group was transferred to another group. You know what to do when Suni Onku assigns tasks. The cleaning system in Class 2 generally involved for people per group. Lin Zhou's group included Liu Ximing, Liu Ximing's tablemate Xia Dongqing, Wang Liuan, and Lin Zhou himself. Previously, whenever Lin Zhou encountered duty, he would conveniently forget and act carefree. Liu Ximing often followed suit. This led to only Wang Liuan and Xia Dongqing doing the work. Both of them often complained and sought to be transferred. Zhang Jinhong had no choice but to come personally to remind them. When the reminders were ineffective, he would do the work himself. This time, Su Nianku was in charge. Wang Liuan finally found an excuse and was transferred due to the distance from them. Although Lin Zhou and others had made significant progress in their studies recently, Zhang Jinhong couldn't guarantee that this guy would take responsibilities seriously. He ultimately decided to urge them. Xia Dongqing was almost in tears beside him. "Comrade, how can you be so unfair?" Wang Liuan left. "What am I supposed to do?" Initially, Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming didn't do the work either, and Su Nianku, being an academic achiever, couldn't possibly make academic achievers do such tasks. Xia Dongqing could almost foresee his fate. With such a large classroom, him alone cleaning, he thought he might die. You take charge. Wang Liuan is a girl. I'll leave first. Lin Zhou, remember to clean properly. And it's 20 minutes before class. Make sure it's completed before class starts. After speaking, he quickly left. Lin Zhou, why do I feel like I'm the calamitous beast in the room? Classroom duties were assigned once a day, usually after breakfast. It involved cleaning, mopping, and removing rubbish. If it was a major cleaning day, they needed to clean windows too. Today, it was a simpler task of just cleaning the classroom. It should take about 15 minutes to complete. The breakfast time was 40 minutes. Lin Zhou glanced at the time, picked up his lunchbox again. Let's go, eat. After saying that, he pulled Su Nianku along and rushed out. Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming followed closely behind. Xia Dongqing was left with a perplexed expression. They were all going to eat, but what about the classroom? If they didn't clean, they'd lose credit points. If he did it alone, he could finish in 40 minutes. What was Lin Zhou actually up to? Delaying the time. With this thought, Xia Dongqing stood up. I'm not hungry. I'll head back to the classroom. However, before he finished his sentence, Lin Zhou turned back and gave him a cold stare. If you can't finish eating, don't leave. Xia Dongqing. He could only sit back down obediently and eat quickly. As long as he ate fast enough, there should be enough time. Xia Dongqing thought so. 3 minutes later, Xia Dongqing wiped his mouth, chewed the last bite of rice at random, stood up and said, I'm finished. Some of the others, who hadn't even finished half of their meals, looked puzzled. Lin Zhou raised his head and asked, Why did you eat so quickly? Xia Dongqing replied, I'm usually a fast eater. I need to go back to the classroom. Lin Zhou grabbed his sleeve and said, Since you're done eating, why don't you go buy everyone a drink, 1 bottle each? Lin Zhou took out some money from his pocket, handed Xia Dongqing $10, then exchanged it for a $20 bill and gave it to Xia Dongqing. Perplexed, Xia Dongqing hesitated and said, Shouldn't I just buy myself one after you finish eating? Lin Zhou insisted, No, I'm really thirsty. Please, Xia, you're such a good person. With that, Xia Dongqing took the money and his food box and hurried off to the store. Lin Zhou chuckled, All right, everyone continue eating. The labor committee member Zhang Jinhong returned just in time to witness this scene. He frowned and asked, Lin Zhou, how can you bully Xia Dongqing like this? Lin Zhou retorted, Wouldn't making him clean the whole classroom alone be worse? Zhang Jinhong had no response. All right, committee member, just focus on eating. Hygiene is not your concern, Lin Zhou said. Zhang Jinhong found a spot closer to Lin Zhou and sat down. He had to keep an eye on the time. It had been 10 minutes since class ended, and if Lin Zhou hadn't returned to the classroom soon, he would have to remind him. When Xia Dongqing returned with a bag of drinks, Lin Zhou and the others had finished their meals. He handed the drinks to Lin Zhou, gave him back the change, and urgently said, Here, for bottles and your change. I have to go now before it's too late. Lin Zhou looked at the money in his hand, lost in thought. This guy was really honest. He had given him $20 to buy 5 bottles. Since each bottle cost $2.50, he should give back $7.50. Lin Zhou handed out 3 bottles to Liu Shiming, Qian Guoguo, and Su Nianku, then headed towards the classroom with his drink. Liu Shiming and Qian Guoguo thanked him and opened their drinks on the spot. Seeing that Lin Zhou had not drunk his, Su Nianku tightened her grip on her own drink bottle. Zhang Jinhong, who had not finished his meal, quickly wiped his mouth, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and told his companions, "I need to leave." He then hurriedly disappeared from the dining hall. His companions looked at each other. "Why is Lao Zhang so suspicious today? Don't you know? Lin Zhou is in charge of cleaning duties today." No wonder. When Zia Dongqing entered the classroom, he found that there weren't many people inside. He heaved a sigh of relief, put his lunchbox in his desk pocket, grabbed a broom from the corner, and began sweeping. With 4 rows of tables to go back and forth, he needed to pick up the pace. As he was sweeping the second table, he suddenly felt a tap on his head. Zia Dongqing looked up and saw Lin Zhou standing in front of him with a drink in hand. Startled, Zia Dongqing said, "Zhou, please don't delay me. If I can't finish, I'll be scolded during class." Lin Zhou sighed, took the broom from Zia Dongqing's hand, and handed him the drink bottle. "Thanks for your hard work, brother." Zia Dongqing was left speechless, wondering what was happening. Before he could say anything, Liu Shiming tapped him on the shoulder. "What are you staring at? This is what Zhou bought for you. Look at you, you only bought for bottles, now Zhou has nothing to drink." Zia Dongqing realized his mistake and said, "But, you didn't tell me to buy 5 bottles. Liu Shiming scolded him, "Can't you count heads? That's why Zhou gave you $20 instead of 10. You should give him 5 bottles. Zia Dongqing was confused, but handed out the drinks to everyone as instructed. At this point, Zia Dongqing was utterly bewildered by the day's events. This wasn't how things usually went during cleaning duty. And it was strange that Lin Zhou was leading the group. Even more surprising was that Lin Zhou had bought him a drink. Zia Dongqing pinched himself hard to check if he was dreaming, but then realized it was real. He turned to look at Lin Zhou, his eyes questioning. To his surprise, he saw Lin Zhou leaning against the table in front, toying with the broom in his hand instead of working. Zia Dongqing quickly offered, "Zhou, let me sweep this row for you." Lin Zhou retorted, "Just drink your beverage and stop talking." Confused, Zia Dongqing didn't say another word. He noticed that Lin Zhou was staring in a particular direction, and a strange smile played on his lips. Zia Dongqing followed his gaze and saw Su Nianku. Was Lin Zhou looking at Su Nianku? Suddenly, Zia Dongqing remembered the rumors circulating in the classroom recently about Lin Zhou and Su Nianku dating. He was skeptical before, but now, a realization hit him. Covering his mouth in shock, he wanted to say something when he heard Zhang Jinhong's voice from the back door. "Lin Zhou, what are you doing just standing around?" Zia Dongqing hastily exited the classroom before Zhang Jinhong could continue. He grabbed Zhang Jinhong and said, "Committee member, come, let me treat you to a drink." Zhang Jinhong was puzzled as he was pulled away. Lin Zhou suddenly felt that the bottle of drink he bought for Zia Dongqing was not in vain. When Su Nianku came to Lin Zhou's side, she realized that Lin Zhou hadn't moved. She curiously looked at him. "Lin Zhou, why did you stop sweeping?" "Ah, no, I just wanted to take a break." "Let's go, let's sweep together." Lin Zhou chuckled and picked up the broom. "Oh, okay." Su Nianku didn't suspect Lin Zhou's motives at all. She nodded. Money Guoguo and Liu Shiming in the other 2 rows exchanged glances. Silently, they gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up. This spot, indeed, was very high. Lin Zhou had been watching Su Nianku all along. She swept a bit, and he followed suit. The pace was steady, ensuring that he stayed by Su Nianku's side. For some reason, having a companion by his side made even sweeping the floor enjoyable. What a strange feeling it was. Su Nianku was so focused on sweeping that she didn't notice Lin Zhou's small gestures. When they reached the second row, she suddenly felt a bit sore in her waist. Su Nianku decided to stand up and take a break. She didn't see that one of the chairs on the second row table was crooked. When Su Nianku stood up, her back hit the corner of the chair. The chair fell down right where Su Nianku's foot was. She was wearing white shoes, and if that had hit her foot, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Be careful!" Lin Zhou, who saw this scene, acted quickly and instinctively shouted. This startled Su Nianku, and she quickly moved back. Bang! The chair hit the ground, but Su Nianku couldn't keep her balance and fell backward. At the same moment, Lin Zhou stood up. He opened his arms and used his body to catch Su Nianku. Liu Shiming and Money Guoguo, who had been watching the scene unfold, quickly covered their eyes. Liu Shiming kept repeating in his mind, Don't look if it's not appropriate. Don't look if it's not appropriate. Zia Dongking, who had just bought a drink and was about to enter the classroom, was too late to retract his hand, turning the bottle cap when he turned around to stop Zhang Jinhong. Commissioner, I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. Come with me. Huh? But we're still holding the drinks. It's okay. Just leave them at the bathroom door. I can't hold it anymore. Huh? But don't argue. You don't want to see me wet myself, do you? Sun Yeonku made a muffled sound, feeling something soft behind her. Realizing she was once again falling into Lin Zhou's arms, she felt embarrassed. Especially when she heard the commotion at the doorway, she panicked and stood up quickly. Her face turned red like an apple. Money Guoguo and Liu Shiming sitting nearby didn't dare to make a move. Sun Yeonku still felt hot and uncomfortable. It seemed like many eyes were staring at her. What should she do? After hesitating for a while, she picked up the broom. With her head down, Sun Yeonku nervously said, "Thank you." After speaking, she picked up the broom and started sweeping the floor. Lin Zhou saw her actions and couldn't help but smile. "Deskmate." Sun Yeonku ignored him. "This section has been swept." Sun Yeonku's hand paused, then quickly moved to a different area. Lin Zhou also picked up a broom and began sweeping while smiling. They seemed to have more energy for the task today. The Deskmate was really fun. With their fast pace, in less than 10 minutes, the whole classroom was cleaned. Liu Shiming and Money Guoguo went to throw out the trash and also erase the blackboard. Students started returning to the classroom one by one. Zia Dongking felt the time was about right, so he took Zhang Jinhong and headed towards the classroom. Along the way, Zhang Jinhong's expression was not pleasant. "You didn't even need to go to the bathroom. Why did you drag me with you? I don't know what happened. I really felt the urge to pee just now." Zhang Jinhong was speechless. "Zia Dongking, if you don't finish today's task on time, you'll be responsible for cleaning alone for 3 days. Zia Dongking, holding the drink, didn't dare to say a word. When they entered the classroom and saw everything neatly arranged, Zhang Jinhong was completely stunned. Similarly, Wang Liuan, who had just returned after having her meal, was also stunned. She had finally managed to form a successful team and was exceptionally happy. She spent the mealtime complaining about the unfair treatment they experienced earlier and had claimed that Zia Dongking wouldn't be able to clean the classroom alone this time. Lin Zhou's team would surely face punishment. Unexpectedly, when they entered the room, they saw that the classroom was already clean. She swallowed hard. "Zia Dongking, did you clean this?" "No, Zhou did." "Since when did Lin Zhou become Zhou Zhe? Wasn't she always bad-mouthing Lin Zhou behind his back?" Zia Dongking didn't pay attention to her surprise at all. He proudly raised the drink in hand. "Zhou Zhe even treated me to drink." Wang Liuan felt like she was being shown off too. Zia Dongking felt the time was right, so he looked at Zhang Jinhong. "Commissioner, it seems I won't be penalized today, right?" He happily returned to his seat with the drink. As he passed by Lin Zhou, he didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Zhou Zhe." Lin Zhou seemed to be especially likable today. If so, let's wish him and Sun Yeonku a good relationship for 100 years. At that moment, Sun Yeonku was sitting at her desk, feeling lost. She didn't know how many people had seen that scene just now. She was truly so embarrassed. Just as she was wondering what to do, she noticed Lin Zhou picking up a thermos. It seemed like he was going to fetch some water. The school had a separate water room next to the convenience store. They supplied hot water from morning to night, charging 1.5 cents per pot, but the location was a bit far. With only 5 minutes left before class began, time was running out. Was Lin Zhou thirsty? Thinking back to this morning, where Lin Zhou had shared the drink he bought with them, but didn't drink any himself, Sun Yeonku suddenly felt a bit sorry. She quickly took out the drink from her pocket and, without looking at Lin Zhou, placed it directly on his desk. "Here." Lin Zhou, who was about to leave, looked at her in confusion. "What's this for? Are you thirsty? Here, have a drink." I'm not thirsty." Lin Zhou finally understood Sun Yeonku's intention. That's why everyone else drank the morning drink except her. She didn't even open it. So, it was left for him. A warm feeling ran through Lin Zhou's heart. He placed the thermos down and, with a chuckle, took out his own cup from his pocket. Then he extended his hand towards Sun Yeonku. Sun Yeonku, who had been under tension all this while, was startled. What was Lin Zhou going to do? Was he going to hug her again? In a classroom full of people, Su Nyanku's heart was in chaos. She almost instinctively moved her body backward. What are you doing? Lin Zhou chuckled lightly. Giving back your cup. Su Nyanku raised her head blankly and saw Lin Zhou picking up her cup. He then opened the drink and poured a cup for her, then poured one for himself. Finally, he handed her cup to her. Let's drink together. Drink together. Was that it? Then why didn't he say anything just now? Yes, Deskmate. Did you think I was going to do something else? Lin Zhou raised his cup with a mischievous smile. Su Nyanku remembered her earlier actions and wished she could find a hole to hide in. What was she thinking? Lin Zhou was just taking a cup. He wasn't actually going to hug her. Ah! She felt like dying. She quickly took the cup, didn't even look at Lin Zhou, and started drinking. Lin Zhou turned his head with a smile and took a sip of his own drink from his cup. The drink today seemed unusually sweet. But the Deskmate's cup seemed to have a crack. He would have to get her a new one another day. In the morning, the second class ended. Liu Shiming took Lin Zhou to the restroom. Su Nyanku didn't have to attend this class, so she sat in her seat, playing with the drink Lin Zhou had poured for her. 2 whole class periods had passed, yet she still couldn't bear to finish it. It was really too delicious. Especially knowing that she was sharing the same bottle with Lin Zhou, Su Nyanku felt a sweetness in her heart. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but lift the cup and carefully take a sip. Before she could put down the cup, she suddenly heard a hissing sound from the back door. Su Nyanku turned around and saw Lin Zhou's younger sister, who had brought lunch to Lin Zhou yesterday, winking at her. Sister, can you come out for a moment, me? Su Nyanku pointed to her own nose. The girl nodded. Yes, you? Su Nyanku straightened her clothes and walked outside. What's up? Qin Yushin looked Su Nyanku up and down, feeling like this sister was easy to bully. She worriedly asked, does Lin Zhou often bully you? Su Nyanku found Qin Yushin's words about Lin Zhou unpleasant. She frowned, but since the girl was Lin Zhou's sister, Su Nyanku didn't get angry. She shook her head. No, he doesn't. Qin Yushin looked disbelieving. Really? Yes, really. He's very kind to me. Su Nyanku spoke seriously, but Qin Yushin fell into deep thought. Sister, did Lin Zhou brainwash you? No, really not. Lin Zhou is very helpful, friendly, hardworking, and diligent in learning. Su Nyanku felt a bit anxious. She suddenly felt that her timid and speechless nature was annoying. Otherwise, she could speak up for Lin Zhou. Now she could only use all the positive words she knew to describe Lin Zhou. Unexpectedly, when she said this, Qin Yushin burst into laughter. Sister, stop kidding. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. Here, this is for you. She handed the lunchbox to Su Nyanku. My mom made fried meatballs. Lin Zhou wanted to eat them. 2 portions, 1 should be for you. Since Lin Zhou isn't in the classroom, can you give it to him for me? Okay, thank you. Su Nyanku nodded, but she still wanted to say something. Actually, Lin Zhou, sister, do you know Su Nyanku? Qin Yushin interrupted her and suddenly asked. Su Nyanku was confused by the question. Huh? Isn't she Su Nyanku? Before she could answer, the girl lowered her head. Forget it. What a stupid question I've asked. You're in the same class, of course, you know each other. But with my current grades, I don't qualify to know a study god like you. Sister, you go back to the classroom. I'll go to the restroom. Su Nyanku became even more bewildered. But it seemed like Qin Yushin really didn't intend to continue talking to her. Su Nyanku wasn't good at socializing, so she returned to the classroom with the lunchbox, taking quick glances back. Qin Yushin stood in the corridor, feeling a bit defeated. When she woke up this morning, she noticed her mother was uneasy. She suspected it was due to Lin Zhou's words yesterday that triggered a chain reaction. Lin Zhou was really going too far. That was the competition her mother worked so hard for. He was interfering with her mom's life. Qin Yushin wanted to find opportunities to point out more of Lin Zhou's faults to make her mom see. Lin Zhou wasn't really that great. But after asking for a long time, she couldn't get any information. Perhaps beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Qin Yushin didn't want to make things difficult for that sister. But what she said was just too ridiculous. How could Lin Zhou be that good? Who would believe that? Qin Yushin shook her head and was about to go to the restroom. That's when she heard a conversation between a boy and a girl in front of her. Zia donking, did Lin Zhou really clean the classroom today? Hey, I told you, yes, why don't you believe me? I'm telling you, I didn't clean at all today. It was all Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing who did it, and they even said, don't worry, we will do more chores on cleaning duty in the future. But what? Regretting swapping teams? Haha, too bad. There's no regret medicine in this world. You can't drink Lin Zhou's drink. The girl left angrily, but the boy was very proud. Qin Yushin was taken aback. She tapped the boy on the back. Hey? Zia donking jumped. Ah, who are you? Little brother. No, little sister. Where did you come from? I've been standing behind you. You just didn't see me. All right. What's up? Is what you said about Lin Zhou all true? Talking about Lin Zhou, Zia donking immediately became interested. Of course it's true. Even I find it unbelievable. But today I found out it's really fun to work with Boat Brother. He's really good to his brothers. But who are you? Why are you so interested in Lin Zhou? Let me tell you, Lin Zhou has a girlfriend, and he treats her extremely well. You won't have a chance. Qin Yushin rolled her eyes and quickly walked away. Who wants that chance? But her mind was in chaos. Was Lin Zhou really that good? On that day, Qin Shulin felt uneasy and couldn't focus even at work. After work in the afternoon, she first went to Lin's home, made a big bowl of meatballs, and cooked dinner for Lin Changzheng. During dinner, Qin Shulin was distracted. Lin Changzheng waved his hand in front of her eyes, noticing no reaction, which made him worry. Shulin, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. After dinner, I have training. I'm thinking about the training. This was directly related to Lin Zhou, and Qin Shulin was afraid Lin Zhou would be scolded. After all, he was very young, and knowing so much wasn't normal. But for somehow, Qin Shulin had some faith. Okay, then eat first. I'll take you, don't stress so much. I believe your district dance team will rank high. There's no one who can dance better than you in public square dance. Qin Shulin was cheered up by his compliments. Your mouth is sweet. After dinner, Lin Changzheng dropped Qin Shulin at the dance team and went back to his tasks. The district dance team got its name from being affiliated with the name Dance Street office. People who came all loved public square dancing. Like Qin Shulin, when they had free time, they went to practice public square dancing to keep fit. This was their biggest hobby in their spare time. Due to Qin Shulin's skill in dancing and strong leadership, she was appointed as captain. At this moment, seeing Qin Shulin making the same mistake for the 5th time that evening, they were worried. Shulin, what's wrong? Qin Shulin didn't know what was wrong with her. She thought she would feel better when dancing, but it turned out she couldn't do it at all. Qin Shulin waved her hand. It's okay. Maybe I'm not feeling well. Shulin, you lead everyone in practice first. I'll rest for a while. Okay. Zhang Shulin nodded. Shulin, don't overwork yourself too much. Okay. Qin Shulin took a few steps, then turned back to look at the team members. The youngest was 42 years old, and the oldest was already 60. They worked every day, cooked, did laundry, and took care of their grandchildren. Yet, they still persisted in practicing for more than 3 hours every day for the competition. To others, it may seem like an insignificant competition, but to them, it might be extremely important, a spiritual sustenance. Thinking of this, Qin Shulin went to a corner and made a phone call. Hello, Director Li, this is Qin Shulin. From the phone came a man's lazy voice. Oh, Shulin, what's up? How is the practice going? Are the team uniforms ready? Everything is ready, and the practice is going well. Good, you are dancing well. I really believe in you this time. Keep it up. No, Director Li, I called you about something else. Something else? Go ahead. Qin Shulin organized her words for a moment and said, I heard there are some problems with the stage setup this time. Before Qin Shulin could finish speaking, Director Li interrupted fiercely. What did you say? Shulin, I know you're a good dancer, but are you overseeing too broadly? Heard. Heard from whom? I personally arranged for the stage setup this time. The quality is definitely up to standard. Are you implying that I would deceive you in such an important competition? Qin Shulin quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Director Li, I know you work very hard, but I would still appreciate it if you could take another look at the stage setup to see if there are any problems. Many people will be watching this competition after all. Alright, I have to go to a meeting. If you don't have any other matters, I'll hang up. The call was quickly disconnected. Chen Shulin held the phone tightly, feeling somewhat frustrated. How could it be like this? Can't I even take a look? Chen Shulin had no choice. After thinking for a while, she decided to go see for herself. She took the train and arrived at the competition venue. Chen Shulin found that the stage was almost completed. 2 scattered construction workers were still tidying up next to it. She walked cautiously over. Not being an expert, she walked around but didn't see any apparent problems. Chen Shulin had to get closer and tap around. This action quickly attracted the attention of the workers. One middle-aged man shouted at her, "Hey, what are you doing? It's not finished yet. Why are you tapping over there?" I was just looking." "Looking at what? If you keep looking, I'll call the security." "Sorry, big brother, I'm leaving." Chen Shulin had to turn around and walk away. When she passed by another older construction worker, she heard the old man sigh softly. "Are you participating in the competition? Be careful." Chen Shulin was taken aback and quickly turned her head. "Be careful." Careful of what? The old man didn't answer. He didn't even look at Chen Shulin and kept busy with his work. When she left, Chen Shulin's doubts deepened. After dinner, Lin Zhou, Sunyanku, and Fan Yuns were called out of the self-study room. The school attached great importance to this competition exam. Zhang Shuqi and the school discussed that for the next 2 weeks of evening self-study, they would practice Olympiad math questions. After speaking for an hour and a half, Zhang Shuqi took a sip of water. "All right, for the next hour, you can self-study, review what I just taught. You can freely form teams to discuss." This free team formation was something Zhang Shuqi learned from Lin Zhou and Sunyanku. It seemed that this way, the students' learning efficiency would be higher. With that said, several people quickly gathered together. "These questions are really difficult." "Yeah, I barely understood what was said earlier. Zhao Haiyang, can you explain it to me?" "I'm not sure either. Let's discuss it together." "Okay. Hey, Fan Yuns, do you want to join?" Although not liking this person, it had to be admitted that Fan Yunshu was indeed good at math. Discussing with him might bring some insights. Fan Yunshu did not hear them calling him. His eyes were always on Yun Ruoxi. Before he could act, he saw Yun Ruoxi holding her test paper and approaching Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou immediately turned his head and sat on the other side of Sunyanku. Yun Ruoxi bit her lip, holding back the urge to cry, and approached Sunyanku. "Su, can I study with you guys?" After these few days of getting familiar, Sunyanku could already communicate normally with people. She didn't feel as repulsive towards people as before. But facing Yun Ruoxi, she still felt a bit strange. However, Lin Zhou said that, if someone extends a friendly gesture to make friends, she should try to accept. So, Sunyanku nodded and was about to speak. Just then, Lin Zhou interrupted himself. "Little Deskmate, let's go. Let's change places." By then, he had already collected Sunyanku's test paper. Sunyanku subconsciously looked up. Why? Wasn't there still plenty of space in the self-study room? These questions are too easy. No point in us continuing to review. Let's learn something new. Saying that, Lin Zhou, with the 2 test papers, walked away without looking back. Sunyanku quickly followed. The people who were discussing their questions were left puzzled. Easy. Have they said anything that makes sense? Yun Ruoxi looked at Lin Zhou's back and felt like crying. Why is he like this again? Why is he always treating her like this? Can't he see that she is trying to be friendly towards him? Lin Zhou is becoming more and more excessive. On the podium, Zhang Shuqi completely ignored the undercurrents among the students. He nodded in satisfaction. You guys should learn from Sunyanku and Lin Zhou. They must have put in a lot of effort normally. When Lin Zhou led Sunyanku outside, they found that it was already completely dark outside. In this era's Jiangcheng, the air was still unpolluted. The night sky was full of stars. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhou pulled Sunyanku upstairs. Sunyanku was puzzled. Lin Zhou, where are we going? Weren't we supposed to study? When we get there, you'll know. Don't you know those questions already? I do, but what about Teacher Zhang? It's okay, as long as we perform well in the exam, Teacher Zhang won't bother us. But you were the last one countdown last time. In that case, you wouldn't qualify for the competition. Finally, Sunyeon-ku managed to say a complete sentence. Lin Jo turned around, smiling at her. Little desk mate, you won't be the last next time. I promise to participate in the competition with you. Don't worry, trust me. Lin Jo didn't need to think to know. Sunyeon-ku was afraid to participate in the exam. Even just at school, her social interactions were problematic. This provincial league competition was held in the provincial capital. Although she followed Jang Bopi was ultimately a teacher who might not pay attention to her. She was definitely worried. So, even though Lin Jo wasn't very interested in competitions, he decided to participate. When Sunyeon-ku heard this, her hanging heart eased a bit. Her eyes brightened, and when she looked at Lin Jo, it seemed like she saw her own star. Really? Yes, really. Okay. Sunyeon-ku smiled sweetly. She took a step up the stairs, standing at the same height as Lin Jo. Let's go. Wherever you go, I will go. Okay. Lin Jo turned his head and continued upwards. Sunyeon-ku followed closely. Soon, they climbed up to the rooftop. Opening the door of the staircase, there was a huge rooftop. This teaching building had a total of 7 floors, the tallest in the entire school. The school's location was also elevated. In this era, there were very few tall buildings in the county town. On the rooftop, they could see the brightly lit county town, complementing the stars in the sky. It was especially beautiful. Even Sunyeon-ku couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this place is so beautiful." Beautiful, right? We've been studying for so long and are tired. Let's relax a bit. Lin Jo stretched lazily, walking to the edge of the rooftop and looking into the distance. Sunyeon-ku stayed close to him. It seemed that being like this made her feel more secure. However, when she looked down, Sunyeon-ku couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so high." Lin Jo tugged at her sleeve, teasingly pushing her outwards. Sunyeon-ku was startled, exclaiming, "Lin Jo, you?" Before she could finish, she was pulled back by Lin Jo. Due to inertia, she collided into Lin Jo's embrace. At the moment her nose touched his chest, Sunyeon-ku felt a slight pain in her nose. Subconsciously closing her eyes, she lifted her head and saw Lin Jo's face so close. In that moment, Sunyeon-ku, who had wanted to break free, suddenly forgot to react. She just stared at Lin Jo, her heart racing like a roller coaster, almost uncontrollable. But she didn't seem to want to control it. A light laugh from Lin Jo was heard in her ears. "Deskmate, don't be afraid. I will never let you be in danger. I will always be with you." A sudden gust of wind blew on the rooftop. Sunyeon-ku's bang swayed. From this angle, Lin Jo could see Sunyeon-ku's full face. Looking up, perhaps due to nervousness, her cheeks were slightly red, adding a touch of rosiness to her lips. In that moment, Lin Jo suddenly felt an impulse to kiss her. However, he restrained himself. It was difficult to get close to Sunyeon-ku, difficult to make her believe he was worth trusting. At 18, Sunyeon-ku was so timid. A slight misstep might drive her away from him. Lin Jo suppressed the throbbing in his heart, reaching out to lightly touch Sunyeon-ku's nose. "What are you thinking? You're daydreaming." With Lin Jo's gesture, Sunyeon-ku finally responded. She quickly stepped aside, escaping from Lin Jo's embrace. "No, I'm not thinking of anything." But her mind kept echoing Lin Jo's words. "I will always be with you." Sunyeon-ku felt like her brain was stuck on a loop, no matter how hard she tried to stop it. Her hands tightly gripping to the railing. When she lifted her head, her eyes again sparkled. "This place is really beautiful, yes. If the lights over there were a bit brighter, it would be even better." "They will be." "How do you know?" "Because a few years later, there would be earth-shattering changes in Gyeongchang. Buildings would be torn down, skyscrapers would rise, streetlights would all be replaced, and in the distance at Times Square, a swaying rainbow bridge would be built. The night view would be stunning." But Sunyeon-ku did not yet know this. "I just know." "Lin Jo, can you predict the future?" Sunyeon-ku asked playfully. "Yes, I really can." "I don't believe it." "Well, deskmate, when the time comes, will you come back to watch the night scenery with me?" "When exactly?" "When the lights are a bit brighter." "Okay. It's a promise." "Promise." Time flies when two people are together. At 10 o'clock, Lin Jo escorted Sunyeon-ku back to the dormitory. He then returned home. However, upon returning, he noticed that Lao Lin seemed less enthusiastic. He still sat in the living room waiting for her, but appeared troubled. Even when Lin Zhou entered the house, he didn't notice. Lin Zhou curiously looked at him. Lao Lin, why are you daydreaming here? Is it because of a broken heart? Lao Lin threw a slipper at him. You brat. How do you talk to your old man like that? What broken heart? I'm doing well with your Aunt Chin. Since you are getting along well, why are you absent-minded? I just can't explain it. I always feel that your Aunt Chin is not in a good mood, but when I asked her, she wouldn't say why. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow, thinking of a possibility. Lao Lin, if Aunt Chin isn't in a good mood, you should accompany her more. But it seems like she doesn't want me to accompany her. Just because she doesn't want you to, you won't? How come you've lived more than half of your life and you're still less knowledgeable than me? I know that when in a relationship, a man must be persistent, thick-skinned, show more care and concern. Women may say no when they mean yes, or say yes even when they mean no. Lao Lin, do you understand at all? Lao Lin pondered for a moment, nodding. You make some sense. But soon, he reacted and threw another slipper at Lin Zhou. You brat, why are you educating someone here? Hurry up, finish your food, and go to sleep. We have classes tomorrow. After saying that, he got up and put on his shoes, going out. Lin Zhou. Lao Lin, the food is cold. Can't you reheat it for me? Where are you going? Of course, to find your Aunt Chin. You said I should accompany her more. Lin Zhou. He shook his head in helplessness, picked up the bowl, and started to eat quickly. By the time Lao Lin returned, it was 2 hours later. He hummed a song happily, took off his shoes, planning to go upstairs to thank Lin Zhou. After spending some time with Qin Shulin, he felt their relationship had indeed improved significantly. Lin Longjing even felt that if Sweetie wasn't home, he wouldn't have to come back tonight. But Lin Longjing found Lin Zhou already asleep. He quietly tiptoed to Lin Zhou's room, pulled the blanket for him, sat by his bed for a while, sighing, you kid, you've grown up. You're smarter than your old man. All right, since you helped out the old man so much, tomorrow the old man will give you an extra chicken leg. No, two. After all, there's a future daughter-in-law to think about. This week passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's already Friday. After school in the afternoon, Lin Zhou packed up his things to go home. At that moment, Qian Guoguo quickly ran over and hugged Suni Anku. Suni Anku was used to this kind of behavior from her and didn't resist at all. Suni Anku, Lin Zhou, come to my house for dinner the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Is there something happening at your house? Well, isn't it because I've been learning well by following you guys? My grades have improved a lot. My mom has been nagging me to invite you guys over for dinner. We didn't have time before, right? Lin Zhou, do you have plans for the rest of the week? Lin Zhou's gaze fell on Suni Anku. He didn't plan on starting a new project this week. The fruit-picking business was still making money, so he just needed to go check it out and come up with a new strategy to attract customers. Then it's studying and Qin Shulin. But the square dance competition is on Saturday night, so it's no problem on Sunday noon. It's a good opportunity for the kiddo to interact with people outside more. She's too withdrawn. Qian Guoguo immediately understood. Suni Anku, are you sure you're okay? Suni Anku hesitated for a moment and said, I'm okay, but the hat and gloves will be finished tomorrow, but she had never been to a classmate's house before and felt uncomfortable. That's fine, if you're free, come over. My house is. After Qian Guoguo gave the address, she added, we have a lot of delicious food at home. If you don't come, my mom will be sad. Suni Anku was still hesitating, but Liu Shiming, who was beside them, started nodding like crazy. Go, you must go. Zhou, you go pick up Su tomorrow, I'll lend you my moped. Seeing the strange looks from the three of them, Liu Shiming rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. I'm not just about the food. I'm mainly afraid of upsetting Auntie. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, Lin Changzheng also finished work. Instead of going home directly, he went to Qin's house. Even though Qin Shulin seemed to be in better spirits these days with his company, Lin Changzheng still felt like something was bothering her more and more seriously. On the way, Lin Changzheng bought Qin Shulin her favorite tofu pudding and Qin Yushin her green bean cakes. When he arrived at Qin's house, Qin Yushin hadn't returned yet. Lin Changzheng handed the purchased items to Qin Shulin and entered the kitchen to cook with her. He washed the vegetables while Qin Shulin cooked. After a while, Lin Changzheng noticed that Qin Shulin hadn't moved. Curious, he looked over and saw that the stove had been lit for a while. The pan was already hot, and Qin Shulin was holding the oil bottle, standing there for who knows how long. Lin Changzheng quickly ran over and turned off the stove. "Shulin, what's wrong?" "Ah!" Qin Shulin exclaimed and quickly stepped back, realizing what had happened. She apologized anxiously. "I'm sorry, I was in a daze." Lin Changzheng took the oil bottle from her and said, "It's okay, take a break. I'll cook." "Okay." Qin Shulin discreetly shook his hand and stood to the side. Lin Changzheng cooked while anxiously looking at her. "Shulin, what's on your mind? I heard from your team member Zhang Shulian that you've been absent-minded these days while practicing dancing. If you tell me, maybe I can help you. Don't keep it to yourself." Qin Shulin felt a touch of emotion in her heart. She took a deep breath and raised her head. "Big brother Lin, if I told our team not to participate in the square dance competition, what do you think would happen?" Not participate. The whole team. Lin Changzheng stopped his movements, looking puzzled at Qin Shulin. "Yes, why? Didn't you say you love square dancing? I remember you put in a lot of effort for this competition, and it seems like your teammates have as well." Qin Shulin lowered her head. "I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel so uneasy, like something bad might happen." Lin Changzheng, seeing that she wasn't lying, nodded. "All right, I support whatever you decide. But how will you explain this to your teammates?" Qin Shulin sighed. "I'll figure out how to tell them myself." When dinner was ready, Qin Yushin also returned home. The three of them finished the meal together, and Lin Changzheng packed some for Lin Zhou to take home. Before leaving, he instructed Qin Shulin to call him if anything came up. Qin Shulin tittied up and prepared to leave. Qin Yushin looked a bit concerned. "Mom, where are you going?" "To practice dancing." Qin Yushin raised a small fist, trying to be cheerful. "Come on, Mom, don't worry. You'll definitely win." Qin Shulin smiled, said be good, and then left. When she arrived at the dance practice square, it was nearing 7 o'clock. The sun had set, and the streetlights around had been turned on. Her teammates were gathered, chatting excitedly about something. Qin Shulin arrived last. When they saw her, Zhang Shulian and the others quickly approached her. "Shulin, why are you so late? Look, our team uniforms have arrived, and we're discussing the final style. We plan to wear the uniforms for the training tomorrow to get used to them." Qin Shulin stared at the uniforms, speechless. They had been preparing these uniforms since they signed up for the competition. They had discussed together and designed it themselves with many revisions until they were satisfied. They had collectively funded the best shop to make them, and today they received them with great anticipation. "Shulin, Shulin, what's the matter? Here, take your uniform, try it on. If there are any issues, we can have Mr. Li bring it back to alter tonight." Su Feng Hua was their best seamstress among the group. At this moment, she was smiling and looking at them. "All right, I promise to make the alterations for everyone." Seeing everyone so happy, Qin Shulin lowered her head without taking the uniform. She didn't know how to speak up. The others noticed something was off and all looked towards her. "Shulin, is something wrong?" Qin Shulin fiddled with her fingers nervously. After a while, she took a deep breath and with a forced smile, she spoke up, "I have something to tell you all." The crowd exchanged glances. Zhang Shulian was the first to speak. "Go on." "I'm planning to." Qin Shulin took a deep breath and spread her hands, trying to stay calm. "I'm planning not to participate in this square dance competition." "What? And not only am I not participating, I also won't let any of you participate. I've already spoken to Director Li on my way here, so you don't have to try on the uniforms. Go home and rest." As Qin Shulin finished speaking, her teammates were almost in disbelief. "Why? Qin Shulin, are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're saying? It was a hard-won opportunity for us to be selected, and we've worked so hard and practiced for so long. We have the highest chance of winning the championship. And now you're telling us not to participate in Qin Shulin hesitated, unsure of what to say. She couldn't possibly say that she felt unsafe because of a young man's words, could she? These days, she often wandered around the venue and was always chased away. There was simply no evidence. And that guy, who was in charge, never even looked at her again. Qin Shulin had thought about asking Lin Zhou, but Lin Zhou is currently in his 3rd year of high school and busy preparing for a math competition. How could she distract him with something like this? But she couldn't gamble with the health or even the lives of her sisters. Even if she was scolded, it didn't matter, right? Finally, at the end of the crowd, a woman exclaimed, "Ah, I called the staff over there, and our qualifications have indeed been revoked." This statement set off an uproar among the people. Qin Shulin, what exactly are you trying to do? We put in so much effort, spent so much money on various props and costumes. I can compensate you for those. Qin Shulin interrupted them, lowering her head. I'll use my own money to compensate you. Tell me how much you spent, and I'll give you the money tomorrow. You. Zhang Shulian was furious. Are we telling you this because of money? Right now, you need to call Director Li and apologize for talking nonsense just now. We still want to continue participating in the competition. Qin Shulin shook her head. I won't call. Why not? What's the reason? Qin Shulin, speak up. Qin Shulin, it looks like you're being manipulated, not even married yet, and listening to someone else, disregarding our sisterhood. I've told you before, finding a man with a useless son is unreliable, but you don't believe me. It's not. Qin Shulin suddenly raised her head. This has nothing to do with Brother Lin. Then what is it? If you don't say, I'll call Lin Changzheng right now. Qin Shulin finally relented. Someone told me there would be danger during the competition, and I didn't want you to be in danger. Who? Qin Shulin hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she didn't say a word. This further angered several people. Why aren't you speaking up? Are you just fabricating an excuse to give Lin Changzheng a reason? Everyone knows he has a useless son. People say the son takes after the father. How good can Lin Changzheng be? You're just, stop it. Qin Shulin couldn't bear to hear any more. She looked a bit cold. I've said all I have to say. I'll leave first. I hope everyone has a good weekend. Next week, it's back to work and taking care of the kids. Let's disperse. Not wanting to continue arguing with them, Qin Shulin left without looking back. Behind her, there were angry voices. That night, Qin Shulin couldn't sleep until late, and Qin Yushin was also awake. When she returned in the afternoon, she noticed that her mother's demeanor was off. Later, when she came back from outside, she seemed to have cried. Qin Yushin hadn't seen her mother cry in a long time, but she didn't know what to do. At 11 o'clock, Qin Yushin heard Qin Shulin open the bedroom door and sit on the living room sofa. She sat there until midnight, sighing every few minutes. Her mother was in her 40s, not in the best of health, and had stomach pains recently. Qin Yushin was really worried and couldn't help but sit up. Lin Zhou may not be reliable, but his method of communication seemed effective. Maybe she shouldn't just wait and should go talk to her mom. Thinking this, Qin Yushin got out of bed, ready to go out. When she reached the bedroom door, she hesitated, then went back into the room. She took out a teddy bear nightgown and changed out of her men's undershirt. After looking at herself in the mirror for a while, even though she felt extremely uncomfortable, Qin Yushin gathered her courage and opened the door. She crept up to Qin Shulin, crouching beside her cautiously. Mom. Qin Shulin didn't turn around, weakly asking, Why are you still awake? Qin Yushin walked to Qin Shulin and reached out her hand, placing it on Qin Shulin's forehead. She gently massaged her temples and said, If Mom can't sleep, I don't want to sleep either. Mom, don't be sad. Little Sweet will feel sad too. Mom's not sad. Mom just feels a bit tired today. It's nothing. You should go back to bed. I'm not going. Qin Yushin slightly added a touch of a coquettish tone when saying this. I want to be with Mom. Qin Shulin finally felt a bit better. All right, stay with Mom. Recently, I don't know whom you've been learning from, speaking so sweetly. Does Mom like it or not? I like it, of course I do. Qin Shulin felt the headache subsiding a bit, and she relaxed a little. I've always hoped to have a sweet daughter like you. How unlike you, acting like a monkey every day. Mom dislikes me. No, I didn't. Although you act like a monkey, you're still Mom's obedient daughter. How could Mom dislike you? Hearing this, Qin Yushin felt much better. She put her hand down, bent down, and gently hugged Qin Shulin. Mom, look at me. Am I good? After chatting with her daughter for a while, Chen Shulin felt much better. She felt that Chen Yushin was quite clever today. Chen Shulin turned around. What's wrong? When she saw Chen Yushin, Chen Shulin was slightly surprised, then smiled. How? How did you put on this outfit? Chen Yushin immediately took a step back, then turned in a circle. How do I look? Is it nice? It's nice, it's nice. My girl looks good in anything. Hey, finally, you look like a girl. When Chen Shulin saw her happy, Chen Yushin felt much better. Lin Zhou's approach seemed to work indeed. Don't be unhappy, Mom. Next time, I'll show you a different outfit. Okay, okay. Chen Yushin came over, leaning on Chen Shulin's legs. Mom, Little Sweet will always be with you. That won't do. Little Sweet will grow up and get married. How can you always be with Mom? Oh, then Little Sweet won't get married. What nonsense are you talking? I'm not. As long as Mom doesn't dislike Little Sweet, even if you become an old maid, Mom won't dislike you. Haha, I know, Mom. That night, the two chatted a lot. Chen Yushin didn't know when she fell asleep, lying next to Chen Shulin. Chen Shulin gently patted her back and also lay down on the sofa. Yes, with her daughter and brother Lin around, what else couldn't she overcome? As long as she hadn't done anything wrong, everything would be fine. As for the rest, she would leave it to fate. In the next 2 days, although Chen Yushin changed back to men's clothing, she continued to stay by Chen Shulin's side, keeping her company and making her happy. Chen Shulin's mood improved a lot because of this. Sunday morning, Lin Zhou got up early, had breakfast, borrowed a motorcycle from Liu Shiming, checked the prices at the fruit market, then bought 30 caddies of apples and went to the square. Liu Li was already preparing. By 10 o'clock in the morning, more people would be gathering at the square. All preparations must be completed before that. When Lin Zhou saw her, she smiled and said, "Young boss, why are you here?" Having called her the boss for a week, Liu Li always felt awkward. Since this kid was more than 10 years younger than herself, she decided to address him as young boss instead. Lin Zhou didn't mind. I came to see how things are going here. It's doing well. This week's accounts are here. I've been waiting for you. Here. Lin Zhou took the account book, looked at it for a while, then took the money from Liu Li's hand. From Monday to Friday, there were not many people, with only 1,500 yuan in daily income, costs of 500 yuan, and a profit of 1,000 yuan. Saturday was slightly better, but because there were people imitating their fruit stall at the square, they only made 1,700 yuan, with a net profit of 1,200 yuan. In other words, in these 6 days, they earned a total of 6,200 yuan, which would be even less after deducting labor costs. However, Lin Zhou was satisfied. It was a small business, and he didn't have to get directly involved. The profit was quite good. Lin Zhou took out 300 yuan and handed it to Liu Li. Liu Li looked shocked. Is this? Don't worry. This isn't a salary. It's a bonus I'm giving you on the spot. Your next month's salary will still be paid as before. You've worked hard this week. Liu Li was instantly overjoyed. Just receiving her salary made her happy, and now she was getting a bonus too. Her appreciation for Lin Zhou increased a bit more. It's no trouble at all. Thank you, boss. You're welcome, Lin Zhou said, taking the apples off the motorcycle. Liu Li was a bit puzzled. Hey, boss, I've already bought the fruit. Why did you buy so much more? And it's all apples, we can't finish them all. These aren't for selling. Then what are they for? To give away. Huh. Liu Li was surprised. Lin Zhou arranged the apples and explained, the cheapest fruits in the fruit market are apples. These aren't even the best quality. I bought so many, the total cost is 20 yuan. Sister Liu, go buy a speaker and record a message, buy a fruit mix, and give away 1 apple with each purchase. First come, first served, until they're gone. Tomorrow, you buy another 30 caddies? No, on Monday, buy 20 caddies. We'll use this model for now, until business slows down. Then I'll think of other ways. Huh? But why? Liu Li didn't quite understand. Lin Zhou pointed to a fruit stall nearby that looked similar to theirs. Liu Li suddenly understood. She couldn't help but give Lin Zhou a thumbs up. Boss, you're amazing. This way, the other side had almost no competitive capability. Almost all the customers would be drawn to them. Their business would continue to do well. And these apples weren't worth much at all. Liu Li's original plan was to learn from Lin Zhou and then work on her own, but now it seemed that she was still far behind this young boss. Working alone would eventually be taken over. Liu Li decided to continue working with Lin Zhou. "I'll leave you to it. You're busy." "Sure, no problem, young boss. Go ahead and have your date. I'm here." "I didn't say I was going on a date." Lin Zhou wanted to laugh. Liu Li was always casual and open. "Haha, boss, you're holding to helmets, so eager. If it's not for a date, then what?" Lin Zhou didn't answer directly. He took out a pink box that he had prepared earlier and made a fruit mix himself. After some thought, he made another mix in a white box. Then he got on the motorcycle and headed for the school. When he arrived at the school, it was only 9 o'clock. He wasn't sure if his desk mate was up yet. After all, students of their age usually had trouble waking up. If they didn't go out on weekends, they were usually in bed sleeping. After some thought, Lin Zhou decided to wait a bit before calling her, letting her sleep a little longer. Little did he know that as soon as he got off the motorcycle, he heard a gasp beside him. You're Lin Zhou." Lin Zhou turned around and saw a chubby-faced girl. She was wearing loose clothes, and her chubby face displayed an expression of disbelief. She looked Lin Zhou up and down, then suddenly nodded as if she had realized something. "You're so handsome, it makes sense now." Lin Zhou was confused. "Do you know me?" "No, I don't know you. But I know your boxes, the fruit mix boxes, pink ones with heart-shaped yogurt inside, right?" Lin Zhou looked at the box in his hand and finally understood. "You're Wang Zhao King." "Ah, yes, it's me. I'm a roommate of Sunion Ku." "Hello. Hello. When Wang Zhaoxiao spoke, her face was full of smiles. Her eyes couldn't seem to look away from Lin Zhou. But it wasn't a gaze of affection, it was more like she found Lin Zhou really good-looking. Who could resist looking at something so beautiful a bit longer? I knew Sunion Ku was obsessed with someone, weaving scarves, gloves, hats day and night. And it turns out, it was all for you. Well worth it. Wang Zhaoxiao gave Lin Zhou plenty of praise. But Lin Zhou seemed to not hear her compliments at all. He only heard one thing. Shadow, obsessed, day and night? Yes. Let me tell you, you have to be good to Sunion Ku. I've never seen her so concerned about anyone before. She hardly talks to us in the dorm, but when it comes to you, she can talk a lot, talking a lot. Lin Zhou was surprised. She always says, Lin Zhou made a mistake in math today. I have to teach him tomorrow. Lin Zhou likes to eat boiled pork slices. Lin Zhou is always busy on weekends. Lin Zhou will accompany me for shopping, and so on and so forth. Oh my, there's just so much, all about everyday stuff. My ears are all calloused from hearing it the past few days. So the desk mate also talks this much? How come he didn't notice before? But hearing all this, Lin Zhou felt warm inside. His desk mate has slowly started to keep him in her heart. Thank you, Wang Zhao. No problem. No one accompanies me on the weekends anyway. Hey, Sunion Ku used to make me quite happy, sneaking up on you. She's my good friend now. Oh, that's not easy. Yeah. At first I thought no one could get close to Sunion Ku. She always kept people at a distance. Because of you, she seems to have changed a lot. Oh, I won't talk about that. Lin Zhou, did you come to find Sunion Ku? Lin Zhou could see that Wang Zhao is someone who speaks the truth. He nodded, yes. Wait a moment, I'll call her out. Thank you. If she hasn't woken up yet, she's already up, lounging in bed alone, looking at your hat. She's still thinking about how to customize it. But honestly, I think it's already great as it is. If you don't appear soon, I feel like she could be indecisive all day. Wang Zhao spoke, then caught sight of the fruit salad Lin Zhou was holding, and then turned away. She really wanted to eat it. But alas, no one to go with. She didn't feel like going out alone. How does Sunion Ku have such good luck, having someone deliver food every week? Meanwhile, in the dorm, Sunion Ku was earnestly examining the hat and gloves, although they were already fully knitted. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She had been staring at it all morning, but still hadn't figured out a solution. Sunion Ku rubbed her forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on. Realizing someone had entered, she hurriedly hid the hat and scarf in her covers. Seeing this, Wang Zhao burst out laughing. Sunion Ku, stop hiding. I've seen it several times. Why do you hide every time? Su Neon-ku lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. Okay, don't bother explaining. Hurry downstairs. Lin-jo is waiting at the door for you. Did he come? Su Neon-ku called out softly and quickly jumped out of bed. She packed the hat and gloves into a bag and changed clothes before rushing out. Wang Zhao, thank you. Before Wang Zhao could react, Su Neon-ku had already disappeared from the dorm. Wang Zhao shook her head helplessly. The happy girl. Unlike her, who could only sit alone in the dorm snacking. After stepping out, Su Neon-ku realized she was running too fast, which would mess up her hair. Today, she didn't wear the little hairpin that Lin-jo gave her. Without even realizing it, she had started to care about her appearance because of Lin-jo. Collecting herself, Su Neon-ku cautiously made her way outside. When she reached the dorm entrance, Su Neon-ku paused again. Lin-jo was wearing a white casual sports suit and white sneakers today. The youthfulness radiated from him. Behind him was the school's flower wall, full of various unknown flowers blooming in spring. Though Su Neon-ku had seen Lin-jo before, each time she saw him, her heart felt uneasy. This guy was just too good looking. Su Neon-ku gazed and got lost in thoughts, forgetting to move forward. Lin-jo, noticing someone was looking at him, turned around. Seeing his desk mate with a bag in hand and a dazed expression, seemingly lost in time, he teasingly called out to her, "Desk mate, why are you daydreaming again? Do I look good?" Startled back to reality, Su Neon-ku was flustered at his question. I wasn't looking at you. I was just..." As she was at a loss for words, she heard Lin-jo ask, "What are you holding?" Su Neon-ku quickly regained her composure. Luckily, she wouldn't know how to answer if he had asked further. "It's the hat and gloves. They're knitted, but I'm not sure if they fit or if you like the style." Su Neon-ku spoke while lowering her head, fingers tightening. "Beside my brother and grandparents, I haven't knitted these for anyone. I don't know your size. Take a look first. If they don't fit well, I'll modify them." "It's okay." Lin-jo took the bag from her hands. When he took out the hat and gloves, he was taken aback. In fact, among the winter sets, scarves were easier to knit because of the simple shape, but hats and gloves were tricky. Yet, Lin-jo hadn't expected Su Neon-ku to knit them so well. He even thought they were better than most sold items. Lin-jo put on the gloves directly. They fit perfectly. He then put on the hat, pressing down his messy hair. Suddenly, he exuded a refined and gentle aura. Looking at Su Neon-ku, he said, "See, it fits perfectly." However, noticing Su Neon-ku's lack of response, she seemed lost in thought again. "Desk mate." Lin-jo waved his hand in front of her eyes, snapping her out of it. Flustered, Su Neon-ku lowered her head. "Yes, indeed, it fits perfectly. It fits too perfectly." Lin-jo chuckled and didn't tease her further. It was too conspicuous to stay on campus. Some girls were already approaching them, and if they lingered, they would become the center of attention. "All right, desk mate, let's go, buy some fruits, then we'll head to Kwangwo's house to help out." Okay. Su Neon-ku nodded. While preparing to get on the motorcycle, Lin-jo suddenly handed her a box, a pink fruit salad box. Fruit salad. Didn't the boss change the box? Last time Lin-jo had received a white box from Liu Shiming's hands. Well, this is a limited edition, only available for the early birds. Lin-jo began to fabricate a story. Su Neon-ku didn't doubt it. "Oh, I see. Wait, I'll give this to Wang Zhao. She loves this. She brought me food all day yesterday. I want to thank her." She took the box and prepared to run back to the dorm. Anticipating this, Lin-jo had to stop her. "Wait." Handing her the white box of fruit salad that he had prepared earlier, Lin-jo said, "Give her this one instead." "Huh? How did it turn back into a white box?" "You have the last one." After Su Neon-ku left, Wang Zhaoqing felt even more bored. She wandered around the dormitory aimlessly, pondering how to spend this weekend. Everyone else had gone to the self-study room to study, but she had no desire to join them. After a few minutes, Wang Zhaoqing made a decision. She decided to go to the square for a walk. Maybe she could even have some fruit salad. Without a boyfriend, she had to rely on herself. As she reached the door, Wang Zhaoqing saw Su Neon-ku walking towards her. She was a bit puzzled. "Why are you back?" Didn't you have a date? Suni Onku instinctively replied, I didn't go on a date. I just went with Linjo to a classmate's house for dinner. Okay, just dinner, so you're not going now. Wang Zhaoqing didn't argue with Suni Onku. After all, this girl probably didn't even know how special she was to Linjo. No, not going now, but I came back to give you this. Suni Onku lifted up the fruit salad in her hand and handed it to Wang Zhaoqing, saying, take it. Wang Zhaoqing was even more puzzled. This is fruit salad, yes? Did Linjo give this to you, yes? Shouldn't it be for you to bring? There's another one. This one is for you, Suni Onku said seriously. Wang Zhaoqing was in doubt about Suni Onku's words. But Suni Onku didn't seem like she was lying, and she didn't seem like the type to lie. Is your share pink? Yes. How did you know? I just saw it with my eyes. Linjo actually treats them differently. Without thinking, Wang Zhaoqing suddenly understood Linjo's intentions. Could it be? The pink one was meant for you, right? Huh? No, it's not. Suni Onku wanted to argue, but then remembered that Linjo did indeed take back the pink one. She handed it over to Wang Zhaoqing. Suni Onku wasn't sure either. She instinctively argued. Linjo said there was only one pink box left at the stall. He told you that. Wang Zhaoqing said as she opened the lid of the fruit salad. Indeed, the yogurt inside wasn't heart-shaped. Yes, Suni Onku nodded seriously. If you want to eat that one, I'll go get it for you. No. Seeing Suni Onku about to leave, Wang Zhaoqing quickly held her back. Don't go, I'll eat this one. But you really don't know what Linjo meant, right? Suni Onku was a bit flustered. What did he mean? Wang Zhaoqing wanted to laugh. Looking at her fruit salad, she remembered the pink box. She felt that Linjo was indeed very clever. Unfortunately, Suni Onku hadn't realized it yet. Never mind, just tell Linjo thank you when you see him later, and let him know I understand his intentions. If he needs any help in the future, he can find me. Okay. Suni Onku nodded before heading down. Wang Zhaoqing picked up a spoon and enjoyed the banana dipped in yogurt. Couldn't help but smile. The fruit salad is quite sweet. When will Linjo and Suni Onku be sweet to each other? It looks like it's up to me, the love doctor. When Suni Onku reached the door, Linjo was already sitting on his motorcycle. He handed the box to Suni Onku, asking, finish eating before leaving or leave now. Seeing the pink box, Suni Onku was stunned. Immediately, Wang Zhaoqing's words echoed in her mind. The pink one was meant for you, right? Without much thought, Suni Onku said, let's go now. You said you wanted to go early, right? It's just right. Let's take this one to share with everyone. Linjo was puzzled. What did he want to say, but then saw Suni Onku carefully sitting behind him. It was as if she was afraid of being too close, so she deliberately moved back. Only when there was no contact between her body and Linjo's did she look satisfied, saying, I've got it, won't spill. Go, let's go. Linjo sighed helplessly. It seemed he hadn't prepared enough. And why was the little classmate keeping her distance? What was the purpose of riding the motorcycle like this? No, he needed to figure something out. When the motorcycle started, Suni Onku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Linjo didn't reject her. This portion was just the last one, not something special as Wang Zhaoqing had said. Nevertheless, Suni Onku took seriously Wang Zhaoqing's instructions and repeated them to Linjo. Linjo smiled. Did she really say that? Yes? That's good. But Linjo, do you need any help from Wang Zhaoqing? They had just met recently, if she remembered correctly. Well, a little bit. After all, Suni Onku didn't have a close friend, but Wang Zhaoqing was definitely a good helper. Oh, I can help you too. You can't help with this. What is it? I won't tell you now. Okay. Suni Onku suddenly felt a bit sour. Was she just too stupid? Linjo was unwilling to let her help, even though he had helped her so much already. How could she be so worthless? Just then, the motorcycle suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, Suni Onku's body leaned forward abruptly. Unprepared, her body pressed against Linjo's back. She instinctively reached out and hugged Linjo's waist. After a moment, she realized something was wrong. Suni Onku quickly let go of him, bowed her head, and moved back in a panic. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. It's okay. Linjo adjusted his sitting position. It's also my fault. I didn't see someone ahead. Please go slower. After a while of moving, Sunyeon-ku finally found a satisfying distance between them. She didn't even notice that there wasn't anyone in front of Lin Zhou's motorcycle just now. Lin Zhou smiled faintly. Little classmate, can't be so far away from me. What? If the distance is too far, there might be inertia later, and we might both fall. Your fruit salad won't be saved. Why don't you move up a bit? Really? But I didn't have this requirement when I rode my neighbor's motorcycle before. They have good driving skills. I just learned not long ago, and I'm not good at it. Oh, I see. Sunyeon-ku was dubious. She carefully moved forward a bit, but there was still a certain distance between her and Lin Zhou, asking, "How about now?" "It's still too far." Without even turning back, Lin Zhou knew that Sunyeon-ku was still half a palm's distance away from him. The two of them were on a motorcycle, and anyone who didn't know might think they were arguing. This girl, Sunyeon-ku, had to move a little forward again. Like this. Lin Zhou pretended to panic and shook the motorcycle. No, still far. Sunyeon-ku was going crazy. She could only guarantee that she wasn't touching Lin Zhou, as if she moved forward again, her whole body would be pressed against him. With such an intimate gesture, she really didn't know what to do. However, before she could think of a solution, Lin Zhou reached out a hand and pulled her arm. Then, before Sunyeon-ku could react, he pulled her forward. In the next moment, Sunyeon-ku was pressed against Lin Zhou's back again. This distance is good. Sunyeon-ku was really going crazy this time. She instinctively stood up, quickly putting the fruit platter between them, barely creating some distance from Lin Zhou. But she dared not move her bottom. Do we need to be this close? Yes, this way I can maintain balance. Lin Zhou felt the fruit platter in his hand was unnecessary at this moment. Deskmate, don't hold the fruit platter with both hands. Use one to hold onto me, or we might fall. Sunyeon-ku reluctantly reached out a hand and cautiously grabbed Lin Zhou's shirt. Is this okay? If someone glanced over now, they would surely see Sunyeon-ku's apple-like face. Her ponytail fell forward, covering most of her cheek, and she didn't dare to tuck it back, as if doing so could hide her embarrassment. Finally, Lin Zhou was satisfied. That's enough. Deskmate, let's go. Okay. Hold on tight. The motorcycle started again, moving slowly. But Sunyeon-ku didn't feel any difference. Throughout the journey, she was trying to control her heartbeat. By the time they reached the fruit stall and bought fruit, Sunyeon-ku was still dazed. Seeing Lin Zhou getting on the motorcycle, she quickly stopped him. I haven't bought anything yet. Wait. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Lin Zhou handing her a portion of fruit, saying, "This is yours. But, let's go, or Liu Shiming and Kyungwoo will urge us. It's impolite to be late." Lin Zhou had already ridden off, so Sunyeon-ku had no choice but to carry the fruit and the fruit platter with both hands and board the motorcycle. By the time they arrived at Kian's house, it was already 10:30. Liu Shiming and Kyungwoo were standing at the door frowning. "Brother Zhou, what's going on with you guys? It's only a 20-minute ride." When Lin Zhou went to pick up Sunyeon-ku from school, he had informed Liu Shiming. Seeing the time, it was probably 9 o'clock. 20 minutes would mean they should have been at Kyungwoo's house by 9:20, and Liu Shiming had purposely given Lin Zhou 20 more minutes. He should have arrived at Kyungwoo's house before 9:40 and called Kyungwoo down to fetch Sunyeon-ku together. However, they ended up waiting until 10:30. Oh, the traffic was kinda bad on the way. Traffic. Even though it's the weekend, it's not peak hours. There shouldn't be many people, right? Liu Shiming clearly didn't believe Lin Zhou's explanation. "Yeah, and my driving skills aren't that good." "Your driving skills are not good." Liu Shiming took the fruit platter from Lin Zhou in shock. "Brother Zhou, you knew how to ride a motorcycle 5 years ago. And we've been street racing for the past 2 years. You always come first." "Oh. Wait, Sunyeon-ku, why is your face so red? Are you feverish, huh? Why are you wearing a hair clip again? It's cute." Liu Shiming was about to say something else, but Kyungwoo slapped him on the head. "Why are you talking nonsense? Hurry up, take the fruit." Okay." Liu Shiming quickly took the fruit, grumbling as he followed Lin Zhou inside. Kyungwoo stayed with Sunyeon-ku and saw her handing over a pink fruit platter. Qiang Guo smiled and waved her hand. You keep this, we've had a lot over the last few days. You can enjoy it later. This was prepared by Lin Zhou, and she didn't dare take it, let alone eat it. But, seeing Sunyanku about to say something else, Qiang Guo decided to change the subject. She leaned close to Sunyanku and lowered her voice. Let me ask you, Sunyanku, did Lin Zhou give you that hair clip? It's actually quite cute. Sunyanku had indeed forgotten about the fruit platter. She nervously lowered her head to take off the hair clip. This is... Alright, come on, let's go in and talk inside. Qiang Guo stopped teasing her and walked briskly towards the house. Ahead, Liu Shiming, who had overheard their conversation, suddenly realized, Brother Zhou, are you intentionally driving slowly? Tell me, what happened between you and Deskmate on the way? Lin Zhou smirked mysteriously. Make a guess. How can anyone guess that? I've never been in a romantic relationship. Then go get into one, After some thought, Liu Shiming agreed with Lin Zhou's suggestion. As they continued chatting, Qiang Guo hit Liu Shiming with the fruit platter. Liu Shiming, you better go to the restroom and check yourself in the mirror. They bantered and laughed as they proceeded. But Sunyanku, trailing behind them, felt a bit nervous. Qian's house was spacious. After entering the complex, there were rows of buildings with small courtyards. She had heard that these were called villas, which were worth a lot in the city. Although Qiang Guo had no heirs, and Liu Shiming and Lin Zhou seemed very approachable, Sunyanku still felt somewhat uneasy. She had never been to a classmate's house before, let alone such a wealthy classmate. As they approached the door, Sunyanku felt increasingly uncomfortable all over. Would Mr. and Mrs. Chan be very serious? Would her attire be too ordinary and be looked down upon? Would they think she was from the countryside and not up to their standards? Her mind was racing with thoughts, unsure of what to do, when she heard Lin Zhou's voice beside her. Deskmate, hurry up. His face bore a reassuring smile. He stood just 2 steps ahead, directly facing her. Weren't you walking ahead with Liu Shiming just now? Liu Shiming is busy bantering with Qiang Guo. He doesn't have time for me. It's our first time here. We should walk together as a sign of respect. With Lin Zhou there, Sunyanku's anxiety lessened slightly. She quickened her pace, standing side by side with him. Okay. Qiang Guo, who was playfully opening the door, already shouted at them. Lin Zhou, Sunyanku, hurry up. Sunyanku took a deep breath, put on a smile, and prepared to greet the others inside. However, upon entering, she found that aside from the 4 of them, there was no one else in the house. Qiang Guo was offering her slippers, saying, My parents are out and may not return for a while, so it's just us for now. They may be back later. Just make yourself at home. Sunyanku, don't be nervous. My mom has prepared a lot of snacks for us. After taking the slippers, she buzzed around to prepare the snacks. Liu Shiming casually went to wash the fruits. Sunyanku, following Lin Zhou's gesture, changed into slippers and sat on the sofa. The scene was harmonious. After preparing the snacks and fruit, Qiang Guo sat casually on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Honestly, I'm hungry. I didn't eat breakfast. Why aren't my parents back yet? As soon as she said this, the house phone rang. Qiang Guo hurriedly ran to answer the call. 2 minutes later, she looked puzzled. Guys, my mom said she's too busy and might not be able to come back soon. She suggested we cook something ourselves or go out to eat. What should we do? Do any of you know how to cook? Liu Shiming and 2 others looked at each other, and finally, their eyes fell on Lin Zhou. Over the past few days, they had discovered many remarkable things about Lin Zhou. They subconsciously assumed that Lin Zhou could also cook. This may put Lin Zhou in a difficult position. How about we go out to eat? In his previous life, after turning over a new leaf, he did dominate the business world. But when it came to cooking, it was something he truly couldn't do. Usually, he was alone at home, and cooking seemed unnecessary and troublesome. Most of the time, he ordered takeout, occasionally cooking a few times himself, and ended up in the hospital from eating his own cooking. Seeing no response from the others, Lin Zhou continued, I'll treat you guys. His business had made a good amount of profit, so treating them was not a problem at all. Qian Guo felt a bit lost. No, it's not about treating us, it's... I prepared so much food, my mom even bought fish and shrimp, and then... I got my cousin to download two movies for us. I thought we could have dinner together at home playing cards and watching TV. She pouted and slumped on the sofa. If we go out to eat, won't it all go to waste? She had prepared all these things for a long time. Jian Guo then turned her gaze to Sunyanku. Sunyanku, can you cook too? Sunyanku hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip. What do you want to eat? Jian Guo listed, braised pork, and sweet and sour fish, stir-fried prawns. Jian Guo said, her mouth watering at the thought. She had hardly ever eaten these dishes. The fish and shrimp she occasionally ate were either caught by her younger brother from the river and cooked in a simple way, boiled or fried. She could cook, but only the simplest country-style dishes. Oh, you can't either. Jian Guo could tell Sunyanku was struggling, and she burst into tears this time. But these dishes are really delicious. Really delicious. Sunyanku nodded. Jian Guo was pleased with these dishes. She would make them for Sunyanku once she learned how to cook them. However, she was still feeling a bit lost. Lin Zhou noticed her disappointment. He stood up, about to call everyone out to eat, when a strange thought crossed his mind. Braised pork recipe. 1. Wash the pork belly and cut it into small pieces. 2. Slice the scallions, ginger, and garlic. 3. Wrap the Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon in a gauze bag. Heat oil in a pot. Add white sugar and fry until caramelized. Stir-fried prawns recipe. 1. Clean the prawns, remove the legs and veins. 2. Heat oil in a pan. Add minced scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. 3. Lin Zhou was stunned. What was this? Could it be? He instinctively looked at Jian Guo. What did you say you wanted to eat? Braised pork, stir-fried prawns. What else? Jian Guo was startled by Lin Zhou's expression, and she instinctively replied, sweet and sour fish. Sweet and sour fish. Lin Zhou murmured, but there was no response in his mind. How could this be? Did he guess wrong? Lin Zhou, what's wrong? Sunyanku also looked at Lin Zhou eagerly. Can you cook sweet and sour fish? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zhou suddenly felt another piece of information appear in his mind. Sweet and sour fish recipe. 1. Clean the fish, remove the scales, make a cut along the head and tail, remove the bones. Then cut the fish on both sides into tile-like shapes, marinate with cooking wine, and salt for half an hour. 2. This was the recipe for 3 dishes. Could it be a rebirth benefit too? But why didn't it work on Jian Guo? Lin Zhou turned to a confused Liu Shiming. What do you want to eat? Me. I want to eat braised eggplant and twice cooked pork. Lin Zhou waited for a moment in silence, realizing there was no response in his mind. He turned to Sunyanku. Deskmate, what did Liu Shiming just say he wanted to eat? Ah, braised eggplant and twice cooked pork. As soon as she finished, recipes for braised eggplant and twice cooked pork flashed in Lin Zhou's mind. Lin Zhou was amazed. This time, the benefit seemed to only work on Sunyanku. But that was enough. Worried about Lin Zhou's strange behavior, Jian Guo asked, Lin Zhou, are you okay? The other two also looked over. Bro Zhou, are you okay? Lin Zhou smiled. I'll cook for you guys. Huh? Liu Shiming and Jian Guo looked at each other. But you just said you couldn't cook. When did I say that? They were left speechless. Thinking back, Lin Zhou indeed didn't say he couldn't cook. He only suggested going out to eat, and they assumed he couldn't cook. But could a boy under 18 really cook? Liu Shiming, who had known Lin Zhou for years, had never seen it before. He was a bit worried. Bro Zhou, should we go out to eat after all? Without looking at him, Lin Zhou turned to Sunyanku. Deskmate, do you believe in me? Sunyanku looked at him in a daze, then nodded vigorously after a moment. Yes, I do. All right, what do you want to eat? Me. I want to eat stir-fried greens. Greens. This was too broad, and Lin Zhou found nothing in his mind. He quickly asked, what specific greens? Sunyanku was lost for words, feeling a bit confused. I have oilseed rape at home. Right, stir-fried oilseed rape is fine. Sunyanku's voice came through, and in Lin Zhou's mind, the recipe for oilseed rape immediately appeared. This was too convenient. Jian Guo, do you have all these dishes they mentioned at home? Jian Guo nodded blankly. Yes, I do. Alright, Deskmate, come and help. He went straight to the kitchen. If you both want to eat anything else, tell the Deskmate so she can tell me. Huh? Why can't we tell you directly? We're so close. Liu Shiming followed with a lack of understanding. Qian Guoguo hurriedly stopped him. Shh, don't disturb them. Clean up again after you're done. Liu Shiming. But, Qian Guoguo, do you really believe Lin Zhou can cook? What if what he cooks turns out to be inedible? Liu Shiming had deep doubts about this. Qian Guoguo also felt a little guilty. I do have some doubts. But if what he makes is really hard to swallow, I'll just go out and pack hot pot to eat at the door. You have to give people a chance, right? Besides, Lin Zhou clearly wants to show off in front of Sunion Ku. Oh, is that so? Yes, cooking is such a good opportunity to improve relationships. Well, that's all right then. Liu Shiming had to compromise. However, he had deep worries about today's lunch. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou had already entered the kitchen. Opening the fridge, he saw a dazzling array of ingredients. Lin Zhou first took out the shrimp. Then, he took a small pair of scissors from the side and gestured to Sunion Ku. Can you do this? Sunion Ku shook her head. The shrimp in Jiangcheng area tended to be small due to the northern influence. Every time her little brother caught some, they would wash them and fry them in oil. She had never eaten such large shrimp before. Lin Zhou picked up the small scissors on the stove, following the instructions he had in mind. He cut off the shrimp line and legs, then made a long cut on the back, finally pulling out the shrimp line. You see, it's like this. Is it ... that simple? Yes, these are all no big deal. Just follow me, little tablemate, don't be afraid, I'm here. Sunion Ku nodded, feeling much more relaxed. She took the scissors and picked up the second shrimp. After following Lin Zhou's method once, Sunion Ku became delighted. I can do it. Well, you clean the shrimp, I'll do the rest. Okay. Sunion Ku nodded seriously. Lin Zhou then started handling the fish. Lin Zhou was already good at selecting shrimp, but had never handled fish before. Despite having specific steps in mind, he was still somewhat worried. Theory and practice were indeed different. He picked up the knife, feeling a bit lost. Oh well, let's try following the steps. Just as the knife touched the fish, Lin Zhou suddenly felt a familiar sensation in his hand. It was as if he had handled fish countless times before. The feeling permeated clearly into every cell. Is this a reincarnation skill? Lin Zhou joyfully picked up the fish and started handling it carefully. While Sunion Ku was focusing on selecting shrimps, she suddenly heard a sharp chopping sound. She turned her head and saw Lin Zhou using a knife to scale the fish. His technique was extremely skillful, something she had only seen on TV. She stared in amazement at Lin Zhou's back. This guy, how can he be good at everything? As she watched, she became lost in thought again. Noticing the gaze from behind, Lin Zhou didn't turn around but smiled. Little tablemate, if you don't work, you won't have dinner soon. Oh, I'll work right now. After the fish was handled and marinated, and Sunion Ku had almost finished selecting the shrimp, Lin Zhou took out some pork belly and started cutting it into pieces, giving Sunion Ku some baby bok choy. Wash this. Okay. Sunion Ku quickly took over the baby bok choy, a task she knew how to do well, and didn't need Lin Zhou's instruction. After washing it, she then picked up the scallions, ginger, and garlic nearby to peel. The two of them worked much faster. In just 10 minutes, all the dishes were prepared. Lin Zhou started the fire. The first dish was braised shrimp. Just like when handling the fish, his memories turned into muscle memory automatically. Lin Zhou operated smoothly without any obstacles. In the living room, Qian Guoguo and Liu Shiming had everything ready. Candies, melon seeds, and fruit drinks were already on the table. They felt quite bored, sitting on the sofa listening to the chopping sounds from the kitchen. Liu Shiming was a bit confused. Is my brother in the kitchen chopping vegetables? Qian Guoguo was also puzzled. It sounds like it. Liu Shiming, why do I feel like he's just pretending? Making noise on purpose to make us think he's good. Qian Guoguo, that's also possible. So, their expectations for this meal didn't increase at all. But 5 minutes later, they were dumbfounded. A strong fragrance wafted through the air, and Qian Guoguo, who was already hungry, felt his stomach growl. Wow, it smells so good. Seems like something frying? Yeah. Brojo can actually fry? Is this for real? I need to go check it out. Honey, wait, let me go with you. Let's be careful not to disturb them. The two of them tiptoed towards the kitchen door. Inside the kitchen, Linjo had just put the shrimp in the pan when he suddenly found his rolled-up sleeve had come undone again. His clothes today were a bit big, covering almost his entire arm, holding the spatula. Linjo, helpless, called Sunyeon-ku beside him, little tablemate. Oh, what's up? Sunyeon-ku was distracted. More accurately, she was staring at the pot intently. The moment the shrimp went in, the fragrance immediately filled the air. Sunyeon-ku, who had never eaten such large shrimp, felt like she could hardly control her salivation. Seeing her dazed look, Linjo laughed. Just wait a little longer. We'll be able to eat soon. Oh, okay. But now, you need to help me with something. Linjo gestured towards his sleeve. Do you want me to roll it up for you? Yes? Linjo nodded, gazing at her earnestly. No wonder those men in his past life loved cooking so much. It turned out that cooking with your beloved was such a happy thing. Sunyeon-ku lowered her head, okay? She carefully approached Linjo. It was spring, and Linjo wasn't wearing much. After arriving at Cheon-gwo's house, he had taken off his jacket, leaving him with just a shirt. Sunyeon-ku only needed to be slightly careless to brush against his skin. Sunyeon-ku could only gingerly grasp Linjo's sleeve, but it seemed too difficult for just one hand to do it all. She had to raise her other hand. At this moment, she was standing slightly in front of Linjo's side. To someone looking from behind, it appeared as if she was holding Linjo's arm. When Cheon-gwo and Liu Shiming arrived, they happened to see this scene. Cheon-gwo quickly covered Liu Shiming's mouth, but it was too late. She heard Liu Shiming say, "Brojo, what are you guys doing? Aren't you cooking?" Sunyeon-ku quickly and flusteredly withdrew her hand. In her haste to step back, she accidentally bumped into the sink and let out a soft gasp, quickly stabilizing herself. But her cheeks had turned red. I was helping Linjo roll up his sleeve. Linjo chuckled at her, then spoke calmly. How did you guys come over here? Seeing that she could not stop him, Cheon-gwo rolled her eyes at Liu Shiming, then chuckled dryly. Well, we just came to see how things were going. It smells so good. Just a little more, and we can eat. Fine. You guys carry on. We won't disturb you for now. Cheon-gwo pulled Liu Shiming back to the living room. Although the food smelled delicious, watching others fall in love felt bitter. Let's wait a little longer. Because red braised pork is more difficult to cook. Linjo spent a whole hour making this dish. Liu Shiming and Cheon-gwo also spent an hour drooling in the living room. It's just too fragrant. When Linjo announced that the dish was ready, Liu Shiming almost bounced into the kitchen, bouncing and shouting, so fragrant. Jojae, you are really amazing. Cheon-gwo couldn't help but exclaim, Linjo, you are really talented. The two quickly brought the dishes to the table. 6 dishes, all beautiful in color and aroma. When all 4 sat down, Cheon-gwo couldn't wait and picked up her chopsticks. I'll start eating first. Go ahead. Cheon-gwo picked up a shrimp, stuffed it into her mouth. While eating, she nodded. It's so delicious. It's even better than what my mom makes. No, it's even better than what I've eaten in restaurants with chefs. Liu Shiming also picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Jojae, you are like a blood brother to me. Liu Shiming, that's enough. Cheon-gwo mumbled. Linjo helplessly watched them causing a commotion, turned his head, and looked at Sunyeon-ku. Let's eat. Okay. Sunyeon-ku picked up the chopsticks and tried, but didn't know which one to pick. Linjo saw this and picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her bowl. You try first. Then, he picked up a shrimp and put it in his plate. Sunyeon-ku looked at the plump braised pork, swallowed her saliva again, and carefully took a bite. Instantly, there was a refreshing taste in her mouth, rich but not greasy. Is it delicious? Linjo's voice came from the side. Sunyeon-ku's mouth was full. Delicious, especially delicious. That's good. Try this too. Linjo handed her the shrimp from the bowl. Sunyeon-ku was stunned, swallowed the braised pork in her mouth, but didn't know what to do with her hands. Did Linjo really peel the shrimp for her? Aware of the eyes around her, Sunyeon-ku felt a bit nervous. Cheon Guoguo, who was also stunned, quickly shifted her gaze and conveniently picked up a dish for Liu Shimin. Ah, Liu Shimin, try this eggplant. It's also delicious. Eggplant? Hey, what you picked for me is clearly chili, isn't it? How could it be? It's clearly eggplant. Do you want it or not? I'll eat. I wouldn't dare not eat. Liu Shimin begrudgingly ate the chili. After the two of them caused a stir like that, Sunyeon-ku finally picked up the shrimp and put it in her mouth. The shrimp tasted great as well, and as Sunyeon-ku ate, she smiled happily. She also picked up a piece of fish for Lin-jo. Lin-jo, you eat too. Okay. This meal, the four of them ate with extra joy. Cheon Guoguo drank her beverage while expressing her gratitude to Sunyeon-ku and Lin-jo. Thanks to them, not only was she praised, but she also decided to reset her goals and aim directly for a prestigious university. Liu Shimin was no exception. After finishing his meal in his own carefree manner, he even knew to wash the dishes. During this time, Cheon Guoguo turned on the TV and started a movie. The four young people sat on the couch, watching intently. On the same day, Chin Shulin and Chin Yushin were not having a good time. This weekend, Chin Yushin didn't go anywhere, just staying at home with Chin Shulin. At first, she thought her mom was a bit happier. But by Sunday afternoon, her mom seemed anxious. Chin Yushin was very worried. When the phone rang, she quickly picked it up before Chin Shulin. On the other end, there was the voice of Zhang Shulian. Yushin, is your mom not here? My mom is out. If you have something to say, you can tell me. Okay, tell your mom not to call us anymore. We haven't counted that money, nor will we ask her for it, but we managed to find Director Lee through connections. We will participate in the square dance competition as usual. Even without her, we can still compete. It's not that we can't do it without her. Hearing this, Chin Yushin felt a bit sad, but Auntie Zhang. She didn't finish her sentence before Chin Shulin grabbed the phone. What? You want to participate? Oh yes. No, you can't go. You say we won't go if you don't let us go. Chin Shulin, who do you think you are? Oh yeah. I forgot to tell you, you were supposed to get a raise next month, but the management heard about this and got really angry. They're reconsidering your job. Think about it yourself. After that, before Chin Shulin could react, Zhang Shulian hung up. Chin Shulin was stunned. She paced around the room in a hurry. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do now? The square dance competition is about to start. They will be in danger. Chin Yushin was furious. Mom, can you stop trusting that Lin-jo? You're about to lose your job. Still thinking something will go wrong. Please, please, stop it. Lin-jo is a good kid. He wouldn't lie to us. And also, I met an elderly man there, he said ... Mom, you've told me about this, but he clearly knew there was a danger. Why would he still be there? I think he's just a crazy person. But, stop with the buts. Go find Aunt Zhang now. Apologize to her. Maybe we can still continue to participate in the square dance competition. Keep your job. I'll go with you. Chin Shulin hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. No, I won't go, Mom. Chin Yushin was desperate. At that moment, the door opened, and Lin Changzheng, who had overheard their conversation, walked in. Shulin, Yushin, what's going on? Is this related to Lin-jo? It's not. Chin Shulin was about to retort, but Chin Yushin spoke up first. Mom, can you stop favoring Lin-jo? She quickly repeated what Lin-jo and they had said. Then she said in frustration, Uncle Lin, can you see, because of this, what has happened to my mom? What's wrong with Lin-jo? Why was he at the square dance competition site? Lin Changzheng was taken aback. It seems like he never went. Their house and that place were not on the way. How could he have seen it? Listen, Mom, listen, I told you Lin-jo is lying. Chin Shulin raised her head, but I really feel there might be danger. Changzheng, what should we do? Chin Shulin had already turned to Lin Changzheng as her backbone. Lin Changzheng thought for a moment and said, in that case, I'll go there with you. If there is danger, we can warn Zhang Shulian and them. If not, we will apologize and settle any disagreements professionally. Okay, that's settled. Yushin, stay home by yourself. Don't go anywhere. Your Uncle Lin and I will go check. Chin Shulin quickly tittied up and left the house with Lin Changzheng. Chin Yushin was left alone at home, very angry. No, I have to go find Lin Zhou and ask for an explanation. This kid is too much. Qin Yushin even forgot that she was younger than Lin Zhou. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Changzhang rode a small electric donkey to the square dance competition venue. The competition would start at 7 o'clock, leaving only 1 hour. Lin Changzhang went to park, while Qin Shulin stood at the door, unsure whether she should go in. Lin Changzhang gently patted her shoulder. Shulin, still worrying. Qin Shulin looked anxious. Changzhang, do you think I'm being ridiculous? Lin Changzhang shook his head. No, you have always been thoughtful, and I understand Zizhou. Although he likes to play around, he knows his limits. Maybe there really is a problem with this venue. Then what should we do? Let's go in and take a look. You don't want them to get hurt, right? Otherwise, you can simply not participate in the competition. Why are you so nervous? Qin Shulin nodded. Just follow me. Okay. The two entered the venue, one after another. Inside, many people had already gathered, including middle-aged people like them, as well as elderly and children. They were lively and cheerful, in complete contrast to Qin Shulin's mood. Qin Shulin took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, and then looked around. Soon, she saw Zhang Shulian and a few others fixing their makeup near the stage. Qin Shulin subconsciously walked over. Shulian. Upon hearing this call, Zhang Shulian paused slightly, but without even looking at Qin Shulin, she continued with her actions. The others did the same. If you came to make us give up like you, I advise you to leave now. Zhang Shulian spoke bluntly. Qin Shulin opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. She knew everyone held a grudge against her. After a moment, she said, "Be careful. If you notice something off, come down quickly." She turned and walked towards the audience area. Zhang Shulian watched her walk away, in a daze. The person next to her immediately nudged her. "What are you doing, Sister Zhang? It's not worth it to argue with her, being so delusional. Look, she even brought that wild man with her." Zhang Shulian frowned and resumed her actions. "Don't speak nonsense." "Where did I speak nonsense? Clearly, that man, he lost his wife, and she lost her husband. It's a normal relationship. How can you call him a wild man? Even though we have grudges, we shouldn't distort right and wrong." Okay. What you said is correct, Sister Zhang." Meanwhile, Lin Zhou and his friends finished watching the last movie. Checking the time, Lin Zhou quickly got on the motorcycle. "Deskmate, get on, I'll take you back." After sending Sunyan-ku back in 20 minutes, he needed to hurry to the competition venue. Although Qin Yushin and Qin Shulin had already explained the situation, Qin Yushin seemed visibly distrustful. To ensure everything was safe, he had to go check. If Aunt Qin really got into trouble, old Lin would be heartbroken. He couldn't let that happen. Liu Shiming initially wanted to tease by saying the motorcycle was his, but seeing Lin Zhou's nervous expression, he held back. Sunyan-ku also realized something was off. She hopped onto the motorcycle quickly, grabbing onto Lin Zhou's clothes. The motorcycle zoomed out. Lin Zhou's motorcycle skills are so good. Does he really come in first place in every competition? Of course, can I lie to you? My buddy Zhou is awesome. Sunyan-ku is doomed. After a moment of bewilderment, Jian Guoguo came to a conclusion. Liu Shiming was a bit puzzled. Why is she doomed? Jian Guoguo explained. She's completely under Lin Zhou's control, that's why. Liu Shiming thought about it. Is it that easy to control a girl? Jian Guoguo rolled her eyes. Wake up, that's Lin Zhou. If it were you. Ha. What do you mean, Jian Guoguo? Can't you figure it out? On the road, Lin Zhou took sharp turns, making Sunyan-ku slightly dizzy. Her bangs fluttered, so she quickly lowered her head, hiding behind Lin Zhou. She didn't dare say a word. When the motorcycle stopped at the school gate, Sunyan-ku realized it only took 20 minutes, just like Liu Shiming said. Did Lin Zhou do it deliberately during the day? But why? Sunyan-ku couldn't figure out the reason, but heard Lin Zhou say, "Deskmate, I have something urgent to attend to. You go back to school first and remember to have dinner." "Oh, okay." Sunyan-ku nodded earnestly. After a moment, she asked, "Lin Zhou, do you need any help?" Lin Zhou reached out, tousled her hair. "No, I can handle it." "Okay, I trust you." "Well, go inside." Just as Sunyan-ku turned around, she suddenly heard a loud shout behind her. "Lin Zhou, I finally found you." It was Qin Yushin. She rode a bicycle and rushed towards Linjo with an angry expression. Linjo, you still have the leisure to date here. Look at what you've done. My mom is about to lose her job. Those aunties are disregarding her. She had a good relationship with them. Suni Onku was startled by her actions. Fortunately, when Chin Yushin reached Linjo, she abruptly hit the brakes and stopped the bicycle. Linjo, you're out of line. How? How will my mom survive now? I won't spare you today. Although she was shorter than Linjo, the girl grabbed his arm when she got close. Linjo furrowed his brows and also grabbed her. Being a boy, he easily controlled Chin Yushin, rendering her completely immobile. All right, stop causing a scene. Let's go to the square dance competition venue. What are we going to do there? What about my mom? I can't let you off today. Clearly flustered, Chin Yushin was left bewildered. Really? Will you apologize? What benefit do I have in lying to you? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? I'll go. Chin Yushin vigorously nodded. As long as it's good for her mom, she would do it immediately. All right, hop on my motorcycle. Hurry up. Deskmate, the bicycle is yours for now. Store it at school. Ride it tomorrow. Uneasy, Suni Onku stepped forward, took the bicycle. Oh, okay. Let's go. Sit tight. After instructing Chin Yushin, Linjo started the motorcycle. Seeing them leave, Suni Onku turned around. After taking a few steps with the bicycle, she turned back. Linjo and Chin Yushin seemed to have a problem. No, she had to follow and see. If there was trouble, she wanted to help Linjo. 7 o'clock. The competition started on time. There were 10 teams participating in this competition, and the Nanmu Street Dance team was ranked 3rd. The first 2 teams were large dance groups, each consisting of 30 people. Chin Shulin sat in the audience, watching intently. Her nervous palms were sweating. Upon seeing this, Lin Changjing held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid. If nothing happened to the first 2 teams with so many people, then the 3rd team will be fine too." Chin Shulin nodded and took a deep breath. Hopefully, that would be the case. As she continued watching, Chin Shulin saw Zhang Shulian standing in a corner of the stage. Chin Shulin looked at her in surprise. Normally, Zhang Shulian should be backstage preparing at this time. What was she doing here? What's wrong? Lin Changjing noticed Chin Shulin's unease and asked with concern. Nothing. Chin Shulin shook her head. The first performance ended without any issues. Zhang Shulian turned towards Chin Shulin and gave her a mocking look. Chin Shulin's palms tightened, but she remained silent. The second round of the competition proceeded smoothly. Chin Shulin breathed a long sigh of relief. If it was just a false alarm, then that was good. As for the rest, that would have to wait. The third round of the competition began. Behind the stage, people were exchanging encouraging words with Zhang Shulian. Don't worry, Sister Zhang. Everything will be fine. That's right, Shulin is just talking nonsense. Nothing happened to the first 2 teams with so many people. Yeah. Zhang Shulian nodded. Let's do our best. Let's go. After encouraging each other, they went on stage together. The music began playing, and their dance started slowly. Everyone was engrossed in the dance, not noticing that the stage, which had been struggling, trembled slightly. Chin Shulin placed her hands on her chest in prayer, her eyes never leaving the stage. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou smoothly swerved and moved towards the perimeter of the square dance venue. He quickly rode to the entrance and signaled for Chin Yushin to get off first as he needed to park the car. Chin Yushin, after getting off the car, looked around. Due to the competition, there were many cars around, and various lights illuminated the venue. The stage lights were colorful, and the music was loud. Chin Yushin chuckled. Lin Zhou, look, everything is fine, isn't it? Nothing happened. When you see my mom later, remember to apologize properly, and also apologize to those aunties. Okay, Lin Zhou absent-mindedly replied. Dad brought my mom to the venue. I don't know if my mom has participated. Chin Yushin lowered her head as she spoke. Lin Zhou was taken aback. What? Dad and mom have come?